discomfort of acid indigestion after eating, try Bicidol. I believe you'll agree with thousands that results are wonderful. Relief usually comes within a short time. You'll like Bicidol's cool minty flavor, too. Remember, it's been recommended by many doctors, so be careful to avoid substitutes. Get the genuine, spelled Bisodol, in powder or tablet form for only 25 cents at your drugstore. And now, Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons and the case of the missing doll. Mr. Keene established the fact that the doll which the police had fished out of the river was the doll which 10-year-old Kathy Barnes had lost. But the mystery surrounding the disappearance of Kathy's own mother is no nearer solution. The woman, after leaving her child, threatened suicide. But the child, of course, knows nothing about this. And now we find Mr. Keene in his office. Mike Clancy, his assistant, and Miss Ellis, his secretary, are with him. Miss Ellis is looking at a newspaper.
Well, Miss Ellis, what do you think of the picture?
Oh, it's one of the most pathetic pictures I've ever seen in a newspaper, Mr. Keene. A beautiful child hugging her doll. You know, she seems to be looking right at you. You want to put your arms around her and give her all the affection you can. That's how it makes you feel.
And it's a very good picture of Kathy. Don't you think so, Mike?
Indeed it is, boss. And you didn't have the least trouble getting it published either. Miss Ellis, it would have done your heart good to have seen the way the boss called up that editor.
Once he heard the story, Mike, he was only too glad to send one of his cameramen up to the playground and take a picture of Kathy and her doll.
Oh, it was the way you told him the story, sir. There's more than one way of telling the story.
Oh, I just told him the facts, how Kathy had lost her doll and how she'd asked me to find it. And how we learned that our mother had disappeared and that the child didn't know anything about it. And then how the police fished up Kathy's lost doll from the river.
Boss, now how do you suppose that doll ever got in the river?
That's one of the things we don't know, Mike. But that isn't the important thing. We still haven't a trace of Kathy's mother.
Mr. Keene, you know, just looking at the picture of this child makes tears want to come to your eyes.
It sure makes you sad, Miss Ellis. Just looking at it. But the thing that really touches me own heart is them 4 words printed right over the picture. Mummy, please come back.
Oh, stop it, Mike. Reading it like that, it makes me want to cry.
Well, all I can say is if them words ain't real poetry, then I ain't a full-blooded Irishman. Boss, did you make up them words yourself?
It didn't take very much imagination to make up those words, Mike. A simple, direct plea to the child's mother. Let's hope that they come to her attention.
Well, Mr. Keene, I don't like to be discouraging, but even if she does see this picture and reads these words, I'm afraid it won't make any difference.
Why do you say that, Miss Ellis?
Well, in the first place, a right-minded mother would never leave her child.
Miss Ellis, we don't know all the circumstances, and perhaps this poor woman thought she had a reason.
Boss, I'm inclined to take sides against you. Just looking at the common sense side of it, I'm agreeing with Miss Ellis. In the first place, would a mother leave a nice little girl like Kathy if she had any love for her?
No.
Well, you both are entitled to your opinion, of course. But I hope you're wrong. And I think perhaps you might be. To my way of thinking, there's no mother's heart strong enough to withstand an appeal such as this picture makes. Of course, Kathy's mother may never see it. It may be too late. It may even be that she's already carried out her threat of suicide. And in that event, there's nothing we can do.
It's a hard thing to say, boss. But it's in my head that poor Kathy is already an orphan.
There's no positive evidence, Mike. We know that the police pulled Kathy's doll out of the river. And I figure that whoever took it, for somebody must have stolen it, wanted to get rid of it. Their conscience may have hurt them and they threw it in the river. But we've been unable to discover any connection between the missing doll and Kathy's mother.
Well, that's just the point I'm making, sir. The doll's recovered, the mother's still missing.
There doesn't seem to be any connection, Mr. Keene. And that's why I don't understand what you would hope to gain by having the child's picture with the doll published in a newspaper.
Frankly, Miss Ellis, I'm hoping the right eyes see it. Mike, how would you like to play a little hopscotch?
Eh? I don't know what in the world you're talking about, boss.
Well, Mike, if you've never played hopscotch, there's no time like the present to learn. Come on, we've work to do.
No, Mr. Clancy. That's not the way to play hopscotch. You mustn't hop with 2 feet.
Well, now, why didn't you say so, Kathy? Look at me, boss, making a fool of myself, jumping with 2 feet when I should have used 1. Well, maybe now you won't mind if I take a rest for a minute.
I'm not tired. Are you tired, Mr. Keene?
No, Kathy, I could play hopscotch all day, my dear, especially with you. Still, I suppose a short rest wouldn't hurt any of us.
Now you're talking, boss.
Kathy, let me have another look at your doll. Why, she looks fine after that terrible experience she had when some bad person threw her in the river.
I wonder who did it. But I'm awful glad to get her back, Mr. Keene. She's just the same as she was when Mama gave it to me. Only some of the paint came off her face, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
Her arm was always broken like this. That's why I have to take care of her so good. I made her this new dress, though.
Kathy, you made this beautiful dress yourself?
Yes, sir. I found some rags in an ash can, and Annie needed a dress so bad.
And you made this dress all by yourself?
Oh, that was easy. I can sew good. I mean, pretty good.
Kathy, child, I'm proud of you.
I only hope Annie likes her new dress. I think she does.
Oh, I'm sure she does. Don't you think so, Mike?
Well, I'm just admiring it. And I'd say that a doll who didn't like that dress didn't have no eye for beauty.
Would you like to hear Annie talk?
I'd love to hear her.
Well, I always have to hold her like this, Mr. King, when she's going to talk. I have to bend her over. See?
Boss, that's a lovely doll now, ain't it?
Now, mind you, Kathy, don't let her get lost again.
Oh, no, sir. I never would. Mama would never forgive me. I wish Mama would hurry and come back. She's been gone an awful long time. Mr. Keene, I don't know how long it takes to get to heaven. That's where she went. To see my daddy, I think. I miss her so.
Your mother misses you too, Kathy.
Oh, I know that. She always used to tell me how she could never live without me. And Daddy. But Daddy never came back. I guess Mama and Daddy had a lot to talk about, and that's why she hasn't come back yet.
Oh, Kathy, darling, I wish you wouldn't be talking that way.
I don't know why she didn't take me to see Daddy. I'd like to see him, too. But I guess maybe she didn't have the money. It must cost an awful lot to go all the way to heaven and come back. Doesn't it, Mr. Keene?
Heaven is a long way off, Kathy.
Want to play some more hopscotch, Mr. Keene?
Of course I do. I'd love to play. And so would Mr. Clancy. Wouldn't you, Mike?
Oh, sure, boss. There's nothing like a game of hopscotch.
But before we start, my dear, I have an idea. How would you like a little refreshment, some ice cream?
Oh, you don't have to buy me any ice cream.
Boss, it's a grand idea. We'll all go over to the store and have an ice cream soda together.
No, Mike, we're too tired to walk all the way across the playground for ice cream. We'll stay right here. Now, Kathy, here's the money. You get just the kind of ice cream you like best, and when you come back, we'll all play a nice game of hopscotch.
Mr. Keene, aren't you going to have any ice cream?
Well, later, perhaps. Now, you just run along.
I can bring you some ice cream if you like it, Mr. Clancy.
Oh, don't even think of it. You do just as the boss says, and enjoy yourself a nice, cooling dish of it.
I'll be right back. Maybe I'll give Annie some of mine if she wants it.
Yes, child, you do that.
I'll be right back.
Boss, I didn't want to say anything in front of the child, but what's the idea of all this nonsense?
Well, Mike, it's beginning to look as though it is all nonsense. But I never would have been satisfied unless we'd given it this final chance to work.
Well, how would you mean that, sir? A final chance? We come all the way up here to play a game called hopscotch, and then sit around among a lot of women and children in a public playground. What do you expect to happen? Boss, what was the real reason you didn't want us all to go over to the store and have ice cream together?
I wanted to give Kathy a chance to be alone for a while.
Oh, now it dawns on me. Boss, you're very smart.
I'd hoped somehow that if Kathy's mother is still alive, she'd be drawn back here, and that Kathy's picture in the paper would have acted like a magnet to bring mother and child together. Mike, look at the child hugging a doll.
Nobody's paying no attention to her. Oh, boss, I know how disappointing it must be to you.
She stopped.
Yes, that's funny. Oh, it's nothing, sir. Now she's walking again.
Did you notice, Mike, how her eyes lighted up when I mentioned ice cream?
I sure did.
I wonder how long it's been since she's had any. Mike, I think it's happened. Yes, I think it has.
I don't follow you, sir.
Where are your eyes? Don't you see that woman?
You mean that woman with the black shawl over her head?
Yes, that's the one. Keep your eyes on her, Mike. And if she approaches Kathy, you can bet your bottom dollar that that woman is Kathy's mother.
We're just walking on the sidewalk, that's all. If it was Kathy's mother, wouldn't she speak to the child?
Come on, Mike. No, not yet. Just a moment. Let's see what happens. Don't you notice, Mike, how she seems to be holding back? Let's stroll across the playground We don't want to lose sight of that woman until we make sure.
I don't believe it's anything to it, boss. Sure, if that woman...
Just a minute, Mike. Stand here. I want to see what that woman does. Now that Kathy's gone into the store.
Say, you may be right, sir. Now, why would she stop right plump in front of the place where Kathy went in and with her head stuck again in the window?
Mike, that's the woman we're looking for.
Oh, God bless you, sir.
We're going over and talk to her right now.
Well, don't you think it might be better to wait until Kathy comes out, just to be sure?
No, the time to act is now.
She's looking around. Hey there!
Mike, what are you doing? You frightened her.
Oh, I'm sorry, boss. I was just excited.
She heard you, Mike. You scared her. Look, she's running. Come on, after her. Stop that woman! Stop her!
I'm right with you, boss. Hey, look, she's going down the subway.
Stop her! Stop that woman!
We'll catch her down the subway, boss.
Yes, wherever she goes, get her. Mrs. Barnes! Mrs. Barnes! Hold that woman!
Look out, boss. She's going to the edge of the platform. There's a train coming. Look out for the train!
Mrs. Barnes!
Was Mr. Keene in time to prevent that woman from leaping before the onrushing subway train? Was this woman actually Kathy's mother? Or did Mr. Keene make a mistake? Listen next Tuesday as Mr. Keene solves the mystery of the case of the missing doll. Here is a word of sound advice for every man or woman who ever suffers from acid stomach upsets. If you have the slightest doubt about your present way of relieving acid indigestion, by all means see your doctor, for he above all others knows best and will advise you on the proper way to neutralize the excess acids causing you distress. Ask him particularly about the remarkable alkalizer called Bicidol, for it is a fact that Bicidol relieves acid distress with amazing speed, so quickly that many doctors have recommended it for this very purpose. Now, the reason Bicidol brings relief so incredibly fast is this. Almost instantly you take it, it acts to sweeten the stomach by neutralizing excess acids. And when the excess acidity causing your distress is neutralized, acid distress goes fast, and you just naturally feel better. This has been the experience of thousands who take Bicidol. They can tell you this remarkable way to neutralize excess acids often brings relief in less time than it takes to tell. You'll like Bicidol's fresh, cool, minty flavor. Simply take Bicidol in a glass of water at first sign of acid stomach upset. Relief should come in a few minutes, and you'll feel like a different person. It's really wonderful. Bicidol comes in both powder and tablet form. Only 25 cents at all drugstores. So stop in tonight. Get Bicidol. Never really enjoy a meal because they fear acid indigestion will follow. And yet today, it is so easy to overcome acid indigestion in a short time. What you do is take a little Bicidol after eating. For Bicidol acts with amazing promptness to neutralize the excess acid condition, so that indigestion from that cause is quickly relieved. Get a can tonight from your druggist. Only 25 cents for a large can of Bicidol, spelled Bisodol. And now, Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, and the case of the woman who wasn't needed. Last time, Mr. Keene concluded the case of murder and the nightclub singer. Through his persistence, Mr. Keene obtained the necessary evidence to free Jim Ford of a murder charge and ensure the future happiness of Laurie Mackin and Jim. It is now the next evening in Mr. Keene's office, and Miss Ellis, the tracer's secretary, is preparing to leave the office for the day.
Oh, thank heavens, thank heavens. I'm not too late, am I? Mr. Keene is still here, isn't he?
Well, we're just closing the office. I'm not sure whether Mr. Keene has left for the day or not.
I must see him immediately. My name is Frank, Henry Frank. It's very, very important.
Oh, Miss Ellis, you still here? I thought you'd gone home.
Mr. Keene, this gentleman...
You're Mr. Keene?
Yes?
You must listen to me. Give me just a few minutes of your time.
Well, of course, gladly, if there's anything I can do. Miss Ellis, would you mind waiting just a little while?
Oh, no, Mr. Keene. That's perfectly all right.
Please come inside.
My name is Frank. Henry Frank.
Yes?
Mr. Keene, I've never in my life before been faced with anything like this.
What is it that's troubling you? Was there anything I can do to help you, Mr. Frank?
There is, and you must. Mr. Keene, I'll pay you. I'll pay you well.
Oh, please, Mr. Frank, we can discuss that later. Tell me now, what's troubling you?
It's the most unbelievable thing. Mr. Keene, my wife has disappeared.
Your wife?
My wife, Ethel, after all these years. Why? Why? I can't tell you, Mr. Keene. I don't know. There's no reason. That's why I can't bring myself to believe it.
But if your wife has disappeared, as you say, Mr. Frank, there must be a reason. People just don't disappear.
Mr. Keene, there is no reason in this case. I give you my word. Please believe me.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Frank, when did you first learn that your wife was missing?
Well, to be exact, Mr. Keene, it was 5 days ago.
5 days ago? Did you report her missing to the police?
No, nothing of that kind. And the reason I didn't report her...
What was the reason?
Well, it's like I've told you. I couldn't bring myself to believe that it was a fact. That my wife had disappeared. It seemed to be out of the question, so preposterous. There was no reason, absolutely no reason.
Tell me, Mr. Frank, you're not a young man.
No, I'm 55.
And Mrs. Frank, how old is she?
Ethel's past 50. Yes, if she were a younger woman, well, perhaps I could understand it. A young, flighty woman might have some crazy ideas about romance or adventure, but not my wife. Her character is solid, substantial. She's a mother and a grandmother. And I tell you, Mr. Keene, that even after 28 years of married life, we're still very much in love with one another.
And yet, Mr. Frank, although your wife disappeared 5 days ago, you didn't do anything about it.
No, I didn't say that, Mr. Keene. I only said I didn't report her missing to the police. I don't want you to think I have anything to conceal. But when I tell my story, you'll understand why I waited until today before I came to you. You see, it just occurred to me that perhaps my wife, on the spur of the moment, had decided to visit my sister.
Your sister?
Yes. My wife and my sister Mary were close friends for many, many years. And until Mary moved with her family to Florida. That was, 2 or 3 years ago.
I see.
I myself haven't been very close to my sister, although Mary's a fine girl. There are personal reasons.
And what are those personal reasons, Mr. Frank?
Well, the truth is that I was never very fond of the man my sister married.
Oh.
I always felt that she could have done better for herself. But that's not here nor there. When my wife disappeared, the first thing I thought of was that she'd gone to Florida to visit Mary.
Yes, I can understand that. That's quite natural.
But not a natural thing for my wife to pick up and leave me. Never in our married life has she ever done a thing like that.
Well, have you been in touch with your sister?
Yes, I tried immediately to get her on the long-distance telephone. The fact is, I didn't know exactly where she was living in Florida. Called one place and another, and I finally located them near Miami, but only the maid was there. My sister and her husband were not expected back until today. And today...
Yes? What happened today?
Today I spoke to my sister on the telephone. Mr. Keene, my wife hasn't gone to Florida.
Oh?
My sister was as much shocked as I to learn that Ethel was missing, and that's why I'm here.
Where do you live, Mr. Frank?
In Elmdale.
And who lives with you?
We live alone, just my wife and I, and maid.
No children, Mr. Frank?
Yes, boy and a girl, Fred and Ruth. They're both married, Mr. Keene. They have their own families. Well, we don't see them often. We have 4 grandchildren, fine youngsters.
And Mrs. Frank, of course, was very fond of her grandchildren?
Oh, very. Fact is, she could never do enough for them. She was always thinking how she could do something for them. But Fred and Ruth were afraid that my wife was spoiling the children. Oh, you know how parents are, Mr. Keene. They're quite sure that a grandmother doesn't know how to bring up youngsters.
Yes.
This modern age, I mean. But I tell you, there never was a more loving grandmother than my wife.
That's so.
But Fred and Ruth, they have queer ideas about bringing up children. No, sir. When we were kids, there was no such thing as being brought up scientifically.
Being brought up scientifically? What do you mean by that, Mr. Frank?
Oh, it's nothing. I merely mentioned it. I'm afraid I'm getting off the subject.
Please go on. I'm extremely interested, and it may be important.
Well, I only meant, Mr. Keene, that our little grandchildren, God bless them, are being brought up according to books, the scientific method, you know.
Oh. How did your wife feel on that subject? Did she approve?
Well, Mr. Keene, I don't know what you're getting at. No, she didn't approve. But she didn't interfere. She just kept her hands right out of it. She's perfectly content to let Fred and Ruth bring up their own children in their own way.
I see. Did Mrs. Frank have very much leisure time?
Oh, yes. Plenty of time for herself.
And I suppose, Mr. Frank, she had her hobbies, her weekly bridge game?
No, nothing like that, Mr. Keene. She tried once to learn it, but I guess she just wasn't brought up for that sort of thing. She was content being a good wife and a good mother and a good grandmother. She was very happy. She had absolutely no reason for wanting to disappear.
Well, if she didn't play bridge, surely she had a hobby of some kind, something to occupy her mind, to take up her leisure time.
Ethel had plenty of leisure, but no worries.
And your wife, you say, was perfectly content to just keep house and do the cooking?
No, Mr. Keene. She didn't even have to do that. If I do say so, I've been a good provider, especially these last 5 or 10 years. No, we have a maid who does all the cooking and the housework.
Well, Mr. Frank, your wife was apparently a very lucky woman.
I'd say so, Mr. Keene. Yes, I would.
Just a lady with a great deal of leisure time. I suppose with so much time on her hands, she was interested in club work.
No, No, you see, Mr. Keene, when we were married, Ethel and I, we started with nothing. Both of us worked. That is, I earned the money and Ethel kept house. She did everything, even the washing. Yes, she worked hard for many years, even after the children came. I only mention this to show you what kind of a woman my wife is.
Yes, I think I understand.
Only in comparatively recent years have I been fortunate enough in business to give her the material comforts that we all work so hard to get.
You have an automobile, of course.
Yes, I was going to tell you about that. The car is gone.
Oh?
I thought perhaps that Ethel, as I said, may have driven to Florida. My wife drives, you know. I thought maybe she'd met with an accident.
That's always a possibility.
Ethel was a careful driver, I'll have to say that. Besides, if there had been an accident, I'm sure I'd have been notified.
That's true, of course. Mrs. Frank would have had her address on her driver's license. By the way, Mr. Frank, what is the license number of your car?
Oh, here. Here it is. I'll write it out for you.
Thank you. I'm inclined to agree with you, Mr. Frank, that a woman who had everything, as your wife apparently had, wouldn't want to disappear. Yet, if there was something that,
I don't understand you, Mr. Keene.
Mr. Frank, what is your business?
I'm in the wholesale produce business, my own firm. Here's my card. Business and home address.
Thank you. Tell me, Mr. Frank, do you enjoy the theater?
Oh, well, I guess I like the theater as much as anybody when I have time for it. Why do you ask that, Mr. Keene?
Well, let me put it this way. Did you and your wife spend much time together socially?
Now, Mr. Keene, I'm sorry to say that we didn't. That's my fault. And yet it really isn't.
I suppose your business keeps you pretty much occupied.
That's just it.
Yes, I can understand that.
But I don't want you to get the wrong impression, Mr. Keene. To tell you the truth, I've been so busy in the last month or two that I've hardly been able to get home for dinner.
And of course, that left your wife
Oh,
alone.
Mr. Keene, you've got to find her. I'll make it worth your while. I'll cooperate with you in every possible way.
Mr. Frank, this case particularly interests me. When a woman reaches the age of your wife, in the neighborhood of 50, many things go on in her heart and her soul that sometimes are not apparent, even to those who are closest to her and love her most dearly. Yes, I'll take this case. Now, I want you to go home. Of course, I'll want to have a further talk with you.
Mr. Keene, I can't tell you how grateful I am to you.
Well, I don't know just what I can do, but I'm going to make a very determined effort to find your wife. Now, Mr. Frank, if you'll just leave me, I'll get in touch with you. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Keene.
Miss Ellis.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Miss Ellis, I want you to get hold of Mike Clancy right away. Give him this automobile license number. Tell him to check with the police all along the route to Florida, Miami, to see whether there's been an accident reported.
And now it is several hours later in Mr. Keene's office.
Miss Ellis, there's no need for you to stay here like this.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Keene. I'm not leaving here while there's a job to be done.
Mike has been after the police all up and down the coast, all right. And so far, no trace of Mrs. Frank's car. I'm afraid it's like looking for the proverbial needle in a haystack.
Oh, there he is again. I'll answer it.
No, I'll take it, Miss Ellis. Hello? Oh, hello, Mike. What? Mike, are you sure? A car with that license number? Yes. Yes, found, North Carolina. Well, Mike, get the exact location. Oh, you have it. Good. And the police down there have the car. Good work, Mike.
They've located the car, Mr. Keene?
The car, yes, Miss Ellis. But not Mrs. Frank. No sign of her. Miss Ellis, tonight I leave for North Carolina.
What awaits Mr. Keene in North Carolina? Has Mrs. Frank been the victim of highway robbers? Is she still alive? Listen next Tuesday as Mr. Keene continues with the case of the woman who wasn't needed. When you feel acid indigestion or acid stomach upset coming on, be sure to take a reliable antacid right from the very start. Do not experiment with unknown ways. For today, it is so easy to gain fast relief from excess stomach acidity with a preparation that many doctors have recommended for this very purpose, and that is Bicidol. Now, the reason for this professional recommendation is that Bicidol acts to neutralize excess stomach acidity almost instantly you take it. And once the stomach is sweetened again, excess acids neutralized, all signs of acid distress are gone. Thousands say the amazingly swift relief Bicidol brings is wonderful to experience. So remember this the next time you feel acid indigestion coming on. Simply take some Bicidol in a glass of water. It has a refreshing, cool, minty flavor you'll like. And often, relief comes in almost less time than it takes to tell.
Now, when you can get Bicidol for only 25 cents at any drugstore, when it has the recommendation of doctors, it is just common sense to try this way, especially if fast relief from acid stomach upset is what you want. So, get Bicidol tonight. Ask for it by name. Bicidol. Bisodol.
To make your teeth look their best, use Collie-Nose toothpaste on a dry brush and brush up or down from the gum line to the biting edge. It's easy and wonderful. Try Collie-Nose.
If you are one of those who dislikes having ordinary surface stains spoil the appearance of your teeth, you will be glad to know there's a way that removes these stains quickly and easily. You simply brush your teeth as your own dentist advises, up or down from the gum line to the biting edge, not across. And when you do, use Collie-Nose toothpaste. Use it on a dry brush instead of a wet one. See how quickly it erases those dingy-looking surface stains to reveal the natural color underneath. So, try brushing your teeth your dentist's way and use Collie-Nose toothpaste. Your own mirror will show you the amazing difference this way can make in how your teeth look. Ask for Collie-Nose, KolYNOS, at any drugstore. And now, Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, and the case of the woman who wasn't needed. Mr. Keene located Mrs. Frank, middle-aged wife of a wealthy produce merchant, in an orphan's camp in North Carolina after she'd suddenly disappeared. She was working as a counselor. Mr. Keene learned that Mrs. Frank has been a very lonely woman and had left her family when she was convinced that they didn't need her. Although she's determined not to take up her old life, Mr. Keene prevailed upon her to return with him to New York. Now, we find her husband, Henry Frank, and their married daughter, Ruth, in the Franks' New York home, awaiting the return of Mr. Keene and the missing woman.
Father, are you sure that Mother's on her way here?
Yes, Ruth. I just told you I've talked to Mr. Keene on the telephone. They ought to be here in just a little while.
But, Father, what else did Mr. Keene
All
say?
I know is that Mr. Keene found Mother somewhere down in North Carolina.
Well, why didn't they telegraph you from there?
I don't know. There are lots of things about this crazy disappearance of your mother that I don't understand. For one thing, why she ran off in the first place.
Well, didn't you even talk to Mother on the telephone?
She didn't want to talk to me.
Is that what Mr. Keene said?
All he said was that they were on their way here. This certainly is a fine mess. Since your mother's gone off on this foolish adventure of hers, everything's been neglected. The house, business, everything.
Your business seems to have gotten along all right without you.
Oh, Ruth, did you call your brother and tell him that Mother was on her way home?
Yes, I called Fred.
Well, why isn't he here to greet his own mother?
Oh, poor Fred. He's having his troubles. He's in bed with a touch of the grip. And Louise has her hands full trying to take care of the children and at the same time playing nurse to Fred. Oh, if Mother were only here.
The boy, never sick a day, has to wait until his mother is gone. I've never seen so many things happen all at one time. When your mother is here, everything seems to go along all right. But just as soon as she's away, the whole family goes to pieces.
Still, Mother never did anything, really. I mean, well, there wasn't anything for her to really do.
I don't know what it is, but even the food doesn't taste right. The maid's no good. Can't even find my clothes. Nothing in order, nothing.
Oh, why don't they get here? Father, are you sure you got the message right?
Ruth, I told you I spoke to Mr. Keene. They're driving right out here to the house.
Oh, didn't you tell them to hurry?
I didn't have a chance to tell them anything. I was too excited.
Ever since Mother's been gone, all the children have been doing is crying for their grandma.
Well, when she was here, you'd never let her go near the children.
Oh, Father, you know there's a reason for that. It isn't because I don't want the children to love her. It's only because she was all the time spoiling them.
Ruth, you just bring up your own children your own way. Your mother isn't the kind who wants to interfere.
But you know how sensitive she is. Whenever I say anything, she... Oh, Father, come away from the window.
They're here.
Where?
There's our car.
Sure it is. Oh, I'll run down and meet
Ruth,
them.
you do nothing of the kind. You just wait right here with me.
Oh, Father, I'm so glad. Open the window.
Yes. That's Mr. Keene, all right. There's Mother.
Oh, Mother! Mother! She doesn't seem to hear me.
It's all right, Ruth. Mother's home.
Oh, Father, you're crying.
Oh, I'm not. Of course I'm not.
Father, it's the first time in my life I've ever seen you cry. Oh, Mother, Mother!
Ethel, you're home. Come in, Mr. Keene.
Thank you, Mr. Frank.
This is our daughter, Ruth. Ruth, this is Mr. Keene.
How do you do, Mr. Keene? Mother, oh, Mother, I'm...
Mrs. Frank, remember your promise.
How do you do, Ruth? Hello, Henry.
Ethel, I'm glad. I'm awfully glad to see you.
I wish, Henry, I could say the same thing, but I can't. No, I'm not particularly glad to see either of you.
Mother, what's the matter? Aren't you well?
Oh, yes. I never felt better in my life. We've had a nice drive up from North Carolina, haven't we, Mr. Keene?
Yes, a fine drive. But I don't think a rest would do you any harm.
Oh, Mother, dear, please sit down. Would you like me to bring you a drink of water?
Ruth, what's come over you so suddenly?
I don't understand, Mother.
Well, I don't think I can remember when you last asked me if I wanted anything. No. If I want anything, I think I'm perfectly capable of getting it myself.
Well, Ethel, don't you think you owe us an explanation?
Henry, do you really think so?
Why, of course, for your sudden strange behavior. If you've meant this prank of yours to be a joke, well, of course you're forgiven, if that's what you want.
Oh, no, Henry, I wouldn't have you misunderstand me for anything.
Mr. Frank, perhaps I can explain it.
Mr. Keene, I certainly wish you would.
You see, the responsibility is really mine. I mean, for this rather unusual situation.
Henry, I'm not coming back here to ask your forgiveness for going away and leaving you and my family.
Ethel, I'm only too willing to forgive and forget.
Oh, of course, Mother. We're so happy to have you home.
Mr. Keene, I'm afraid I interrupted you.
When you first came to me, Mr. Frank, and told me that your wife had disappeared...
Pardon me, Mr. Keene. I don't think we have to go over this. I just want to say one word to my wife.
Mr. Frank, this is no time to lose your temper.
Father, Mr. Keene is right.
Ruth, let your father alone. But I can tell you, Henry, that whatever you say won't impress me very much.
Mother, I don't understand this at all, but it isn't right that you and Father and all of us should air our differences in front of Mr. Keene. I'm sure that he isn't interested.
Well, I don't like to mix in a family problem. And that's just what we have here, a problem.
Mr. Keene, I don't see any problem here at all.
Henry, that's because you don't have any eyes.
Mother, what is the problem?
No, it's no use of me talking. Mr. Keene, I told you what it would be like.
Mr. Frank, when you first came to me and told me that your wife had disappeared, the first thing I wanted to know was whether Mrs. Frank had any reason for leaving.
That's right, and I told you the truth.
Yes, you told me the truth. Only as far as you were aware of it. No, I'm not accusing you of hiding anything.
Well, then, sir, I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, Father, give Mr. Keene a chance to explain.
The fact was, Mr. Frank, you said that your wife had no reason for leaving.
That's exactly what I told you, Mr. Keene, and I meant it, every word of it.
Of course you did. And if I hadn't thought you meant it, I can assure you that I wouldn't have undertaken to locate Mrs. Frank. But I felt sincerely sorry for you, and I determined to find your wife, although I knew at the time that there must have been a reason for her disappearance.
Mother, why did you leave? What reason did you have?
Listen to Mr. Keene. He'll tell you.
Well, I was fortunate enough to locate Mrs. Frank.
Where were you, Mother?
Your mother was in a camp for orphans.
Oh, not really. What on earth?
Why, Ethel, what in the name of heaven were you doing in an orphan's camp?
I was having one of the best times of my life. I would never have showed my face in this house again if it hadn't been for Mr. Keene.
Mr. Frank, I'm going to be quite honest with you. Most people run away for reasons which don't exist except perhaps in their own minds. But in the case of your wife, Mrs. Frank had a better reason than most people.
Ethel, what have you told Mr. Keene?
I told him the truth, Henry.
Yes, Mr. Frank, I'm sure it is the truth. It's just this. You and every member of your family have been so busy with your own affairs that you've really had no time for your wife.
Why, Ethel.
Yes, Henry. It's true. None of you needed me.
You see, Mr. Frank, you have your business, and that keeps you occupied. But just consider, what has Mrs. Frank here? She's already brought up her family, has seen her son and daughter married, and now they have their families, and they have really no time for her.
Well, Mr. Keene, I really never realized it.
That's just it. You didn't realize. Your wife has made you a good home. Her work, as far as you could see, was done.
Yes, that's true.
But it isn't really true. Don't you see, Mr. Frank, a woman who has worked hard all her life to bring up her family never wants to lose her sense of responsibility.
Mr. Keene, that is the real truth.
But, Mrs. Frank, you yourself are not blameless. For you had no right, whatever your motive, to run away from a home that just didn't please you.
But, Mr. Keene...
Please, Mrs. Frank, let me finish. You had no right to cause them the worry that you have. For believe me, your husband and your children love you.
That's true, Mother. You know it's true.
They're guilty, perhaps, of selfishness caused by thoughtlessness. They are not guilty, however, of failing to love you and respect you. Oh, I know, Mrs. Frank, that you wanted to prove your usefulness.
That's right, Mr. Keene. And as a counselor to orphan children, I found that I could be useful, playing mother to those who really needed me. Mr. Keene, you saw how happy I was among all those poor motherless children.
Yes, that's true. But why run away? There are hundreds of fine, splendid organizations right here in the city that would welcome the kind of guidance that you could give. There are the Girl Scouts, the Campfire Girls, to mention only two of many.
Why, I never thought of it like that before.
Of course you didn't.
Why, Mrs. Frank, you have only to open your eyes to the marvelous opportunities all about you. It's easy to be of service. Just offer your help to any one of the numerous organizations who are anxious to get the kind of unselfish service you could give them. Organizations, especially for young people, need women like you to guide them in their upward struggle.
Mr. Keene, you're making me terribly ashamed of myself.
And I can't tell you, Mr. Keene, how grateful I am to you. I don't know how to pay you. On that subject, Mr. Frank, I have a suggestion. Send me a check for what you think my services are worth. That's putting me in a rather awkward position, Mr. Keene. I don't know how to value your services in terms of money. Well, let me make it easy for you. I'm sure your wife will find some worthy cause and identify herself with it. Well, whatever money you send me, it'll be my pleasure to contribute it to that worthy cause.
Why, I really don't know how to thank you, Mr. Keene.
Mrs. Frank, I'm only too glad to have been able to open the eyes of those who really want to see.
Oh, Mother, dear, now get your hat. We're going someplace.
Where?
Mother, you've got to see Fred. He needs you.
Needs me?
Oh, he just has a slight touch of the grip, but he's never sick until you go away. Mother, he does need you. Just like we all need you. And always will as long as we live.
And with Mrs. Frank happily returned to the family who really needed her, Mr. Keene concludes the case of the woman who wasn't needed. Listen tomorrow when Mr. Keene begins a new and even more exciting case. If you are at all uncertain in your own mind about the dentifrice you now give your family to use, by all means speak to your dentist. Ask him to recommend a dentifrice he knows is pure, effective, and above all, absolutely safe. Quite possibly, he will suggest Colinos toothpaste, for Colinos has been awarded the seal of acceptance of the American Dental Association's Council on Dental Therapeutics, an unbiased scientific body which represents over 43,000 practicing dentists. This is the highest and most important recognition any dentifrice can have, for it means that Colinos passed tests for purity, safety, and polishing power, and, judged on the basis of actual and carefully considered evidence, was awarded this seal of acceptance. This is important for you to know. And you should know, too, just why Colinos made such a remarkable record. It is because Colinos is actually the special formula of a famous specialist who created in Colinos what he considered to be the perfect dentifrice, the kind he would want his own patients to use. No wonder, then, that Colinos meets the exacting standards of other dentists. So, remember this one way to be sure. The dentifrice you give your loved ones to use is pure, effective, and safe. Wherever you buy, whenever you buy, always ask for Colinos, the dentifrice that has been awarded the seal of acceptance of the American Dental Association. K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colinos. Ask for it tonight. Your teeth and gums are precious. Help your dentist to keep them sound and healthy by visiting him regularly. And depend on his advice.
To remove ordinary, ugly surface stains from teeth, brush up or down from the gum line to the biting edge, and use Colinos toothpaste on dry brush. Try Colinos.
Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, is on the air. Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction, is now presented in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight, Mr. Keene begins the case of the young husband who thought his wife failed him. If you want a wonderfully easy way to remove ordinary surface stains from your teeth, to reveal the natural color hidden underneath, please listen carefully. Thousands today have discovered two simple steps that bring results amazingly fast. First, brush your teeth as your own dentist advises. That is, up or down from the gum line to the biting edge. Second, use Colinos toothpaste, the dentifrice used on a dry brush instead of a wet one, that acts on these ugly surface stains like a jeweler's polish acts on tarnished silver. You can see the thrilling results after just a few brushings. So try this way. proper brushing, plus Collie-Nose toothpaste if you want your teeth to look their best. Collie-Nose, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, is on sale at all drugstores. Try it now. And now for Mr. Keene. Last time, Mr. Keene went in search of Anthony Valla, a once brilliant concert pianist who 10 years ago, when his wife died during a concert, gave up his career and dropped completely out of sight. The tracer found him plying his father's trade of carpenter in a small Midwestern town and gave him a new outlook on life, which assured his return to music and his future happiness with a nice girl who loved him. Now it's several weeks later, and a client has just left the tracer's private office by the door leading directly to the corridor. Mr. Keene rings for his spinster secretary, Miss Ellis. Listen.
Yes, Mr. Keene?
Oh, Miss Ellis, Mrs. Leroy just left. And here's her check made out at Keene & Company for finding her long-lost sister. I've endorsed it, and you can send it to the Sunnyfield Orphanage.
Yes, sir. Your next appointment's waiting. That Mr. Donald Craigie from the insurance company.
Very well. He can come in now.
All right. Hello? Susie? Mr. Keene will see Mr. Craigie. Now, look, Mr. Keene. Before he gets into your office, I just want to warn you. He says he has a case for you, but I know insurance men. And once he's in here, he'll try to sell you $1 million policy, so you just be firm.
I hardly imagine the interview will go like that, Miss Ellis.
Well, you see.
I'm already insured with Mr. Craigie's company, and he knows it. That's how he happened to hear about me. So let's take him on faith, at least until we get acquainted with him, shall we?
All right, but... Oh, there he is. I hear him outside. I'll get him. Mr. Craigie?
Yes?
Right this way, please.
Oh, thanks. Lovely day, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Makes me feel as if I'm going to live in excellent health for a long time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Keene. Thanks for letting me come.
Not at all, Mr. Craigie. Sit down and tell me what's troubling you.
I'll be glad to. What was that crack your secretary made about living a long time?
Oh, perhaps she thought you were trying to sell her insurance when you spoke to her pleasantly.
Well, I always speak pleasantly to people. But I'm not here to sell insurance, Mr. Keene. As I wrote you when I asked for this appointment, I'm in great need of finding somebody who went away 6 months ago.
And who is that?
My wife.
I see. She left you, Mr. Craigie?
She walked out on me, bag and baggage.
And you want her back?
No, I'm afraid that's all washed up. But she hasn't filed a suit for divorce, and I want her located so that I can ask her to divorce me.
That means you'd like to marry someone else?
Yes, I would. It sounds pretty heartless to sit here and say it, Mr. Keene, but it's not really. Sheila could have had me for life if she'd wanted to.
Why did she leave you then?
Because I've made a success. And there are some women who can't stand their husband's successes, can't keep up with them. Do you understand that?
I've often heard of such cases, Mr. Craigie, but...
I won't say that Sheila wasn't wonderful in the old days. She was, and I loved her for it. But as I got on, she changed.
Generally, in cases like this, it's the man who changes. He moves in an ever-widening circle of acquaintances. His outlook broadens. Hers remains the same.
But that's exactly what happened to us, Mr. Keene.
Yes, and then the husband begins to feel that he's far ahead of his wife.
I did feel that. I couldn't help it. But I never told her so.
But you fell in love with another woman. A woman with a kind of background you've now achieved for yourself. A woman better suited to fit into your present mode of life?
No, not till after Sheila left me. I knew Rosalind before that. Sheila knew her, too. But Rosalind Prescott was no more than a friend until my wife walked out on me and I was sunk.
I see.
Rosalind has a good time. She's beautiful and gay and popular. She's been awfully nice to me since Sheila left me.
Rosalind Prescott. She writes magazine stories, doesn't she?
Yes, Mr. Keene. She's very good at it. She's wonderful. And she's willing to marry me if I can just find Sheila and get this divorce business over with.
And you have no idea where your wife is?
None. I know she didn't go back to the little town we both come from, but because my parents still live there, and they write me that no one in town has seen her or heard from her.
What about your wife's parents?
They died when Sheila was a child. Neighbors took her in and brought her up. She has no relatives of her own anywhere.
That makes it difficult. What about friends? There must be someone who knows where she is.
I doubt it. Her friends back home keep asking my folks if there's any news of her. And there's a young married woman here in New York, Mr. Keene. A girl from our town, too. Dorothy Beecroft, Mrs. Ted Beecroft, who went to school with Sheila. But I wrote Dorothy, and she wrote back saying she had no idea where Sheila was.
You wrote her, Mr. Craigie? Someone here in New York? Why didn't you go to see her?
She's no friend of mine, I'm afraid. And from her own point of view, of course, she's justified. I see that. But, well, you'd have to hear my whole story to understand.
I want to hear your whole story. Suppose you tell it to me now, from the beginning.
All right, Mr. Keene. The place I come from is very small, but it rates as a city. My father's been mayor for years. We were never wealthy, but we were a nice, good family. I went to school in town, public school. There wasn't any other.
Was it in school you met the girl you later married, Mr. Craigie?
I knew her in a vague way, but not well. After I left school, I got to know her better. You see, Mr. Keene, I always found it easy to sell things to people, even when I was a boy. It was just the same in college. And when I graduated, I went back home and got a job because of it.
Selling insurance?
Yes, in the local agency. That's where I really met Sheila. She was through school by then and was working as a secretary for Mr. Phillips.
Your new boss, eh?
Yes. He was nice, but with no ambition at all. He used to sit around the office and wait for policies to fall into his lap. I went out and sold policies, lots of them. The business grew so, Mr. Keene, that it came to the attention of one of the big insurance companies Mr. Phillips represented. And they sent for me.
I see. And that's how you came to New York and your present job. Did you marry before you came?
Yes. Sheila and I were in love by then. And she'd always been such a help. I thought she always would be. How could I know she was just a small-town girl with small-town ideas that were never going to change?
Ideas about what, Mr. Craigie?
Oh, you know, working hard and saving for a rainy day. She never could see that in New York, that's no way to get ahead.
Isn't it?
Of course not. You get ahead by making contacts, Mr. Keene. Important friends who introduce you to people with money to invest. And you can't make that sort of friends unless you seem their own kind and live the same way they do.
I see. So you began to practice that.
I had to, and it worked. I started on a small salary and small commissions. Now I'm making big ones. Sheila and I started our married life in a little flat. And now I live in a penthouse. And I have a place in Connecticut for summer weekends.
Well, it sounds tremendously pleasant, Mr. Craigie. Why did your wife object?
Because she wanted to live in 2 rooms and do her own housework and have a baby and take care of it herself. The typical life of a small-town girl. She wanted a savings bank account for the baby's future. She couldn't see that the money I spent getting ahead was a better investment for the baby's future than a few dollars set aside each week.
So there isn't any savings account, and there isn't any baby?
No. Sheila wanted the wrong kind of friends, too. Friends like Dorothy Beecroft, narrow and stupid and unattractive. I had an awful time making her see that. Just because you go to school with a girl, you don't have to keep up the friendship afterwards.
So that's why young Mrs. Beecroft doesn't like you, Mr. Craigie?
Yes, I'm afraid so, Mr. Keene. And I'm sorry in a way. I don't want to have enemies, even frightfully unimportant ones. But we couldn't have people like that underfoot. They didn't speak our language.
I see. So you finally persuaded your wife to drop them. But after she left you, you thought she might have been in touch with them?
It occurred to me, so I wrote as I told you, but they hadn't heard from her. Apparently no one has. So it's up to you to find her, Mr. Keene. And you will, won't you?
I'll do what I can, Mr. Craigie. What's your wife's maiden name?
Lord. Sheila Lord. And here's a photograph of her. She's pretty.
Yes, she's very beautiful. All right, thank you. I'll begin to investigate at once. I might, by the way, have to cover some of the same ground you covered. So you better tell me the name of your hometown.
Aberdeen, Vermont. But you'll just be wasting your time if you go there.
I think so, too. But I never start a case without all the facts available. What's the address of the Beecrofts here in New York?
I'm sorry, I don't remember. But it's in the telephone book. His name's Theodore.
Very well. I won't keep you any longer now, Mr. Craigie, but I'll let you hear from me about my progress.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. I know you're wonderful. If anyone can find her, you can. And do try, Mr. Keene. I want my freedom. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, Miss Ellis, would you come in now, please?
Certainly, Mr. Keene. Goodbye, Mr. Craigie.
Goodbye, Miss Ellis. I still think it's a lovely day.
Well, of all the... Mr. Keene, was I right about him? Did he come here under false colors?
Under false colors? No, Miss Ellis, not exactly. He wasn't selling insurance, and he was perfectly sincere in everything he told me.
Oh.
He wants me to find his wife, who left him 6 months ago, without provocation. He honestly believes it was without provocation. He wants a divorce from her, and he thinks he's justified in getting one, because she refused to keep step with him as he rose in the world. Perhaps he's right. But somehow I'd like to hear her side of the story, too.
Yes.
For it may be quite different from his. So let's start looking for her. Will you get me the address of a Theodore Beecroft from the telephone book?
Why does Mr. Keene want the Beecrofts' address? Does he believe they were lying to Donald Craigie? Where is Sheila Craigie? Listen next Tuesday at this same time as the tracer goes a long way toward the solution of the pathetic case of the young husband who thought his wife failed him. No matter how much confidence you may have in your present dentifrice, if you don't know all about it, see your own dentist without delay. Ask him to recommend a dentifrice he knows is pure, effective, and most important, safe to give your family. Chances are he'll suggest Collinos toothpaste, for Collinos has been awarded the seal of acceptance of the American Dental Association's Council on Dental Therapeutics, an unbiased scientific body representing over 43,000 practicing dentists. Your own dentist will tell you this seal of acceptance is the highest, the most important honor any dentifrice can have. It means that Collinos has been tested for polishing power, for purity, and for safety, and that on the basis of actual evidence has been awarded this prize seal of acceptance. Now, there's a sound reason for this success. You see, Collinos is the formula of a famous specialist who developed in Collinos what he considered the perfect dentifrice, the kind he would want his own patients to use. So it was only natural that Collinos should gain the recognition of other practicing dentists. So remember this fact the next time you buy, and ask for Collinos, recognized by many dentists as a pure, effective, and safe dentifrice for you and your family to use. Remember the name, Collinos, spelled Kollynos. Get a tube at your druggist tonight. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Tuesday at this same time. This is James Fleming speaking.
Relieve acid stomach upsets quickly with Bisodol, Bisodol. It's pleasant tasting, acts fast. Get Bisodol for only 25 cents at your druggist's tonight.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
To save both time and money in waxing floors, use economical no-rubbing Aero Wax. Just apply it, and in 6 to 9 minutes, it dries itself to a hard, lustrous finish that saves countless scrubbings. Makes dingy floors shine like new, yet Aero Wax costs only 25 cents a pint. Try Aero Wax, Aerowax, tomorrow. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Collinos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons.
one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, would you like to have an attractive, dazzling smile, teeth that sparkle with all their natural brilliance? Then try the new Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Colonos acts like a jeweler's polish in removing tarnish from silver, erasing the common surface stains and dingy film that so often robs you of an attractive smile. See the difference it makes in the appearance of your teeth. Try Colonos toothpaste. K-O-L-Y-N-O-S tonight. And now, Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons. Our story this time opens far from Mr. Keene's comfortable office in New York, on a stormy night in the deep south, a night lashed by wind and rain. A ramshackle old cab makes its way up a back road. Over his shoulder, the old Negro driver talks to his two passengers, Mr. Keene and the latter's assistant, Mike Clancy.
So y'all wants me to drop you off at the Meade place?
Yes, driver. That's what I said. Will we soon be there?
In hardly a minute, boss. Wouldn't get me to go visiting in there at night.
And why not?
Most unnatural folks in there. Crazy folks.
Saints preserve us.
All touched in the head and the heart.
Why do you say that?
You'll meet 'em, boss. Here you are, gentlemen. This gate right over here.
Quite a big place. And all walled in.
I'll get out and ring the bell for you.
Thank you.
And I'll wait here till someone comes for to fetch you. But I ain't going inside.
Driver, you wouldn't be superstitious, eh?
Oh, no, sir. Just intelligent. I was very intelligent about places where not to go.
Oh, Mr. Keene, I just remembered something terribly important.
What's that, Mike?
Well, I got an appointment tonight to go bowling in New York.
Oh, steady, Mike. There comes somebody now.
Why, it's a Great Dane, big as a horse.
And a woman with him. She's unlocking the gate. Come on, Mike. Let's get out.
On your responsibility, sir.
Driver, I believe this covers the fare.
Thank you, sir. And good luck to you.
Good evening.
I suppose you're Mr. Keene.
Yes, and this is my assistant, Mike Clancy.
I'm Dorothea Meade.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How do you do? Please come in. Sorry you had to make the trip in such weather, Mr. Keene.
Not at all. I'm much more troubled by what you had to say in your letter, Miss Meade.
Oh, yes, it's so disturbing about Uncle Adam. Let's walk along the driveway, shall we? We'll get some shelter from the trees.
Well, these are water oaks, I believe.
12 altogether in a double row.
They're magnificent.
Yes, but they've been going to pieces lately. There's the house on up ahead.
Oh, yes. That's one of the most beautiful and majestic southern mansions I've ever seen.
But decaying, like everything else around here. Oh, be careful of that first step, Mr. Keene. It's loose.
I have it.
Just fasten Nero's leash to the post here. Please come inside. And just hang your coats and hats on those hooks there.
Thank you.
It's good to be out of the rain.
Well, if you'll come across the hall now, we'll make ourselves comfortable in the library.
Stop where you are!
Saints preserve us.
Turn around. Get out of this house.
It's that man, the top of the stairs.
You're not wanted here. Get out.
Oh, now stop it, Cousin Roscoe. You're being very rude.
I don't like strangers. I hate them.
Go on back to your room, dear, and work on your plans. Otherwise, you'll never capture Washington.
Ah, yes. Washington. I'll move up reinforcements to the Army of the Potomac. Dorothea, see that I am not disturbed.
Glory be.
Poor Roscoe is still fighting the War of the States, Mr. Keene.
So it would seem.
Here, let's go into the library.
Of course.
Now, if you'll just make yourselves comfortable.
Well, now, Miss Dorothea, To get a few facts straight, this place belongs to your Uncle Adam?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
How old is he?
About 80.
And he disappeared just 10 days ago?
That's right. That's why I want you to investigate.
Well, now, who are all the members of the household?
Well, I'm just visiting here. Then there are 2 nephews and another niece. You've just met one of the nephews, my cousin Roscoe.
I'll say.
Then there's also Roscoe's sister, Harriet, both about 50.
Yes?
Finally, there's my cousin Herbert Meade, about 40, very charming. He lived for years in India.
Oh, did he?
Came back last year with wonderful gifts for all of us. I believe he's enormously wealthy.
At any rate, that was the entire household except for the servants. Your uncle and 2 nieces and 2 nephews.
Yes.
Well, now, tell me about the exact circumstance of his disappearance, Miss Dorothea.
Well, after dinner that night, Uncle Adam decided to go for a walk. It was very dark, moonless, but quite mild.
He went by himself?
No, Nero trotted off with him, Mr. Keene.
Mm-hmm. Who was the last person to see him?
Well, I was. I went out after him to offer him a flashlight. He said...
Nonsense, my dear. I don't need it.
Oh, but it's so awfully dark, Uncle Adam.
I know every pebble around here by its first name. Come along, Nero. Let's go get some air.
And that was the last time you saw him, eh? What about Nero?
We found Nero here the next morning, tied to a post. Well, we presumed that Uncle Adam had decided not to take him after all, or disappeared after returning.
Did you start a search for him?
The very next morning, Mr. Keene. Well, the police went all over the grounds and no trace of him. Then I decided to write to you. Oh, I'm so terribly worried. What could have happened to him, Mr. Keene?
It's much too early to start guessing, my dear. Miss Dorothea, quite frankly, how did your uncle get along with the other members of the household?
Well, he was something of a tease. You see it... Oh, hello, Cousin Herbert.
Hello, Dorothea. I understand Mr. Keene has arrived.
Yes, and this is his assistant, Mr. Clancy.
How do you do? This is a dreadful business. If there's any way I can help, Mr. Keene...
I may want to talk to you later, Mr. Meade.
Well, I'll be in my room. Delighted to have met you, Mr. Keene.
Seems like a very pleasant sort.
Oh, he's a dear. And about the only one that Uncle Adam never picked on. Of course, Uncle Adam's been supporting Roscoe and Harriet for years as permanent guests. But he could never let off reminding Harriet about her age. He'd say,
Harriet, my dear niece, sometimes I begin to think you'll never find a husband.
Be still, Uncle Adam.
I must admit, though, that I met a fellow the other day who's quite smitten with you, Harriet.
Oh, really? Did you?
Miss Harriet, he said, isn't the flashy kind, but for solid good looks, she can't be beat.
Oh, tell me, who said that?
Oh, a fellow in the old man's home.
I hate you, Uncle Adam. I hate you.
That wasn't very kind.
but in money matters, he was the very soul of generosity. Here, look, inside the drawer of this table, Mr. Keene.
Simply stuffed with bills.
It was there for Roscoe and Harriet to use as they wished.
Interesting.
Boss, there's something very odd about the size of those bills.
Yes, this is the old-fashioned currency, Mike. About 50% larger than what's issued nowadays.
It's one of my uncle's eccentricities. He's kept a bale of cash in a bank vault for years, and he's still drawing on it.
I see. Well, now, Miss Dorothea, beside the servants, was there anybody else around the grounds about the time he disappeared?
Well, yes. Uncle Adam had hired 3 or 4 men to work on the oaks.
That double row we saw as we came in, eh?
Yes. And I can get you the names of all the men who worked here.
That can wait until morning.
Oh, yes, of course. Let me show you to your rooms now. Here you are, Mr. Keene. Your room, Mr. Clancy, is the one down the hall there.
Well, thank you, Miss Dorothea. I'll be one to talk a minute with the boss. I'll find it later.
Everything's all laid out for you. Good night.
Good night.
Boss, what do you make of it?
Nothing yet.
Oh, this place gives me the creeps.
Oh, relax, Mike.
Oh, I get the feeling that eyes are on me all the time. And then that darn rainstorm. Oh, I wish he hadn't put us off in this lonely old wing by ourselves.
Steady, Mike. Go to sleep.
Well, I'll try to anyhow. Good night, boss.
Good night. Almost 11 o'clock. It is a strange house. And a strange family. wonder if that storm will clear by morning. Must have a look around the grounds as soon as possible and see if... Great Scott! It's Mike Clancy. Somebody's turned off the hall light. One moment, Mike, while I find the hall light. There you are, lying in the floor. Wait, Mike, wait. I'll fasten it from your neck. There we are.
Oh, saints preserve us. What was it?
A silk stocking, drawn around your neck like a noose.
Glory be.
Tell me, what happened?
I don't know, boss. I stepped out into the hall. I started for my own room. Suddenly the light went out and I was being choked.
With a silk stocking?
Oh, there ain't no better use for silk stockings in times like these.
1 second. You notice anything about the color of this?
Well, it's dark, sort of.
Gunmetal. The same color that Dorothea Meade was wearing.
Oh, boss, I told you I should have went bowling tonight in little old New York.
Good morning, Mr. Keene.
Good morning.
You enjoying the view from the porch?
Yes, it's beautiful.
Thank heavens the storm has cleared.
Yes, it gave me the chance to look around the grounds.
Oh, did you find anything interesting?
Mm-hmm. But on Mr. Clancy's neck, look at this.
A stocking? Why, it looks like one of my own.
It was used last night in an attempt to choke Mr. Clancy.
Oh, dear God.
I wonder if you can explain.
Well, I'm afraid that I can. I have several pairs like that. When I went back to my room last night, Roscoe was coming out.
Oh, was he?
He said he'd been looking for some book, and I know he has fits of temper, but I hate to believe he actually would try.
Here he comes now, up the gravel path.
Ah, that you, Keene? Just the man I want to see.
Good. I want to talk with you.
Tell me, Keene, if you were in a situation where your major forces were disposed along the Potomac and Grant was moving along your flank...
Now, Mr. Meade.
Oh, you think I'm a bit of a fool, don't you? Well, look at these.
$1 bills?
A dozen of them.
The old-fashioned size.
I've been investigating for a week, all on my own. You know where they all turned up? In the bar back in town. The bartender told me. I bought them all up. Know why?
Well, why?
Because they'd all been spent there by Ben Matley.
Oh, who's he?
He's one of the men working on the grounds when my uncle disappeared.
Simple as could be. Matley murdered Uncle Adam.
Well, that's very much worth looking into. But what about this stocking, Mr. Meade? Ever see it before? Have you?
Of course. On Dorothea's leg.
One moment, Mr. Meade. I'm afraid I'll have to go after it. Mr. Meade!
Stop where you are.
Mr. Keene, this is Cousin Harriet.
I don't want this man here. Tell him to leave Roscoe alone.
Cousin Harriet, if we're ever to find Uncle Adam...
Why, Jim, I don't much care if we do.
This seems to be a house of hate, with motives on every side. But Mr. Keene continues his search. Meanwhile, thousands of girls who suffer the heartache of being unpopular, clever, pretty, smartly dressed girls, have just one thing to blame: teeth that rob them of charm when they smile. Thousands of men whose livelihood depends on selling themselves to others have the same weakness of appearance to blame. They don't know it or notice it, but the people they contact do. You may or may not be one of those people, but if you have the slightest suspicion that you are, try the new Colonos toothpaste, a high-polishing toothpaste. Its action is like a jeweler's polish removing tarnish from a piece of silver. You'll find Colonos helps remove those dingy, unattractive surface stains from your teeth, brings out all the natural luster and brilliance that add so much to your smile. Start using the new Colonos tonight. Remember, it's a high-polishing toothpaste. You can get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste at any drugstore. Now back to Mr. Keene, who is knocking on the door of a cottage near the Meade estate.
Good morning. Are you Ben Matley?
Sure enough.
Keene is my name.
Yeah. I heard they was calling you from New York to find old Mr. Adam Meade.
Well, Matley, I'm going to ask you a very blunt question.
Yeah?
How do you come to have so many of those large-sized bills that Mr. Adam Meade always used?
Heck, I worked for him for weeks on them trees.
You would seem to be spending more than your normal share.
Sure. I'm good at poker, and the other boys ain't.
Well, tell me, Matley, about the work you did in those water oaks. Now, I gather that it consisted of hollowing out the rotted parts and filling them with cement.
Yeah, sure enough.
And then, were they finished?
Yep. A couple of weeks ago today.
Before Mr. Meade disappeared?
The day before.
Oh.
Sure had big holes in them. Funny the way that rot gets in water oaks. Holes big as a house, Mr. Keene.
But it never affects black walnut trees that way, does it?
Hardly ever. What do you ask me for?
Why? For an excellent reason.
We're ready for lunch, Mr. Keene.
Good, Miss Dorothea. I've worked up quite an appetite with all my walking this morning.
Right this way. The others are all waiting.
How do you do?
Mr. Clancy's sitting here by my side. Will you sit next to Cousin Herbert, Mr. Keene?
I'd be delighted.
Any progress, Mr. Keene?
Progress? Why, I believe... excuse me.
Oh, did you drop something on the floor?
I've got a pebble in my shoe. I'll have it out in a moment. There we are.
You were saying, Mr. Keene?
Negative progress. I mean that we can safely eliminate one theory.
And what is that?
If your uncle has been murdered, Miss Harriet, I don't believe it was for a legacy.
Why do you say that, Mr. Keene?
Because, Miss Dorothea, he has been made to disappear so completely.
I don't follow. Not at all, Mr. Keene.
Assuming that he is dead, his will cannot be probated, nor can his estate be distributed for at least 5 years. You see, there must be proof of death through the finding of the body, or else, under the laws of this state, 5 years must pass until he can be presumed to be legally dead.
Why, I didn't know that.
Everybody knows that.
Be that as it may, Cousin Herbert, Uncle Adam will turn up all right.
What makes you so sure, Miss Harriet?
A bad penny always turns up.
Hello? Somebody knocking?
It's I, Mr. Keene, Herbert Meade.
Oh, come in.
Mr. Keene.
One moment, I'll switch on the bed lamp.
I'm sorry to waken you. It was my first chance to break away from the others.
What's the trouble?
I don't know whether Dorothea has been completely frank, Mr. Keene.
In what regard?
When Uncle Adam walked off that night, he wasn't alone.
Oh? Really?
I was looking out of the library window. Down the path, Uncle Adam was joined by... Well, family loyalty is a good thing, but...
Come, Mr. Meade.
The best way is to have it all come out now. Surely we could enter a plea of insanity for him.
For Roscoe, you mean?
You've seen one of his rages, I believe.
Yes.
Uncle Adam always was ridiculing poor Roscoe's military campaigns.
But the body...
Mr. Keene, I know the grounds have already been searched once. But I noticed this morning that the way Nero was mooning around in back of the house. It's only a stab in the dark, but I...
Yes, go on.
Tomorrow, by daylight, we'll go there together.
All right. First thing in the morning.
Good morning, Mr. Keene.
Good morning, Mike.
Something on your mind, boss?
Well, Mike, yesterday at lunch I set a trap.
And? Tell me about it.
There was no pebble in my shoe yesterday. I was examining a trouser cuff.
I don't follow you.
Come along, Mike. We have an appointment this morning with Herbert Meade.
Maybe he's gone downstairs by now, Mr. Keene.
Maybe. But let's try the door.
Okay.
Boss, it's Scott.
Oh, look at him there in the bed. Blood all over his face.
Quick, let's get to him. Mr. Meade. Herbert.
Oh, my, a nasty gash on his forehead, sir.
Herbert, can you hear me?
Boss, he must be dead.
No. He seems to be just barely breathing. Mike, run downstairs. Have somebody phone for a doctor.
Okay, boss. Well, what are you doing there, sir?
Having a look in the closet, Mike.
What for?
The killer?
No, just his trousers.
Well, we certainly had a fright, Mr. Keene.
What did the doctor say, Miss Dorothea?
Nasty cut for Cousin Herbert, but no fracture, fortunately.
Well, does Herbert have any idea who attacked him?
Just going back to discuss that with him now. You coming with me, Mr. Keene?
As a matter of fact, I'll join you later if you don't mind. I want to have a look in your uncle's tool shed, if I may.
Of course, anything, only we must find out once and for all who's responsible for all these horrors in this house. Oh, poor Herbert. Don't you think you should stay in bed?
Oh, don't worry, Dorothy. I'll be all right.
And you have no idea who it was?
I was deep asleep. Next thing, something came down on my head. I remember the pain and nothing.
Why, you could have been killed.
I wasn't hit with much force, the doctor said. Dorothea, that makes me start wondering, perhaps...
Oh, no.
But Harriet is such a strange one, always sulking, always taking Roscoe's part.
Oh, Herbert.
May I come in?
Why, of course, Mr. Keene.
I see you're sitting up, Mr. Meade.
Any news, Mr. Keene?
I'm afraid so, my dears.
Afraid?
What I mean is, you know that old black walnut tree out there in back? You can just about see the top of it from that window?
Yes.
Well, what about it?
Well, just before your uncle's disappearance, some work was being done on the 12 oaks out in front, wasn't it? They had rotted.
Yes, but so.
And that's understandable. But I find also that another tree was treated the same way. Bored out and refilled with cement. That is very strange.
Why, Mr. Keene?
Black walnut doesn't usually decay like that. It doesn't ordinarily require that sort of surgery. A few minutes ago, I had that cement filling broken open.
Oh, dear God, you mean...
Your Uncle Adam Meade has been lying inside that tree for 2 weeks. Dead.
Oh.
Entombed in the black walnut by the person who killed him.
Who was that person?
The possibilities are numerous. Somebody who was mentally unbalanced, possibly. A thief, possibly.
You mean...
Or else a rather greedy and ruthless man who knew nothing about the laws of inheritance.
Who?
You, Herbert Meade.
What did you say, Mr. Keene?
Now we've got a third lunatic in the house. But, Keene, don't you realize that I was nearly killed here myself?
Nearly killed, yes. You staged that attack yourself and hit yourself just hard enough to bring blood. No worse.
Well, that's ridiculous. Well, when you found me, I was completely unconscious.
Correct. The answer is in this night table. You see? A box of sleeping powders, half gone. First you gashed yourself, then took a big dose of the sleeping powders, and then waited for results.
Oh, you're out of your mind.
You see, while you lay there unconscious, I didn't waste too much time in pity. I looked in your closet, examined the cuffs of every pair of trousers you wear.
I don't understand.
In 2 of them, I found granules of wood, of black walnut scraping. In a third, bits of cement.
Oh, now, just a moment.
Night after night, while the men working on the oaks left their equipment around, you went out and worked on the black walnut, making a tomb. And then, when it was ready, you went out in the dark after your uncle and strangled him.
Nonsense.
In the same way, you attacked my assistant later. You see, you did not understand the laws of legacy, Herbert Meade. But when I mentioned it at the table yesterday, you realized you'd made a mistake. You realized the body had to be found. And you gave me hints to guide me. You said Nero had been mooning around in back. Then, my dear fellow, you really gave yourself away.
Stand back, Keene, both of you.
Got a pistol.
Careful, Meade.
Into the closet, you two.
You won't get far, Meade. I've already been in touch with the police.
Drop that pistol, Meade. I've got you covered.
Thank you, Sheriff. That was well done.
I heard every word of it. I arrest you, Herbert Meade, for the murder of your uncle, Adam Meade.
Well, the train's on time, Mike. We'll soon be getting into Pennsylvania Station.
And sure, wait till I tell me old lady just how close she came to losing her precious Michael Clancy. Boy, oh boy. But, boss, I wonder what on earth you'd ever do if you didn't happen to know about things like black walnut trees and the laws of inheritance.
What would I do, Mike? I wouldn't be a detective.
And so ends the case of the Moonless Night. Listen next week at the same time as Mr. Keene brings us the bizarre and baffling case of the missing witness. To help bring out the gleaming, natural brightness of your teeth, remove common surface stains by brushing them with the new Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Colonos acts like a jeweler's polish in removing tarnish from silver. It quickly removes surface stains and helps make your teeth and smile look their dazzling, romantic best. Try the new Colonos toothpaste tonight. You have just been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air at a new time, every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old Tracer turns to the case of the missing witness. And now, one closing thought. Many of you listening in have signed the Home Front Pledge, a pledge made by 15 million Americans in the past year to pay no more than top legal prices and accept no ration goods without ration points. If all of us will do these two simple things, we will soon wipe out the black market, cut down the cost of living, and ensure a fair share of food for the wives and families of our fighting men and millions of others living on fixed income. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons.
Ladies, there is now a wonderfully inexpensive, easy way to wax wood floors and linoleum to a high, sparkling finish in only 6 to 9 minutes. Use Aero Wax, the self-polishing wax that goes on in a jiffy, dries without rubbing to a marvelous high luster, adds beauty to your rooms, saves countless scrubbings, yet costs only 25 cents a pint. Get Aero Wax, Aerowax, tomorrow.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thousands of women are finding that economical, no-rubbing Aero Wax makes dingy old floors shine and sparkle look like new. Just apply, and in 6 to 9 minutes it dries to a hard, lustrous waxed finish that saves countless scrubbings and polishings. Yet, Aero Wax costs only 25 cents a pint at grocery, hardware, drug, and chain stores. Get Aero Wax, Aerowax, tomorrow.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colonos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, if your teeth are not every bit as bright and lustrous as they should be, resolve right now to bring out the natural sparkle of your smile with Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. You see, the new Colonos acts on your teeth as a jeweler's polish does on tarnished silver, safely, gently removing dingy surface stains, thereby uncovering the full natural sparkle of your smile. Ask your druggist for Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste. And now, Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Tonight he brings us the case of the missing witness, one of the strangest of his career. A case in which murder, 3 beautiful women, and a fashion show are all strangely mingled. But listen now. As our story opens, a man is seated in a chair. Across his head slants a bar of sunlight, and on his face is a completely incredulous smile. He rises slowly to say,
"Don't be a fool, my dear. Put it down before you hurt yourself. Can't you hear me? Stop this ridiculous play acting. Put it down, I say."
You really did it. I didn't think you had it in you. Not you.
Now our scene shifts to the quiet office of Mr. Keene, as his spinster secretary, Miss Ellis, enters to ask a favor.
Mr. Keene, I wonder if I might get off early this afternoon.
You want to do some shopping, Miss Ellis?
Oh, no. I'm going to a fashion show.
Why, Miss Ellis, I didn't know you were interested in fashion shows.
Well, are you insinuating that I dress like a bag of potatoes?
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Keene, it's something very, very special. You see, when I was living in Queens about 15 years ago, there used to be a little widow next door. Pretty little creature. Oh, such a struggle to make a living for herself and her daughter. I'd give her a bit of sewing every now and then to help, and... well, you won't believe me when I tell you her name.
Try me.
Mary Blaine. Today, she's the most brilliant fashion designer in America.
Good heavens, that is interesting.
She helped originate the little black dress, the dinner suit, the short evening gown. She's enormously famous and wealthy now.
Yes, I read a piece about Mrs. Blaine in one of the magazines. It called her the epitome of the successful career woman.
Well, she's giving her mid-season fashion show today, and she asked me to come for Auld Lang Syne.
Brilliant woman.
Mary's there. Hey, look here, Mr. Keene. Why don't you come along and meet her?
Oh, me at a fashion show?
Oh, there'll be dozens of men there, and all in love with beautiful Mary Blaine. Oh, do come. Now, you've nothing special to do this afternoon?
Well, all right, Miss Ellis. I'll do it.
I told you there'd be lots of men. Oh, that's the general talking to her right now.
She is beautiful, all right. But she's paid a price for her success.
How do you mean?
There's an expression in her face of strain, anxiety.
Maybe. Oh, she's noticed me. Here she comes. Isn't she stunning in that little gray number?
Miss Ellis, I'm so glad you could come.
Well, thank you, Mary, dear. And I took the liberty of bringing my boss, Mr. Keene.
How do you do, Mr. Keene?
Delighted to know you.
I've been hearing about you for years from Miss Ellis. How wise you are. And how kind.
Now, don't give away any secrets. But it's very sweet of you to break away from all those generals and things to say hello to just me, Mary.
You were my friend when I was nobody.
Well, you've always deserved the best friends in the world, Mary. And, oh, look, somebody's waving to you.
Oh, my manager. It's time for the show to begin. I'll have to get up to the microphone there to announce the new models as they come by. I'm so glad to have met you, Mr. Keene.
The pleasure was mine. Yes, she's lovely and famous, but not quite happy.
Oh, you with your X-ray eyes. Well, here starts the fashion parade, Mr. Keene.
Ladies and gentlemen, for my first offering, a long dinner dress with panel of pleated white chiffon, tied with a grosgrain ribbon at the back.
Isn't that stunning?
Yes, even an old bachelor can see that.
Especially an old bachelor. You know, it's funny. I don't see Eric Plumber here, Mr. Keene.
Eric Plumber? You mean the portrait painter?
Yes, and gay dog #1 of New York.
Oh, they're good friends, Miss Ellis?
He's been infatuated with Mary for some time.
You mean he and Mrs. Blaine are going to marry?
Well, Mary's a strange one, Mr. Keene. Never quite sure whether men love her for herself or her importance. But it seems that Eric Plumber has finally won her heart.
And now a black velour suit with lean plum-lined skirt, a double-breasted jacket with high scrolled lapels and a scrolled hip pocket.
Mr. Keene, over there by the door.
Yes, Miss Ellis?
That charming little blonde, that's Mary's daughter, Bunny.
Quite a young lady.
It's hard to believe that Mary would have a daughter 18 years old.
Yes, she's still so young herself.
Mary won't be too pleased about her coming here.
Why?
Well, Mary just likes to keep Bunny away from business and career and men of the world.
Oh.
Mary's learned to value everything old-fashioned. A little white house with chintz curtains.
In other words, one of America's greatest career women thinks that a woman's place is really in the home. And a simple home.
Miss Ellis. Miss Ellis.
Hello, Bunny, dear.
Miss Ellis, how long has the show been going on?
About 15 minutes.
I must talk to Mother. I must.
But, dear, she's up there at the microphone. You can see.
Something horrible has happened. I must talk to her.
But, Bunny, what do you mean?
And now with my last offering before the intermission, another short dinner dress.
Mother.
She's seen you, Bunny. She's coming this way. Oh, now, dear, try to quiet yourself. And here, let me introduce you to Mr. Keene.
How do you do, Bunny?
Mr. Keene, you're the famous detective.
I am an investigator.
Well, maybe you can do something about this horrible thing.
What horrible thing, Bunny?
Hello, Bunny, dear.
Mother.
Darling, I thought you were going skating with your young soldier friend.
No, I didn't. Oh, Mother.
Oh, come, Bunny. What's happened?
I went to Eric Plummer's studio instead half an hour ago.
To Eric's studio? Why?
He asked me to tea. He wanted to talk about doing my portrait.
He might have asked me about that.
Oh, it was all to be a surprise, Mother. Eric said it would make me the toast of cafe society. I'd become glamour girl #1 of 1944.
Oh, my dear. You should have gone skating. Bob Martin is such a fine boy, and his furlough will be up soon.
Mother, I still haven't told you what happened.
If you'd rather we left you alone.
Oh, no, Mr. Keene, please stay. I beg you to.
Well, what has happened, Bunny?
When I got to the studio and rang the doorbell, a policeman came out.
A policeman?
He asked me all sorts of questions because you see, Eric's been shot.
Shot? Good heavens.
Through the head. He's dead, Mother. He's dead.
Oh, how utterly horrible.
The police said there weren't any clues at all. Oh, imagine anybody killing a wonderful man like Eric Plummer. It's ghastly. Ghastly. I want to find the person who killed Eric. I want to make them pay. And that's why I thought maybe Mr. Keene
Yes, Mr. Keene. In a situation like this, you'd know exactly what to do.
But if the police are already on the case...
Well, one moment, please. Bunny, go over to Mr. LaRue and ask him to announce the rest of the show.
All right, Mother.
And you, Mr. Keene, would you please step into my office with me? Oh, forgive me, Miss Ellis.
Oh, it's quite all right, Mary.
Here, Mr. Keene.
Thank you. Well, my dear?
Mr. Keene, Bunny's news did not altogether surprise me.
Really?
In fact, I know very well who killed Eric Plummer.
You do?
But first, Mr. Keene, I've heard you're the cleverest private investigator in this country.
Thank you.
Do something for me, please. Go to Eric's studio, examine all the evidence, and when you come back...
Yes?
I'll tell you who killed Eric Plummer.
Good afternoon, Captain Thomas.
Oh, well, if it isn't Mr. Keene, your assistant with you, the one and only Mike. I'm glad to see you both.
Good day to yourself, Captain.
You're handling the police investigation, Captain?
That's right, Mr. Keene. Come in.
Thank you.
Well, what brings you here, if I may ask?
I was with Eric Plummer's fiancée, Mrs. Mary Blaine, when she got word of the shooting. She's very upset, naturally. She asked me to look into it. Do you mind?
Not at all, Mr. Keene. It's murder, all right.
Has the medical examiner been here yet?
We're waiting for him now.
If I might look at the body.
Certainly. This way, sir. In this room here. Well, there he is. Just the way we found him.
He had been sitting by his easel in the center of the room.
But there's nothing on the easel, boss. Just an empty frame.
Quite right, Mike.
We figure there was once a painting there, Mr. Keene, and the person who shot him was being painted. Then ripped it off the frame to avoid identification.
Yes, very possible indeed, Captain. Now then, if I may look at the wound.
Right there in the head.
No powder marks.
No.
And the path of the bullet, it entered just above the right ear at a distance of What would you say, Captain? Doesn't it seem to you that bullet was fired from 15 feet or more?
I leave that kind of guessing to the medical examiner. Oh, may I ask why you're staring at the walls now, Mr. Keene?
I was wondering about the proportions of this room.
I measured it already. 20 by 20.
Oh, thank you. No sign anywhere of the gun that killed him?
None.
May I ask how you learned about the shooting?
Through a neighbor. The shot resounded pretty loud in the air shaft back of that window there.
And the neighbor who heard it?
The gal who has the studio in the back. Portuguese gal. Rosa Avalar. She was taking a bath at the time she heard the shot. Quick as she could, she came and knocked on the door here. No answer, so she sent for us.
Well, thank you, Captain. I won't trouble you any further.
Rosa Avalar. This is her daughter.
All right, Mike. Wait for me on the landing below. I'd rather go in alone.
Okay, Mr. Keene.
Miss Avalar?
Yes?
I'm taking a hand in the investigation of the murder next door.
Well, I have already talked with the police.
Just one or two questions more.
Why not? I want to help as much as I can. This Mr. Plumber was a very kind gentleman.
In what way?
Oh, he is a painter and I am a painter. But I am a little one, a poor one. He made me many loans of materials. Very generous.
As one artist to another, eh?
Yes, of course.
Well, what I'd like to know is, did you see who entered his studio in the hours before he was shot?
No. I am busy painting a flower piece.
That one there?
Yes.
It's lovely.
You like it?
Very much. I presume you're working from that vase of roses on the windowsill.
Yes, that's right.
Well, now, after the shooting, did you hear anybody running from the studio?
Well, I am not sure. You see, I am taking a bath with the window closed. I hear a loud noise like a shot, but nothing else.
Thank you. Sorry to have troubled you.
No trouble at all.
Well, Mr. Keene?
Mike, I'd like you to check something for me right away.
Why, sure, sir.
While I go back to see Mrs. Blaine, I want you to dig up the landlord of this house and, just as routine, check on these points.
In just a few moments, the scene follows between Mr. Keene and Mary Blaine. Meanwhile, remember, first impressions are usually lasting impressions. People judge you by the way they see you. They decide almost at once whether they want to know you better or not. And one of the greatest factors that influence everyone you meet is your teeth. If your teeth are dull and discolored by surface stains, chances are 9 times out of 10 that others find you unattractive. That's why I want to tell you about the new Colonos toothpaste. It's a high-polishing toothpaste. Thousands more people every day are discovering it does wonders in helping to remove from the teeth those dingy-looking surface stains, so that the natural sparkle and brilliance is revealed. What's more, Colonos is delightfully pleasant to use, because it leaves your mouth feeling tingling clean and refreshed. For its action is like a jeweler's polish removing tarnish from a piece of silver. So if you want a smile that makes a good impression, that adds to your charm and personality, try the new Colonos toothpaste, a high-polishing toothpaste. Get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste at any drugstore tonight. And now Mr. Keene faces Mary Blaine, Eric Plummer's beautiful and famous fiancée.
Here, Mr. Keene, sit down.
Thank you, Mrs. Blaine.
You went there. You examined the evidence.
Yes, I fulfilled my part of the bargain.
And now I'll have to fulfill mine.
Well, my dear, you said you knew who killed Eric Plummer.
I did, Mr. Keene. I killed him.
You? I fancied you'd say that.
Oh, not because I'm shielding anybody else. Please don't get the conventional idea that my daughter, that Bunny, perhaps...
No. But if you did it, why did you send me back to look at the evidence?
Because I hoped and prayed that perhaps I didn't do it. Oh, I know all this sounds mad.
Tell me the whole story.
The whole story, Mr. Keene. I've given my best years to fight my way to the top. Now it's just one long nightmare of anxiety to stay there. Men flock around me. Why? For my money, my fame, or for myself? I can never be sure. When I met Eric Plumber, I knew he'd led a rather wild life, but he was a great artist in his own right. And when he told me he loved me, it sounded real for once. Or I hoped it was real.
Yes, my dear. Go on.
Lately, he's been painting my portrait. Once I took Bunny to watch. That was a mistake. Eric went to work on Bunny with all his charm. A man old enough to be her father. I want to keep Bunny wholesome and natural, Mr. Keene. I asked Eric again and again to stop turning her head. Today, this morning, I went to sit for him again, and to have it out with him once and for all. I was sitting on the dais, and he was painting. He looked up and laughed. He said,
Well, my dear, you wouldn't be jealous of Bunny now, would you?
"Don't be silly, Eric. I just want you to leave Bunny alone."
Such a hackneyed situation, isn't it? The poor man starts by falling in love with the mother, and then suddenly he sees that after all, it's the daughter he loves.
Eric, you don't love anybody. It's all a game with you.
Ah, me. The eternal triangle.
He'd taken that tone with me before, Mr. Keene. Laughed at me. This time I was desperate. I wasn't going to let him ruin Bunny's life. I brought along a revolver. I took it from my bag. Eric looked up and said,
Mary, you're much too sophisticated for that kind of nonsense.
"You must promise me never to see Bunny again." Eric, I'm serious about this, believe
Don't
me.
be a fool, my dear. Put it down before you hurt yourself. Can't you hear me? Stop this ridiculous play acting. Put it down, I say.
You really did it. I didn't think you had it in you.
And there he lay dead before you, Mrs. Blaine.
Mr. Keene, will you believe me? I was horrified. I never really meant to pull that trigger. I only wanted to frighten him. And suddenly, he was dead. I suppose I should give myself up to the police.
One moment. Before you do anything like that, what has become of the gun?
Well, after I ran from the house, my first thought was to get rid of it. I threw it away.
Where?
There was a can of cinders standing in front of one of the houses. I pushed the gun inside and covered it over.
That, my dear, was a great mistake. You went and buried your own best witness.
Witness?
Yes. To the fact that you never shot Eric Plumber.
But I didn't shoot him.
No. It was a physical impossibility.
Why? Why do you say that?
Better answer.
Hello?
Begging your pardon. May I speak to Mr. Keene?
One moment, please, Mr. Keene.
Thank you. Hello?
Boss, Mr. Keene.
Oh, hello, Mike. What'd you find out?
Boss, you hit it on the nose.
Good, Mike. I'm glad. Now, something else for you to do.
Yes, sir.
Check with the sanitation department at once. Ask what they've done with the cinders they removed this morning from the 3000 block in East 58th Street.
Cinders?
What I'm really after is a gun. The caliber...
38.
38. Mike, we must have it.
Talk of a needle in a haystack.
I know you won't fail me, Mike.
Okay, sir.
So you think I did not kill Eric?
Strange, isn't it? That I have to get evidence to convince you of your own innocence.
But if I didn't, who did, Mr. Keene?
That, my dear, is another story, and a rather tragic one. Forgive me if I run along now.
Oh, so you are here again. The old gentleman.
Yes, I'm afraid I must trouble you again.
With more questions?
This is a matter of life or death.
For whom?
A woman, her daughter, other persons.
Well, what do you want now?
Permission to inspect your studio. I want to study the layout.
Sorry, I cannot talk to anyone.
Miss Avila!
She slammed the door in my face. Come in.
Good morning, boss. It's me. Not fit to stand in anybody's office.
Why, Mike, you're all covered with ashes.
Like a spectre risen from the grave. I've been digging through a mountain of ashes all night.
Where?
Oh, over on the East Drive. They were taking it for landfill.
Did you find it, Mike?
Here you are, boss.
Good work.
Have a look inside.
Mike, I'm going back to Mary Blaine's place at once.
I beg your pardon, sir. Are you going in there by any chance to see Mrs. Blaine?
Yes, Corporal. You are a corporal, aren't you?
Yes, sir. Bob Martin's my name.
My name is Keene. I believe you're a friend of Bunny's.
Oh, I'm crazy about her. I came up on this furlough just to see Bunny. She locks herself away from me, won't come to the phone. I'm not sophisticated enough for her, I guess.
I rather fancy she may soon have her fill of sophistication.
Well, I just thought if you saw Bunny around inside
I'll be glad to tell her you're here.
Oh, thank you,
and
sir.
too bashful to break in.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, Mr. Keene. Oh, I've been waiting so anxiously ever since you phoned that you were coming.
Can we speak somewhere privately?
Of course. This door.
Mr. Keene.
Hello, Bunny.
You have good news for us?
Bunny knows everything. I told her.
I don't see how I ever could have thought Eric was glamorous.
Well, we found a gun, Mrs. Blaine. Look at it.
It's mine. The one I tried to get rid of.
Not one of the cartridges has been fired.
You're sure?
My dear, you couldn't possibly have killed him, and for many reasons.
What do you mean?
You say Eric Plummer was facing you when you aimed the revolver?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
But the bullet actually entered from the side of his head.
The side?
In fact, judging from the lack of powder marks, from the distance at which the fatal bullet was obviously fired, nobody inside that room could have killed him.
Why, Mr. Keene?
The room is 20 by 20. With Plummer sitting in the center at his easel, a person aiming the pistol with arm outstretched would nowhere have been more than 10 feet from him. But the bullet traveled at least 15 feet.
15? Then where did it come from?
Outside the apartment. From a studio just across the narrow air shaft, and through the open window of Plummer's studio.
And the person who killed him?
A young lady, I'm afraid, also a painter. We learned from the landlord that it was Plummer who engaged the little back studio for her a year ago.
Eric did?
Yes.
And he was supposed to be so madly in love with Mother.
For the past 3 months, her rent hasn't been paid at all. Plummer finally lost interest. The young lady, Miss Avalar, seems quite hot-tempered.
Charm. Glamour. And in the end, murder.
Come in.
Oh, Mr. Keene.
Captain Thomas.
Your office said I'd find you here. I have a message for you.
For me?
It was addressed to the old gentleman. We figured out that means you.
From Rosa Avalar.
Yeah. Read it.
Old gentleman. You are very wise. You guessed the truth. And now I will save everybody's time by sentencing myself. Rosa Avalar.
Oh, she committed suicide?
Half hour ago, ma'am.
I'm sorry about this. Truly sorry.
Well, that closes the case. I'll have to get along now and write the police report.
Goodbye, Captain Thomas.
Mr. Keene, how can I ever thank you?
You were innocent, Mrs. Blaine. I was happy to be able to help you.
Eric. Everything about him was so mean, so heartless.
That reminds me, Bunny, I believe there's a boy, a very bashful one, who's hanging around outside.
Oh, not poor Bob.
Yes, poor Bob. A boy your own age, with 10 times the real glamour of a man like Eric Plummer.
Oh, poor dear, he must be furious with me.
No, just dying to see you. And my dear, whenever you're tempted to see glamour in a man like Eric Plummer, remember that all that glisters is not gold. Often you have heard that told. Gilded tombs do worms enfold.
How terribly true. I've realized it for a long time.
And now, so do I.
All right, Bunny. Run along with you and make that poor, bashful soldier happy.
And so Mr. Keene concludes the case of the missing witness. Listen next week at the same time as he brings us the baffling and colorful case of the girl who sang too well. Every girl and woman knows that in order to be popular today, one of the most important things she needs is an attractive smile. A smile that reveals clean and sparkling teeth. And to the man in business, teeth that make a good impression are just as important, too. If you're not certain that your own teeth are as attractive as they should be, here's something you will want to know. The new Colonos High Polishing Toothpaste does wonders in helping to remove those dingy surface stains. Helps reveal the natural brilliance of your teeth that adds so much to the charm and personality of your smile. I'll tell you why it does this. Its action on teeth is like that of a jeweler's polish on tarnished silver. So start using Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste, yourself, right away. You can get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos at any drugstore tonight. You've just been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air at a new time, every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old Tracer turns to the case of the girl who sang too well. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos Toothpaste and Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons.
Ladies, there's a wonderful new way to make floors sparkle like new in 6 to 9 minutes flat. Use Aero Wax, the self-polishing wax that goes on in a jiffy, dries without rubbing. Its marvelous high luster adds beauty to your rooms, saves countless scrubbings. Yet it costs only 25 cents a full pint. Get Aero Wax, A-E-R-O-W-A-X, tomorrow.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sparkling, new-looking floors in just 6 to 9 minutes. Ladies, that's good news. Use economical, no-rubbing Aero Wax. Just apply, and it dries to a marvelous high wax luster that makes rooms lovelier, saves frequent scrubbings or polishings. Yet a full pint of Aero Wax costs only 25 cents at hardware, drug, grocery, and 10-cent stores. Aero Wax, A-E-R-O-W-A-X, will make you proud of your floors.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colonos Toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, for bright, sparkling teeth, a $1 million smile, try the new Colonos toothpaste. It's a high-polishing toothpaste that acts like a jeweler's polish, removing tarnish from silver. Safely, speedily, it whisks away dingy surface stains that cloud your smile and reveals the full, natural brilliance of your teeth. Get the new high-polishing Colonos at any drugstore tonight. Ask for Colonos toothpaste. K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. And now, Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Tonight, our story opens in one of the great movie palaces of Broadway, the Palladium, where for 3 weeks the stage presentation has been a sensational success. Skip Gordon's Review, starring Lola Bennett.
My heart tells me I will cry again.
As the spotlight cuts across the vast theater to the stage, it falls on a beautiful golden-haired girl, Lola Bennett, singing in the wistful style that has made her a hit overnight.
Will I be sorry if I do? Should I believe my heart for you?
Come back, Lola. Come back and take another bow.
Thank you, Skip.
And make a little speech for our audience, won't you?
You've been wonderful to me. I don't know how to thank you.
Hold it, everybody. Hold it. Lola will be back with another song later. Meanwhile, a little novelty number from our orchestra. A special arrangement of that outstanding hit, Pistol Packin' Mama. Take it away, maestro, while yours truly cools off in the wings.
Oh, Skip.
Yeah, Joe?
I've been stage manager here 10 years. I've never seen a gal win over a crowd like Lola.
Swell kid.
Wow, what are they doing out there?
Just a pistol sound effect in the number. Don't you like it?
I'll take a blockbuster.
Hey, where is Lola? I thought she'd be here in the wings.
She ducked back to her dressing room, Skip, to fix her makeup.
Hey, it's time for Lola to go on again.
Well, I'll run down and knock on her door, huh?
Okay, I'll signal the band to do another chorus meanwhile.
On stage, Laura. On stage.
Well, Joe, what gives?
No answer.
Well, look inside.
She's not there.
But it can't be.
I'll ask the doorman if she went out.
Well, hurry, Joe. Will you hurry?
Hey, Charlie.
Yeah, Joe?
Have you seen Lola?
No, not this way.
Lola! Lola!
Lola! Lola! Hey, Lola, baby, where are you? Lola! Where are you?
And you say, Mr. Gordon, that she hasn't been seen since she disappeared last night?
No, Mr. Keene. In all my years in show business, I've never known anything like it to happen.
You tried her home, Mr. Gordon?
Call me Skip, won't you? Well, sure, we tried her home, and no soap. I don't get it, Mr. Keene. Especially since she knew we were going to give her a farewell party, too, after the show.
A farewell party?
That was her last performance with my review. She goes into the Skytop Club this weekend, a star attraction. I made her take the offer.
How do you mean?
Well, I had her under contract ever since I found her singing in Cleveland 6 months ago. And the minute she got the right song, she went over like wildfire. Now the Skytop wants her. Well, when they sent her the contract, she showed it to me and said...
No, Skip. I'm not signing that contract.
Oh, don't be crazy, kid. It doubles your pay. It gives you top billing.
Skip, you've been just wonderful to me. You taught me how to dress, to carry myself, to really sing. I'm not walking out on you.
Look, Lola. Here's another contract. Yours and mine.
Well? You've torn it up.
I'm no jail warden, baby. You're heading straight for the top, and I'm not holding you back. Not on your life, baby.
Skip, that was very generous of you.
Generous, Mr. Keene? I love Lola. Even though I've never told her.
Never told her?
She wouldn't even have looked at me. Oh, but find Lola, Mr. Keene. That's all I'm asking. Find Lola.
Well, the place to start is obviously the Palladium, where she was last seen. That's a famous old house, as I remember.
Sure. In the old vaudeville days, we used to talk about making the Palladium. When you played there, it meant you were good. Still does.
And Lola made it with this engagement?
3 smash weeks.
All right, Skip. Let's go.
Hello, Charlie.
Why, hello, Mr. Gordon.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Keene, this is the stage doorman, Charlie Barnes.
How do you do?
Glad to know you, sir. Do you think you'll find her?
I'll do my best.
A swell little lady.
Incidentally, Charlie, you were on duty last night?
Yes, sir, Mr. Keene.
You're sure she didn't leave the theater?
Well, she couldn't have. Not without creating a riot.
Why?
The place was surrounded with autograph hounds.
Oh. Well, now, Skip, if we could have a look in her dressing room.
Oh, sure, right this way. I told the house manager to leave it exactly the same as it was last night.
Good idea. Thank you, Charlie.
I'm glad to oblige you, Mr. Keene.
Well, Skip, I gather your review is staying on at this theater.
Yeah, another week, with a replacement for Lola. Here we are now. After you.
Thank you. The usual dressing room. Chair, dressing table, wardrobe trunk.
Yeah, that's right.
And telegrams of congratulation pasted up on the mirror.
Yeah.
Sing, canary, sing. I love you, I love you, I love you. Repeated 24 times.
Yeah, the telegrams are mostly from Larry Reeves.
Reeves?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a well-known Broadway playboy, isn't he?
Yeah, with more money than's good for him, too, and more wives. Married 4 times, divorced 4 times.
I gather he wanted Lola for the 5th?
Yeah, I've been making quite a pitch. Even a smart kid like Lola got to believing him. They were almost engaged.
Almost?
Yeah, he sent Lola a ring last week. Diamond like a headlight. It'd burn him when Lola sent it back.
I suppose this is her costume trunk.
Yeah, that's right. Say, you don't think...
Is there a key around?
Key? Well, there's one on the dressing table.
Oh, we'll try it.
Gosh. I thought for a minute we were going to have a trunk murder.
These are her costumes, Skip.
Yeah, some of them. I remember others.
Oh? Where are they?
Well, I wouldn't know.
Oh, Skip. Hey, Skip.
Yeah, that's Tommy Tolan, my band leader.
Hey, Skip. We start the first show in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know. This is Mr. King.
How do you do? Oh, how do you do? Oh, yeah. You said you were going to ask him to. Hey, that reminds me.
Of what, Tommy?
Well, I wanted to mention it before, but I didn't want to talk out of turn.
Well, come on, give, Tommy, will you?
Well, you know my goofy saxophonist, Harry Forbes.
Yeah. Harry's had a crush on Lola for months, hanging around and pestering her day and night.
Well, right after you left the stage last night, Skip, and we start a pistol-packing mama, remember?
Yeah?
Harry signals me. He whispers he's got to leave the stage. Well, he looks so crazy. I says, all right. So he slips out behind the drapes.
Very interesting.
And then I don't see him for 15 minutes. And the funny part about it...
What was so funny about it?
Oh, hello, Harry.
What was so funny?
All right. I'll say it right to your face, Harry. You walked off the stage carrying a gun.
We all had guns, phony guns for the pistol packing number.
Just a minute. Am I to understand you used guns, pistols as stage props for the performance of the number Pistol Packing Mama?
Yes, Mr. Keene. But the rest of us had our guns on stage. He could have had his loaded.
Are you trying to say
If anybody wanted to shoot Lola, that was the time to do it. During all that noise.
You skunk.
No, your band leader is right, Forbes. It was his duty to tell us. Why did you go off the stage?
Oh, because I felt sick. I wanted to take a pill. I told him that.
Okay.
Okay, nothing. One of these days you'll have to get yourself a new saxophone.
Hey, Harry, wait a minute now. Wait.
Never mind, Skip. And thank you, Mr. Tolan, for this information.
Oh, I figured I had to tell you, Mr. Keene. That guy's wacky. Well, the curtain's in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll be there. Well, Mr. Keene, how does it add up to you?
It doesn't, yet. Better get along for your performance, Skip.
Performance, yeah. You'll be sticking around.
Right here in the dressing room.
Okay.
Those telegrams. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Mr. Keene,
Yes?
I was waiting till the others went away.
Who are you?
I'm just a dresser around here. Take care of the performers' clothes.
Well?
Look, this note. She gave it to me last night. She said that if he came again, I was to give it to him. In the excitement last night, I forgot. You better have it.
Well, thank you.
Marie!
Oh, quick, put it in your pocket. That's Larry Reeves, Mr. Keene. You know, the playboy.
Hey, Marie, why didn't you answer when I called?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Reeves. I didn't hear you.
Any word yet about Lola?
No, Mr. Reeves, nothing.
Who's this? Anybody? Can't be. I don't know.
Thank you.
Gold digger. She's done a run out on me.
She's not a gold digger.
Shut up.
I won't have you talk that way about her.
I know a kind playing hard to get. Come and find me. And when I do, I'll wring her little neck. I'll break every bone in her body.
Oh, he's just awful, that Mr. Reeves. Thinks that for money he can have anything. But Miss Bennett's not his kind.
What about this note?
She said to give it to him if he came around again to bother her.
She was expecting him last night?
Every night. The doorman was told to keep him out, but there's a way of coming through the front of the house, Mr. Keene.
I see.
Don't open that note here, please, sir.
Very well. And if Mr. Skip Gordon asks for me, tell him I went back to my office. I'll have you know, Miss Ellis, I don't make a practice of reading other people's mail.
But good heavens, this is a matter of life or death, perhaps. Oh, come on, what does it say?
Well, I'll read it. Dear Larry, I've sent back your ring, and that must end it. In my 26 years, I found there is one quality in people that I cannot stand, selfishness. It once cost me a terrible lot, the worst years of my life. If I married you, it would be the same all over again.
Well,
So it must be goodbye. And please stop threatening me because it won't work. Lola.
well, Mr. Keene?
Selfishness. The worst years of my life. What does it mean?
Yes, what?
As a matter of fact, Miss Ellis, we know almost nothing about Lola Bennett. Skip has known her only 6 months, and she's never talked of the past.
Well, what's the difference? This note points straight to Reeves.
And other evidence points to Forbes, the musician. No, I've got to know a whole lot more about that girl. And there's only one way to find out.
How?
You know the weekly newspaper Footlight?
Oh, sure, the Bible of show business.
Well, I'd like Mike Clancy to go back through their files and dig up every single mention that was ever made of Lola Bennett.
Right, Mr. Keene. Now get hold of Mike at once.
Two people under suspicion in the disappearance of Lola Bennett. And Mr. Keene goes on with his search. Meanwhile, thousands of girls who suffer the heartache of being unpopular, clever, pretty, smartly dressed girls, have just one thing to blame: teeth that rob them of charm when they smile. Thousands of men whose livelihood depends on selling themselves to others have the same weakness of appearance to blame. They don't know it or notice it, but the people they contact do. You may or may not be one of those people, but if you have the slightest suspicion that you are, try the new Colonos toothpaste, a high-polishing toothpaste. You'll find Colonos helps remove those dingy, unattractive surface stains from your teeth, brings out all the natural luster and brilliance that add so much to your smile. Start using the new Colonos tonight. Remember, it's a high-polishing toothpaste. You can get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste, at any drugstore. Now back to Mr. Keene's office and the continuation of the case of the lovely singing star, Lola Bennett.
But here you are, boss. I got 3 back numbers of Footlight that mention her.
Oh, thanks, Mike.
The first goes back about 8 years, when she was just a kid.
It's a review of a vaudeville act that opened in St. Paul. Billy, the song and dance man. The reviewer says a strictly mediocre act that may do for the sticks, but will never make the palladium.
Now, this paragraph here.
Accompanying Billy was a pretty little stooge called Lola Bennett, who had nothing to do but be sung at.
Now look at the second paper, Mr. Keene.
Dated 4 years later from Akron, Ohio. Now the act is called Billy and Lola. About this minor league vaudeville act that premiered here last night, nothing much can be said for or against the male half, Billy. But the little blonde who shared the bill, Lola Bennett, showed unusual promise. 2 of her numbers, sung with refreshing sincerity, brought down the house. Very interesting.
Read that third item, boss. It goes back just 2 years.
Now the act is called Lola Bennett and Billy.
Right.
One of the most novel femme singers heard in these parts lately opened last night at the Star. A voice full of honey and captivating personality. Should go far with the right training. The act was completed by a novelty instrument number from Billy. Different, but was it good?
Well, boss, what do you make of it?
The old story of show business. The pupil outgrowing the master. Lola made the palladium, but Billy never did.
Billy, whoever he was. That's your private phone, boss.
Hello?
Hello.
Keene Company.
Keene, this is Harry Forbes. You know the saxophone player?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Forbes.
I'm going to talk straight out. I want you to lay off me.
But, my dear fellow,
Don't try to put Lola's disappearance on me. I had nothing to do with it.
how did you ever get my private phone number?
From Skip Gordon, and I've warned him too. Lay off me or else.
Or else what?
Lay off me, that's all.
Did you hear any of that, Mike?
I did. A maniac. Well, don't you think that he... Well, with the suspicions we got...
Oh, never mind. I want to follow another lead now.
Well, sir?
Each of these reviews mentions other acts that appeared on the same bill, Mike. I'd like to find some of those other people.
It'll take a lot of digging.
But it may give us very valuable information. Try the booking agencies, Mike, and the actors' hotels at once.
Okay, I'm on my way, sir.
Well, it's nice, Mr. Keene, that somebody remembers me after all these years out of show business.
I gather, Mrs. Hall, that you once had a comedy act?
Wasn't much, but it made folks laugh.
On at least one occasion, you played the same theater with a song and dance man called Billy?
Billy? Oh, sure. Kind of a sourpuss.
Why do you say that?
Well, had his heart set on getting to Broadway. Wasn't good enough.
What was his surname, Mrs. Hall?
Surname? Billy. That's all he was ever called.
You remember his partner?
Oh, sure. Lola Bennett. He hired her in St. Paul after his regular partner walked out on him. She's doing fine these days.
But what's become of Billy?
Billy? Oh, well, I couldn't tell you.
Yes, Major Tiny. I'm looking for an old performer called Billy.
I remember him, Mr. Keene. My midget act trooped all over Canada with him one winter in a unit show.
Really?
My, but what his wife had to put up with.
Wife, did you say?
Yes, Lola Bennett.
Oh, they were married.
2 years by then, but they weren't happy. Billy was so jealous.
Of the fact that she was becoming more successful than he?
That's right, Mr. Keene. He took to drink. Actually beat her up one night. I tried to stop him.
Oh?
He threatened to walk on me. Oh, a bad character.
What was his surname?
I never knew.
Would you have a photograph of him?
No, sir.
Well, thank you. There's still one more chance.
Sure, I know him, Mr. Keene. When I was hoofing on the Jackson circuit. You see, I used to do a soft shoe number like this.
Charming, Mr. Foley, charming.
Yeah, but strictly passe. I'm working up a new routine now like this.
If I may be so rude, Mr. Foley.
Yeah?
How were they getting on when you knew them?
Oh, terrible. You see, the booking agents was thumbs down on him.
Why?
Well, they said he crabbed the act. The ball and chain. The guy tried everything. He even worked up a novelty, a solo, and a song on 5 different instruments. You know, one after the other. Still no soap. But Lola stuck by him. Much good it did her. Guy was a maniac. Talking crazy all the time about making a Palladium. Hitting Broadway. Well, it got so bad, she finally had to divorce him.
I see. By the way, what instruments did he play in that novelty number?
Clarinet, fiddle.
The saxophone, too?
Yeah, saxophone, all right. Yeah, that was his best.
Would you by any chance have a photograph of him?
A photo? Let's see, well, once in Buffalo...
Yes?
We all gave a hospital benefit, and the newspapers took photos.
Could you find that photograph?
Well, now if I dig around in my press book, I might. Hey, let's have a look.
Keene and Company.
This is Skip Gordon, Mr. Keene.
Oh, good morning, Skip.
I haven't heard from you in days. Any news, Mr. Keene?
There may be tonight. I can reach you at the Palladium still?
Yeah, we're on for the rest of this week. You know, I got some news for you.
Really?
Harry Forbes, the saxophone player, walked out of the band last night, and we can't locate him. That puts the finger on him, I guess.
It would certainly look like that.
If he's the guy, if he's harmed Lola in any way.
Well, Skip, to be perfectly frank, I'm afraid somebody has harmed her.
Mr. Keene. Who? How?
I'll probably have the answer for you tonight. Meanwhile, I must use the phone for a very important call.
Okay, see you tonight.
Hello?
Sky Top Club.
Good. I'd like very much to talk to your manager. Good evening, Charlie.
Good evening, Mr. Keene. Any luck yet locating Lola Bennett, Mr. Keene?
Yes and no.
I don't get it.
In a few minutes, a package may arrive here at the Palladium for me. Ask the delivery man to wait before bringing it in. I want to talk to him.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, where's Mr. Skip Gordon?
On stage, introducing a number.
By the way, Charlie, the night that Miss Bennett disappeared, was anything moved out of here?
No, sir. But something came in. Some props for our next stage show.
I see.
Well, Mr. Gordon should be coming off the wings any minute now.
A new singer?
Yeah, replacing Miss Bennett, but not half as good.
Oh, I see Mr. Gordon there now.
Hello, Mr. Keene.
Hello, Skip.
Well, what's the word?
Skip, you may have to brace yourself for really bad news.
Dead, huh? Dead.
Yes, I'm afraid so. As the final sacrifice to a very selfish man.
Who? Forbes? Reeves? I'll kill whoever it was.
Steady, Skip. We'll see that justice is done.
Lola was such a swell kid.
Time for you to go on stage again, eh?
Yeah, the show goes on. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here's your master of ceremonies again. About to introduce a rip-snorting arrangement of the hit of the season, Pistol Packin' Mama.
Oh, Mr. Keene. Mr. Keene.
Yes, Charlie, I'm coming.
The delivery man came. He's waiting for you.
Good, Charlie. I'll walk back with you.
If you want any help bringing it in,
all that noise. Come, let's find a quiet place. Go into this dressing room.
No. This was Miss Bennett's.
You don't believe in ghosts, Charlie.
Why, what do you mean?
Charlie, look at this wardrobe trunk with Miss Bennett's costumes.
Oh, what about it?
She really had 2 trunks.
2?
And when the express company came that night to deliver certain props, somebody ordered one of the trunks taken away.
Where to?
The address was already labeled on, just as on this one. It was sent to the next place where Miss Bennett was engaged to sing, the Skytop Club.
Who was responsible for that?
It's no mystery to me any longer. A very jealous man, her former husband.
What?
I'm going to produce him in a minute. You stay here.
I'm staying nowhere.
Oh, yes, you are. I'm going out now to have the delivery man bring in that package for me.
Listen, Keene, I'm not staying.
You're going to watch me open Miss Bennett's second trunk. The one that went to the Skytop Club. I'm having it brought in.
I'm watching nothing.
We'll open the trunk right here in our dressing room. And just between ourselves, there are police stationed at every exit. The killer will never get out of this theater.
You found her in the trunk? Let me out of here.
No, you're staying right here. I'm locking you in this dressing room.
Mr. Keene.
Oh, hello, Skip.
I came off for a breather while the band is playing. What's up?
Oh, Skip, my boy. It's too bad that Lola didn't meet somebody like you years ago. Unfortunately, the man she did once marry was insanely jealous and possessive. He couldn't bear to see her succeed where he had failed. She tried her best to help him, but... Well, I'd like you to know this much, Skip. She loved you for your generosity. She valued you above anybody in the world.
But who killed her? Who was the man?
A man she ran into again the moment she reached this theater 3 weeks ago.
Darn it all. Those pistol shots.
Didn't you notice something peculiar then, Skip?
What do you mean?
One shot was nearer than any of the others.
Jeepers creepers, you mean?
It came from this dressing room.
Quick, get that door open. Right. Charlie, the doorman.
He shot himself.
Dead as a doornail. Mr. Keene, was he the guy?
Yes. Her former husband. And that's the way he killed Lola that night. He fired the pistol during the band number.
Charlie, a doorman.
An old and disappointed performer. He made the Palladium with the most tragic performance of his life.
And so ends the case of the girl who sang too well. Listen next week at the same time as Mr. Keene brings us another of his baffling cases, The Man Who Didn't Come Home. Today, the girl or woman who wants to be popular knows that one of her most important assets is a charming smile and teeth that sparkle and gleam. Knows that no matter how smartly she may dress or make up, teeth that are dingy and discolored looking instantly create an unfavorable impression. And the same is true of the man in business, whose very livelihood depends on selling himself. He knows how quickly discolored looking teeth can bring failure. That's why today thousands of smart and successful men and women are changing to the new Colonos high-polishing toothpaste. So for your own sake, try the new Colonos toothpaste yourself. It works like a jeweler's polish on tarnished silver. It helps remove dull, dingy surface stains, revealing the natural brilliance and sparkle of your teeth. Ask for Colonos toothpaste, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, at your drugstore tonight. You've just been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air at a new time, every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old Tracer turns to the case of the man who didn't come home. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons.
Famous no-rubbing Aero Wax gives you beautifully waxed, shining floors in 6 to 9 minutes flat, and at the cost of only a few pennies per room. Think of it. It's quick, easy, economical. Just apply Aero Wax. It dries to a marvelous luster. Cuts out 2/3 of your scrubbing. A full pint costs only 25 cents. Get Aero Wax, A-E-R-O-W-A-X, tomorrow. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. To save both time and money in waxing floors, use economical no-rubbing Aero Wax. Just apply it, and in 6 to 9 minutes, it dries itself to a hard, lustrous finish that saves countless scrubbings. Makes dingy floors shine like new. Yet Aero Wax costs only 25 cents a pint. Try Aero Wax, A-E-R-O-W-A-X, tomorrow.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colonos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, is your smile everything you'd like it to be? Bright, sparkling, magnetic? If not, try the new Colonos toothpaste thousands are raving about. It's a high-polishing toothpaste that acts like a jeweler's polish in removing tarnish from silver. Quickly, but also gently, Colonos erases stubborn surface stains from teeth, revealing all their glorious natural brilliance. Get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste at your drugstore tonight. Now, Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, who tonight takes from his files one of his most unusual and most bewildering cases, the case of the girl who flirted. The girl is an art student, gay and beautiful, but just a little too adventurous. It all starts one day in a museum, where Betty March is at work copying a painting, and a charming stranger walks up to say,
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Well, I beg your pardon.
I'd almost say you had signs of talent, young woman.
Well, I did not happen to ask your opinion.
If anyone in this town knows painting, it's I.
I ought to be furious with you.
Are you?
No. Just terribly amused. I like people to be unconventional. Tell me some more, Mr. Whoever you are.
Yes, that's how it started. Now, several days later, we find Mr. Keene in his office talking to a very distressed man, Robert Colby, assistant curator of the Manhattan Museum.
I tell you, Mr. Keene, nothing's ever happened like this. In all the years since the museum was founded. The girl walked off in the midst of copying a painting. There's been no sign of her since.
Well, let's start at the beginning, Mr. Colby, shall we? First, what is the girl's full name?
Elizabeth March. According to her application for a museum permit, she's now 22.
Go on, Mr. Colby, please.
Well, lately she's been copying that big painting by Whistler in the American Room.
Oh, you mean the portrait of Mrs. Farmington and her daughters?
Yes, that's right. Now, the last time I saw Betty was 4 days ago. Monday.
Betty, eh? You're on familiar terms.
Oh, she's lovely, Mr. Keene. Charming, spirited.
Well, now, under what circumstances did you last see her?
I dropped into the American Room where she was copying the Whistler painting to ask her to lunch. She looked up from her easel and said,
No, Mr. Robert Colby. No can do.
Why not?
Too busy, Bob. Oh, that man Whistler.
Has he insulted you, Betty?
Why did he always have to sign his paintings with those complicated little butterflies in one corner? I'm having an awful time trying to copy it.
Oh, forget the butterflies, Betty, and come to lunch. I have a question to ask you.
Oh, yes. I know. Dum-dum-da-dum.
Well, will you marry me?
No, Mr. Robert Colby, assistant curator of the Manhattan Museum. I will not marry you.
Oh, what's wrong with me?
Nothing at all. That's the trouble.
Don't understand.
You're just too darn correct to be alive.
What?
The man I'm going to marry will have to be somebody exciting, somebody dashing, somebody dangerous.
Oh, now stop talking like a Greenwich Village bohemian.
See, you are a stuffed shirt. Still want to take me to lunch, Mr. Colby?
No, I do not, Miss March. Goodbye and good luck.
Well, yes, she certainly is a very spirited young woman, isn't she? What happened next?
Well, I came back in the afternoon, Mr. Keene, to make up. Her easel was still there in its usual place, but no sign of Betty.
Mm-hmm.
So that night I went to her apartment. Still no luck. Again the next day and the day after. This morning, finally, I talked to the attendant in the American Room.
Did the attendant have anything to report?
Great deal. After our little spat, Betty sat down at her easel to work again on the butterfly signature. A few minutes later, a tall, dark-haired man came by. He stopped by Betty's easel. The next thing the attendant heard Betty say something like this.
I like people to be unconventional. Tell me some more, Mr. Whoever you are.
I've seen you here many times before.
And I've noticed you.
Oh, have you?
First time was in the Egyptian room. We bumped into each other in the tomb of the pharaoh.
I said, I beg your pardon, miss.
And I said, I beg your pardon, sir. Yes, and something more. From where my easel stands, I have a very good view of the Italian room next door.
And?
You have been observed on 3 different occasions, standing there in front of the Annunciation of Parolini.
Your spies have been busy.
You admire the Annunciation very much, don't you?
There's another work I admire even more. A 20th century masterpiece. You.
Wonderful. Who are you, anyhow?
Just a man who wandered into a museum and saw a very beautiful girl.
Seriously.
I could tell you better over lunch.
Oh, lunch?
Please.
Well, I don't think I ought to give in so easily. Argue with me 5 minutes more.
And did they finally go off together, Mr. Colby?
Yes. After Betty finished up a few more details on the painting. Well, what do you think of it, Mr. Keene?
Well, frankly, I don't like the sound of it. It wouldn't be the first time a girl was lured into something very unpleasant by a charming stranger.
Then please, Mr. Keene, try to find her.
I most certainly will, Colby. And as the first step, tell me, is Betty's easel still standing there in the American room?
Exactly as it was the last time she used it.
Then take me there at once.
are, Mr. Keene.
Judging from this painting, Betty's a very talented girl.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Did she usually place her stool in just this spot?
Yes, it gave the best light.
One moment.
What is it, Mr. Keene? Why are you staring so hard at Betty's copy?
I wonder if there's a magnifying glass handy.
I'll have the attendant get one. Oh, Billings.
Yes, Mr. Colby.
Look into Mr. Vanderhoff's office, please, and ask him if I could have a magnifying glass for a moment.
I'll be right back, sir.
Mr. Keene, you've got me up a tree. First, you were talking about the position of the stool. And
Oh, yes. In fact, I am going to sit down on it right now and make a little investigation.
Well?
Observe one thing. From this position, Betty at all times had a view through that open door into the next room.
The Italian room.
Oh, there comes the attendant now with that magnifying glass.
Here you are, sir.
Thanks.
Let me have it at once.
Right. Oh, what are you looking for, Mr. Keene?
I'm looking for a... By Jove, I found it.
But what is it?
Colby, I was impressed by one thing when you told me how Betty went off with the stranger. That she stopped first to finish a few details. Asked for 5 more minutes to paint.
Yes, yes.
Now take this glass.
Yes, I have it.
Turn it on the butterfly signature in the corner. Concentrate on those very fine strokes in the wings.
The wings? Yes, I see it now. Dear Bob, studio tea room.
She had a feeling she might be in danger. That message was just in case she didn't come back.
Well, of course, but why? What danger?
You know that restaurant?
Yes, it's a hangout for artists in Greenwich Village.
Let's go. Let's go as fast as we can. And I take it, Miss Grudy, that you are the owner of this restaurant?
Yeah, that's right.
Do you happen to know Miss Betty March?
Of course, she ate here often.
I wonder if you remember her coming here last Monday for lunch.
Well,
Don't mind me, please. This isn't a case of a jealous lover.
Well, in that case, yes, she came in with a tall, handsome man and took a table near the cash register here. The reason I remember so well...
Yes, Miss Grudy?
Well, after an hour or so, the place was clearing out, and I heard Betty say...
Well, thanks for a very good lunch and some grand conversation.
You're not going already.
I've got to. Back to the museum. Back to work.
It's a silly idea. Why don't you come along to my place instead? I'll show you some of my own work.
Well, it's very kind of you, but I couldn't, really.
Would that be too unconventional?
Well,
Just a while ago, you were talking about how you loved adventure. Well, I'm going to hold you to that.
Please, let go of my arm.
Oh, no, you're coming along with me. Even if I have to kidnap you, darling.
Let go of me, or I'll scream.
If you do, I'll put my hand over your mouth and gag you, dear.
Help!
You see, darling, it doesn't help. Better come along quietly now. That's a good girl. That's a good girl.
And then what happened, Miss Grudy?
Well, there was a car at the curb, and he took her inside and drove off.
Great Scott, why didn't you stop him?
Oh, well, you know these artists. I thought it was all in fun.
Miss Grudy, did you get the license number by any chance?
No, there didn't seem to be any reason.
Well, thank you anyhow.
Well, not at all. I hope the poor girl hasn't come to any harm.
Gone. Vanished completely.
I'm afraid so, Colby.
What do we do now, Mr. Keene?
Now we play another hunch.
What do you mean?
Tell me something, Colby. What is the most valuable painting your museum owns?
Oh, one that I mentioned before, the Annunciation by Rinaldo Perellini.
Well, if you want my advice, remove it from the wall at once.
What?
Have it examined by the best technical expert on your staff. Do that, and I think I can still find Betty March.
Mr. Vanderhoff, how's it coming?
Do not disturb me. I will be finished in a moment.
These experts, Mr. Keene. He's been at it all morning.
Oh, calm yourself.
How can I, when Betty may be in danger of her life? This seems a very roundabout way of finding her, Mr. Keene, if you'll pardon my saying so.
But it's the only way I know.
Oh, here's Vanderhoff now. He's finished.
Come in, gentlemen.
Thank you.
There's the painting. Look at it, gentlemen.
A Magnificent work of art, as far as the eye can tell.
Tell us, Mr. Vanderhoff, what did you find?
First, Mr. Colby, in accordance with my usual routine, I subjected the painting to an X-ray examination.
Yes.
I followed this with a spectroscopic analysis.
Yes.
Finally, I tested minute portions of the pigmentation for chemical content.
Well?
Gentlemen, I am compelled to report that this masterpiece is a fake.
What?
Very skillful, but a fake.
Impossible.
It is a fake, entirely so. The original has been stolen, this copy substituted in its place.
Exactly what I thought and feared.
The man who did this is one of the most skillful copyists alive.
What type of paint did he use?
Tempera, of course. The same as the original. Oil paint did not come into use until several centuries after Perolini. I must report this to the director at once, of course.
One moment, please, Mr. Vanderhoff.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
You may also tell the director that I'll do everything in my power to recover the stolen original.
Good.
And that I strongly advise against any publicity at the moment.
I will tell you.
Mr. Keene, two things aren't really connected.
Of course they are. Betty's disappearance and the theft of the painting are one and the same case.
But how?
Well, here's my theory, Colby. The men who stole the Perolini are cautious, methodical people. They must have worked for months to prepare their fake painting. After that, it was only a question of finding the right moment to snatch the original from its frame and substitute the copy.
Yes?
They decided, of course, to do it on a Monday, when there are few visitors in museums.
Yes, that's the day we charge admission. Usually only students are present.
But that still left one obstacle, Betty. You remember I told you that from where she sat, she had a good view of the Italian room at all times? A perfect view of the painting to be stolen?
Yes.
Well, that's where the charming stranger came in. He was assigned to lure Betty away and keep her away.
But why are they still holding her?
It's my guess that she'd seen the man admiring the Annunciation just a little too often. She knew something was up. And at lunch with the charming gentleman, she probably gave herself away.
Poor kid.
So then she had to be held prisoner until the painting was safely disposed of. Sent out of the country, perhaps.
But what do we do now?
Yes. What do we do now?
Mr. Keene, you're supposed to be an investigator, not an echo.
My dear fellow, I assure you I'll do everything possible.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Give me a moment. Let me... Colby, your expert just said that this fake painting was very skillful. That like the original, it was painted in tempera.
It fooled me.
Correct me if I'm wrong. But there must be very few painters alive today who could do work like that in tempera.
A few dozen, that's all, Mr. Keene.
All right. I have an assignment for you. Because it takes an art expert.
Yes?
And if you don't come through, and if this doesn't find Betty, I don't know what will.
Well, fire away, Mr. Keene. What's my assignment?
Dig up all the catalogs of recent art exhibitions that you can find. Go back 10 years if necessary.
Yes.
But get me the name of every outstanding artist in this country who paints in tempera.
I will.
Somewhere in that list will be the man who did that fake Perolini. We'll check over the entire list. And by process of elimination, we'll find the forger and the gang that abducted Betty March.
Right. Get to work at once.
Now a brief intermission in Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, brought to you by Colonos Toothpaste. Next time you meet the most successful man you know or the most popular girl, take a good look at their teeth. Chances are they'll be sparkling and beautiful, with all the magnetism your own smile should have. Examine your own teeth critically. If they're not every bit as brilliant and gleaming as they should be, if they show signs of being discolored by surface film, just do as thousands do. Try the new Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Safely, speedily, Colonos helps brush away masking surface film, revealing the natural luster and brightness of your teeth. Your druggist has an ample supply of Colonos on hand, so get a tube tonight and see what wonders it may do in helping you to add to the charm and appeal of your smile. Remember the name Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Now, as the clock strikes midnight, we find Mr. Keene with his assistant, Mike Clancy.
Well, Mr. Keene, I do hate to be breaking into your house at such a late hour, but here are some nice names Mr. Colby's dug up.
That's quite all right, Mike, and thank you.
And you should have seen the pile of catalogs he's going through. Sure, he was still at his desk when I left the museum working like a beaver.
Oh, Colby is still at the museum?
That's right, sir.
Mike, I suddenly feel another of my hunches coming over me.
Well, out with it, boss.
Something tells me that stolen painting is still within the walls of the Manhattan Museum.
No.
It's easy enough to get a bundle into a museum, but taking one out...
Oh, you mean that once they copped the painting, they couldn't get it past the door?
Yes, and for days now, they may have been keeping it in a place that they prepared for just such an emergency.
But where?
In the other part of the museum that this charming stranger used to hang around in. The Egyptian room, the tomb of the pharaoh.
In a tomb?
That's where we're going, right now.
Oh, no, boss. Among the mummies at midnight? Oh, no, sir.
Well, here it is, Mr. Keene. The tomb of King Mentop the Fourth.
Well, thank you, Colby. This switch turns on all the lights inside.
That's right.
All right. You stand by at the door. Mike and I will have a look inside.
Okay, Mr. Keene.
Come on, Mike.
Good luck.
Oh, boss, there's 100 other places I'd rather be than in an old cemetery like this.
Don't worry. There's plenty of light in here.
But all these narrow winding alleys. Plenty of spaces for spooks to be hiding.
Here, Mike, to the left. This should lead to the central chamber and the sarcophagus of the king.
The what, sir?
A stone casket where the mummy lies. I'd like to move the lid and have a look inside.
Well, I wouldn't.
Relax, Mike. Here's the central chamber now, and the sarcophagus.
Saints preserve us.
Come now. Let's try the lid.
Stand back. Don't move.
Glory be. The mummies are talking.
No, Mike. Mummies don't talk English.
Stand back. Hands over your heads.
It's coming from that doorway on the other side.
Quick, let's get after him.
Boss, the lights are gone out.
Quick, turn on your flashlight, Mike. Help. He's trying to strangle.
I'll fix him. Come away, you. Here, I got him, boss. No, he's broken away, sir.
Your flashlight. Turn it on.
Oh, I dropped it somewhere. Here it is.
That's better.
Boss, he pretty near slashed the coat off your back.
And look what he left behind on the floor, Mike.
A 10-inch knife.
Now we know we're up against killers. But don't let's waste time. Help me move the lid of that sarcophagus.
Okay, sir. You ready now? Heave-ho! Heave-ho! There.
All right, Mike. Now flash the light inside.
Why, boss.
It's there, Mike. The painting. But we've still got to find the girl. And she's in the hands of killers.
Here you are, Mr. Keene. I've narrowed the list of tempera painters down to a half-dozen possibilities.
These are all experienced artists, all over 40?
That's right. I wish I could have stopped that fellow when he came tearing out of the tomb last night. Would have been a quicker way of finding Betty. If ever we're going to find her.
Oh, never mind such talk. As the next step, let's find out everything we can about the 6 men on this list. Anything that indicates shady activities in the past.
Right.
And let's hurry, because now that gang is desperate.
Good morning, Betty.
Oh, there you are.
Tyler is the name.
Well, whatever you call yourself, why are you keeping me in this house? When are you going to let me go? You have the painting. What more do you want?
Correction, my dear. A certain busybody got it away from me last night at the museum. A Mr. Keene.
Well, good for him.
No. Bad for you, my dear.
Why? Why?
You see, I have 2 careers at once. Sometimes I borrow, shall we say, valuable paintings from museums with the help of my colleague, Mr. Bruno Carson, who paints excellent substitutes. Most of the time, I run a very respectable gallery on 57th Street.
You're afraid that now I'll give you away.
Mr. Carson is also worried. He's not always a forger, you know.
Let me go, and I'll never mention this to anybody. The museum has its painting back, and that's all it cares about.
Correction again. The police and that man Keene will move heaven and earth to track us down. He's a very smart old billy goat.
I don't care. This has gone far enough. You can't keep me a prisoner here forever.
That's right, my dear. See you later.
Let me out! Let me out! Please, I beg you, let me out!
It's no use. No one will hear you.
Oh, Tyler! Tyler!
Okay, Carson, I'm coming.
Look, Tyler, we can't keep her here much longer. Some people are coming tomorrow to look at my paintings.
All right, Carson. She goes tonight.
And don't leave any traces.
There won't be, Carson. Not for the East River right outside the door.
The river? Too bad. She's so nice looking.
Yes. Too bad.
Well, Mr. Keene, that reduces the possibilities to two. There's this fellow Haverford Jones.
What trouble was he in, Colby?
He once tried to swindle an estate out of a very valuable Van Gogh.
Mm-hmm.
Also, there was once talk of some forgery.
Very promising lead. Now the other fellow.
He got into a different sort of trouble. Bad checks.
And his name is?
Bruno Carson.
I see he lives over by the East River.
Yes, but Haverford Jones seems more likely. The forgery angle.
All right. We'll try him first.
Let's go. There's no time to lose.
No. Something tells me to try Carson first.
I don't think Carson
Why would a successful painter like he is live in a dismal place like the East River waterfront?
Well, perhaps he likes to do river scenes.
That's just the point. These catalogs show he's never done anything but portraits.
But, Mr. Keene,
Pick up that phone, Colby. Get me the harbor police right away.
All clear, Carson?
All clear, Tyler. The cop on the beach just walked up the block.
Here. Help me carry her out on the pier.
She's not going to start screaming.
No chance. That gag is on good and tight. She's bound hand and foot. Okay, let's go. Straight ahead now. Onto the pier.
Maybe this isn't such a good idea. We could just beat it somewhere.
Run away from the cops the rest of our lives? No, sir.
Okay.
All right, here we are. Get ready to swing.
Stop where you are. Hands up.
It's that fellow Keene.
Drop her, Tyler. Let's run for it.
Stop where you are. I'm warning you.
Mr. Keene! What is it, Colby?
Look, Betty's rolling off the pier.
She's fallen into the water.
I'm going in after her.
I hope he makes it in time. The harbor police. They've got those men. But not for murder, I hope.
Oh, Mr. Keene, wasn't Bob wonderful, the way he went in after me?
You certainly owe your life to him, Betty.
Yes, to a stuffed shirt.
Why, Bob, whoever called you that?
You did when I asked you to marry me.
Darling, will you ever ask me again?
Well, Betty, will you marry me?
You bet I will.
Betty. Mr. Keene, I don't think we've properly thanked you.
Colby, my dear fellow, this is no time to stop to thank anybody.
Listen next week at the same time when Mr. Keene brings us his next missing persons case. The case of the boy who used big words. Every girl and woman knows that in order to be popular today, one of the most important things she needs is an attractive smile. A smile that reveals clean and sparkling teeth. And to the man in business, teeth that make a good impression are just as important, too. If you're not certain that your own teeth are as attractive as they should be, here's something you'll want to know. The new Colonos High Polishing Toothpaste does wonders in helping to remove those dingy surface stains, helps reveal the natural brilliance of your teeth that adds so much to the charm and personality of your smile. I'll tell you why it does this. Its action on teeth is like that of a jeweler's polish on tarnished silver. So start using Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste yourself right away. You can get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste at any drugstore tonight. this is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and Mr. Keene.
And this is Mr. Keene with one last word. I've been asked to bring to your attention the important fact that our country is still faced by a critical shortage of tires for civilian use. The tires you have now must last you indefinitely. Do not be misled by announcements that huge quantities of synthetic rubber are being made. They are, but they are required for military use. So do everything you can to make your tires last as long as possible. Drive only when necessary, at under 35 miles an hour. Keep your tires properly inflated and inspected. Recap your tires as soon as they need it, and share your car with others. Good night, and thank you all.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday night at 7:30 Eastern Wartime. Tomorrow night, listen to the big new musical Friday on Broadway. All the song leaders of the day direct to you from the Gay White Way. At 7:30 tomorrow night over most of these stations.
There is now a wonderfully inexpensive, easy way to wax wood floors and linoleum to a high, sparkling finish in only 6 to 9 minutes. Use Aero Wax, the self-polishing wax that goes on in a jiffy, dries without rubbing to a marvelous high luster, adds beauty to your rooms, saves countless scrubbings, yet costs only 25 cents a pint. Get Aero Wax, Aerowax, tomorrow.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
To save both time and money in waxing floors, use economical, no-rubbing Aero Wax. Just apply it, and in 6 to 9 minutes it dries itself to a hard, lustrous finish that saves countless scrubbings, makes dingy floors shine like new, yet Aero Wax costs only 25 cents a pint. Try Aero Wax, Aerowax, tomorrow.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colonos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, for bright, sparkling teeth, a $1 million smile, try the new Colonos toothpaste. It's a high-polishing toothpaste that acts like a jeweler's polish, removing tarnish from silver. Safely, speedily, it whisks away dingy surface stains that cloud your smile and reveals the full, natural brilliance of your teeth. Get the new high-polishing Colonos at any drugstore tonight. Ask for Colonos toothpaste. K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. And now for Mr. Keene and the case of the boy who used big words. Our story opens in the reception room of Mr. Keene's office as Miss Ellis talks with an unusual visitor, Jimmy Harmon, who is only 12 but wears horn-rimmed glasses and a very serious manner.
Young man, you say you want to see Mr. Keene at once.
Yes, ma'am, I've got to.
Well, he's a very busy man.
I know, but the nature of my business is very imperative.
Important, you mean?
Imperative.
Such big words. What's your name?
James V. Harmon, Jr. And what's yours, if I may ask?
You may, and it's Miss Ellis.
I like you, Miss Ellis.
You have a trustworthy face.
Now, Jimmy, you wouldn't be trying to get around me.
Oh, please, Miss Ellis. I've heard so much about Mr. Keene, and I know he's the only man who can help me.
Help you with what?
Well, that's very confidential.
Well, he's talking at the moment with his assistant, Mike Clancy, but I'll see what we can do.
Oh.
Come along, Jimmy.
Thank you, Miss Ellis.
Oh, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Miss Ellis?
This young man, Jimmy Harmon, insists upon seeing you.
Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Mr. Keene.
I'm afraid I'm rather busy.
I know, but he says the nature of his business is very imperative.
Imperative? What in tarnation is that?
Hush, Mike. Come over, Jimmy. Sit down.
Mr. Keene, you're a gentleman.
Thank you.
Yeah, guess you won't be needing me.
Suppose I introduce you to my assistant, Mike Clancy.
I'm pleased to meet you.
I've heard about you, too, Mr. Clancy. Very reliable, they say.
Well, thank you, my boy.
Now, Jimmy, you haven't come here because any member of your family has disappeared, have you?
No, Mr. Keene. It's just the opposite. We can't get rid of him.
Of who?
Well, of my uncle, Bill Harmon.
Your father's brother?
That's right. You see, Mr. Keene, he came to visit us, approximately 6 months ago.
You mean about 6 months ago?
Approximately. Well, Uncle Bill was only supposed to stay for a week or two, but he's been staying on and on. What I don't like, well, the very first night he sat down in the parlor in the nice, big, soft chair that's always been Father's. I went up to him, and I said, Uncle Bill, that's where Father always sits.
Yeah?
Well, he works very hard, and he needs that chair to relax in.
Yeah?
Don't you think you ought to get up?
Jimmy, why don't you just go and chase yourself?
Well, have your parents objected, Jimmy?
You can't object with a man like Uncle Bill. And something more, Mr. Keene.
Yes?
His eyes are too close together, and he doesn't have much back to his head.
Oh, really?
Yes, I made a study of that. It's a sign of bad character. Now take Mr. Clancy's skull.
Miss, now, I thank you to leave my skull alone.
Well, I only wanted to say that your skull shows signs of excellent character.
Oh, well, now, that's different.
Jimmy, this is all very interesting, but...
Wait, Mr. Keene. There's something more.
Well?
I mean the man in black.
What man in black?
Well, I was walking on Fifth Avenue one day with Uncle Bill when this individual suddenly came out of a side street. Black suit, black derby, and black overcoat. He walked up to Uncle Bill and said,
Well, hello, Harmon. Huh? Fancy meeting you.
Oh, hello.
Didn't ever expect to run into me again, did you?
Look, I can explain everything.
No, I don't think you can.
I swear, the way it happened...
It happened the wrong way for you, Harmon.
Wait a minute. I can square myself. I can... Taxi! Hey, taxi! Come on, Jimmy. Hop into that cab.
And so your uncle suddenly ran away from this man in black, eh?
Yes, Mr. Keene. And now, I have a feeling that something terrible is going to happen. You've got to help me get Uncle Bill out of our house.
Jimmy, did your parents know you were coming here to see me?
Well, no, sir, I didn't tell them.
I'm afraid I don't really have any right to interfere.
But this is a dangerous situation, Mr. Keene.
Well, the kid's been to too many movies, boss.
Mr. Clancy, I resent that remark. I may be only 12 years old, but I'm not a child.
Oh, sure.
Well, Mr. Keene?
Jimmy, much as I understand your dislike for your Uncle Bill, I'm afraid this is a matter for your parents to handle.
But, Mr. Keene...
I hope you'll drop in again someday when I have a little more time. Will you do that?
All right, Mr. Keene. But I know something is going to happen. Something terrible.
Here you are, Mr. Keene. Now, if you'll just sign those letters.
Letters? Oh, yes.
You're so absent-minded today. Something bothering you?
I've been thinking about the visit we had yesterday from that strange little boy.
Jimmy Harmon? Oh, he was just scaring himself.
Jimmy has a wisdom and perception far beyond his years.
An imagination, too. Now, here are the letters, pen and ink.
Boss,
Mr. Keene.
Hello, Mike. Why so excited?
Well, I bought myself an evening paper on the way to the office here. And the first item that hits me eye, Saints preserve us.
Come, Mike, let's see it.
There, on the bottom of page 1. Read it, sir.
Man killed in auto accident. Boy vanishes.
Good heavens, that doesn't mean...
Police were left baffled today by an obvious hit-and-run accident early last night on Madison Avenue, which claimed the life of William Harmon, 44, of 3000 East 89th Street, where he was staying at the home of a brother. The dead man, found lying in the roadway, had gone walking with his young nephew, James Harmon, Jr., age 12. But there has been no sign of the boy since the accident. Police are investigating.
Heavens above.
Hand me my hat and coat, Mike. I must talk to Jimmy's parents at once.
Oh, yes, Mr. Keene. We knew Jimmy admired you, but we didn't know he'd been to see you.
He didn't tell you, Mrs. Harmon?
No, Mr. Keene.
He always used to say that if anybody ever disappeared, you'd be sure to find him.
Well, Mr. Harmon, more than ever, I hope I can justify Jimmy's faith in me. He's a splendid boy.
So serious and so good. A sweet little owl.
The way I blame myself for this, as I've told you, Jimmy had certain premonitions.
Well, I don't know that had anything to do with it. We talked to Lieutenant Walker.
Of the Missing Persons Bureau?
Yes.
He's an old friend of mine. What was his theory?
Just a hit-and-run case. And he thinks that maybe Jimmy became unnerved at the sight of blood and ran away. Or else
We hate to think of it.
Or else that Jimmy was also hurt and the driver maybe took him to some hospital and left him there. What do you think, Mr. Keene?
I need more facts. Now, what can you tell me about your brother, Mr. Harmon?
Well, Bill is my brother, and I don't like talking bad of the dead.
He moved in 6 months ago and just wouldn't move out again.
What was his occupation?
Occupation? I wouldn't much know. I hadn't seen him in 10 years. Business, he said.
He talked about big deals sometimes. He said he'd made a lot of money out west.
Mm-hmm. What was he supposed to be doing in New York?
Looking for some opportunity to invest.
And that's all you know?
Oh, I wish we could do something more to help you, Mr. Keene. You're so kind to drop everything like this and go hunting for Jimmy.
To me, it's the most important case of my life. Well, I'll have to go now. The Missing Persons Bureau is my next stop.
Thank you, Mr. Keene. God bless you.
You see, Lieutenant Walker, it just happened the boy came to my office yesterday to tell me that strange story.
Well, I certainly appreciate the tip, Mr. Keene. It makes it more than just a hit-and-run accident.
I'm very much afraid so. You don't mind my stepping into the case, Lieutenant?
No, glad to have you.
About the boy, I presume you're in touch with all the hospitals?
Yes, it's still possible he was also hurt. The driver was soft-hearted enough to want to get him to a doctor.
Yes. There weren't any witnesses to the accident or whatever it was?
No one. No, excuse me. Lieutenant Walker speaking. Oh, yeah, Martin. You got a pretty good set of prints? What's that? I'll be darned. Well, thanks anyhow.
Bad news, Lieutenant?
Funny news, Mr. Keene. I was a man at the morgue. Jeepers, there are 2 billion people in the world, and they all got fingerprints. Now, just when it would help to know...
This man has no fingerprints?
Not a trace.
You mean his fingertips have been mutilated?
Yep, the old gag. All 10 fingers badly burned and healed over with scars.
Yes, that is news.
Yeah, clear as day. He was an old mobster, did it deliberately to cover up his record.
Well, maybe he did once have an accident.
No. No, he belonged to a mob.
One way or another, we're up against a stone wall. Even his own brother knows nothing about him.
Well, Mr. Keene, only one thing left to do. Send out a nationwide alarm for the kid Jimmy. So, if you'll excuse me now...
I'm running along anyhow. No fingerprints. Who was he, anyhow? What was he hiding?
And so the case takes a baffling turn for Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons. Meanwhile,
thousands of girls who suffer the heartache of being unpopular. Clever, pretty, smartly dressed girls have just one thing to blame: teeth that rob them of charm when they smile. Thousands of men whose livelihood depends on selling themselves to others have the same weakness of appearance to blame. They don't know it or notice it, but the people they contact do. You may or may not be one of those people, but if you have the slightest suspicion that you are, try the new Colonos toothpaste, a high-polishing toothpaste. You'll find Colonos helps remove those dingy, unattractive surface stains from your teeth, brings out all the natural luster and brilliance that adds so much to your smile. Start using the new Colonos tonight. Remember, it's a high-polishing toothpaste. You can get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste at any drugstore. Now back to Mr. Keene as he returns once more to the home of Jimmy's parents.
See, Mr. Harmon, Mrs. Harmon, the one important thing right now is to get back in the dead man's past.
Well, I've shown you every blessed thing that was in his room, Mr. Keene.
Not one single paper there to give us a lead. One moment. Do you recall anybody who may have phoned him regularly?
What? Well, now, come to think of it,
Yes, Mrs. Harmon.
the one person I ever knew, Bill, to have anything to do with, it was last week. Mr. Benson phoned him here 2 or 3 times.
Benson. Any idea who he was?
No.
Or where he might be reached?
See, I remember once that Bill wasn't in, and Mr. Benson left a message where to call him back.
Where? Try to remember. It may be very important.
A hotel it was. It was a funny name, like that man in England.
What man?
Lord somebody. He has to do with rationing. It was the only way I remembered.
Oh, Wilton?
That's it. The Hotel Woolton.
You say you're looking for a Mr. Benson?
That's right, clerk.
You wouldn't have his first name?
I'm afraid not. All I know is that he was registered here last week.
I looked through these files. Yes, we had a Harley Benson.
Good. Is he still in the hotel?
No, checked out yesterday.
Yesterday. All the bad luck. Did he leave any home address with you?
Just Chicago.
That's a very big city. Of course, there's just a chance he might be in the Chicago telephone book.
But you'll find the out-of-town phone books on the end of the counter there.
Thank you.
Find it, sir?
Yes, here it is, thank you. Waldron. Barton. Benson.
Any luck, sir?
No Harley Benson. I rather imagine he wouldn't be in the phone book anyhow.
Well, sir, if there's anything more I can do, I'll
Yes,
be...
there is. You keep records, of course, of all long-distance phone calls for your guests?
Oh, yes.
Would you mind showing me Benson's? To explain my right to ask, my name is Keene. I'm a tracer of lost persons. I'm now looking for a 12-year-old boy, Jimmy Harmon, who has disappeared.
Oh, yes, I read all about it in the papers. Let me see, the bill file's right here, Mr. Keene. Yes. Here's Benson. He made several calls.
Did he call Chicago?
Yes, sir. 3 times. His only long-distance call.
And the number he phoned?
Here you are, sir. The same all 3 times.
Thank you, clerk. That's all I need to know.
Well, here we are, boss. This is the house that Benson phoned to from New York.
Didn't expect this. It's as pretty a cottage as I've ever seen.
Well, I've known gangsters to hide out in stranger places.
All right. Strike a match now, Mike. Let's see the name on the doorbell. It says Malcolm Dugan.
It's an alias. I'm sure it's Benson. And that Benson is that man in black that Jimmy talked about.
Possibly.
Well, let's bust right in and face it.
Hey, you out there. Anything you want?
Well, you see, we...
I seen you through the window, prowling around in the dark.
Indeed you did, Benson.
Say, how'd you know my name?
That's a long story. I've come all the way from New York to talk with you. So I didn't expect to find you under the name of Dugan.
Dugan's a cousin of mine. I board here.
May we come in?
Sure. Why not?
Now then, my name is Keene.
Say, not the detective.
That's right. This is my assistant, Mike Clancy.
Okay. What's next?
What do you know about Bill Harmon?
Bill Harmon?
A gunman, huh? Trigger man for one of the Chicago mobs. Alky racket. Or was it dope? Or maybe black market? And you did him in.
Oh, wait a minute, Clancy. Back up.
All right. Tell us in your own way.
Harmon ain't no mobster. He was the same as what I still am.
And what's that?
A prison guard in the Lakeshore Penitentiary.
A prison guard?
Sure, until 5 years ago when he quit. I didn't hear a word from him until I was in New York on vacation last week and ran into him on the street.
On the street? You get that, boss?
1 second, Mike. Benson, are you in the habit of wearing black suits and overcoats?
Me? You think I'm an undertaker?
Well, now, when you ran into Harmon, did he tell you what he was doing?
Well, salesman, he said. We had a couple of beers together 2 or 3 times. He didn't talk much.
Tell me, was there any special reason why he left his job at the penitentiary?
No, just quit.
What were his duties?
Same as me, guarding the death house. And come to think of it...
Yes?
There was something a little funny in his quitting. He did it just a couple of hours before that big racketeer, Legs Mosley, was burned.
Mosley? Oh, yes.
And Harmon just walked out. Said he had enough executions. Well, it happens that way sometimes with a guard.
Yes, I've heard.
But now I remember something else. The minute Legs came out for his last walk to the chair, he asked for Harmon. Where's Harmon, he says. He's got to be here. He's always here. I said Harmon had a previous appointment.
So Legs kept asking for him?
Yeah, Mr. Keene. Think it meant anything?
Tell me something else, Benson. Are there any members of the old Mosley mob still in the penitentiary that I could talk to?
No, not a one. Tell you what, though. There is a guy in the pen, a lifer, who was supposed to burn the same night with Mosley. He got reprieved to life. His name is Rayburn. Like to talk to him?
You bet I would. The first thing tomorrow morning. Rayburn, I gather you're no gangster.
No, Mr. King. I committed my murder over a woman.
Well, as I've told you, I'm trying my best to trace a fine 12-year-old boy who's disappeared. Somehow the trail leads right here to the penitentiary.
How do you mean?
It's too long a story to tell right now. There's only one question I want to ask.
Yes, sir.
Why did Bill Harmon suddenly quit his job as a guard in the death house a few hours before Mosley's execution?
Well, you see...
And why didn't Harmon have the nerve to go into the death chamber that night to see him executed?
Mr. Keene, I don't want to get anybody in trouble.
Don't worry about that. Harmon is dead. The question now is to try to save the life of an innocent boy. Well, why did Harmon quit?
Well, because he welched on a bargain.
Welched? How?
Well, while Legs Mosley was waiting to burn, some of his gang reached Bill Harmon and made a proposition. They would pay him $20,000 if he would help spring Legs from the death house. The brains of the plan was a fellow called Blackie.
Blackie?
Well, they called him that because he always dressed in black. Blackie Westlake.
Yes, go right on.
Well, the way I got the story, Harmon agreed. But he wanted some of the money in advance. So they gave him $10,000, and he would get the rest after Legs was over the wall and free. I knew all about it because they were going to let me walk out the same time.
Harmon never carried out his crooked bargain.
No, Mr. King. Talk of crooks out crooking each other. He took the $10,000 and beat it. Legs died in the chair. I got a reprieve. But that's ancient history, isn't it?
Yes, ancient history that suddenly came back to life. Thank you, Rayburn.
Why, sure, boss, it's as plain as day now. Blackie Westlake and the other members of the old mob killed Harmon for revenge.
Yes, and abducted Jimmy because he had once seen Blackie before and was in a position to identify him to the police.
Right.
Now the next step. We phoned Lieutenant Walker in New York and asked him to send out an alarm.
For every member of the old Mosley mob?
No, Mike. Just for Blackie Westlake.
And why just for Blackie?
To start a civil war.
Boss, I don't get it.
You know the old saying, when thieves fall out, honest men get their due? Mike, that's the only way of getting Jimmy safely out of the hands of those gangsters.
Oh, psychology stuff.
Right. Let's phone Walker now and then get back to New York.
Good morning, Professor. How do you do, Professor?
Oh, it's you. The hoodlum they call Blackie.
Next on that hoodlum stuff.
Well, that's what you are. When are you going to let me out of the cellar?
When I feel like it. Get back there or I'll slap you. That's better. Looks all right. I brought you a sandwich out of the kindness of my heart.
I don't want your sandwich. Why are you keeping me here?
Because you're too darn smart, Professor. You saw us bump off your dear, dear uncle. If I let you go, the cops would take you to headquarters. You'd identify my picture.
Just what I thought. You're one of those habitual criminals.
Shut up.
I can tell that from the shape of your ears and the index of your cranium.
Stop that highbrow stuff. My cranium's all right.
Where is this place you're keeping me?
A warehouse. And a lot nearer your home plate than you think.
I'm sick of it. It's cold. Let me out of here.
You stay right here till the noise dies down. Now go on. Get back. Get back or I'll smack you.
Take your hand off me. Let me go.
Oh, yeah?
You slapped me right in the face. You knocked my glasses off.
And that's only a sample.
Let me out of here. Let me go.
Little wise guy.
Hey, Blackie! Blackie!
Yeah, Montana?
Look at here. I was just outside and got a newspaper.
So what?
Me and the others are scrambling out of here.
Why?
Look at this paper, the front page.
Let me see. Oh.
Blackie Westlake hunted in murder and abduction. That means you.
I thought I was covered up the whole way.
You ain't, but we are.
Now, wait a minute,
You're
Montana.
hot, Blackie, hot as fire. The whole town's looking for you. So the rest of us is taking the car and scrambling. Because we're still in the clear.
You're not walking out on me. You're staying right here. If we burn together.
Not in your life, Blackie.
Okay, maybe this'll teach you.
You rat! Larry, French, come quick!
Oh, so you want to shoot it out, huh?
Oh, Mr. Keene, it just makes me sick to think of Jimmy in the hands of those gangsters.
He's a bright boy, Mrs. Harmon. We can count on him handling himself intelligently.
Besides, Mother, the police are hunting everywhere.
Yes, but they might take weeks and still not find him.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Harmon. I've done my best. Now it's only a question of letting nature take its course.
Nature? But, Mr. Keene, those men are killers.
That's exactly what I'm counting on. You see...
Oh, the door.
I'll go and see. Just remain calm, Mother.
Hello, everybody.
Jimmy.
Oh, Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy. Thank God you're back again. Jimmy, my
Hello,
darling.
Mother. Hello, Dad.
Oh, darling, did those men hurt you? Are you all right?
We're just a little hungry. Relax, everybody.
Oh, Jimmy, we were just about crazy with worry. Where were you?
In a warehouse in Brooklyn.
Well, how did you ever get away from there?
In a police car. Thanks to Mr. Keene. I guess you'd like to know what happened, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Jimmy, I certainly would.
Well, just about an hour ago, I was locked in the cellar. But I heard an argument start. The rest of the gang wanted to run away without Blackie. Suddenly, they were shooting all over the place. When the police came a little later, they were all dead or dying. Like the Kilkenny cats.
Good heavens.
You see, Mr. Keene, they didn't have much loyalty to each other.
Yes, Jimmy, that's exactly what I was counting on.
Mr. Keene, Lieutenant Walker told me how you did it while he was driving me back. Psychology, that's what you call it.
Whatever it was, Mr. Keene, you saved Jimmy's life.
How can we ever thank you?
My own happiness is reward enough.
Mr. Keene, there was something I wish to request of you.
Yes. What's that?
Well, when I grow up, may I have a position in your organization?
Well, Jimmy, I never had a higher compliment from anybody. Of course you may.
Listen next week at the same time when Mr. Keene brings us the fascinating case of Mr. Trevor's secret. Today, the girl or woman who wants to be popular knows that one of her most important assets is a charming smile and teeth that sparkle and gleam. Knows that no matter how smartly she may dress or make up, teeth that are dingy and discolored looking instantly create an unfavorable impression. And the same is true of the man in business, whose very livelihood depends on selling himself. He knows how quickly discolored looking teeth can bring failure. That's why today thousands of smart and successful men and women are changing to the new Colonos high-polishing toothpaste. So, for your own sake, try the new Colonos toothpaste yourself. It works like a jeweler's polish on tarnished silver. It helps remove dull, dingy surface stains, revealing the natural brilliance and sparkle of your teeth. Ask for Colonos toothpaste, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, at your drugstore tonight. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air at a new time, every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old Tracer turns to the case of Mr. Trevor's secret. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and inviting you to listen to Friday on Broadway at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime over most of these stations tomorrow night.
Thousands of women are finding that economical, no-rubbing Aero Wax makes dingy old floors shine and sparkle, look like new. Just apply, and in 6 to 9 minutes it dries to a hard, lustrous waxed finish that saves countless scrubbings and polishings. Yet Aero Wax costs only 25 cents a pint at grocery, hardware, drug, and chain stores. Get Aero Wax, A-E-R-O-W-A-X.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colonos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, is your smile everything you'd like it to be? Bright, sparkling, magnetic? If not, try the new Colonos toothpaste thousands are raving about. It's a high-polishing toothpaste that acts like a jeweler's polish in removing tarnish from silver. Quickly, but oh so gently, Colonos erases stubborn surface film from your teeth, revealing all their glorious natural brilliance. Get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste at your drugstore tonight. Now, Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. This time, our story opens about 100 miles from New York, in a chemical plant in Connecticut. There's a hum of motors and a hiss of compressed air as Mr. Keene and his assistant, Mike Clancy, are guided across the floor amid great vats and retorts. Halfway across the floor, their guide, a thin, nearsighted man, pauses to answer a question.
Oh, yes, Mr. Keene. Our production right now is entirely for the war effort.
And I gather, Mr. Wallace, that this plant supplies chemicals for various types of explosives?
Oh, yes. For shells, bombs, mines.
My. Look at the size of them big vats over there. Hitler wouldn't like to think of all the shooting that's going to come out of them, I'll bet.
Quite right, Mr. Clancy, quite right. And that may have a lot to do with the reason that our manager, Mr. Morley, has sent for you two gentlemen.
Well, why did he, Mr. Wallace? All I know is that he phoned my office yesterday in New York and asked me to come here the first thing this morning. What's happened?
Well, I'm only in the personnel division. I'll have to let Mr. Morley talk for himself. If you'll come along to his office, over there on the right.
No, sir. Must be on the left.
The left?
Well, yes, there's the sign. Manager.
Oh, yes, yes. Forgive me for not knowing the way around my own plant. But I've broken my glasses, you see. I'm very nearsighted.
Never mind, Mr. Wallace. We'll guide you. In fact, here we are right now.
One moment while I knock.
Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Morley.
Oh, good morning. You must be Mr. Keene.
That's right. This is my assistant, Mike Clancy.
Glad to meet you.
How do you do, Mr. Clancy? Won't you come inside, please, gentlemen? You too, Wallace.
Yes.
Right now, if you'll just sit down and make yourselves comfortable.
Thank you. Now then, Mr. Morley, what's it all about?
Well, I'll come right to the point, Mr. Keene. As you've probably noticed, this is a war plant, and a very busy one. And right now, we've just received a very serious threat to our production.
How?
By the disappearance of a member of our staff. In fact, our best chemical engineer.
That is serious.
There isn't another man in the plant who has his know-how. We must get him back as soon as possible.
What's this man's name?
Henry Trevor.
And how old?
42 or so.
When did he disappear?
3 days ago.
Under what circumstances?
Well, I'll let Wallace here tell you.
Well, sir, it was late Monday afternoon. I went to Mr. Trevor's office to check a personnel matter, but he didn't have time to talk to me. He already had his hat and coat on, was leaving the plant. Not that he was a clock watcher.
Oh, no, indeed.
Continue, please.
Well, Mr. Keene, there isn't much more to tell. Mr. Trevor left the plant and just never returned.
You've checked at his home?
Well, he has lodgings, but he never slept in his bed that night.
Was he in any sort of private difficulties?
No, none at all. Unless Wallace here has an idea.
Oh? What is it, Mr. Wallace?
You've heard how valuable Mr. Trevor is to us. Obviously, if anybody stands to profit from his disappearance...
Oh, are you hinting that his disappearance may be the work of enemy agents?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Glory be.
I don't know whether I'm permitted to tell you, but perhaps Mr. Morley...
Oh, I think I can refer to it in a general way. Mr. Keene, this plant has been working on an important new device.
Really?
And Trevor was handling all the experiments.
Well, that is important.
And what's more, Mr. Keene...
Yes, Mr. Wallace?
When I went to his lodgings to make a check, I found that several strangers had taken rooms there recently.
Really? Oh, we'll have to look into that. But first, I'd like a few more facts on Trevor's professional background.
Well, Wallace can give you all that, Mr. Keene.
Yes. In fact, I've dug up his folder from my files.
Oh, if you don't mind reading it to me.
Oh, dear me, my glasses. I'm half blind until they finish making me a new pair.
I'll read it myself, then. Notice Mr. Trevor came here only 6 months ago.
Yes, that's correct.
And before that... Why, all his previous experience was as a school teacher.
Yes, quite so.
6 months as chemistry instructor in the Tappingworth School for Boys. Before that, 6 months at the Jones-Walton School. And then sick for a year in Nevada.
Lung trouble, he said. But he was completely cured.
And before his illness, 15 years at the Morton Latin School. This strikes me as very odd, Mr. Morley.
What does?
Here is a man who was content for 15 years to stay in one place, and then he becomes ill. When he recovers, he shows an extreme restlessness. He rushes from one job to another.
Well, he told me that after he recovered his health, he started looking for better jobs.
And here's another point. You say he was your best chemical engineer?
Absolutely.
But all his past experience was as a teacher. Something very much different.
Well, Mr. Keene, he had a college degree in chemistry, so... We were mighty glad to have him, what with the shortage of technicians since the war.
I still think that the only explanation is enemy agents.
Well, possibly. Meanwhile, thanks for the information, Mr. Wallace. I'll pay a visit to his lodgings.
Whatever you wish, Mr. Keene, but just find Trevor. We need him.
I'll do my best. Come along, Mike.
Okay, boss.
If you'd like me to show you out...
It won't be necessary, thank you, Mr. Wallace.
Good. I have some other matters to discuss with Mr. Morley.
Good day.
Good day.
Good day.
I'll let you know just as soon as anything develops.
Well, thank you, Mr. Keene.
Well, boss, what do you think?
First, let's get some facts, Mike, and then we'll think.
Oh, you there, Mr. Keene?
Why, boss, somebody's calling you.
Mr. Keene?
Yes, that girl over there by the machine. Yes, young woman.
Mr. Keene, I heard Wallace mentioning your name when you came by before. You're the famous investigator, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, I guess you're up here to look for Mr. Trevor.
You know about his disappearance?
Why, sure, everybody knows.
Well, do you have some information that might help me?
Boss, I think she means,
What do I mean?
well, somebody stuffed him into one of them big vats.
No. What I wanted to say is, if you could get interested in women's hats,
Women's hats?
you might find out a whole lot more than you know right now.
What do you mean by that? Stop that machine for a moment.
Sorry, I got work to do.
Well, please, this is important.
I told you all I can.
Stubborn little devil.
Please, young woman, listen to me. No use, Mike. Let's get out into the hall.
Women's hats. What does she mean by that?
Mike, I have half an idea. On our way through the town, we stopped once to ask directions.
Sure, in a cigar store.
Did you notice what was next door?
Oh, yes. A hat store.
A very smart-looking little place. Unusual for a town like this.
You think that's what the chick meant?
Let's find out. Here we are, Mike. This is the place.
And there's the owner's name on the window.
Mrs. Lydia Groves. This is only a hunch, but I'm going to play it for all it's worth.
Okay. Nobody here.
There she comes now from the back room.
A brunette. And darn good looking.
Mrs. Groves?
Yes, that's my name. You haven't come to buy hats.
No, Mrs. Groves. To ask a question.
I don't understand.
When did you last see Henry Trevor?
Henry Trevor?
Yes, the engineer from the chemical plant.
I don't know him.
This is a small community. You must know him.
I mind my own business, which is to make and sell hats.
But Mrs.
And
Groves...
all my hats are for women. Good day, gentlemen.
Oh, but lady, this is important.
You've made a mistake. Good day.
Very well. Good day. Come along, Mike.
Boss, do you think she was telling the truth?
No, Mike, I don't.
Enemy agent?
Mike, in my long life, I found out that a beautiful woman can cause plenty of trouble without being anybody's agent.
But this fellow Wallace said
We still need more information. The only way to get it...
How, sir?
Let's circulate around town and dig up every bit of gossip that we can. You hang around the lunch wagons, the gas stations. As for me, I'm going to get a haircut.
Take more off the side, sir.
That's right, Barber.
Nice day.
Oh, it's a beautiful day.
I think it's going to be warm after all.
Definitely.
Yes, sir, definitely. Yes, sir. Don't think I ever saw you around here before.
I'm doing a job for the chemical plant.
Oh, chemical plant.
I believe our Mr. Trevor is one of your customers.
Oh, sure. Every 2 weeks.
Interesting about him and Mrs. Groves, isn't it?
Him and Mrs. You know.
The whole plant knows.
Funny thing, he took to her from the first day she come to this town and opened her shop. Thick as thieves, those two.
When did she first come to town?
Let me see. About the time my wisdom tooth was raising keen, last September. Take more off the side.
Yes, please. He hung around her shop all the time?
Yes, till folks started talking. So then they took to cover. You know, Thrush Lane. They've been meeting there every night. Thrush Lane? Oh, all the spooning and mooning that goes on there. And just where is Thrush Lane?
Oh, half a mile south of town, right by the factory. Say, what are you doing? You can't get up from the chair yet.
Here's your money. I'll see you later.
But I only done one side of your head. Come back. Crazy fella. Running off with only half a haircut.
No, boss, there's nothing in the underbrush over here.
Well, come over to this side.
Oh, Mr. Keene, so sure we've been at it for 3 hours already.
I know, Mike. This is our only real lead. Remember what the barber said. They met here every night.
Oh, boss, take off your hat just once more.
I will not.
The strangest haircut I ever did see. And you such a proper gentleman.
Here, help me put these branches aside.
There. And you're still hoping to find Trevor's body out here in Thrush Lane?
Not hoping. I'll be glad if I'm wrong.
Well, there's nothing here.
All right. Let's get back on the path. Mike, so far we can be sure of only one thing.
What's that?
Trevor and Mrs. Groves knew each other long before they ever came here. Of that I'm certain. You see, I found they arrived here actually within a week or two of each other.
Trevor to take the job at the plant.
And Mrs. Groves to open the shop. Then promptly they became friends. Then promptly...
Yes, Mr. Keene. Well, what are you staring at?
Something there on the ground, just a yard ahead of us.
I don't see it.
Well, look, Mike, from over here where the sun strikes it.
Oh, sure, but what of it? Just those few little chunks.
Come over here, Mike. Bend down. Help me pick them up.
Okay, sir. Okay. Here.
Mike, judging from the thickness of these fragments, I think we'd better have another talk with our friend, Mr. Wallace.
And now for a moment, while Mr. Keene and Mike examine their surprising find. Next time you meet the most successful man you know, or the most popular girl, take a good look at their teeth. Chances are they'll be sparkling and beautiful, with all the magnetism your own smile should have. Then examine your own teeth critically. If they're not every bit as brilliant and gleaming as they should be, if they show signs of being discolored by surface film, just do as thousands do. Try the new Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Safely, speedily, Colonos helps brush away masking surface film, revealing the natural luster and brightness of your teeth. Your druggist has an ample supply of Colonos on hand, so get a tube tonight and see what wonders it may do in helping you to add to the charm and appeal of your smile. Remember the name Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. And now back to the chemical plant where Mr. Keene has a quiet talk with the helpful Mr. Wallace.
Yes, Mr. Keene? Is there something more you wanted to know?
One or two little details, Mr. Wallace.
Fire away, Mr. Keene, fire away.
Were you aware, Mr. Wallace, that Henry Trevor was very friendly with a Mrs. Groves?
I wouldn't know about that, sir.
Well, did you ever notice what route Trevor took when he left the factory at night?
Oh, back to his lodgings, I suppose.
By way of Thrush Lane? Didn't you ever notice whether he made a practice of going through Thrush Lane?
Did he? I never had any occasion for walking there myself.
No? Wallace, when did you break your glasses?
My glasses? Why, several days ago.
Where?
Right here, in my office.
Pretty thick lenses, I gather.
Oh, yes. Yes, sir. That's why I'm having trouble getting them replaced.
Wallace, take a look at these. I mean, these fragments in my hand.
Well, how can I, without my glasses?
Take them into your hand. Feel them.
Bits of broken glass.
Very thick bits. The kind of glass that might be used in the spectacle of a very nearsighted man.
I don't know what you're driving at, sir.
I found these 20 minutes ago in Thrush Lane.
Well, the world's full of nearsighted men.
Are you sure one of them didn't follow Henry Trevor into the woods last Monday night and overhear his conversation with Mrs. Groves?
I'm sure that this one did not. Are you quite finished, sir?
One thing more. Do you have any photographs of Henry Trevor in your files? You must have.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to have one. At once.
Well, boss, what are you up to now?
I'm going on a little trip, Mike.
Where to?
Back into Henry Trevor's past. Dr. Grange, you are the headmaster of the Tappingworth School?
Oh, yes, for 20 years.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Why, yes, this is Henry Trevor. He taught chemistry here last year. Excellent grasp of his subject, too. I wish he'd stayed.
What can you tell me of his background?
Why, he came here from the Jones-Walton School with the usual references.
That's all you know?
Well, yes, Mr. Keene.
Thank you, Dr. Grange.
Oh, yes. Yes, Mr. Trevor taught here for one term at the Jones-Walton School.
He got along well, Miss Mott?
Yes, our girls simply adored him.
Where had he been before?
He'd been sick, I believe, for a year. Before that, the Morton Latin School.
Look at this photograph, please. Is that a good resemblance?
Perfect.
Well, Mr. Keene, we had Mr. Trevor with us here at the Morton School for 15 years, until he became ill.
And then he went to Nevada for his health, Dr. Hines?
Quite so.
You never heard from him again?
Only when other schools asked us about his references.
I wonder if you would have a photograph of him.
Well, we should. Any one of the yearbooks. Here, let me see on this shelf up here. Ah, oh, yeah, the yearbook of 1940.
That will do very well.
Ah, there we are, Mr. Keene.
You say that's Henry Trevor?
Of course.
Well, let me show you a photograph, Dr. Hines. This one. How good a resemblance is this one?
Mr. Keene, this is the strangest thing. Do you have time for a story?
All the time in the world. Go right ahead.
Well, Mr. Keene, I began to wonder what had happened to you.
I've been away, Mr. Morley, for 2 days.
Any luck? Any trace of Trevor?
Yes and no.
What do you mean by that?
He's alive, all right, and well. I'm sure of that.
Well, that's...
But where he is and whether he wants to be found, that's something else.
Mr. Keene, all I know is that I've got to have him back at the plant. He's done fine and important work here. We need him desperately.
All right, Mr. Morley. That makes it a whole lot easier.
Mr. Keene, it's you again.
Yes, Mrs. Groves.
Mr. Keene, if you've come to plague me with questions again.
No. No more questions. Because I know the answers.
I'm not feeling well. Please come back some other time.
Now is the best time. You see, Mrs. Groves, I've just finished tracing back the history of Henry Trevor. Or rather, the man who called himself Henry Trevor.
I don't understand.
The real Henry Trevor died 2 years ago in Nevada.
But I told you that I know nothing about it.
And the moment he died, his identity was borrowed by someone else. In fact, by his brother, John Trevor.
Oh.
Yes, there were 2 Trevors, John and Henry. Both were trained in chemistry. Henry became a teacher. John became an engineer. John, the engineer, was very successful, made heaps of money. But his wife spent it even faster than he made it.
I know nothing about it.
In the end, this led John to embezzle $5,000 from his company. He and his wife ran away, wandered all over the country, used up every cent they had. Because there was no job that John could apply for without giving himself away.
Interesting, but I don't see how...
Finally, 2 years ago, the real Henry Trevor, the quiet schoolmaster, died. Immediately, John saw a chance to borrow his brother's identity and make a new start. And so John became Henry,
How did you find all this out?
By going back to the Morton School. The headmaster remembered the scandal about the embezzlement very well, and how much sorrow it caused Henry at the time. All that I had to do was to show him the photograph of the man who claimed to be Henry. Quite simple, really, Mrs. John Trevor.
What did you call me?
You are the wife of John Trevor, the man I've been asked to find.
Oh, I don't suppose there's any use now to deny it.
None.
Yes. It was my extravagance that caused the trouble. I wanted things John couldn't afford. Believe me, I regret the whole thing. We've struggled so hard to live it down.
But Wallace found out, the man at the chemical plant.
Yes, by following us to Thrush Lane several times and overhearing our conversation.
And then he tried to blackmail your husband?
Yes. And last Monday night, after John left me, Wallace came along again to ask for money. $500. Otherwise, he would expose John.
But your husband refused.
Yes, he began to scuffle with Wallace. But then he became frightened and decided it was no use. He decided he'd have to run away once again.
Where is he now?
Don't ask me. Please don't.
You must tell me.
No. He's my husband. And this was all my fault in the first place, Mr. Keene. It was my foolishness and vanity that caused John to embezzle the money. Oh, please go now.
But, Mrs. Trevor...
I beg you, please
the
go.
telephone. Mrs. Trevor, the reason that you want me out of here, would it be because your husband is right now calling you on the telephone?
I have nothing more to say.
Pick up the phone, Mrs. Trevor. Answer it.
But, Mr. Keene...
And tell your husband that I want to see him in my office in New York. Any time tomorrow, if he can make it.
I don't know.
Please do as I say. You won't regret it.
Well, boss, do you think he'll come?
I have every hope, Mike.
But it's almost 5 in the afternoon already. Ah, no. He won't come. Not a guy who embezzled $5,000 and stole his brother's name.
There's one thing you've overlooked.
What's that, sir?
Come in. Good afternoon, Mrs. Trevor.
Good afternoon.
You came alone?
No, not alone.
Oh, you're John Trevor?
Yes.
Come right in, both of you. This is Mike Clancy, my assistant.
How do you do?
How are you?
Sit down now.
Mr. Keene, my wife says you insisted on my coming to see you. I wouldn't have done it except I was sick of hiding.
Trevor, I want to ask a question. If you had the chance to make restitution for that $5,000, would you do it?
Mr. Keene, why do you think we've been slaving for the past 2 years? I had any job I could get, and Lydia in one hat shop after another, to save enough money to pay back.
Well, why didn't you get in touch with your old firm?
Because we've only got $2,000 so far. Because I was afraid of what attitude they might take.
Well, Trevor, there are 2 things that impress me about this case. First, that you and your wife have worked so hard ever since you made that mistake. Second, that you've proved yourself so valuable to the war effort.
Oh, it's nice of you to say that, Mr. Keene, but...
No buts. I'll be glad to accept the $2,000 you've saved so far. And let you pay off the rest in installments.
What did you say?
I got a telegram this morning from your old firm.
What?
Let me read it. In view of circumstances as explained by you, we are delighted to accept your check and drop all charges against John Trevor.
Why, Mr. Keene, you mean you went ahead and...
I took a chance on you, too. I paid off the $5,000 with my personal check.
Oh, how wonderful of you, Mr. Keene.
Certainly is, but there's still Mr. Morley.
I've already made your excuses to him.
Well, what did you tell him?
The truth. The best excuse of all.
And he still wants me back?
He'd be very much obliged if you'll take the next train out of here for Connecticut.
Oh, Mr. Keene.
You'll find one little change, though, at the factory.
What do you mean?
Mr. Wallace has suddenly resigned.
Mr. Keene, how can we ever thank you? What kindness. What understanding.
Never mind the speeches, or you'll miss your train. Along with you. There's a war on, you know.
Listen next week at the same time as Mr. Keene brings us the case of murder in the air. Few tragedies strike deeper than the loneliness of a girl or woman who is unpopular. A girl who dresses smartly, looks pretty, is gay and charming, but whose teeth, when seen at close range, rob her of the very charm she strives for. And the same thing is true of the man who must sell himself, socially and in business, and whose teeth create an unpleasant effect on others. If you have the slightest suspicion that your teeth are holding you back from social or business success, do as hundreds of thousands have recently done, and that is start cleaning your teeth with the new Colonos, a high polishing toothpaste. Its action is like that of a jeweler's polish, removing tarnish from a piece of silver. Try it, just once, and then you'll know why people everywhere are changing to this new high-polishing toothpaste, Colonos, and learning the meaning of teeth that can gleam and shine, that give your smile new personality and charm. You can get the new Colonos in any drugstore tonight. It's spelled K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos Toothpaste. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air at a new time, every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old tracer turns to the case of murder in the air. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos Toothpaste and inviting you to listen to Friday on Broadway at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime over most of these stations tomorrow night.
There's a wonderful new way to make floors sparkle like new in 6 to 9 minutes flat. Use Aero Wax, the self-polishing wax that goes on in a jiffy, dries without rubbing. Its marvelous high luster adds beauty to your rooms, saves countless scrubbings. Yet it costs only 25 cents a full pint. Get Aero Wax, A-E-R-O-W-A-X.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Even the dullest, dingiest floors can sparkle like new in 6 to 9 minutes with the economical no-rubbing Aero Wax. Just apply Aero Wax and let it dry. Its gleaming waxed finish protects against wear, eliminates frequent scrubbings and polishings. Aero Wax, A-E-R-O-W-A-X, saves time, work, and money. For it costs only 25 cents at hardware, drug, grocery, or 10-cent stores.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colonos Toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. To have a charming, attractive smile, teeth that feel fresh and clean, resolve right now to use Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Colonos helps clean and polish teeth beautifully, yet with utmost safety. Colonos has a refreshing, minty flavor you're bound to go for, because it leaves your mouth feeling fresh as a daisy. Get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos Toothpaste, tonight. And now for Mr. Keene and the case of murder in the air. It is almost midnight, and in Mr. Keene's office, as the tracer and his spinster secretary, Miss Ellis, finish up a very hard day's work.
You've worked long enough, Miss Ellis. don't you think you better go home now?
There's still some more work to be done, Mr. Keene.
We can finish it in the morning. Do you realize what time it is?
Around 9, I should think.
It's almost midnight.
No.
Yes. And I'd just as soon you wouldn't come in at all in the morning. Now get a good night's sleep.
I'll be here at the usual time.
I had a feeling that's what you'd say.
Oh, may I have the key to that closet, Mr. Keene?
The key?
Hmm?
Oh, I don't have the key.
You didn't take it out of the door this evening?
No.
Well, that's odd.
Maybe Mike has it.
Oh, yes, I didn't think of Mike.
You want to get something out of the closet, Miss Ellis?
There's just a book I left there. I tried to open the closet before, but it was locked. Mike must have accidentally locked it before he left. Oh, well, it doesn't matter anyway. I'm not going to do much reading tonight.
I should hope not. You go home and get some rest, Miss Ellis. I'll finish up here and lock the office.
All right, Mr. Keene.
Just midnight, I guess.
Late, even for you.
I'll be leaving very soon.
Good night, Mr. Keene.
Good night, Miss Ellis, and thanks for staying in. I think I'll check this correspondence in the morning. I'm getting rather tired. Come out of that closet and keep your hands above your head. I said come out of that closet. Well, good evening.
Good evening.
May I ask how long you've been in there?
Since 8 o'clock. There was no one in the office when I came in, and...
And you waited in the closet because it was so convenient, eh?
Please, Mr. Keene, I know what you're thinking, but I'm not a thief, I swear it.
What is your name, young lady?
Barbara Halliday.
And your business here?
I had to see you, sir.
I have a telephone and a secretary. I usually make my appointments with her.
I was going to wait here in the office, but when I heard someone trying the outside door, I became frightened. That's why I hid in the closet.
What frightened you?
Mr. Keene, do you know what it's like to be marked for murder?
Please sit down, Miss Halliday.
Thank you. You'll help me, won't you, Mr. Keene? I have no one else to turn to.
My real job in life is helping those who've had a loved one suddenly or mysteriously disappear. There are thousands of real missing persons cases every year in this country.
I know there must be a great many, Mr. Keene, but I saw your name in connection with the Bennett murder case, the singing star at the Palladium.
Well, that's true. In that case, I'd been asked by a man who loved that girl to try to find her when she disappeared. But I found her murdered.
Mr. Keene, do I have to wait until I'm murdered to get you to take my case?
Very well put. Of course you don't, my dear.
I have money, inherited when my sister died. I can pay you whatever your charge is.
The money is not important. I happen to have all I need, and I'm an old bachelor. But go on now with your story.
Mr. Keene, I live in Cleveland. Up until the time of my sister's death a month ago, I'd been living with her and with my brother-in-law. His name is Tagus, Chester Tagus.
I see.
After Grace's death, I decided I needed a rest. It was all too much for me. We were very close, and her sudden death was a blow.
Her sudden death?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Go on, please.
I arrived in New York about 2 weeks ago, and that's when things began to happen.
What things, Miss Halliday?
3 attempts were made on my life. Any one of them could have been my finish. Frankly, I don't know yet why they all failed.
Well, tell me about them.
The first occurred on the street, in full view of several people.
And where was this?
Uptown, near Columbia University. I'd gone up to the university on a sightseeing tour by myself. I took a Fifth Avenue bus and got off at 110th Street.
But the university is at 116th.
I know, Mr. Keene, but I wanted to walk for a few blocks. I had an uncomfortable feeling on that bus, as if someone were watching me. I walked up the drive to 113th Street and then turned east toward Broadway. Do you know the street, sir?
I think so. A few apartment houses, mostly 4-story walk-ups.
Halfway up the block, some workmen were about to lower a piano to the street. They were moving it, apparently. There was a large pulley on the roof, and they had the piano halfway through a window. I only half noticed those things as I walked up the street. My mind was on something else.
Oh? What?
A man was following me. Man in a dark coat, the collar turned up, dark glasses. There were other people on the street, and I got the feeling for a moment that it was all very silly. What harm could a man possibly do in a street full of people? That's how I argued to myself. For a moment, I thought of running. I walked faster. So did he. But suddenly I decided to face him, and I turned. What do you want?
Pardon me, ma'am?
You've been following me. What do you want?
I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you. I'm a stranger in New York, and I wanted to ask directions.
You could have asked someone else.
Of course. I'm sorry. Do you have the right time?
It's 4:30.
4:30. You're very kind.
Now, will you please go? It was the piano, Mr. Keene. It hit a projecting ledge as it fell and missed me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be telling you this right now.
You think that was deliberate?
I know it was now. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm convinced that man kept me there under the piano until his accomplice opened the pulley on the roof.
Well, I don't want to sound skeptical, Miss Halliday, but don't you think it was quite a coincidence that you happened to walk up a certain street at a certain time just when some workmen were removing a piano?
This is my explanation, Mr. Keene. May not be logical to you, but I believe it. There were 2 men following me. They actually had a different plan in mind, but they saw the piano, and they made their attempt with that on the spur of the moment.
And the workmen saw nothing?
No. There was no one on the roof at the time.
You say there were 3 attempts to kill you?
Yes. The second attempt occurred on the subway. The following morning, I decided to visit the cloisters. I took a subway at 42nd Street, an express.
At what time was this?
Around 11 o'clock. It wasn't the rush hour, and I was alone in the rear car. At least I thought I was alone, until I noticed a man sitting at the other end. The same dark glasses, dark coat with the collar turned up. He'd disappeared in the confusion right after the piano fell, and there he was again. I watched him out of the corner of my eye. When the train reached 59th Street, he'd moved his seat, and he was now directly opposite me.
Didn't you try to get out?
I was afraid to move. I prayed that someone else would board the car, but it was still empty except for us when the doors closed. And the train began to move.
What happened then?
The run between 59th and 125th Street is the longest on the line. I suppose it really only takes a few minutes, but to me it seemed as if I was living my whole lifetime over again, because the man with the dark glasses had deliberately changed his seat again, and he was now sitting next to me. There was no conductor on that subway car, as sometimes there aren't. I started to get panicky. I couldn't scream. We were in the last car, and the noise was too strong. I got up and moved towards the end of the train, and he followed. Then I knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to push me off the train. I started to choke with fear. I wanted to beg him to leave me alone, but the words wouldn't come. And he was pushing me against the gate and fumbling for the catch. Suddenly I found my voice, and I screamed at the top of my lungs. Later, I opened my eyes and found a conductor looking down at me. I'd fainted. My enemy was gone.
Was there an investigation?
No, I didn't tell anyone what had happened. I just took a cab home as quickly as I could and went to bed. The next day, I was ill from fear and anxiety. Every time I heard a footstep in my hall, I thought it was the man with the dark glasses.
You kept to your room then for several days?
Yes, I had my meals sent up. The only one I would admit was the waitress who brought my food from the restaurant downstairs.
Where were you living?
In a brownstone house on 37th, Mr. Keene. I've since changed to a woman's hotel with Charlotte.
Yes. Go on.
Well, at the end of 3 days, I began to get hold of myself again. I felt stronger, and I decided to leave town as soon as I could. And then one evening, Marion, the waitress, brought my dinner as usual. Who is it?
Marion, ma'am.
Just Just a moment, I'll let you in.
How are you today, Miss Halliday?
I'm fine. Thank you. Much better.
I got you some tasty stew. Irish stew. I'm sure you'll like it.
Thank you, Marion.
Oh, my goodness. You've been leading a hermit's life up here. No friends, no fresh air, no movies.
I didn't miss the movies so much, but the fresh air, I could certainly use some of that.
Why don't you go out for a walk after dinner?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, but it's so nice out, and you'll feel fine after you have that lovely dinner. Wait till you taste that stew. I had some myself, and it's super.
I'll bet it is.
Do you want me to uncover it for you?
No, thanks. I'll do it. Stew does look good.
There's hot potatoes under the other cover.
Oh, they look nice, too.
And under that third dish, I guess they must be the peas.
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh! What is it, Miss Halliday?
In the dish, Marion.
Oh! It's a spider. A dead spider.
Do you know what kind of a spider that is? They call it the Black Widow. The deadliest in the country.
What a strange story Barbara tells Mr. Keene. It continues in just a minute. Mr. Keene is broadcast to you by Colonos Toothpaste. After all is said and done, all any dentifrice is supposed to do is clean your teeth. Thousands of folks like you and me have found that Colonos, the high-polishing toothpaste, does that job thoroughly and safely. And Colonos does a real job in helping remove surface film from teeth. Safely, quickly, it helps brush away that clouding surface film, which often hides the true beauty of your smile. It leaves your teeth shining clean, looking their loveliest. Run your tongue over your teeth, and you feel the difference. Look in the mirror, and you see the difference. What's more, you'll be delighted with the pleasant, minty taste of Colonos. You'll find it leaves your mouth feeling cool and fresh as a May morning. If you do not already use Colonos toothpaste, won't you try it soon? That's spelled K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colonos toothpaste. Now back to Barbara and Mr. Keene.
You say the spider was dead, Miss Halliday?
Yes.
It may have been dead when it was placed there. I don't suppose the waitress knew anything about it.
She was just as frightened as I was.
See, I have a theory, Miss Halliday. I don't believe anyone was really trying to kill you. If they wanted you dead, they could have accomplished it in the subway or in some other less complicated way.
But you do believe all this has happened to me? You don't think I'm making it up?
No, my dear. I believe you. But I think they've all been merely attempts at murder, attempts to frighten you.
But why?
That's what I'm going to find out. Now, you say you're living at the Charlotte.
Yes, sir.
You believe you're safe there?
Safe as I could be anywhere.
Well, suppose I see you home now. I must say this is one of the most peculiar cases I've ever had. And if it's in my power, my dear, I'll solve it for both of us.
And you say Mr. Keene won't be in until noon?
I doubt it, Mr. Tagus. My name is Clancy, Mike Clancy. I'm his assistant. Can I help you, sir?
Well, perhaps. You see, my sister-in-law disappeared from our home in Cleveland.
When was this, Mr. Tagus?
2 weeks ago, following my wife's death. I know she came to New York, and I've heard of Mr. Keene's marvelous work as a tracer of lost persons. I was hoping he might be able to help me.
What is your sister-in-law's name, sir?
Halliday, Barbara Halliday. I have a picture of her here.
Oh, I see. Well, if it's just a simple case of...
Well, I'm afraid it isn't, Mr. Clancy. Simple, I mean.
Oh.
You see, Miss Halliday is not well. She has what you might call hallucinations.
Oh, I see.
As a matter of fact, sir, there's no question about it.
About what, Mr. Tagus?
My sister-in-law, Barbara, has lost her mind.
So she said she'd lost her mind, Mike?
Yes, Mr. Keene, sir. And according to Mr. Tagus, she tried to run away from home on several occasions.
He was going to put her under the care of a doctor when this happened.
And she has hallucinations?
Yes, sir. She thinks someone's trying to kill her.
What sort of a man was this Mr. Tagus, Mike?
Oh, very pleasant, nice to talk to. He was mighty worried. I told him you might be able to find the girl if he gave you a little time, sir.
I have found her, Mike.
You what, sir? Mr. Keene's office. Eh? Well, just a minute, please. Cleveland calling, sir.
Thanks, Mike. Hello? Oh, yes, Inspector. You received my wire? Well, it's just a hunch. I suggest you call the coroner and consult with him. Yes. Yes, you can reach me here in my office. Very well, Inspector Bragg, and thank you.
What's this all about, Mr. Keene?
I can't explain now, Mike, because all the pieces don't fit. But I'll try to give you a slight idea of what's been going on while we're on our way.
On our way where, sir?
The Charlotte Hotel. I'm going to make an offer to Miss Halliday, and it's probably the strangest offer that's ever been made to anyone. Let's go, Mike.
We can talk here in the lobby, Mr. Keene.
This is my assistant, Mike Clancy. Miss Halliday.
How do you do?
I'm glad to know you, miss. Sure, and I just met your brother-in-law.
A brother-in-law? Here in New York?
Well, he...
We haven't got much time, Mike. Do you mind?
Oh, well, no, of course not, sir.
Miss Halliday, I've been thinking over everything you told me about your home life. And I've been trying to make some logic out of those details you've given me concerning your sister and her husband. Now, you say you were always on good terms with him?
Oh, always, Mr. Keene. Well, the only thing is, I believe he sometimes resented my presence in his home, but that was only natural. When he married Grace, he didn't bargain for a third party.
Well, that's neither here nor there at the moment. I've thought of one way in which we might be able to catch the would-be murderer. But it involves a good deal of danger.
I'm not afraid, Mr. Keene.
Well, first let me explain my plan and then give me your answer. Now, it's obvious that this man will make another attempt to kill you. I say it's obvious because he has something definite in mind. He wants you to believe you're in great danger for some reason.
Go on, Mr. Keene.
When a hunter in the African jungles wanted to bag a tiger, he'd set a lamb in the trap.
Well?
Would you be the lamb?
You want me deliberately to expose myself to him?
Yes.
All right.
Now, wait. Don't give me your answer so quickly. Let me explain the greatest danger of all. Up to now, as I've told you, he's only been bluffing, in my opinion. Just trying to frighten you half out of your mind. Well, if he discovers that you have help and that you've set a trap for him, he may want to really finish the job this time.
I understand.
And you're still willing to do it?
I'd rather take that chance than live like a hunted rabbit for the rest of my life. That's how I'm living now, Mr. Keene. And I can't stand it any longer. I can't stand it.
Oh, there now.
It's all right, Miss Halliday. We're going to help you, I promise. Now, here is the plan.
This is it, Miss Halliday. The Brooklyn Bridge.
Mr. Keene wants me to walk across it alone, Mr. Clancy?
Yes, I'll follow you, but from a distance. We want to give this killer plenty of rope.
It's very foggy tonight.
So much the better.
The bridge seems to be empty now from here.
People don't usually walk across it on a night like this. There's plenty of traffic going across in cars, but, well, they won't do you any good in case you get into trouble.
I realize that.
Now, somewhere on that bridge, Mr. Keene is waiting. I only hope he's waiting in the right place at the right time.
I have enough confidence in him, Mr. Clancy. I'm not afraid.
Well, good for you. Be steady now, and keep your wits about you. You can rest assured that Mr. Keene will be there when you need him.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Clancy.
No, not goodbye. Just till we meet again. And good luck, miss.
Chester. What are you doing here?
Oh, it's just what I was going to ask you.
Oh, I was just walking.
My dear, do you realize how I've been searching for you? I've combed New York.
I'm sorry I left so suddenly, Chester. I didn't mean to worry you.
Haven't you been well, Barbara?
Yes, I've been... This is just about the most peculiar meeting I've ever had.
Is it?
Whoa, don't you think it's a coincidence? To meet on Brooklyn Bridge in a city like this?
Well, no matter. Come, we'll go home, Barbara.
No, I can't go home.
What do you mean?
Chester, I can't explain now, but someone's been trying to kill me.
What?
I know it sounds crazy, but I have absolute proof.
Have you?
And someone is going to help me find this man.
Who, Barbara?
I can't tell you that.
But you say you have proof.
Yes, I'm going to the police tomorrow as my benefactor and...
Wait. Just stop here for a moment.
Why?
I have very bad news for you, Barbara.
What is it?
I'm the one who's been trying to kill you.
You're joking.
Was the piano a joke? Or the subway?
Chester...
Don't scream. It won't do you any good. There's no one about.
Please, Chester, don't look at me like that. Your eyes. Chester, you're mad.
We're in the middle of the bridge. It's a long drop from here, my dear. They say Steve Brody did it. But I don't see how he could have managed it and lived, do you?
No.
You have $50,000 in trust, Barbara, which will go to me.
Keep away from me, do you hear?
Goodbye,
Let me
Barbara.
Go. Get out of my way.
Mike, he's headed your way.
He won't get far, sir.
We've got you between us now, Mr. Tagus, and there's no escaping.
No funny business now, mister. This gun really works.
Stand back, you hear? Stand back!
He's climbing the rail.
He's going to jump.
Stop him, Mike.
I'll get him, boss. I've got you, Tagus. Don't try to pull a Brody on me.
Get away from me. Get away from me.
Oh, no, you don't. I got you, and I'm saving you for the police, me fine-feathered friend.
Feeling better now, Miss Halliday?
Much better. Thank you, Mr. Keene.
I brought you back to my office before taking you home because I wanted to show you this wire from Inspector Bragg in Cleveland. Shall I read it to you?
Please. Mr. Keene, I'm so mixed up.
As well you might be. This wire will be quite a shock. Have definite proof that Grace Tagus was murdered. Handkerchief found in Chester Tagus' trunk contained traces of poison. Have wired New York police to hold Tagus. Thanks, Bragg.
Dear God. Poor Grace.
You thought your sister was attempting to exterminate ants in your home when she accidentally breathed some deadly poison fumes, Miss Halliday.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Keene. But I'm amazed how you should know all this.
I've investigated it, my dear. Actually, those fumes came from a handkerchief, which her husband used to kill her with.
He must be mad.
He seemed to be on that bridge. At any rate, we've got him now, and there's still another explanation for his actions in the case.
Yes?
Did you ever hear of a codicil in your mother's will which stated that her money was to go to her eldest daughter and then to you should your sister die, providing the beneficiary was sane and completely capable of handling the financial affairs of the family?
But no. I wasn't present at the reading of the original will.
Well, your brother-in-law was. I've contacted the family lawyer, the man you told me about the other day, and he gave me enough information to come to certain very definite conclusions. It was then that I began to realize that someone was trying to drive you mad, Miss Halliday, and I suspected that someone was Chester Tagus. Well, apparently I was right. He would have been next in line for the money with you in the asylum. But now he'll have to face the charge of the murder of your sister.
Mr. Keene, how can I ever thank you for what you've done for me?
It's not necessary to thank me, my dear. The thanks I receive from seeing that justice is done is quite enough. You can go home now, Miss Halliday, with no fear or foreboding. I can assure you now there'll be no more murder in the air.
Listen next week at the same time when Mr. Keene brings us the fascinating case of the lady who didn't want to be found.
you noticed any change in the taste of your dentifrice lately? If so, we invite you to treat yourself to Colonos, a toothpaste that really tastes good. You'll love its tangy, minty flavor that sets your tongue a-tingle, leaves your mouth feeling cool and fresh as a sea breeze. And children really go for that zippy Colonos flavor. You never have to coax youngsters to clean their teeth with keen-tasting Colonos. What a job Colonos does in cleaning teeth. Gets them clean, looking their best. That's because Colonos is a high-polishing toothpaste. Its action on teeth is like a jeweler's polish, removing tarnish from precious silver, because it helps brush away masking surface film. Colonos leaves your teeth shining clean. Ask your druggist for Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste tonight. You'll be glad you did. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air at a new time, every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old tracer turns to the case of the lady who didn't want to be found. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and inviting you to listen to Friday on Broadway at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime over most of these stations tomorrow night.
Thousands of women are finding that economical no-rubbing Aero Wax makes dingy old floors shine and sparkle, look like new. Just apply, and in 6 to 9 minutes it dries to a hard, lustrous waxed finish that saves countless scrubbings and polishings. Yet Aero Wax costs only 25 cents a pint at grocery, hardware, drug, and chain stores. Get Aero Wax, A-E-R-O-W-A-X, tomorrow.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, Colonos Toothpaste presents Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his file and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. For perfectly clean teeth and naturally brighter smile, start today with Colonos toothpaste. Safely, speedily, it helps your brush take away dingy surface stains that cloud your smile. Colonos not only makes your teeth look their best, but it tastes as bright as it cleans. You're bound to like it. Ask your druggist for Colonos. K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colonos toothpaste. And now, Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, who tonight brings us the case of the strange display. Our story opens in the shopping district of New York on Fifth Avenue during lunch hour. Two girls pick their way across the street through traffic. They're heading toward the show windows of the smart Morley department store, now celebrating its 100th anniversary.
You know, Sally, we really should be getting back to the office.
Oh, please, Rita, it'll only take a minute, and I'm dying to see the new windows.
Oh, you and your boyfriend. Hey, look out for that taxi.
Oh, I'm all right. You know, Jeff thought up this idea all by himself, though Mr. Barton stole the credit as usual.
You and your boyfriend.
Jeff was working on the display all night. This is sort of like an opening performance. Here we are.
Yeah, if we can get through that crowd.
I beg your pardon, sir. Would you mind letting us... Oh, thank you. Here, Rita, this window first.
Okay. Oh, what an old-fashioned looking family.
They're dressed in the style of 100 years ago, when the store began. Look at that. A whole family sitting in their 1844 parlor.
That's Jeff's idea. You and your... Sally.
Yes?
Look at the old gentleman sitting by the fireplace.
What about him?
His white whiskers are falling off, and... It's not a dummy. It's alive.
It's not alive. It's dead.
Wanted for murder, Jefferson Jones, age 26, window dresser at Morley's department store. He is believed responsible for the fatal stabbing of his superior, Wendell Barton, last night while both were engaged in dressing the windows. Jones is 5 feet and 11 inches in height, physically slight. The body was found propped up in a display window this morning.
Here, my dear. Please sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Keene.
Now, your name, please.
Sally Wilson.
Oh, come, Sally. Maybe it isn't that bad.
It couldn't be worse.
Well, what's the trouble? Has someone in your family, someone you love, disappeared?
Mr. Keene, did you notice the article in the newspapers today about Morley's department store?
Oh, yes. The store windows designer was found dead in the window. I believe the police are looking for his assistant.
Yes, for Jeff Jones, the boy I'm engaged to.
Oh.
Mr. Keene, I'm told you can find anybody who's disappeared. Find Jeff. Bring him back, I beg you.
The police are hunting for him already.
He'll never give up to the police. But to you.
You want me to bring him back to face a charge of murder?
I know it looks bad for Jeff, but running away is no good either. It never settles anything. Help us, Mr. Keene.
Well, I'll have to know all the circumstances. I gather from the newspapers...
The newspapers don't know half of it. Jeff is so shy, never sure of himself. Yet he's so talented and fine. Maybe he has this inferiority complex. Maybe it's because he's nearsighted. Anyhow, he's the sort of person somebody's always trying to walk over. In this case, Mr. Barton.
The man who's been murdered?
Yes. Mr. Barton was a very high-priced window designer, conceited, and always picking on Jeff. For instance, Mr. Barton sarcastically called Jeff the great artist and Mr. Shy. Jeff didn't like it. Well, when the war broke out, Jeff decided to enlist in the Marines, but was rejected because of his eyes.
Yes, my dear, go on.
So he had to go back to his job. And how Mr. Barton rubbed it in.
Hey, Mr. Shy, shot any Japs lately?
Stop it, Mr. Barton.
The great artist has landed. The situation is well in hand.
Mr. Barton?
From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli.
Mr. Barton, there's nothing funny about wanting to fight for my country, do you hear?
All right, great artist. Get back into the window.
Not a very pleasant character, Mr. Barton.
Then Jeff took me to a dance of all the store employees last week.
And what?
Mr. Barton kept telling me how pretty I was. He asked why I wanted to be engaged to a fellow like Jeff.
A ladies' man.
Well, that night Jeff was ready to hit him, but I took Jeff aside and told him not to mind. He kept talking of quitting.
Oh, it's no use, Sally. I can't work with that guy.
But, Jeff, darling, they're giving you a raise next month. Everybody knows how good you are.
Me? I'm just a nobody.
Stop running yourself down, Jeff. Believe in yourself the way I do.
Sally, you're swell. You always make me feel so good. So important.
To me, you're the most important man in the whole world.
Sally, how soon can we get married?
Anytime, Jeff. Next week, if you want.
Okay, baby. Next week. And I'll try to forget about that guy.
So you were getting married this week, Sally?
Yes, Mr. Keene. But now this has happened. Mr. Barton has been murdered. The police are looking for Jeff, and I've got nobody to turn to but you. Oh, find him, Mr. Keene.
From all you tell me, Barton was a miserable man to work for. Jeff had very little reason to like him. Yet, if Jeff comes back, he faces a murder charge.
I know it. But bring him back to me, Mr. Keene. Then we'll face what comes after that together. I know he's innocent.
One moment, my dear. Hello, Mike? Get ready to leave the office with me in 5 minutes, please. Where to? The morgue.
To the morgue?
Yes, to look at the body. In working in a case like this, Sally, I'm taking nothing for granted.
Seen all you want, Mr. Keene? Clancy?
Saints preserve us. I have.
Oh, thank you, Captain Thomas. Pull the sheet over him again.
Stabbed through the heart he was, as you can see, Mr. Keene.
And the weapon was...
We believe it was a long, sharp pair of shears, the kind that window dressers use for cutting out cardboard displays.
Have the shears been found?
Yeah, buried away in back of the show window.
Oh. Any fingerprints, Captain Thomas?
Not a one.
Wiped off, were they?
Or maybe they never got on in the first place, Mike. Window dressers sometimes wear cotton gloves so they won't make smudges.
Well, Captain Thomas, I noticed one other thing. There was a bruise on Barton's left temple.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Keene. He must have got that when he fell, after the stabbing. No fracture, though.
Then only the stabbing killed him.
That's right.
Well, thank you, Captain. Mike and I will be getting along now.
Glad to have seen you.
Well, boss, where to now?
To the Morley department store to ask more questions.
To the perfume counter, Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mike. Over this way. Right by the window where Barton met his death.
Well, what will you be wanting with perfume, Mr. Keene?
I want to talk to that young lady who sells it.
Oh, a blonde. And very razzle-dazzle.
Mike, keep your mind on business. Oh, miss.
Yes? Can I help you, gentlemen?
Perhaps. Here is my card.
Why, you're the famous Mr. Keene.
I've been engaged to work on the unfortunate accident that happened here 2 nights ago. I have the permission of your personnel manager to talk to all the employees.
Wasn't it dreadful? Who would ever think that shy, quiet Jeff Jones would...
May I ask your name?
Irene Harvey. But I don't know anything about it, really.
Well, Miss Harvey, how late are you usually on duty here?
Till 5:30, when the store closes, Mr. Keene.
I'm told that Mr. Barton and Jeff Jones started dressing the windows here at about 5:15 that night.
I suppose.
First, they went into that window nearest this counter. You must have noticed them starting.
Well, I don't want to say anything against Jeff. Poor thing, he's in enough trouble.
I've been engaged to get him out of it if I can. Tell me now, did you notice anything as the men arrived there last night?
Well, they were on the outs again.
What did they say?
Well, I heard Mr. Barton say...
Yes, my great artist. That was a very pretty girl you took to the dance last week.
I know she is.
What was her name? Sally?
I don't want to discuss her, Mr. Barton.
How did a dead fish like you ever get...
Stop it.
All right. Open that window now. Get inside.
That was the last you heard, Miss Harvey?
Yes. I went off duty a little later.
Oh, thank you. Mike.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Let's get back to the personnel office. I want them to call in the night watchman for me. There's still a lot I want to know. A lot, Mike. You're the night watchman?
Yes, sir. Bill Hankey's my name.
I gather that on the night of the murder, you were making your usual rounds of the building?
Oh, yes.
In the course of the night, you passed Mr. Barton and Jeff Jones several times. Did you see them fighting at any time?
No, sir.
Nor did you see the actual killing?
I was probably on one of the upper floors.
Well, after the killing, it must have taken 5 or 10 minutes to dress the dead body of Barton in the dummy's clothes and prop him up in that chair in the window display.
I suppose.
But you saw none of that?
This is a big building, Mr. Keene.
Well, you must have seen Jeff Jones leave the store.
Oh, yes. He couldn't get out unless I passed him out.
What time was that, please?
Oh, about 5:30 in the morning.
5:30 in the morning?
Uh-huh.
Isn't that hour unusual?
No, sir. Window dressers sometimes work all night.
Well, tell me, did Jeff Jones seem disturbed?
Sort of white and nervous.
Did he explain why Barton wasn't also leaving?
He said Barton had a few things more to clean up before the store opened.
I see. Well, there's nothing more you can tell me, I suppose.
Well, you know that model cottage on the main floor, Mr. Keene?
Yes, what about it?
A couple of times during the night, I noticed Mr. Barton ducking in and out, each time a little redder in the face.
You think he was drinking?
That's what it looked like.
Mike, suppose you take a good look inside the cottage later.
Yes, sir, I will.
And Hanky, one more thing.
Yes, Mr. Keene?
Naturally, everybody in the store has been very upset by the murder. But one person seems exceptionally disturbed.
Who?
A young lady who's very good-looking. And I have a hunch her good looks did not escape Mr. Barton's eye.
Oh.
Am I making sense?
Barton liked any good-looking gal.
And Irene Harvey, too?
That was no secret. The whole store knew about those two.
And so Mr. Keene makes an interesting discovery in the case of the corpse found in a department store window. In a moment, his search goes on. Meanwhile, what would you say is the first and foremost function of a toothpaste? To help your brush clean your teeth, isn't that so? When selecting a toothpaste, please bear this one fact in mind. Colonos is a high-polishing toothpaste. It was especially created to clean and polish teeth with the greatest possible effectiveness, along with utmost safety. Isn't that the kind of toothpaste you want? You might compare the action of Colonos to a jeweler's polish, removing tarnish from silver. Quickly, but oh so gently, it helps your brush remove unsightly surface stains. When these clouding stains are gone, your teeth look their loveliest. Your smile its brightest. Run your tongue over your teeth and you'll feel the difference. Look in your mirror and you'll see the difference. So start today the Colonos way. Your reward will be a naturally brighter, more attractive smile. The kind of smile that helps you go places in social and business life. You can get Colonos at any drugstore tonight. That's spelled K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colonos Toothpaste. Now back to Mr. Keene as he looks in at another part of Morley's department store.
Mrs. Ross, you're in charge of the employees' time cards.
That's right, Mr. Keene.
I'm very much interested in the comings and goings of one particular employee.
Jeff Jones?
Irene Harvey.
Oh.
Would your record show what time she left the store the night of the murder?
Oh, yes. At 12 minutes after 6.
Hmm.
But right after punching the clock, she turned and went back into the store. She said she'd forgotten a package.
Oh? When did she come out again?
Well, that I don't quite remember. There was quite a crowd leaving at that time.
Oh, boss, Mr. Keene.
Hello, Mike. For one moment, please.
Boss, this is very important.
What is?
Well, come downstairs to that model cottage. There's something I want to show you.
All right. Here we are in the cottage, Mike.
Well, I searched around like you told me. First, in this potted plant over here, I found this.
A whiskey bottle. Well, I expected that.
And something more. Look in this big upholstered chair between the cushions.
Oh, a woman's handkerchief.
Look at the initials.
I-H. Now we're getting somewhere.
Irene Harvey. Ah, boss, I got to hand it to you. We've got our hands on the murderer.
Will you ask Irene Harvey to step in here for a moment, Mike?
You stabbed him, Miss Harvey. 'Twas your work.
No, I had nothing to do with
But
it.
all the evidence shows...
One moment, Mike. Not so fast. Miss Harvey,
Yes, Mr. Keene.
all the facts show that after checking out the night of the murder, you came back and hid yourself in this cottage.
All right, I did.
Why? To talk over something with Wendell Barton?
We were engaged, you know.
Engaged?
Yes, in secret. With his idea to keep it secret. And then, lately, his eye began to rove. He stopped taking me out. Wouldn't even talk to me.
So you stayed here that night to talk to him?
Yes. At times he could be charming. But that night he was drinking. And all he would say was,
Sorry, Irene. Our time is just up.
Wendell, you used to say I meant the whole world to you.
I meant it then.
Wendell, you're interested in somebody else now, aren't you?
Not especially.
Jeff's girl. That girl, Sally.
Never heard of her.
You met her at the dance. You've had nobody on your mind since then but her.
Oh, no, darling.
You mean she doesn't mean anything to you?
I mean, she isn't the only one.
Wendell, you're horrible. I won't let you do this to me. I won't let you throw me away like an old coat. I won't.
And with that, you stabbed him.
I felt like it, but I didn't.
Well, what did happen?
Jeff called him back to the window display.
Huh.
It's true. A moment later, I heard the sound of scuffling. Wendell knocked Jeff down. When he got up again, he had a thick slat of wood in his hand. Wendell laughed and said,
Cut it out, you poor fool. Stop playing Marine.
I'm not going to let you make remarks about Sally.
Put down that slat.
No, I've had enough from you.
All right, I'm coming for it.
He's out cold. Barton. Barton. I guess I've killed him.
I didn't stop to watch anymore. I sneaked out of the cottage and went upstairs to the employees' lounge at Mr. Keene. I stayed there the rest of the night.
And that was all you saw, Miss Harvey?
That was all.
A likely story, boss. Sure she killed Barton?
No, Mike. She did not.
Mr. Keene, I don't want to seem to be bothering you, but have you found any trace of Jeff yet?
Well, frankly, Sally, I haven't begun to look for him yet.
No?
Finding him will take care of itself, if I can solve another problem first. If I can prove who really killed Wendell Barton.
You're sure Jeff didn't?
Well, I may have the answer in a couple of days. But first, I'm going on a trip.
Where to?
I'll tell you when I come back. Meanwhile, if Jeff gets in touch with you, tell him to come back at once and give himself up on my advice.
If he'll listen.
He's got to. Running away was the greatest mistake of his life.
Oh, yes, Mr. Keene. I've been personnel manager here for 20 years.
And you remember Wendell Barton?
Of course. He did some very outstanding window designs for us.
And why did he leave, Mr. Riley?
Too much of a ladies' man. Oh, I could tell you a story, Mr. Keene. Barton left our store in a terrible hurry.
On account of that trouble, Mr. Riley?
That's right. Walked off a couple of weeks before Christmas. What a scandal.
And the other person involved in that incident?
Oh, didn't stay very long either. Went just about a month later.
Well, thank you. Now I've got it. Hello, Sally.
Mr. Keene.
I just got back. I dropped in here on my way from the station.
Oh, come right in. Tell me, any news?
The case is pretty well solved, my dear, except for the testimony of one certain witness.
Who?
Jeff himself.
I haven't heard from him.
Well, if I'm forced to do it, I can present my evidence without him. But it means a long, slow, methodical search all over the country.
Oh, one moment while I answer it, Mr. Keene. Hello? Oh, dear God. Jeff, darling.
Jeff.
Oh, darling, why did you ever run away? You were afraid my name would be dragged into it. Oh, Jeff, that was wonderful of you. But now you've got to come back, and you've got to. Oh, Jeff, please listen to me.
Sally, give me that phone.
Jeff, hold on for a second.
Hello, Jeff? No, you don't know me. My name is Keene. No, this isn't a trap. In the name of heaven, don't hang up. Now listen to me. I want you back in New York tomorrow morning at police headquarters. Yes, in the office of the homicide squad. Don't argue. Do as I say.
Come in. Oh, it's you, Mr. Keene.
Good morning, Captain Thomas. Is he here?
Yeah, in the next room. He gave himself up, just as you predicted.
And the girl?
With him. I'm sorry for the poor guy. Maybe the jury will let him off with 20 years.
Or maybe he'll never have to face a jury. Is the other person here, too, that witness I asked you to have here?
On the way over in a patrol car.
Well, we can start in the meantime.
Now, this way.
Mr. Keene.
Hello, Sally. That's Jeff, I presume.
Hello, Mr. Keene. I came back on your say-so. I hope I won't regret it.
Jeff, I'll only ask one question. Did you stab Barton with those scissors?
No. I hit him and left him lying on the floor. But I didn't.
All right. Now then, Captain Thomas.
Yes?
You know my theory. It was after Jeff left Barton lying on the floor unconscious that the real murderer came along and struck.
But this so-called real murderer...
A person who is not quite sane any longer. Not after 10 years of brooding. 10 years of looking for revenge and fearing always to take it.
I don't understand, Mr. Keene.
As we all know, Barton was a ladies' man. 10 years ago, in a department store in Buffalo, there was another incident. Barton ran away with the wife of one of the other employees.
He did?
Soon after, she killed herself.
Oh.
Well, for 10 years, the husband of that woman has haunted Barton like a ghost. For 10 years, he has followed Barton from city to city and store to store, waiting for revenge, physically afraid of Barton and hating himself for being a coward.
And he was in the store that night?
Very much so. Come right in.
They said you needed me for some evidence, Mr. Keene.
Yes, indeed. This is Bill Hankey, the night watchman at the department store.
Oh, sure. Hello, Bill.
Hello, Jeff.
Hankey, I'll come to the point. When I questioned you the other day, I was struck by one thing in your answers.
What do you mean?
The point was, at no time that anything was happening in the store that night were you around to see it happen.
It's a big store.
But there were a lot of things happening.
Well, I didn't want to get Jeff in trouble.
Or could it be, Hankey, that you were covering yourself up?
Covering myself up? What do you mean?
The fact that you yourself stabbed Barton to death.
Barton? You mean Barton, the big fellow?
Very big. And strong and sure of himself. You wanted to get back at him for years because he'd wronged you. But not until you found him lying there unconscious.
Yeah, unconscious. And this time...
This time you were stronger. This time there wasn't any chance of his beating you down. And so you picked up the scissors.
He had it coming to him. I waited 10 years. And then I got him. But you won't get me.
There he goes for the door.
He won't break out of police headquarters. They'll get him downstairs.
Captain.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
I have the feeling that a psychiatric hospital would be a better place for him than a cell, poor man.
Yep. You're right.
Mr. Keene.
Yes, Jeff?
I see now that I should never have run away.
Sally could have told you that. She's a wise girl.
You proved it, Mr. Keene. I owe you my life.
And what you make of it in the future, you owe to yourself and Sally. You've got a great deal of talent, from all I understand. Well, don't hide your light under a bushel.
Well, sir.
I know you're not going to fail. And there's nothing like having a wife who believes in you fully to make you believe in yourself.
Listen next week as Mr. Keene brings us The Case of the Room That Vanished. Have wartime conditions made a difference in the taste of your dentifrice? If so, may we suggest you try Colonos, a toothpaste that really tastes well. You'll go for its delicious minty flavor. You'll love that fresh, clean taste it leaves in your mouth. And say, those problem children who balk at brushing their teeth, how you never have to coax them at all if they have their own special tube of keen-tasting Colonos. And wait until you see how clean Colonos makes your teeth. Leaves them spick and span, looking their best. Because Colonos was specifically designed to give your teeth the highest possible polish without overstepping the bounds of safety. It can help reveal the true beauty of your smile. You can get Colonos toothpaste at any drugstore. And nowadays, you don't have to turn in a tin tube. Be sure to ask for Colonos. K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colonos toothpaste. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keen next Thursday night when the kindly old tracer turns to the case of the room that vanished. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and inviting you to listen to Friday on Broadway at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime over this network tomorrow night.
Ladies, there's a wonderful new way to make floors sparkle like new in 6 to 9 minutes flat. Use Aero Wax, the self-polishing wax that goes on in a jiffy, dries without rubbing. Its marvelous high luster adds beauty to your rooms, saves countless scrubbings. Yet it costs only 25 cents a full pint. Get Aero Wax, AEROWAX, tomorrow.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Does your stomach flash you SOS signals after you've eaten? Unpleasant symptoms of indigestion due to gastric hyperacidity mean you need real help. Get it with Bisodol mints. They give prompt relief from the discomfort of excess gastric acidity. Easy to take Bisodol mints are only 25 cents at all druggists. Get some tonight.
Mr. Keen, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, Colonos Toothpaste presents Mr. Keen, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his file and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. When you buy Colonos toothpaste, you get 4 big advantages. 1, flavor. It's peppy, minty, refreshing. 2, foam. It's bubbly, busy, alive. 3, feel. It's soft, safe, non-abrasive. 4, results. It helps brush your teeth immaculately clean. Who could ask for anything more? Don't wait. Ask for Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. That's spelled K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colonos toothpaste. And now, Mr. Keen, Tracer of Lost Persons, who tonight brings us the case of the Leaping Dog, a strange and baffling story that began on a street corner in New York near the Tracer's office. There was a modest little apartment house on the corner, and outside, a large Belgian shepherd dog stood looking up at a ground floor window and baying unhappily. From time to time, the dog would leap with all his strength toward that closed window, only to fall back hour after hour. Of course, it attracted attention from many who passed by, and eventually from Mr. Keen and his assistant, Mike Clancy, as they were walking back to their office from lunch.
Mike. Yes, Mr. Keen.
Look on the corner there. That dog is still there.
Oh, sure enough. The leaping dog.
There he goes again. Still jumping and still falling back. Poor fellow. So handsome and pathetic.
Nice set of teeth, too.
Let's have a chat with him.
Yesterday I saw him almost put his teeth into one fellow who tried to have a chat. Boy, it was a close shave. Well, he's looking over this way. Sure, here he comes.
Gentle as a lamb.
Say, boss, what'd you just tell him now?
That I like him, that's all. Here you are, young fellow. What's the trouble? Locked out? Somebody forget you? No collar on him, no identification. That's something you're trying to tell me, eh? Well, let's go inside and see what we can find out.
Inside? Boss, you've got a year's work waiting for you at the office as it is.
It'll only take a moment, Mike. Let's ask those 2 men standing there in front of the doorway. Maybe they can give us some information.
Now we're working for a dog.
Come along, young fellow. I beg your pardon, gentlemen.
Yeah, what do you want?
I wonder if you've noticed this dog leaping up at that window.
What dog?
This Belgian Shepherd, right here.
Never saw him in my life. Neither did I.
Been out here all morning and yesterday, too.
We never saw him in our life. Okay.
Here, Mike. Let's go through this door.
The dog's trotting along like he knew you all his life, boss.
It's a walk-up apartment.
There goes the dog, heading for that first door.
And that's where he probably lives. Ring the doorbell, Mike.
No luck.
See what's down there on the doormat.
Oh, newspapers, a pile of them.
Well, let's have a look at the dates.
Here you are, sir.
Been lying here as far back as 5 days.
Hey, boss, you think somebody's dead inside the apartment? Died sudden like maybe, or committed suicide?
Could be.
Let's call the cops.
No, before we go that far, let's try the easy way. We'll ring the bell of the neighbor next door.
Okay, sir.
Yes? Something you want?
I beg your pardon, Mrs.
Briggs is my name.
Mrs. Briggs, I happened to notice this dog out on the street.
Oh, sure, that's Tony.
Tony, eh? I gather he belongs in that apartment next door.
Yes, to the old couple, Mr. and Mrs. Godwin.
Well, I rang their bell and there was no answer.
They just went away.
Well, you're sure?
Yes, on a vacation, I guess. I saw them get into a taxi last Saturday it was. Both of them, with the dog and a couple of suitcases.
They did take the dog with them.
Oh, yes. Then all of a sudden, Tony showed up here yesterday. I tried to coax him inside to give him some food, but he just kept growling.
Very strange.
Yes, I was wondering.
Mrs. Briggs, you wouldn't by any chance remember what kind of a taxi they went away in?
No. I happened to be standing by my window when I saw Mr. Godwin at the curb shouting for the taxi. They got in, all of them, and went away.
If I may trouble you with one more question, can you tell me anything about what Mr. Godwin does for a living?
He's retired, I guess. They moved in here about 6 months ago, and they never went outside their apartment much, except to walk the dog. Oh, excuse me. I've something on the stove cooking now.
Go right ahead and take care of it. Thank you very much, Mrs. Briggs, and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, boss?
Mike, scribble a little note and shove it under the door. Say we've taken Tony to the office.
To the office?
Do as I say, please, Mike.
Okay. Dear Mr. Godwin, if you are looking for your dog...
Poor fellow. You're very upset. And so am I, Tony. There's something about this situation I just don't like. Well, you come back to the office and we'll fix you a bite to eat. Do a little thinking about this funny business.
Okay, Mr. Keene. I put the note under the door.
Let's get along, Mike. I beg your pardon, gentlemen.
Come on, Skinner, out of the way.
Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen. Here, Tony. Come along. This way.
Hey, Skinner.
Yeah, Harvey?
Did you hear what name that Irishman was calling the old guy before?
Sure, Mr. Keene.
Well, there's an investigator by that name. Famous. I've seen his pictures in the paper.
Me too. That's the guy.
What makes him come snooping around here?
Just one of those accidents. His office is around here.
I don't like it, Skinner. I better keep an eye on the old guy.
Well, boss, 2 days gone by and you're still hanging on to this dog. You take him home every night, you bring him back in the morning and keep him by your desk. He's becoming a regular member of the staff.
Not a bad idea, Mike.
Why don't you turn him over to a cop? What are you up to anyhow?
Mike, I'm convinced this isn't any ordinary case of a stray dog. I don't believe the Godwins went off on a vacation.
Why not, sir?
They're obviously people in modest circumstances. If they'd gone off on a vacation, the first thing they'd have done would have been to stop the daily newspaper.
Maybe so, but...
Something tells me the Godwins left in a hurry, in a panic. They were running away from something.
Why should 2 old people run away?
I don't know, but I'd certainly like to find out.
There's still no answer to our note. We haven't got a thing to go on.
Just one clue. They left in a taxi.
Mr. Keene, New York's full of taxis.
True, Mike. And every driver is required by law to keep a trip record.
Oh.
Yes, a police regulation. Every time a driver makes a trip, he must keep a record of when and where it started, the number of his passengers, when and where it ended.
Sure, that's right. You always see them cabbies writing things down on a card.
Well, it may be a long, slow process, but if we were to check every major cab company in New York, we might pick up the trail of the old couple.
Sure, but nobody's asked you to check, boss.
That's just what intrigues my imagination. Mike, get your hat and coat. Good sign, Mike. Tony approves.
Skinner, I don't like the looks of it.
Just because the old guy makes friends with the dog?
He's hanging on to the dog because he's got a hunch of some kind. You know Keene's reputation.
Maybe so, Harvey.
Shut up. Do like I say. We keep tailing Keene night and day as long as he hangs on to that dog.
Okay.
That's right, Mr. Boyle. I'm looking for a cab that picked up an elderly couple at that address just a week ago today.
Sorry, Mr. Keene. Wasn't any of our cabs.
You say it was 8 days ago today, Mr. Keene?
That's right, Mr. Horton.
No, sir, it doesn't show on our records.
Well, Mr. Keene, sir, it looks like the well-known needle in the well-known haystack.
Mike, we mustn't weaken. Sooner or later, we'll find the right cab.
But how do you know it'll be worth finding? How do we know there's any kind of a case?
We've got to take the chance because... 1 second, Mike.
What's up, boss?
Look, they're across the street.
2 men walking along. So what?
Unless I'm very much mistaken, it's the same 2 men we ran into in the hallway the day we first started this search.
Mr. Keene, you're right.
Mike, they're shadowing us.
Yes, sir. That's the way it looks.
And that convinces me. There's a case, all right, and we must get to the bottom of it.
Sure, Mr. Keene. I drove that old couple in this taxi right here.
You're certain of that, driver?
Oh, it checks all the way. The time of day, address where I picked them up, and a couple of other things happened to make me remember.
Oh? Tell us about them.
Well, I was cruising along that morning, and suddenly I hear the old gent shouting.
Taxi! Taxi!
I look over to the curb, and there's the old gent and the lady, a dog too, and a couple of suitcases. I pull over to the curb, and they get in. Yes, sir, where to?
Grand Central Station.
Okay, Chief.
Just a second, please.
Oh, change your mind?
Better make it 125th Street, the 125th Street station.
Okay.
Yes, Sam. I think that will be safer.
Poor Alice, I'm sorry this had to happen.
Oh, I'll be all right, Sandy.
You don't look at all well. If only we'd had time to see the doctor again.
Now, please don't worry.
That reminds me. We forgot to pick up your prescription at the drugstore. Driver, stop. We've got to go back.
So, driver, you turned around and went to a drugstore?
Yes, Mr. Keene. That's when the trouble happened with the dog. The old gent let him try to trot along to the drugstore, but suddenly a cat came along, and off went the dog down a block and around the corner.
Look, Sam, Tony's gone.
Don't worry, Alice. He'll be back.
Oh.
Meanwhile, I'll pick up the prescription. He'll be back.
But he never did come back. We waited and waited, and finally Mr. Godwin said...
Alice, I hate to do this, but we'll have to go without Tony.
Oh, no, Sam. We can't. Tony's been almost like a child to us.
But if we waste any more time here, it may cost us even more than Tony. Driver, get going.
You got them to 125th Street all right?
Yeah, but the wife was so upset, Mr. Keene, that when she started out of the cab, she went into a faint.
Well, I'll be darned.
I helped get her into the waiting room of the station to a woman on duty for the Traveler's Aid.
What happened next?
I don't know. A cop asked me to get my cab going.
And that's the last you saw of them?
Right.
Obviously, they were very frightened people.
Sure thing.
Driver,
If you're free to take a fare now...
I am.
All right, the 125th Street station, then. Come along, Mike.
While Mr. Keene and Mike Clancy continue the search, we pause for a moment. Every day, thousands and thousands of people are discovering they can get almost incredibly fast relief from the pains of simple headache and minor neuralgia with a remarkable product called Anacin. You see, Anacin is like a doctor's prescription, for it contains not just one, but a combination of medically tested and proven ingredients. That's one reason it brings such amazingly fast relief. Many have discovered this right in their own physician's or dentist's office, where they've been given an envelope containing 2 Anacin tablets. Get Anacin at your druggist next time you have a headache pain or the pains of neuralgia. Take only as directed. Anacin, Anacin, in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Now back to Mr. Keene and to Mike, his assistant, at the 125th Street station.
Yes, Miss Thompson, that's the old couple, all right. Tell me the rest, please.
Well, as representative of the Traveler's Aid, I put myself at their disposal, Mr. Keene. I offered to get a doctor.
And?
She refused. She said all she needed was a spoonful of her medicine. A few minutes later, they got on their train and left.
Did they tell you where they were going?
The old gentleman was very vague. Indiana, he said.
Indiana?
And that's all.
Boss, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mike?
Look, over there in the corner.
Those 2 men again.
Still trailing us.
Miss Thompson, I have a very important request. If anybody else comes along to ask you about that old couple, unless it's the police, don't give any information.
Why, I don't understand.
It's still a puzzle to me, too. But obviously those 2 people are in some terrible danger. Please do as I ask.
No, Harvey, that dame from the Traveler's Aid wouldn't tell me a thing.
Not even where Godwin and his wife went?
Not a word. We're stymied.
No, we're not. Not with a guy like Keene working for us.
Who says he's working for us?
He will, if we fix it right. And we won't have to pay him a cent. Listen to this.
Easy there, Tony, easy. I'm doing my best to find them. Just be patient.
Patient? Boss, you're up against a wall and you know it.
I do know they've gone to Indiana, Mike.
You found that out yesterday. Nothing since.
Indiana.
It's a very big place. Give it up, Mr. Keene, sir. Turn the dog over to the Animal Society.
Mike, maybe I'm just a vain old man, but I hate to admit defeat. Yes, Susie?
A letter just came for you, Mr. Keene. Special delivery.
Thank you, Susie.
Very well, Mr. Keene.
Maybe the Godwins have children out in Indiana. Maybe they... Well, I'll read this letter. Mike, this is very interesting.
What's up?
I'll read it to you. Dear Mr. Keene, I'm an old friend of the Godwins. I'm told by their neighbor that you were asking about them. Don't worry, they are safe and sound. Sam Godwin is a retired trainer of racehorses.
Oh, a trainer.
And he and his wife have gone off to visit some friends on a training farm. If you don't mind keeping the dog, they'll pay you all the expense when they come back. It's signed Arthur Ross.
Boss, that letter is a phony.
Why?
Well, if the friend knew that they were on vacation, how would he happen to drop in at the house and find out you were investigating?
That's a good point, Mike. The next question, why was this letter sent to me?
Why, sure plain as day. The man who wrote it wants to steer you off from looking for the Godwins. He wants to make you give up the search.
Oh, Mike, I've got another theory, just the opposite.
Well, what do you mean?
This letter was written to spur us on.
What?
The writer knew it would sound fishy. Knew it would make me worry even more. Also, he went out of his way to give us a clue that may help find the Godwins.
Well, you mean that...
This mention that Godwin is a trainer of racehorses. Since we know the Godwins went to Indiana, as the writer probably does not, that narrows down the search. You see, there are any number of obscure little half-mile tracks out in Indiana. Sam Godwin may have gone out there to work at his trade, in a place his enemies mightn't think of looking.
But still, why would these enemies want to put you on the trail?
Why? So that I'll do their work for them. So that I'll act as their bloodhound.
Oh, well, that means that if we find the Godwins, so will their enemies.
Probably.
Those two guerrillas who have been shadowing us day and night, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mike. To go on with the search now is a dangerous risk. But we are going to take that risk.
Steady, steady there, Lightning. This gentleman wants to talk to us.
Mr. Williams, if you'd rather I came back after the race...
No, it's
My
all
name
right.
is Keene. I'm an investigator from New York.
Oh, yes.
I'm trying to locate a trainer by the name of Sam Godwin. I wonder if you know him.
Sam Godwin? Oh, sure. Yeah, he's old, but he's one of the best men in the business.
Oh. Have you run into him by any chance?
Well, you see, Godwin's a big shot, Mr. Keene. You wouldn't find him around a dinky half-mile track like this. Not here.
Well, are there any other race meetings going on in the state?
Yes, there's a small one over here at Haverford. Then there's the spring carnival over at Beresford. But I don't think that you'll find it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Williams. I'll have to check that for myself. Here, Mike. This must be the office.
Okay, boss. I knock.
Come in. Yes, gentlemen?
I'm told you're in charge of the racing program at the carnival.
Yes, sir. You want to make some entries?
No, I just want to have a little talk with you, Sam Godwin.
You've made a mistake. My name isn't Godwin.
I'm told otherwise. But just to prove it, Mike, go back to the taxi outside.
Yes, sir, I will.
And just open the door of the cab.
Yes, sir. I get it.
Who are you? What do you want?
I think I can explain most quickly by showing you my card. Have a look.
Your name is... Oh, you're the famous investigator. Tony, old boy! Tony, we thought you were gone for good. Poor fellow.
I think this proves my point. You are Sam Godwin.
How did you ever find Tony, Mr. Keene? And what brought you here?
I won't go into that right now. I'll tell you only this. You're in danger.
I know.
Even more than you suspect. I may be able to help you, but only if you'll trust me. Come ahead. Tell me what the trouble is.
Mr. Keene, All right. I'm sick of running away. I might as well tell you. Up to last year, I worked at the biggest tracks. I minded my own business, which was to produce winners. Then last year, just before one of the biggest races, 2 men came to see me at my hotel. They introduced themselves.
My name's Harvey. This is Mr. Skinner.
Well, pleased to meet you. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
Godwin, we think you're the best racing trainer in this country.
Well, thanks for the compliment, but...
In fact, with the way you've been handling Lady Checkers, we don't see how she can lose tomorrow.
She'll win by 10 lengths.
That's just what we don't want her to do.
What?
Cards on the table. We represent a gambling syndicate. It's worth more to us if Lady Checkers loses. We'll pay you $5,000 if you fix it.
Get out of here.
We can go up to $10,000.
I never threw a race in my life. Get out.
$15,000. Just a little shot of dope before the race to slow her up. What do you say?
I'm sending for the police.
Take your hands off that phone and listen. You got a sick wife, Godwin. She can't stand excitement. Suppose you start getting beat up every now and then.
You can't do that.
Sure we can. Or else we make you a present of $15,000. How about it? Which is it? Make up your mind, Godwin.
Well, Mr. Godwin, what did you decide?
I said yes, Mr. Keene, to stall them off. I wanted to tell the police, but I didn't see how I could prove it. And my wife is a very sick woman, a heart condition.
Yes, I know.
But I never harmed an animal in my life. Well, 1 hour before the race, my wife and I packed up and ran away. Lady Checkers won. Cost the gamblers a fortune.
They've been after you ever since?
They trailed me from town to town. I had to give up my work. We lived in New York on our savings. Then somebody tipped me off they were looking for me in New York, so again it meant packing up and running. We were hoping that this time...
One moment, Mr. Godwin.
What's up?
Come over here. Look through this window.
Heavens above.
Those two men lounging by the gate.
Skinner and Harvey, they found me again.
You can blame me for that.
You?
While I was following you, they were following me.
Now I am a goner with my wife sick at the hotel, alone all day.
1 minute. Don't lose your nerve, Sam Godwin.
But what can I do, Mr. Keene?
You can take the bull by the horns.
How?
Listen carefully. Tonight, Mike Clancy and I are going to the station to take the night train out of here. The moment we're gone, I know you'll have a visit from those two men. And here is the only thing to do.
Poor Alice. Having quite a bit of pain, aren't you? No, don't try to talk, dear. That sleeping powder should be working any minute now, and you'll be dozing off. That's it. Just relax. Sleep. That's it. Sleep. 1 second, please. It's you. You?
Hello, Godwin. Surprised to see us? We're coming inside.
No, you can't. My wife's sick. She just dozed off.
Too bad.
Let's go downstairs to the lobby.
Have 10 witnesses around? No, we're coming inside.
Please, my wife has a bad heart.
You should have thought of that before. Before you gave us the double cross.
What do you want of me?
We want our dough back. The money we lost in the race you didn't throw.
You know I haven't got that kind of money.
We got a proposition. What did you tell your owners when you walked out on your last job?
That I had to take my wife to a rest home.
So you still stand all right with your old stable and all the big stables, huh?
Yes, I've had a couple of good offers lately.
That's what we're getting to. You're going to take one of those offers. You're going back to the big time. To work for us.
For you?
When we want your horse to win, he wins. When we want him to lose, he loses. You work for us. And you keep on working for us till we get back our dough. And something more.
No, I can't. I can't do it.
Let's ask your wife what she thinks.
No, don't wake her. She had another heart attack today.
And she'll have a whole lot more if you don't get wise. Skinner, wake her up.
Please, I beg you.
Yoo-hoo! Wake up, Mrs. Godwin. Wake up.
Shake her, Skinner.
Okay, wake up, Mrs. Godwin.
Don't touch me. Hands up, both of you.
What?
What?
Reach for the ceiling. I've got you covered.
Hey, it's that guy Keene.
Yes, my friends, and looking a little strange in this nightcap and nightgown. I didn't leave town after all. I hopped off the first car of the train just as soon as it cleared the station.
Well, I'll be...
Mrs. Godwin, fortunately, is in another room of the hotel with Tony, her dog, to take care of her. I decided to take her place here in bed, just long enough to listen and get the evidence that will send you both to prison for 10 years.
10 years?
Yes, for attempted extortion. All right, Mr. Godwin, phone the police. And then you can help me out of this nightgown.
Listen next week at the same time as Mr. Keene brings us the case of the Little Black Book. The main job of a toothpaste is to help your brush clean your teeth. Isn't that correct? We honestly believe that Colonos toothpaste will help clean and polish teeth more effectively, safely, beautifully. And here's the reason. Colonos is a high-polishing toothpaste, especially designed to help clean and polish teeth with the greatest possible effectiveness, consistent with safety. That's why you can compare the action of Colonos to a jeweler's polish, removing tarnish from precious silver. Quickly, gently, it helps take away clouding surface film, leaves your teeth really clean, looking their best. Just run your tongue over your teeth and you'll feel the difference. Look in the mirror and you'll see the difference. So start each day the Colonos way, and let Colonos toothpaste help you keep smiling. That winning, successful smile that pays big dividends in business and social life. Ask your druggist for Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste tonight. That's spelled K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colonos toothpaste. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, on the air every Thursday, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old Tracer turns to the case of the Little Black Book. This is Larry Elliott saying good night to the makers of Colonos toothpaste. and inviting you to listen to Friday on Broadway at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime over this network tomorrow night.
Famous no-rubbing Aero Wax gives you beautifully waxed, shining floors in 6 to 9 minutes flat and at the cost of only a few pennies per room. Think of it. It's quick, easy, economical. Just apply Aero Wax. It dries to a marvelous luster, cuts out 2/3 of your scrubbing. A full pint costs only 25 cents. Get Aero Wax, AEROWAX.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
If you suffer from heartburn, indigestion, stomach distress due to excess acidity, try Bisodol. By neutralizing excess acids, Bisodol soothes irritated membranes, does a thoroughgoing job of bringing amazingly fast relief. Take as directed. Get minty-flavored Bisodol, Bisodol, tonight. Only 25 cents at all druggists.
The following program will be interrupted to bring you any late news development. Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, Colonos Toothpaste presents Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night at the same time, the famous old investigator will take from his file and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Has your dentist ever warned you not to use anything harsh or gritty when cleaning your teeth? If so, you'll be glad to know that Colonos toothpaste contains no grit, no pumice, nothing that could possibly scratch precious tooth enamel. While Colonos helps clean and polish teeth with unsurpassed effectiveness, it does so with complete safety. And remember this, Colonos tastes as bright as it cleans. You'll love the fresh, clean, cool feeling that Colonos gives your whole mouth. It's a grand waker-upper of mornings, a grand picker-upper if you smoke too much. Tomorrow, join the thousands who start their day the Colonos way. You can get Colonos at any drugstore tonight. KolYnos. Colonos toothpaste. Now for Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, and the case of the woman in blue. Today in Mr. Keene's office, an obviously nervous and unhappy young Air Force lieutenant awaits the tracer's return, while Susie, Mr. Keene's attractive young office assistant, does her best to make him feel a little more comfortable and at ease.
Are you sure Mr. Keene will be in soon, Miss?
I'm positive, Lieutenant.
You see, I haven't got much time, and this is important.
I understand. Mr. Keene phoned half an hour ago and said he was on his way to the office. Won't you sit down and make yourself comfortable?
I'm too nervous, thanks, anyway. 2 weeks. We'll be able to find her. 2 weeks.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, I was just talking to... Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I upset the ashtray.
Oh, that's quite all right. I'll get it.
Here, let me... I'm sorry. I hit your head like a clumsy idiot.
Well, if you don't relax, Lieutenant, we'll both be nervous wrecks. Oh, here's Mr. Keene now.
Morning, Susie.
Good morning, Mr. Keene. Your mail's inside.
Thank you.
This is Lieutenant Lanson, Mr. Keene.
Oh, how do you do?
I'm very glad to know you, sir. Could I see you for just a few moments, Mr. Keene? I have a favor to ask of you, and
Come into my office, Lieutenant.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Keene.
Careful, Lieutenant. You don't want to knock the typewriter over.
Oh, I think I've done enough damage already, thanks.
This way, Lieutenant. Please sit down.
Well, thanks, but I'd just as soon stand.
All right. Suit yourself. Now, what's the trouble?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that the reason I'm in such a hurry is because I'm going back overseas again in 2 weeks when my leave expires. I'm in the Air Force.
Yes, I noticed your wings. I also noticed you're wearing a Distinguished Flying Cross ribbon and 3 oak leaf clusters.
Yes, sir. Got them all in the South Pacific.
Well, good for you.
Well, I hope to be sent to England this trip. And if I could only see Francia again before I leave...
Francia?
Yes, sir. Mr. Keene, I don't think you're the answer to the lovelorn column, sir, and I know you're not dealing in service for the lonely hearts.
Not exactly.
But, well, time is short. You see, I fell in love with a girl at a masquerade party 3 nights ago, and, well, she fell in love with me. She gave me her address, and when I went there the next day, the maid let me in, well, in a most mysterious manner. And then also, with great mystery, she announced that Miss Francia Jones had gone away 2 days before and would be gone indefinitely.
I see.
She said there was no way to reach her, and, well, I could feel myself being pushed out of the house. I'm sure, sir, that something rotten is going on there. Something has happened to Fran.
You mean you believe there's been foul play, Lieutenant?
Well, if Francia had left town 2 days before, how did I come to meet her at a party just the night before?
It's obvious the maid wasn't telling the truth, but it may have been for different reasons than you suspect.
Would a girl leave a guy flat without a word of explanation after telling him... Well, after telling him...
What?
Well, the things she told me.
No. Let's relax, Lieutenant. This thing may not be as bad as you think it is.
Well, then you'll help me, Mr. King?
I'd like to know who wouldn't help a man in uniform. Just a moment.
Yes, Mr. King?
Susie, would you come in here with your book, please?
Yes.
I want Susie to take down certain details concerning Miss Jones.
Oh, I'll be glad to give them to her, sir.
Yes, Mr. King?
Susie, I'd like you to get the usual details from Lieutenant Lanson in regard to the missing person.
Yes, sir.
Now, what is Miss Jones' address, Lieutenant?
Are you going over there now, sir?
Well, the first thing I want to do is to find out why the maid told you that story.
Well, the address is number 18 Wickersham Road. It's in Westchester.
And where can I get in touch with you?
Oh, I'm staying at the Hotel Page, sir.
All right. I'll call you there just as soon as I have some word.
Oh, thanks very much, Mr. King. This means a great deal to me.
I'm glad to help if I can. When Mike Clancy calls, Susie, would you please ask him to meet me at that Westchester address?
Yes, I will, Mr. King.
And tell him to wait outside the house for me. Well, I'll see you soon with good news, I hope, Lieutenant.
Well, thanks again, sir. Who is Mike Clancy?
Mr. King's assistant.
Oh, I thought you were his assistant, Miss...
Oh, I'm one of his office assistants. And I wish you'd just call me Susie. There's no need to be formal.
All right. My name is Don.
Don. Now, the lady's name, please.
Miss Francia Jones.
And her age?
Oh, I'd say she was about 24.
That's my age. Color of hair?
What?
What color of hair does Miss Jones have? I don't mean to sound like a police sergeant taking notes, but well, we need all those details.
Of course, I understand. She has, well, honey-colored hair, I'd say.
Honey-colored?
Yes. Her hair is about your color.
Oh, I see. Eyes?
Beautiful.
What color?
Oh, green.
Height?
Just high enough to make a wonderful dancing partner. Oh, about 5'4".
Weight?
Oh, about... Well, let's see. I'd say... Well, 140 or so.
140? Why, she must be...
Must be what?
Nothing.
Oh, she's not fat. Oh, gosh, no. She's no heavier than you are.
I weigh 112.
Oh, well, then that's what Francia would.
I've never met a man who had any conception of what a woman should weigh. Why, good heavens, if I weighed 140... Well, let's not go into that. Any other details that would make her easily identifiable? Scars or birthmarks?
No scars. But what a smile. And when we met, she was wearing a dazzling light blue evening gown. She was, well, a vision in sort of starlight.
Well, the smile won't help, and neither would the evening gown.
Well, is that all?
Yes, thank you.
Well, I guess I'd better go now.
Well, we know where to get in touch with you, Lieutenant, if we need any further details.
Yes. Thanks a lot.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes?
Don't worry. Mr. King will find her for you, I'm sure.
Oh, I hope so. Thanks for being so nice. So long.
Goodbye. And good luck. Honey-colored hair, green eyes, 5 feet 4 inches tall, 112 pounds. Why, he could just as well have been describing me.
Yes, sir.
Is Miss Jones at home?
Miss Jones?
Why, yes. Isn't this...
I'm sorry. She's out of town.
Who is it, Anna? Anna?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is it?
A gentleman to see you, ma'am.
Are you Miss Jones?
I'm Mrs. Jones. That'll be all, Anna.
Yes, ma'am.
There's no Miss Jones living here?
No. May I ask who you are?
My name is Keene. I'm a special investigator. At the moment, I'm working with Lieutenant Lanson.
Oh, Don.
Were you at home yesterday, Mrs. Jones, when Don...
Yes, I was, Mr. Keene.
Then, may I ask why?
Before you go any further, let me tell you my side of the story.
I wish you would, Mrs. Jones.
I feel so ashamed of what I did to Don. I know I owe you an explanation.
You owe him the explanation, Mrs. Jones. But please go on.
Well, I'm married, as you know now. Before my marriage, I was something of an actress. I might have had a career, perhaps, if I'd tried hard enough. At any rate, I married Everett 3 years ago.
Everett Jones is your husband?
Yes. You've heard of him, Mr. Keene?
Wasn't he indicted for fraud some months ago?
Well, he was indicted, but the charge was never proved. He was acquitted in both cases.
There were 2 indictments?
Yes, but, well, that's neither here nor there. I fell in love with Everett because I knew he could support me in the way in which I wanted to live.
I know he's a wealthy man, Mrs. Jones, but what has all this to do with Don Lanson?
Well, I'm coming to that. My husband pays a great deal of attention to his business, and I resent being neglected. Lately, I've gotten into the habit of going to the theater alone, often dining alone. It's not very entertaining, I assure you.
I imagine it isn't.
The other night, I decided to attend that masquerade ball. I had dinner at the Club Palermo, and then went to the dance. I met Don there, as you know. I knew he wanted fun and relaxation, and I didn't want to spoil the illusion by saying I was married. The whole affair was entirely innocent, Mr. Keene.
Innocent? When you permit a young soldier to fall in love with you, a married woman?
I didn't realize he'd go so far. Oh, I admit it was the worst sort of brainless reasoning. I had no idea he'd fall in love. It's surprising, too, for I'm 10 years older than he is, though I don't look it when I'm made up.
When he showed up the following day, you decided to end the matter by pretending you were gone, is that it?
Yes. I'm afraid my maid spoiled things. But I didn't want to hurt the boy. I just wanted to end the affair as quickly and as painlessly as possible.
I agree with you there, Mrs. Jones. A quick ending was the only solution.
If you could only understand how lonely I was, and how lonely Don seemed to be. I know I was wrong, Mr. Keene, but that night I just couldn't tell him I was married.
May I ask what you propose to do now, Mrs. Jones?
I don't know. Naturally, I wouldn't want my husband to know about this, and I certainly don't want to hurt Don.
Don's feelings are my chief concern right now.
I understand that, Mr. Keene, and if there was anything you could do to make it easier for Don, and for me, I'd greatly appreciate it.
I don't mean to be unkind, but I hope you've learned your lesson, Mrs. Jones.
Oh, I have. I assure you I have. I'm ashamed and sorry. Please believe me.
Well, I'll do the best I can.
Thank you, Mr. Keene. Thank you so much for understanding.
And I only hope, Mrs. Jones, there's nothing more to this case.
More?
Yes.
Oh, I assure you there isn't.
That remains to be seen. Goodbye, Mrs. Jones. And that's all she told me, Mike.
Well, now, did it sound like the truth, Mr. Keene?
It sounded that way, yes.
But she said she was an actress, sir.
That's right.
And, sure she had no trouble pulling the wool over the lieutenant's eyes.
Evidently not.
Then maybe this is all just a gag.
How do you mean, Mike?
Well, I mean, sir, that, maybe the husband is in on it.
Frankly, I had the same thought.
And sure, who knows what they may be trying to pull on this lad, Mr. Keene. Sure, the husband's had a brush or two with the law before.
But could it be possible that anyone would be low enough to use a soldier, a man who's risked his life for his country and his people, time and time again, as a cat's paw?
Well, she didn't seem to have any worries about stringing the lad along in the first place, sir.
You may be right, Mike. And if you are,
I'll make them both regret it as long as they live. Yes, this case bears watching, there's no doubt about it.
I'll say so, sir.
Meanwhile, I'm not going to say anything to the lieutenant. Not before I find a way to break the news without upsetting him too much. Call him on the telephone, Mike, and ask him to meet us back in the office in an hour.
I'll do that, sir.
Perhaps we can work something out for Don. Yes. And get to the bottom of this other business at the same time.
In just a moment, Mr. Keene will continue with the case of the woman in blue. Meanwhile, if your own dentist or physician has at some time given you an envelope containing Anacin tablets, you're already familiar with this highly effective pain-relieving agent. For Anacin relieves the pains of simple headache and minor neuralgia incredibly fast. And here's the reason. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, not just one, but a combination of active and medically proven ingredients. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30, or bottles of 50 and 100 at any drugstore. Take only as directed. Anacin. Anacin. Now back to Mr. Keene and the climax to the case of the woman in blue. Returning to his office with Mike Clancy, his assistant, Mr. Keene finds Lieutenant Lanson awaiting him.
Did you find Fran, Mr. Keene? Did you see her?
Yes, I saw her, Don.
And she's safe?
Perfectly safe.
Well, then why did she...
Don, I don't mean to keep you in suspense, but there's very little I can tell you at the moment.
But Mr. Keene, you said...
However...
Yes, sir?
There's a nightclub called the Club Palermo. Do you know where it is?
Yes, I've been there once or twice.
Perhaps if you had dinner there tonight, you might find your friend. I understand that she is seen there often.
But don't you think it might be better if I went back to her home?
No, Don, I definitely do not. Now, take my advice, son. Drop into this place this evening. You may be pleasantly surprised.
Will you and Mr. Clancy here come with me, sir?
Well, I think Susie would be a better bet to accompany you, Don. Mike and I would hardly make good dancing companions.
Oh, I don't think I'd feel much like dancing. I just want to see Fran and talk to her once more before I leave.
There are certain reasons why I prefer not to go. And you really shouldn't go alone.
Oh, very well, sir.
But you'll find Susie a very sympathetic and interesting companion, if you'd care to take her.
Oh, I'd be glad to, sir.
Good. When she returns to the office, I'll ask her if she's free. Perhaps if you call the office later on, then you could make all the arrangements.
All right, thank you, Mr. King.
And tomorrow morning, call me back and let me know how you made out with Francia.
I will, sir. If you say it's the way it should be done, well, that makes it okay with me.
Thank you for your confidence, Don.
I'll talk to you tomorrow then, sir. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Don.
Oh, goodbye, Mr. Clancy, and thanks a lot.
Oh, not at all, Lieutenant. Will he really meet her there, Mr. Keene?
I doubt it, Mike. Francia Jones does go there alone occasionally, but I'm sending him there for a different reason.
What, sir?
Perhaps he is not quite as much in love with Francia as he thinks he is. The soldier on leave sometimes puts a little too much emphasis on romance, and it's easily understandable.
I know what you mean, boss.
Francia seemed to be the first American woman he'd met since coming back from the South Pacific. Now, if he met others and talked to them, danced with them, he might find his attitude changing a bit.
Sure, and you may be right, sir.
Another thing that startled me was Susie's resemblance to Francia. Susie is much younger, of course, and not brittle and superficial like Mrs. Jones, but Susie should be a good substitute to begin with, and she might do him a lot of good. At any rate, we'll see soon enough.
Wonderful place, Donnie. It's so glamorous.
Yeah, I rather like it myself, Susan.
Oh, it was very sweet of you to ask me to come. Do you see Francia in the crowd?
No, not yet.
Oh, perhaps she hasn't arrived. It's awfully good dance music, don't you think?
Yeah, it's a pretty good band. Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like to dance, Susie?
Oh, I'd love to.
There's no point in just sitting here watching the people come in, is there?
No.
Oh, Susie, I'm sorry. That wasn't a very tactful thing to say.
Well, that's quite all right. I understand, Don. Well?
Huh? Oh, the dance. Well, sure. Let's go, huh?
I love this song.
So do I. Hey, you're a swell dancer, Susie.
So are you.
And, well, I guess I should have said this a long time ago. You look very pretty in that glittery blue dress.
Oh, it's never too late to say that. Thanks.
You know, somehow I feel a little more relaxed right now than I have in days.
Oh, it's the atmosphere and the music.
No, I'd say it was more...
More what?
More you.
Well, what was that step you were doing before? Let's try it again, huh?
All right. Oh, do you know how long it's been since I had lobster thermidor?
I guess they don't serve a dinner like this out in the South Pacific.
K-rations are a banquet out there.
You know, we think we know what you soldiers go through, but we really don't here at home.
Oh, we're not kicking. We've got a job to do, and we do it, that's all. Where'd you get that ring, Susie?
Oh, it's a graduation ring.
Oh, I know that, but I mean, what school?
Oh, you wouldn't know it. It's a small college out west.
Oh. Do you have any folks here in New York?
No, I live alone.
Oh, that must be tough.
Not really. I read a lot and go to concerts.
Do you like concerts?
Oh, I'm crazy about them. But let's talk about Francia. I know you'd prefer that.
Well, I remember discussing music with her. She wasn't very interested, I guess. Susie, who's your favorite composer?
Bach.
That's mine, too.
Well, strangely enough, I also like Gershwin.
Well, so do I.
Well, tell me some more about Fran. She must be charming.
Wow, she's very beautiful. She speaks like, well, you know, like an actress.
With distinction?
Yeah, that's it. You know, Susie, you have that quality, too. In a different way. A way I like.
Is she a good dancer, too?
Very good. And that reminds me, so are you. How about another dance?
Love it.
Let's go.
Oh, I'm having a wonderful time. Are you?
I'll say I am. Oh, this is one of the things we missed so much out on the islands. And boy, oh boy, am I going to make up for lost time.
No sign of Francia yet?
I don't see her. Look, here's a new step I picked up, Susie. I think you'll like it. I guess the orchestra's taking a rest.
Oh, I wish they wouldn't.
Just when I was, well, getting used to holding you in my arms, too. Susie, you're...
Well, what's the matter, Don?
What? Look, there's Fran sitting at that table over there with a man.
Oh, will you go on over and speak to her, and I'll...
No, Susie. No, you're my date for tonight. Besides, well, I'll just say hello to be polite. Come on. Good evening, Fran.
Don, how are you?
Fine, thanks. Oh, this is Miss Hargrave.
How do you do?
How do you do?
This is my husband, Don. Everett, I want you to meet Lieutenant Lamson and Miss Hargrave.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Jones. Well, Fran, it was nice seeing you again.
And you.
Glad to have met you, Lieutenant.
I'm glad to have met you, sir.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Have fun.
Married him. She never even...
Do you want to leave, Don?
Leave? Why, gosh, no. I'm having the time of my life. I guess I just never saw her before this way.
Fran?
Mm-hmm. And, Susie, I don't even care. I'm not kidding now. I'm glad it turned out this way.
And I'm glad for you, Don.
Susie, you and I are going to have an evening. We'll do the town and just talk and talk until the crack of dawn. How about it?
Anything you say, Don.
Maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like I'm on wings. Oh, boy, what a break I got, Susie, when I met you.
Dear, if I keep making these mistakes.
Good morning, Susie.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Keene. Oh, excuse me, sir.
You look tired.
I'm afraid we were out very late last night, Mr. Keene.
Did you have a good time?
We had a wonderful time. We met Francia Jones and her husband.
At the nightclub?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Well, that was something I didn't really count on.
Oh, but it was quite all right. In fact, it didn't mean a thing to Don. He was really happy to put an end to it all.
Is that so?
I know he wasn't in love with Francia. In fact, I'm sure of it now.
You are? Why, Susie?
Well, I think he's in love with me, sir.
That's something else I didn't expect.
And I'm in love with him, Mr. Keene. Terribly in love. It frightens me a little.
Why should it frighten you?
Well, I just can't make up my mind about him. Could such love be real? A man who changes so quickly, would he change that way about me, too?
I doubt it, Susie. And I'll tell you why. Love isn't something to be reckoned with in regard to time or place. It just happens, that's all. And when it's genuine, you know it. Of such things, romance is made, Susie.
Mr. Keene's office.
Susie?
Don.
How are you, darling?
Oh, just fine, dear. Well, do you want to speak to Mr. Keene? He's here.
Mm-hmm. Before I do, darling, remember our dinner date tonight.
I will. Mr. Keene.
Thank you. Hello, Don.
Hello, Mr. Keene. I suppose Susie told you about last night.
Yes, she did. But you mustn't judge Francia too harshly, Don.
Oh, I'm not, sir.
At first I thought that they might be taking advantage of you in some way. That's why I didn't tell you everything at first. But I think it's pretty obvious now that that wasn't the case.
Well, sir, that isn't very important to me right now. You've been wonderful. And in return, I think I ought to give you fair warning, sir.
Warning of what?
Well, after the war, when I come back, you're going to lose a darn good office assistant.
Well, when that time comes, perhaps we can effect a compromise. Beneficial to both sides.
All right, sir, okay with me.
And as far as Francia is concerned, this we must say for her, Don. She made a mistake and corrected it.
Which was all the luck in the world for me.
Do wartime changes make your dentifrice taste different nowadays? Why not change to Colonos, the toothpaste that really tastes keen? You'll find its delicious minty flavor, its tangy, refreshing taste, chases morning mouth in a hurry. Yes, there's a zip and a tingle to Colonos that leaves your mouth fresh and cool as the sea breeze. And while Colonos makes your mouth feel bright, it helps make your smile look its best. Just wait until you see how spick and span Colonos helps get your teeth. They look their loveliest because Colonos was specifically designed to help give your teeth the highest possible polish safely. You can get Colonos in any drugstore. K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colonos toothpaste. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, on the air every Thursday at the same time over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old tracer turns to the case of the hidden motive. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and inviting you to listen to Friday on Broadway at the same time over this network tomorrow night.
lives, here's a fast, sure way to keep your home free of stinging, germ-carrying flies and mosquitoes. Use Black Flag insect spray. One touch and pests are doomed. Every batch is bug-tested for sure death. For offensive pests like ants and roaches, get Black Flag powder. Both on sale at leading stores anywhere. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons.
For incredibly fast relief from the pains of simple headache or minor neuralgia, try Anacin. A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it's composed of not just one, but a combination of medically active ingredients. Take only as directed. Get convenient Anacin tablets at your druggist tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colonos Toothpaste presents Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons. One of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Next time you buy a dentifrice, get high-polishing, high-foaming Colonos toothpaste or tooth powder. Colonos is a double result dentifrice with a mouthwash effect built right in. Freshens your breath while you're brushing your teeth. Tomorrow, buy Colonos. Now, Mr. Keene and the almost unbelievable case of the frightened child. Our story opens on a foggy morning in New York City. And at the children's shelter on Lower Manhattan, we find Mr. Keene and Police Lieutenant Evans walking together down one of the corridors. And Lieutenant Evans is saying with unusual emotion,
Mr. Keene, I can't tell you how this kid affects me. I'm a pretty tough guy. I should be after all the years I've been on the police force, but the expression in this kid's eyes, I just can't take it.
How old is the child, Lieutenant Evans?
I'd say about 5.
You found him wandering around the streets?
Down by the Brooklyn Bridge at 6 o'clock in the morning. Officer Casey picked him up. He said he thought he was seeing things when this little fellow stepped out of the fog. But the thing that gets me is that he don't seem to know how to talk.
That seems incredible at 5 years old, unless he's suffering from shock. How was he dressed?
Well, that's another funny thing, Mr. Keene. The suit he had on looked like it might have cost a lot of money.
And he won't tell you his name?
He won't, or he can't. He just sits and stares at you, those big eyes of his. We've run his picture in all the papers, so wouldn't you think that somebody would know who he was?
Somebody must know who he is. They're keeping quiet about it.
That's what bothers me, and that's why I decided to call you in. Oh, here we are, sir.
All right, Lieutenant.
Hello, kid. How goes it? I brought someone to see you. Oh, now, wait. Don't run away.
We won't hurt you, son. I like little boys. Here, give me your hand.
You see, Mr. Keene, he won't say a word.
He's got to learn that I won't hurt him. Give me your hand, son. There. That's not so bad, is it? I'm here to help you.
Let's have a little more light in here. Somebody must have pulled down these shades.
No! No!
He must have pulled them down himself. He's afraid of the light, Lieutenant. And apparently he isn't used to it.
No!
All right, kid, take it easy. I'll pull them down again.
That's right. The sunlight's good for little boys. You mean you've never played in the sunlight with other children?
He won't answer you, Mr. Keene.
I think he will when he gets to know me better. I think he'll even manage to tell me his name.
Name?
Yes, your name. What do people call you? I'm your friend. You have nothing to be afraid of with me. So try to tell me your name and where you came from.
What did I tell you, Mr. Keene? You can't get a thing out of him.
Seemed he was a little less frightened when you left him, Lieutenant.
Well, that's true. But we still don't have any idea who he is.
His fear of the light. Well, that should tell us something.
Mr. Keene, you mean you think he was kept in darkness?
There's something horrible here. What was done to that child, and why was it done? I'm going to find out if it's the last thing I do.
I thought you'd feel like that about it, sir. Of course, Mr. Keene, anything that...
sir. Are you Lieutenant Evans?
Huh? Oh, why, yes.
My name is Clark. They sent me over here from the station house.
You wanted to see me?
Yes, I guess so. They told me you was in charge of the case. They thought it was important, so I come right over here.
What case are you talking about?
That kid you found by the bridge.
What? What about him?
Do you know who he is?
No, but I seen his picture in the papers. I had a funny experience a couple of nights ago, and I thought that maybe I ought to report it.
What do you do?
Well, I'm a night watchman down near the waterfront. One of the blocks I patrol is mostly empty buildings. An old brewery they don't use anymore and a couple of loft buildings.
Go on.
Well, last week one night, when I was passing one of the loft buildings, I could have sworn I heard a child crying. Then I decided it must have been a cat or a boat whistle. Them boat whistles drive you crazy on a foggy night.
You should have done something about it.
Well, I tell you, I thought I was hearing things. And then the next night I heard it again.
Yes, go on.
I says to myself, there can't be a kid in that empty building. But finally I went back. I found a window open on the ground floor, and then I decided I must have been crazy.
Why?
You never seen such a place. Dust over everything. Dust and cobwebs. It hadn't been used for years. I was just about to go, and all at once I happened to turn my flashlight on the floor. There was footprints in the dust. A child's footprints. And they was pointing toward the window.
I hope we're doing the right thing, Mr. Keene.
I'm afraid it's the only thing to do, Lieutenant. We've got to find out if the child knows that building and if that's where he came from. Besides, he isn't afraid, are you, son?
No.
Of course you aren't. As long as you're with us, nothing can happen to you. Just remember that.
Well, this is George Street. And that looks like number 17.
That's right. That's the place.
Okay, driver, here we are. Now, wait right here. We won't be long. You coming, kid?
No.
Sure you are, little fellow. Just keep your hand in mine. You'll be perfectly all right.
What a godforsaken spot. That building looks as if it had been shut up for years.
There's no name on it, Lieutenant Evans. Nothing. I was hoping there would be.
What a place to leave a child, if they did leave him here.
Well, we'll soon find out. Come on, son. Just a little bit farther.
No. No.
It'll soon be over with. And I'm here. You can trust me.
There's the window, Mr. Keene. It's still wide open. If the kid was in there, that's how he must have gotten out.
But how did they take him in? They must have realized that window was open.
Let's go in and see if we can find out.
No! No!
I thought so. He's afraid of the place.
They had him here, all right.
They certainly did. Okay, son. It's all over with. We're going away now.
Mommy! Mommy! I want my mommy!
Hush now, hush. We'll find your mother for you. And I'll find out who did this to you. You can count on that, too. Why, yes, Lieutenant. I'd just as soon keep the youngster with me. Meanwhile, I sent Mike Clancy, my assistant, to look up the records on that building.
Oh, boss, Mr. Keene, sir.
Oh, yes, Mike, I'm in here. Hello, Lieutenant. Mike just came in this minute, and I'll call you as soon as I hear what he has to say. Goodbye. Well, Mike?
Well, I found out who owns the building, sir, but that's all I did find out.
Who owns it?
3 brothers named Brandon.
3 brothers?
Yes, sir. Philip, George, and Richard Brandon. They're in the textile business. Live up at Rawlins, New York. 10 years ago, they moved their business up there. But their old loft building here has been empty ever since.
Brandon.
Does it mean anything, sir?
No. But I think I'll pay a call on the Brandon brothers up at Rawlings tomorrow. I won't mention the child. I don't dare mention the child. But I'll think up some excuse for going to see them.
Yes, sir.
And, Mike, I'd also like to read the back editions of the Rawlings newspaper. As far back as a month, possibly 3 months.
Please sit down, Mr. Keene. My brother will be right with us.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. I appreciate your seeing me. Since I happen to be in Rawlings, I thought it would save time if I came directly to you.
You wanted to see me, Philip?
Yes, George, come in. Mr. Keene, this is my brother George.
How do you do?
How do you do?
George, Mr. Keene wants to lease that loft building in New York.
What?
Yes, that is, he's acting for a client. He seems rather vague about the whole thing.
Not at all. I'm simply making inquiries for a client.
But why that particular building?
I don't know, George. Ask Mr. Keene. Perhaps he can tell you.
I'm just acting on instructions. I want to find out the terms.
So you said, but unfortunately we can't quote you any terms until...
Until we talk to our sister-in-law, Edith Brandon, and right now I'm afraid that's out of the question.
But I don't understand. Does she own that building?
Well, no, that is not entirely. You see, our younger brother, Richard, owned 2/3 of the business.
Mr. Keene isn't interested in that, George.
I'm just explaining the circumstances. Anyhow, Mr. Keene, after Richard's death, well, his wife Edith inherited that building. So we'd have to consult her before quoting terms.
And Edith is in a rest home. She had a nervous breakdown about a month ago.
In a rest home? Mr. Brandon, you don't mean that your brother Richard... Good heavens, of course. Now I remember. He was killed, wasn't he? He and his little boy.
Yes.
They were out boating, and Richard must have lost an oar. The current is very strong on the river here, and they must have been carried into the rapids.
That's right. The boat was found smashed to pieces, but the bodies of your brother and his son were never found.
How do you happen to know all that?
I read it in the Rawlings newspaper. I remember thinking how ghastly it must have been for that poor woman to lose her husband and her boy both at once.
How is it that you were interested in reading the Rawlings paper? Do you have friends here, Mr. Keene? Do you...
Philip.
Yes?
Philip, I think there's someone at the door.
The door? Oh, why, Agnes, what are you doing here?
Hello, darling. I wasn't eavesdropping. I was just passing by, and I heard voices, but I wasn't eavesdropping.
I didn't say you were.
I thought perhaps it was someone I knew.
No, Mr. Keene, this is my wife.
How do you do?
How do you do? Did you say Keene? That name, it sounds familiar.
I don't know why it should be. You've never met before.
Mr. Keene has a client who wants to lease that loft building in New York.
What did you say?
Agnes, I'm sorry, but we're trying to talk business.
But that building...
Agnes, I'll see you later.
Yes, dear, I'm going. I'm going right away. Goodbye, Mr. Keene.
Goodbye, Mrs. Brandon.
I'll wait for you outside, Philip, and I really wasn't eavesdropping.
You must excuse the interruption. But as a matter of fact, I can't see much point in continuing the conversation.
But, Mr. Brandon...
I'm sure that my sister-in-law wouldn't be interested in leasing that building, especially since we may use it ourselves later on. Don't you agree with me, George?
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
You mean you won't even ask her?
Well, I can't see any point to it, Mr. Keene. It isn't as though Edith needed the money. She's extremely well off. She has everything she wants.
You mean she has everything except her husband and her little boy? Mike?
Oh, Mr. Keene, where are you? Sure, I've been wondering when you were going to call.
I'm still in Rawlings. I'm calling from the hotel here. I'm going to stay over another day.
Why, sir?
I want to try to see Mrs. Richard Brandon if I can. And, Mike, listen carefully. This is frightfully important.
Yes, sir.
Tell Lieutenant Evans that child must be watched. He mustn't be left alone for any reason whatsoever. When I return, I may take him up to my house. Meanwhile, he must be guarded, night and day.
In just a moment, we'll witness a dramatic and moving scene as Mr. Keene continues the case of the frightened child. Meanwhile, whenever you feel cold miseries coming on, do this right away. Get Hill's cold tablets at your druggist's. Hill's cold tablets are especially prepared to go right to work on all these distressing cold symptoms you feel. That flushed feverishness at present, the headache and the pains and aches of a cold. All those important ways of treating cold symptoms. And for that clogged up feeling in your nose, get Hill's Nose Drops. They help clear up nasal congestion fast. Take only as directed. Ask for Hill's, Hills. Hill's cold tablets and nose drops at your druggist tonight. Now Now back to Mr. Keene and the strange, almost unbelievable case of the frightened child. It's early evening of the following day, and we find Mr. Keene moving restlessly about his study. With him is a frail, attractive young woman who watches him with sad and haunted eyes.
Shouldn't they be here by now, Mr. Keene?
Don't worry, Mrs. Brandon. Mike can be depended to get him here safely.
And you really think it's my son? Oh, it doesn't seem possible.
My dear Mrs. Brandon, I'm not promising you a thing. But there's a chance that it is your son.
And if it is?
If it is, it means a hideous crime has been committed. It will take a lot of courage for you to see this thing through.
My boy will give me courage. If it is my boy.
It won't be easy. It'll take a lot of patience to nurse him back to a state of normalcy. And during that period, I want you to stay right here in my house, where Mike and I can act as a bodyguard.
You think there's danger?
I know there's danger. By the way, Mrs. Brandon, did your husband ever quarrel with his brothers over the business? Was there resentment because he inherited 2/3 of the stock?
On the surface, no, Mr. Keene. Underneath, it was always there. But even so, I can't believe in this monstrous thing. Maybe you've made a dreadful mistake. Perhaps this child, perhaps it isn't Joel.
Perhaps not. Oh, we'll soon find out. Mike just came in. He has a key. Just wait here a second, Mrs. Brandon.
Well, here we are, boss. And what a time we had getting here.
Hello there.
Hello.
Well, will you look at that now? He actually smiled at you, Mr. Keene, sir. Oh, I didn't know there was anyone else here, sir.
This is Mrs. Brandon, Mike. She just arrived. Come over here, son.
Joel.
Do you know this lady?
Joel, don't you remember?
Mommy! Mommy!
Joel, oh, my baby. Now, sweetheart, let's play our game again, shall we? Let's pretend that you and Daddy are in the boat fishing.
I caught a fish, too. I caught a fish, Mr. Keene.
I know you did, Joel. You told us you did. But then what happened after you caught the fish?
Nothing.
Something must have happened. Daddy never came back. Why didn't he come back? Why, darling?
I don't know.
Are you sure you don't know? Perhaps somebody came down to the shore and called to you?
Yes.
They did? Who was it, Joel? Who was it, darling? You've got to tell me.
Easy, Mrs. Brandon.
But he's got to tell me. He simply has to.
No. I can't. I don't know who it was.
High time, too, Joel. It's almost dark out.
I know, sir, but I couldn't get him to come in. Sure, I never thought the day would come when I'd play nursemaid.
You weren't followed by anyone, Mike?
Not that I know of, sir.
What's follow?
It means someone walking behind you, watching you. Perhaps the same person who called to you and your father that day from the shore.
Oh.
Joel, you say you can't tell us who that was. But someday, if I take you to visit some people, do you suppose you could point that person out?
Would Mommy go too?
Yes, your Mommy would go too, so no one could harm you. Will you do that someday, Joel?
Yes.
Boss.
Okay, Joel. It's a deal. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning. And here comes your mother.
Joel, it's almost bedtime, and you haven't had your supper. Go in your room right this minute and take your things off.
Yes, Mommy. Mommy, I made a deal.
Oh, you did you?
Uh-huh.
Well, see that you're ready for supper in 5 minutes, or I'll make a deal and you won't like it much. Only first kiss me.
And now off with you, me boy, or we'll take no more walks. Saints preserve us, that's the first time I heard him laugh.
I thought he'd forgotten how. Oh, Mr. Keene,
No. You've been a brave, patient woman, Mrs. Brandon. Just keep it up a little longer. The end is in sight. That deal he spoke of, he promised to point out your husband's murderer.
Mr. Keene.
That is, if he was murdered. At any rate, I think Joel is ready for it now. And tomorrow morning...
Mommy!
What's that?
Joel!
Someone's in his room. Mike, come on.
I'm coming, and I got the gun hand.
Mommy!
Darling, what is it?
Joel, what's the matter?
The window!
Someone must have climbed in the window. The kid must have scared them away.
Never should have left him in a room on the ground floor. Quick, Mike, do you see anyone?
No? Yes, there's someone run down the street. It's too dark to see. I'd fire into the air.
Okay, Mike.
Stop or I'll shoot! It's no use. They kept on going. They turned the corner.
You couldn't tell what they looked like?
No, I couldn't tell a thing. It was like a shadow. Look, what's the matter with the kid? What's he staring like that for?
Joel.
The noise must have frightened him. Joel.
The gun! Daddy! The gun!
So that's what happened, Mr. Keene. They shot my husband and put his body in the boat. And then they turned the boat adrift, knowing it was sure to break up in the rapids. And that Richard's body would be carried out to sea.
I'm afraid that's exactly what happened, Mrs. Brandon.
But Joel, why didn't they kill him, too? He was a witness. He saw them kill his father.
I know. That's what interests me, too. Mrs. Brandon, are you sure no one knew you were coming here?
No one. They gave me their word at the rest home that they wouldn't tell anyone where I was going. You yourself persuaded the doctor to let me come here to your home, Mr. Keene.
Someone must have known. Someone must have realized the boy was here with me. Mrs. Brandon.
Yes?
We daren't wait any longer. We daren't even wait until tomorrow morning.
But, Mr. Keene...
We're going up to Rawlings tonight. And Joel is going to tell us who murdered his father. We must, Mrs. Brandon, without further delay. His safety, his life depends upon it now.
The house is lit up like a Christmas tree.
They must be entertaining.
Good. The more people, the safer we'll be.
Not too safe at that, boss.
Anyone who could do such a frightful thing. Not only to my husband, but to Joel, too.
I know. But we've got to go through with this, Mrs. Brandon, for Joel's sake. You understand that, don't you?
Yes.
Which room is the library?
That one right there, with the French windows opening onto the terrace.
All right. You wait with Joel and Mike on the terrace, and I'll call you when I'm ready. You all set, Mike?
All set, sir.
As for you, Joel, you'll be a brave boy, won't you?
You and Mommy won't leave me.
Of course not, darling.
Your mother will never leave you again. You're doing this for her, Joel.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
I knew I could depend on you. Just remember, there's only one thing we want you to do. When I call you, when you step into that room...
Yes?
I want you to show me who it was who shot your daddy.
Mr. Keene, this is most presumptuous. I don't understand it.
We have guests, Mr. Keene.
I know you have guests, but this is important, or I wouldn't have troubled you.
We told you the other day that building wasn't for rent.
I didn't come here about that.
Did you want me, dear?
I didn't want you, Agnes. This gentleman, Mr. Keene, sent for you. And if he's wise, he'd explain just what this is all about.
I intend to. Please sit down, madam.
But I have guests.
This won't take long. First of all, I must tell you, that business about the building was a necessary lie. I came for quite a different reason. I'm a tracer of lost persons.
A tracer of lost persons?
That's where I heard his name. Now I remember.
And just why should you be interested in talking to us, Mr. Keene?
The police were interested. They sent for me, Mr. Brandon, because a child was left to die in that building of yours. A child who had been held a prisoner for more than a month.
A child held prisoner? Why, who was it?
Your nephew.
My nephew?
Joel?
But that's impossible. Joel is dead.
No, Mrs. Brandon. He's very much alive.
I don't believe it.
It's fantastic. He was drowned with his father.
His father wasn't drowned. He was shot, Mr. Brandon. And Joel happened to witness that shooting.
Richard? Murdered?
Philip, it's not true. He must be mad.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
No, I'm quite sane. You see, Joel is waiting outside with his mother.
What?
I'm going to call them in. Mike Clancy, my assistant, is with them, Mr. Brandon. And I must warn all of you that Mike is armed. All right, Mrs. Brandon, bring him in.
Joe.
Oh, no. Stay where you are. Don't move, any of you.
All right, Joel. Come here. Now, Joel, you promised me you'll be a brave boy. Don't forget, we're depending on you.
Yes?
Who was it, Joel? Who shot your daddy and then took you away? Who was it? Tell us.
It was her. She did it.
Mrs. Brandon.
She took me away. She kept me tied up. then she left me in that place. That dark place.
Agnes, is that true?
Yes, Philip. It's true.
Well, it's all over with, Mr. Keene. She signed the confession.
Mr. Brandon, I can't tell you. This is what makes my job so difficult at times.
I've been afraid of something like that for so long, Mr. Keene. Agnes was insanely jealous of my brother Richard. She felt it wasn't right that he should have 2/3 of the business. She thought of it constantly. She talked about it constantly. It became an obsession.
Yes, I know. In cases like that, there's bound to be an explosion. She probably set out to have a showdown with your brother, but her emotions got the best of her, and she shot and killed him.
But why did she spare Joel? He saw what she did. She knew that someday he'd tell.
Mr. Brandon, it's not easy for a woman to kill a child. That's what first made me suspect it might be your wife. At first, she kept Joel a prisoner in that old abandoned boathouse. But of course, that couldn't go on forever. She grew desperate, so she drove him down to New York to that empty loft building on the waterfront. She was so frantic by then, so completely demoralized, that she didn't stay long enough to find out about that open window.
But she left him there to die. It was the same thing as murdering him.
Not quite. Not to her poor, twisted mind. She couldn't bring herself to kill him, but by leaving him in that building, she didn't have to watch him die.
My keys to that building disappeared 2 weeks ago. That's why, when you came to see me, I was startled. I was frightened. Poor child, and poor Agnes, and my poor brother.
Mr. Brandon, your wife will be sent to a mental hospital. She'll be better off there.
Mr. Keene! Mr. Keene!
Excuse me, Mr. Keene. I can't bear to face that child. Not yet. Not yet.
I understand, Mr. Brandon.
Mr. Keene, I'm going home. Mommy's taking me home to the house where I used to live when I was little.
Why, that's fine, Joe. May I come to see you sometime?
Sure you can. Mr. Keene, was I a good boy?
You were a very good boy, Joel. I was very, very proud of you.
Two handicaps to business and social success are surface-stained teeth and unwelcome breath. To help correct these conditions when due to improper cleansing, try Colonos, a double result toothpaste that freshens your breath while you're brushing your teeth. A high-polishing, high-foaming toothpaste with a mouthwash effect built right in. When you try Colonos, use it just like any other toothpaste, but swish its active foam thoroughly through your mouth to get the extra benefit of its added mouthwash effect. That's K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste. Or if you prefer powder, try refreshing Colonos tooth powder.
Friends, this week and next, thousands of servicemen and women on furlough, including many wounded heroes on leave from hospitals, will be going home to spend Thanksgiving Day with their families. We are asked to keep trains and buses free for them and for essential travelers engaged in all important war activities by canceling any trip that is not absolutely necessary. Remember, don't travel unless your trip helps win the war.
Thank you, Mr. Keene. You have been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old tracer brings us another thrilling missing persons case.
Save time and money in waxing floors. Use economical no-rubbing Aerowax. You'll be delighted to see how floors shine like new with a lustrous finish that saves countless scrubbings. Remember, Aerowax dries in minutes, but lasts for weeks. Try Aerowax. A-E-R-O-W-A-X tomorrow. Full pint, only 25 cents.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at the same time. This is Larry Elliott saying good night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
For amazingly fast relief from the pains of simple headache or minor neuralgia, try Anacin. For Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. It gives you not just one, but a combination of medically active, tested ingredients. Relief comes incredibly fast. Take only as directed. Anacin, Anacin, at your druggist.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colinos Toothpaste presents Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Next time you buy a dentifrice, get high-polishing, high-foaming Colinos toothpaste or tooth powder. Colinos is a double result dentifrice with a mouthwash effect built right in. Freshens your breath while you're brushing your teeth. Tomorrow, buy Colinos. And now for Mr. Keene and the Nightmare Murder Case. As our story opens early one morning, we find the kindly old tracer and his assistant, Mike Clancy, poring over some documents in his office.
Mike, ask Susie to step in here for a moment. I want her to attest these signatures.
Well, Mr. Keene, sir, Susie ain't in yet.
At this hour? Well, that's odd. You suppose she's ill?
I couldn't say, boss.
Well, Mike, ring her apartment right away.
Yes, sir.
I don't understand it. She's always so punctual.
Well, you'd think she'd let you know if she was sick or something.
Yes, that's right. It's got me worried.
Well, they're ringing, boss. I hear 'em, but I don't get the answer yet. Why, suffering cats is Susie now. Well, that's one phone call that hasn't aided the war effort.
Oh, I'm sorry to be late, Mr. Keene.
What happened, Susie?
Just as soon as I get my breath, Mr. Keene, I'll tell you. See, a family by the name of Nolan lives in the apartment below mine. There's the father, Jim Nolan, and his wife, Mary, and their daughter, Helen.
Yes?
Well, at 5:30 this morning, I was startled out of a sound sleep by hearing Helen cry out. She was calling, "Daddy, don't leave me. Come away from there. I beg you." And then I heard violent sobbing.
Family row, huh? Now, Susie, that ain't any reason.
Mike, don't interrupt. Go on, Susie.
Well, I couldn't imagine what had happened. They're usually such a quiet family. And then this morning, just before I left for the office, well, Helen came to see me. Mr. Keene, she told me the strangest thing. She'd had a terrible dream about her father last night.
A dream?
And to cap it all, her mother told her this morning that her father hadn't been home all night. And they're afraid something terrible's happened to him.
Well,
Helen's nearly out of her mind. And, well, I brought her along to the office with me. And I wonder whether you'd talk to her, Mr. Keene.
Well, all right, Susie. Send her in.
And I'll take these documents along now that Susie's come in.
Yes, please do, Mike.
Mr. Keene, this is Helen Nolan.
Oh, come in, my dear, and sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Keene.
Susie has told me briefly what has happened, so suppose you let me ask you a few questions first. When did you last see your father?
Yesterday evening when I got home from work.
And what does he do?
He's a typesetter at the Daily Advocate. That's down on Center Street.
Yes, go on, my dear.
I'm sure he's been murdered, Mr. Keene. Murdered. I dreamed it last night as clear as could be.
Try to calm yourself, Helen. A dream is one thing and the facts of life quite another. Has anything happened lately that makes you believe someone wanted to murder your father?
Oh, no, Mr. Keene. My father has no enemies. He leads the most regular life in the world. Why, he's never stayed out all night in his life, but my dream was so clear.
Well, try to think back. Now tell me, when you last saw your father, what were you doing?
Well, last night I was seated at the piano when Dad returned home. You see, Mr. Keene, I love to sing, and just as I was beginning a song...
voice sounds sweeter every day.
Oh, hello, Dad.
That's a beautiful song.
It's a dreamy song. It reminds me of you.
Me? Dreamy? You hear that, Mother? Well, come to think of it, perhaps you're right. Guess what tomorrow is? Tomorrow I'm celebrating. I'll have been working 25 years at the newspaper office, and I've a big surprise in store for you.
Jim, Helen has to be leaving.
Oh, that's so, Mary?
Sorry, Dad, I've got a date, a very special one. I'll see you in the morning, and you can tell me your surprise then. And maybe I'll have one for you. I returned home quite late, Mr. Keene. Mother and Dad had both gone to bed, I supposed, and then later on I had that terrible dream. A nightmare. My father's been murdered, Mr. Keene, or he's in some awful danger. I know it.
Well, tell me, Helen, how does your mother account for your dad's disappearance? Is it possible they had a quarrel?
That's just it, Mr. Keene. I don't like to say this.
You think she may be holding something back?
I don't quite know.
Well, suppose I have a talk with your mother. However, first I'll send Mike Clancy, my assistant, to your dad's newspaper office for a checkup. And, Helen, I'd like you to remain close by where I can reach you very quickly.
You're very kind, Mr. Keene. Do you think anything...
My dear, try not to worry. I'll get working on this case right away.
Well, I talked to Jim Nolan's boss like you asked me, Mr. Keene.
What did he say, Mike?
Well, sir, Nolan didn't show up at this newspaper office today at all. And he's always very punctual and a reliable worker. The boss didn't know much about him in a personal way, so he suggested we talk to a fellow by the name of John Olson, who works with him. And he's right here in this office, sir.
All right, Mike. Let's go in. Are you John Olson?
Yes, that's me.
Well, my name is Keene, and this is Mike Clancy.
How do you do?
How do you do?
We're inquiring about Jim Nolan. I understand that you and Jim are friends?
Yes, Jim and me are just like that. He's a fine fella. Fine worker, too, but why didn't he come today?
Well, that's what we want to find out.
Maybe you can help us, John.
Sure, I'll help, but how?
Well, for some unknown reason, Jim Nolan has disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. Did he have any trouble here that you know of?
Trouble? No, Jim and me and the rest here are like one big family.
Then you'd know if he was worried about anything.
Sure, Mr. Keene, but Jim was always happy. His head was always in the clouds.
In the clouds? In what way?
Well, one thing, he talked all the time about how he wanted a house in the country with cows and chickens and honeysuckle climbing all over the porch. Yeah, he talked about that all the time.
A house in the country, you say? Well, that might explain something.
Well, I hope so. Now, you find Jim, Mr. Keene, and say his old pals here want him back. Quick.
All right, John. I'll do the best I can. Come along, Mike. We're going now to see Jim's wife, Mary Nolan.
But, Mr. Keene, I can't imagine why Jim didn't come home last night and why he didn't show up at work today.
Are you sure? I'm going to ask you something, Mrs. Nolan. What was the surprise your husband had in store for Helen?
Well, I supposed it might have something to do with his work, with a raise, perhaps.
Could it possibly have had anything to do with that cottage in the country?
What?
Your husband may be in great danger, Mrs. Nolan. You want him back, don't you? And Helen's heart is breaking.
You're right, Mr. Keene. I'd give anything in the world to have Jim home again. Perhaps I should tell you everything.
I think perhaps you should.
You see, it was this way. From the first day we were married, Jim would bring his weekly paycheck home to me. We agreed that out of it I'd lay aside $5 every week to put in the savings bank. And last night, after Helen had left the house, Jim said to me,
Well, Mary, I guess you know what my big surprise is. Tomorrow is 20 years to the day when we started our savings account.
Tomorrow, Jim? Oh, I hadn't remembered.
I don't wonder, Mary. 20 years. It's been a long time. But now our dream can come true. Together with the interest, there must be over $6,000 in the bank. Enough to buy that cottage in the country and a few acres of land to live off of. Yep, tomorrow I'm quitting my job.
Quitting? But, Jim, hadn't you better wait just a while longer?
No, Mary, I've made up my mind. Tomorrow I'm going down to the office and tell them I'm through. Think of it. No more grinding away at the shop. Just green fields, blue skies, and air a man can breathe.
But things aren't too easy now, Jim. With expenses so high, some weeks I've hardly been able to make ends meet.
That what you're worried about? Well, I understand, Mary. If we're a few $100s short, that's all right.
It's more than that, Jim.
More? How much? Answer me. How much?
Jim, I didn't realize...
Is there $6,000 in the bank?
Forgive me, Jim.
Is there $5,000? 3? 1? Is there anything?
No, nothing.
Nothing.
I didn't know you cared so much, but... Jim, let me tell you,
That's all I've lived for the past 20 years. Now, no house, no country. All gone.
Jim, what are you going to do? Where are you going?
I don't know, Mary. I don't know.
You see, Mr. Keene, I couldn't tell Jim the truth for Helen's sake.
The truth? How do you mean, Mrs. Nolan? What happened to the money?
Well, a few years ago, our daughter Helen developed a very fine singing voice. I spent the money having her voice trained under one of the best teachers in the country.
I see.
Last night she had an audition. If Helen wins, it will mean a contract with the Metropolitan Opera.
So that's it. But, Mrs. Nolan, you were wrong in not telling Jim the truth.
Oh, I realize that now, Mr. Keene. I was gambling Jim's happiness against Helen's future. And if Helen failed, Jim would never forgive me. Now I'm afraid Jim may have done something terrible.
That's the story, Helen, as your mother told it to me.
Poor Mother. I never knew. And poor Dad. Oh, Mr. Keene, we've got to find my father.
Yes, Helen, and quickly. But frankly, I don't know where to start. I haven't a single clue to go on.
That terrible nightmare I had. In it, I saw someone trying to murder my father. I saw it as clearly as I'm seeing you in this room.
But that was a dream, Helen, a dream.
Mr. Keene, sir, if I might make a suggestion. Ain't it just possible...
Oh, I know what you're thinking of, Mike.
Well, for a fact, boss, the great-grandmother Gilhooly had second sight. Why, once she had a dream...
Yes, Mike, I've heard such things do happen, but to look for a lost person on such a basis, why, it's fantastic. Dreams are too vague and uncertain. I wouldn't attempt it.
Well, Mr. Keene, it wouldn't do no harm to have the young lady describe it.
No, I suppose not.
It was so vivid, Mr. Keene. Please let me tell you.
All right. Go ahead, Helen.
Well, I suddenly found myself running along what seemed to be a broad wooden platform. I could faintly see a pier in the distance, and I could hear water lapping up against it. Then as I got closer, I noticed my father standing uncertainly on the edge, and someone was beside him. Railroad tracks and a watchman's shack were between me and the pier. I wanted desperately to get to my father, but as I started to cross the tracks, I heard a train approaching rapidly. Then the watchman came out of his shack and said,
"You better hurry, miss, if you're going to make it. Come along, I'll help you."
He flashed the train down, and with its brakes grinding, I leaped across the rails, crying out, "Daddy, don't leave me! Come away from there, I beg of you!" Suddenly, my father was gone, and the other person ran away. And I woke up sobbing wildly.
You're very close to your father, aren't you, my dear?
Terribly close. Oh, Mr. Keene, doesn't that dream mean anything to you? Don't you believe it shows danger, that something dreadful has happened to my father?
Well, boss, what do you say?
Well, Helen, there's just a bare possibility you've been through one of those rare psychic experiences one occasionally reads about. It's 1,000 to 1 chance. And while I've never attempted such a thing before, I propose to look into this dream of yours. Mike?
Yes, sir.
There's a railroad line running the length of the West Side riverfront. That's the logical place to begin. Inquire of every shackman's booth along there for any trace of the missing man.
In just a moment, we'll hear the outcome of Mr. Keen's search for Jim Nolan. Meanwhile, cold sufferers, at the first sign of a sneeze or other common cold symptoms, take something to help reduce fever if present, something to ease the headache, and something to relieve the pains and aches of a cold. Hill's cold tablets are specially prepared to go after all these symptoms at once. You can rely on Hill's cold tablets because each ingredient in this scientifically compounded cold tablet is of the highest possible quality, a proven formula, famous for more than 50 years. Take only as directed. Ask for Hill's cold tablets at your druggist tonight. Now back to Mr. Keen and the nightmare murder case. It's a few hours later, and the tracer is in his office, waiting to hear the results of Mike Clancy's search of the riverfront. His telephone rings.
Hello?
Is that you, Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mike. What's the news?
Well, boss, I think I've got a lead, and it looks like a good one.
Fine. Where are you?
At the corner of 12th and West Street.
Very well, Mike. I'll be there right away.
And this shackman I told you about, Mr. Keene, he says to me, well, here we are at his hut now. I let Tom, that's his name, tell you the story himself, sir.
Very well. Suppose you wait outside, Mike, while I go on in.
Right, boss.
Hello, Tom. I'm Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mr. Keene. Come on in, sit down.
Thank you.
I ain't got much style here, but it's a mite warmer than outside. Mike Clancy was telling me what you's after.
Yes, I understand you noticed someone early this morning who answered the description of the man we're looking for.
That's right. I spied him first about 5 o'clock. He was hanging around the pier there.
The pier, eh?
Yes. Well, the early milk train comes by here at 5:30. As he was coming down the stretch, I sees this here fella easing towards the tracks. That's funny, thinks I. So I called him to get back, but he took no notice. He acted like a man in a daze. So I flags the train down with my red lantern and pulls him away from the rails, and just in time, too.
And then what happened, Tom?
Well, I took him into my shack here, Mr. Keene. He didn't look like the usual waterfront hobo, so I asked him what his name is.
And what did he say?
Well, he says, "What's that to you? Jim Jones is good enough." I talked to him for half an hour, kind of quiet-like, but didn't seem to make no kind of impression. He acted real beat down.
He did, eh?
Yeah. He just couldn't seem to get hold of himself. Kept saying he had no interest in life. Finally, I persuaded him to go and get some sleep. Told him he'd feel better then, and I directed him to a hotel around the corner.
A hotel, you say?
Yes, sir. Last I saw him, he was headed that way.
Well, thank you, Tom. You've been a real Samaritan. God bless you. This must be the hotel Tom spoke of, Mike.
Well, I guess we're at the end of the trail, Mr. Keene, and that's fine.
Yes. Well, here's the lobby door.
Go ahead, boss.
Mike, do you see what I see?
Oh, police and plenty. Well, it looks like trouble, sir.
There's Inspector Hopkins. Come on. Hello, Inspector Hopkins.
Why, what are you doing here, Mr. Keene?
I might ask the same of you.
Well, I'll tell you. It's a little matter of murder.
Murder?
Yeah. The night clerk was slugged over the head this morning and the safe robbed.
Any idea who did it?
Oh, sure. This is one murder we don't have to worry about. We just got a confession out of the gunman.
Well, good for you, Inspector.
Yeah, Mr. Keene, it's an open and shut case, all right. This gunman was the last one to sign the register before the murder was committed. And he signed it under the name of Jim Jones.
Oh?
But we broke him down, though. That name is a phony. His real name is Nolan.
Nolan?
Oh, my, oh, my.
Oh, you know him, Mr. Keene?
Well, as a matter of fact, we were looking for him for another matter. A little domestic trouble.
Oh, well, that sews it up then.
You say that he confessed to this murder?
Got it down in black and white.
Oh, ain't that terrible, Mr. Keene?
Inspector, what time did the murder take place?
The medical examiner has just finished his examination and handed me his report. He says the hotel clerk must have been dead approximately 12 hours.
It's now 5:30 in the afternoon, so the murder must have been committed about 5:30 this morning.
Yeah. Between 5 and 5:30, the doc says. Not later than 6.
Between 5 and 5:30. Inspector, with your permission, I'd like to check on some of the details of this murder, and then I'd like to talk to Jim Nolan.
Sure thing, Mr. Keene. This way.
Come along, Mike.
Boy, if that nightmare ain't coming true, boss, with murder and all the trimmings.
Hush, Mike.
All right, Mr. Keene, you've seen the desk clerk's body. Now, do you want to have a talk with Nolan?
Yes, Inspector. I'd like to see what I can get out of him.
Well, he's right in here, Mr. Keene. Oh, Nolan, if someone wants to talk to you.
Hello, Jim. I'm glad to see you. My name is Keene.
Keene, you say? What do you want?
I've been sent by your wife and daughter to look for you.
I haven't any wife and daughter.
No? The inspector tells me you've confessed to killing the hotel clerk.
Sure, I confessed. Why don't you fellas let me alone? I've told you I did it, so let's get it over with. And sooner the better.
Do you want to die, Jim?
Is there any reason why I should want to live?
I can think of 2 reasons. Mary and Helen.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Inspector.
Yes, Mr. Keene?
I've an idea. Have you had this man view the body of the victim?
Why, no, it wasn't necessary, Mr. Keene.
All right. Jim, there's one question I want to ask you, and then I won't bother you anymore. Can you give me a description of the hotel clerk who was on duty when you registered this morning? The man you say you killed.
Haven't you enough evidence against me?
Yes, but this will clinch it.
Well, he was stocky, had black hair, a pug nose, and the little finger on his right hand was missing. I noticed the finger especially.
You're sure of that?
I'm positive.
Oh, Mr. Keene, just a minute. That ain't what the dead man looks like at all.
Of course not. That's a perfect description of Bugs Morelli, the safecracker.
Why, sure. That mug we've been out gunning for some time, eh, Mr. Keene?
Right. Morelli's your man, Inspector. Jim Nolan never committed this crime.
Yeah, but how...
Let me suggest what happened. Bugs held up the hotel desk clerk and then blackjacked him. While he was in the act of breaking open the safe, Nolan entered the hotel. To allay suspicion, Bugs then posed as the real clerk and assigned him to a room.
But then, why did Nolan here confess he murdered the clerk?
Well, that's another story. Jim Nolan has had a great shock. At the moment, he is desperate. He just doesn't want to live, and having failed in an attempt to kill himself, he thought he saw in this another way out.
Well, it sounds crazy, Mr. Keene, but it looks as if you might be right.
I'm sure of it, Inspector. With your permission, I'll take Jim Nolan along home.
Go right ahead, Mr. Keene. That is, if you'll promise to have him on hand if I need him as a witness.
I give you my word on it.
Mr. Keene, don't you see I can't go back?
Jim, don't talk that way. Of course you're going home.
I can't face them, Mr. Keene.
Why not? You haven't been guilty of any crime. You've acted a little foolishly, I think. But then so has Mary, your wife.
But our dreams, they've all gone sour. And our cottage has turned out to be just a house of cards. What have I to live for?
Jim, you're like a little boy who has lost his ice cream cone and thinks the world has come to an end. All of us have our dreams of one kind or another. Many are feathery and golden ones, just like yours. Why, we couldn't exist without them. But sometimes we have to sacrifice our hopes to help others attain theirs. And that's what's happened in your case.
What do you mean, Mr. Keene?
Mary didn't spend your savings, as you thought, for selfish reasons. She spent them on Helen.
Helen?
Yes. Your daughter has a fine singing voice. Something you didn't realize, Jim. And Mary wanted to give her the best musical education that money could buy.
But if she'd only told me...
Well, that's where she was wrong. She was afraid. Afraid you might not understand. And afraid if Helen knew the circumstances, she'd refuse to continue her studies.
So that's the way it was.
Yes. Jim, I believe you're going to have reason to be very proud of Helen. Well, here we are.
Home.
Yes, home. That has a wonderful sound, hasn't it?
Yes, Mr. Keene. It has. Mary.
Jim. Oh, Jim, thank God you're home again. Helen, he's back. Daddy's back.
Oh, Dad, I'm so happy. If you only knew how we've worried about you.
There, Helen. It's all right.
Oh, Jim, it was all my fault. Can you ever forgive me?
Don't worry, Mary. Mr. Keene explained everything. I guess I was a little foolish, too. You did exactly right about Helen.
How can we ever thank you, Mr. Keene?
Oh, yes, how can we?
Don't try, my dears. My reward is in seeing you all so happily reunited.
But, Mr. Keene, I still don't understand. How did you manage to trace me?
Well, it's a strange story. Strange and incomprehensible. Helen had a vivid dream about you last night. She dreamed you were in great danger. And from the misty gropings of her mind, she saw almost an exact duplicate of the spot where you were standing. By following this lead, I was able to pick up your trail.
That's amazing, Mr. Keene. And I've never been one to put any stock in dreams at all.
No, I never did either. But it is an amazing coincidence. Suppose we call it just that. And now I must be going.
Oh, wait, Mr. Keene. Helen has something to tell you.
I won that audition, Mr. Keene.
You won that audition? Good for you.
And a contract to sing at the Metropolitan next year.
Helen.
Oh, Daddy, I'm so happy.
Helen, darling, it all seems so wonderful. I can hardly realize what it means.
I think it means, Jim, that you're going to have that cottage in the country after all.
It's always a shock to meet someone whose nice appearance is suddenly shattered by a smile that reveals dull, dingy-looking teeth, or whose breath is unwelcome. And because many people are hampered by both of these handicaps without even knowing they have them, it pays to know about Colonos toothpaste. To help correct these conditions when caused by improper cleansing, just brush your teeth with Colonos, as you would with any other toothpaste, with this one exception. When you finish brushing, swish its rich, active foam thoroughly through your mouth. For Colonos is one toothpaste with a mouthwash effect built right in. Thus it fosters a double result. First, Colonos helps your brush remove ugly surface stains from your teeth. Then, at the same time, it freshens your breath while you're brushing your teeth. For a high-polishing, high-foaming toothpaste with a mouthwash effect built right in, ask for Colonos. It has been approved by thousands of dentists. If powder is your preference, try Colonos tooth powder. It offers the same double result, has a wonderful wintergreen flavor. Get KolYNOS, toothpaste or tooth powder. Tomorrow, buy Colonos. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. On the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old tracer brings us another thrilling missing persons case.
Gleaming floors in record time. Yes, no rubbing Aerowax goes on quickly, dries in minutes, lasts for weeks. It polishes floors to a sparkling luster that makes rooms lovelier and saves frequent scrubbings. Only 25 cents a pint at any leading store. Get Aerowax, AEROWAX, tomorrow.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at the same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Colonos toothpaste and tooth powder. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. It's time now for Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons.
Treat common cold symptoms as you would a serious illness. Go after those aches and pains, headache and fever if present. Take Hill's cold tablets. They're specially prepared from a proven formula famous for more than 50 years. Take only as directed. Remember, Hill's cold tablets.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colonos Toothpaste presents Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons. One of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Next time you buy a dentifrice, get high-polishing, high-foaming Colonos toothpaste or tooth powder. Colonos is a double result dentifrice with a mouthwash effect built right in. Freshens your breath while you're brushing your teeth. Tomorrow, buy Colonos. And now, Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, who brings us the case of the Absentminded Professor. Our story opens one evening in New York, in the home of Dr. Roland Barton, professor of English literature at Harvard University. As he sits before the fireplace with his wife, Julia, he asks,
Julia, my dear, are you sure you're feeling all right now?
Oh, perfectly, Roland. Do stop fussing and read me another little poem. You read so beautifully.
Well, let's have a look through this collection. Now, let's see. Oh, here's one. Just the thing. She walks in beauty like the night of cloudless climes and starry skies.
Oh, how lovely.
You know, my dear, the first thing that struck me about you was the way you walked, talked, and looked.
Oh, darling, I'm not exactly young anymore. I wonder whether you really are happy here.
Why not, with such a beautiful wife and a lovely stepdaughter like Joan? My dear, you look very sleepy. I think you'd better get to bed.
Really, I'm perfectly all right.
All right. Why, you gave Joan and me the fright of our lives at dinner tonight.
No more talk about that. It's not really very poetic, the way I keep getting those attacks of indigestion.
Well, thank heavens Joan brought you your medicine in time. And tomorrow I'm finally taking you to the doctor.
Perhaps. But right now I'd love to hear a poem. That little thing by Herrick.
Herrick? Who's Herrick?
Oh, if you want the absent-minded professor. Robert Herrick, the Cavalier poet. You've been lecturing on him for 20 years, you know.
Oh, yes. Herrick. Gather ye rosebuds.
Yes, that one.
Yes. Gather ye rosebuds while ye may. Old time is still a-flying. And this same flower that smiles today, tomorrow will be dying. Julia. She's dozed off. Julia, dear, don't you hear me? Heaven, she's turned so ghastly pale. Julia! I'm shaking you, don't you feel it? Something's happened to her. Joan, come here, quickly. Joan!
What's the trouble, Professor Barton?
Your mother, she's dozed off here. I can't bring her to.
Mother? Mother? Why, she doesn't seem to be breathing at all.
Julia!
I think she's dead.
Joan, my dear, tell me.
Yes.
Just what was that medicine you gave your mother tonight?
And now, a week later, the doorbell of the Barton home is rung by a slight, elderly gentleman.
Yeah?
Is this the Barton home?
Who wants to know?
My name is Keene. Here's my card.
Oh, yeah. Everybody knows about you, Mr. Keene.
I was asked to come here by Miss Joan Gardner. She's Professor Barton's stepdaughter.
Don't I know it?
Well, may I come in?
Mr. Keene. Mr. Keene.
Miss Gardner, I presume?
Oh, yes. Do come in.
For 1 second, I don't
It's
know.
my right to talk to Mr. Keene if I want, officer. I'll not have you standing there like a watchdog.
Okay.
Come, Mr. Keene. Let's go to the library.
As you wish.
Here. This way. Oh, Mr. Keene, this is all so horrible.
Steady, my dear.
That man at the door. His name is Lonigan. He's a detective from the New York police.
So I gathered.
He's around here all day, poking into every closet. The way he keeps staring at me. The way everybody does.
Joan, my dear, I'm here to help you. Let's have the whole story.
It's my mother. She died a week ago. In this house.
So I read in the papers. But you tell me how it happened.
Well, Mr. Keene, I should explain that Mother was subject to attacks of acute indigestion. That night at dinner, it happened again. Professor Barton, he's my stepfather.
Yes, go on.
He asked me to run and get Mother's medicine.
What sort of medicine?
It was a powder for indigestion. She kept a small jar of it in the bathroom. I did just what Mother always did herself. I got 2 large spoonfuls of it, poured them into a glass of water. I brought it back to Mother, gave it to her myself.
And then?
2 hours later, she died in her chair.
I see.
The doctor thought it all very unusual. Next day, he had the medicine in the jar analyzed.
And?
Something else had got mixed into the jar. A sleeping powder, a very powerful one.
Really?
I'd given Mother enough to kill 5 people.
One moment. How did that sleeping powder get into the house?
That was Mother's, too. How they ever got mixed up, I don't know.
Well, my dear, accidents will happen.
Accident? They're saying it was no accident at all.
What have the police said to you?
Oh, I can't bear this. I wish I'd never been born.
Joan, come back. Better go after her.
Well, good morning.
I beg your pardon. The young lady...
Oh, yes, my stepdaughter, you mean?
Then you must be Professor Barton.
That's right. I believe we've met before. Yes, you're Harold Vanderbrook of Yale.
No, I'm...
Your paper on the Elizabethan poets?
No, my name is Keene. I'm an investigator.
Keene? Oh, yes. Joan said she was sending for you.
Poor girl. She's in a very bad frame of mind.
Yes, I know that. Mr. Keene, would you step back into the library with me?
Yes, of course, Professor. I could understand a certain amount of self-reproach, but the way she's taking this, why...
Well, you see, there are certain reasons. My poor wife was a very rich woman. She left a very large estate.
Really?
Under her will, I've inherited some $50,000 myself. And Joan 5 times as much.
Oh.
To make matters worse, Joan and her mother were not on good terms.
What was the trouble, if I may ask?
Well, Joan recently became obsessed, Mr. Keene, with a young scoundrel by the name of... Frank Lawrence.
Frank Lawrence?
He taught chemistry for a while at the university, but Joan's mother did not approve of him.
May I ask why?
Well, Lawrence was up to his ears in debt. Last year, the university discharged him. Joan's mother felt he was interested in Joan only for her money.
Did Lawrence visit here?
Yes, Mr. Keene, much against the wishes of Joan's mother. The last time was...
Yes?
The day before Julia died.
I see. Professor, where was Mrs. Barton's medicine usually kept?
In the hall bathroom.
A place of common access.
Please, Mr. Keene, I'm not making charges against anybody. If you'll excuse me now, I think I'd better go to Joan.
Yes, of course. Don't bother showing me to the medicine closet. I'll find the way.
Just down the hall. Glad to have met you, Vanderbrook.
Keene is the name.
Oh, yes, Keene.
Well, this is a situation.
Mr. Keene.
Yes?
I'm the housekeeper here, Mrs. Gleason.
Well?
I just heard you talking with Professor Barton.
So I was, Mrs. Gleason.
Are you going ahead with this case? Are you going to investigate?
If Miss Gardner still wants me to.
Well, if you want my opinion...
Yes?
There's plenty to investigate.
What do you mean by that?
Find out for yourself.
Come in. Oh, good morning, Mike.
Good morning, boss. Well, sure as my name is Michael Clancy, I've been from one end of this town to the other in the tail of this Frank Lawrence. He gets around to plenty of bars and gambling joints.
Any luck, Mike?
Well, a fellow at the university gave me a tip on one of the reasons they fired Lawrence last year. Seems he was tied up with some dope ring.
Oh, really?
The FBI never did get the goods on him, but he was supposed to be using his knowledge as a chemist.
Anything more?
Well, yes, sir. One night in a bar, Mr. Keene, he got lit up and started talking about how rich he was going to be. His exact words were...
Yes?
He says, one of these days the old lady will cash in, and so will I.
Quite a ruffian. Do you have his address, Mike?
Yes, sir, right here.
Well, thank you, Mike. I'm going right over there.
Oh, so you're Mr. Keene.
And you're Frank Lawrence.
Very interesting situation. The master detective faces the master criminal. They size each other up, ready for the duel to death.
Never mind the comedy, Lawrence. You're in a bad spot and you know it.
Could be.
You were heard expressing hope that Mrs. Barton would die.
That's a lie.
I have witnesses who say it isn't.
Well, what do you want, Keene?
An honest statement from you before I turn my information over to the police. I'm trying to be fair to you.
Are you? And listen to this. Somebody else in that house stood to profit from Mrs. Barton's death.
I know. Professor Barton. He told me so himself.
I mean Mrs. Gleason.
The housekeeper?
Yes. She'd worked for Mrs. Barton 20 years. Mrs. Barton was going to leave her $10,000. A lot of money for a housekeeper.
May I use your phone?
Help yourself.
Hello?
Is Miss Joan Gardner there?
Speaking.
Oh, this is Mr. Keene.
Oh, I've been wondering about you, Mr. Keene. Has anything turned up? Have you been able
Something quite important, my dear. I want to drop over and have a talk with your housekeeper.
Mrs. Gleason, she isn't here.
No?
She was taken ill 3 days ago, very suddenly.
Oh, she's ill?
She decided to go off to the home of her sister.
Oh, Joan, can you get me her sister's address?
Well, it's around somewhere, Mr. Keene.
Well, get it for me at once. This is vitally important.
In just a moment, Mr. Keene continues with the strange case of the absent-minded professor. Meanwhile, one thing you'll notice about Colonos toothpaste the first time you try it is the way it multiplies itself 25 times in foam. And it's this rich, active Colonos foam that freshens your breath while you're brushing your teeth. So use high-polishing, high-foaming Colonos, a double result toothpaste with the mouthwash effect built right in. Remember, Colonos helps your brush clean teeth so beautifully, it has been approved by thousands of dentists. Get Colonos toothpaste. Or if you'd rather use powder, try Colonos tooth powder. Ask for K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos. And now back to Mr. Keene and the case of the absent-minded professor. Mr. Keene has hurried to the house where Mrs. Gleason, the housekeeper, is ill.
Good morning.
Oh, it's you again, Mr. Keene.
And you again, Detective Lonigan, Homicide Squad.
Right. What brings you here?
The same thing, I imagine, has brought you here. I understand Mrs. Gleason, the Barton housekeeper, is here at her sister's home and very sick.
More than that.
Dead?
It happened early this morning.
A case, you might say, of lightning striking twice.
If you mean, was there foul play? Was she murdered?
Was she?
I was just talking to the doctor. She died of typhoid fever.
Typhoid?
A natural death.
Yes. Perfectly natural, but...
But what, Mr. Keene?
But at a very unnatural time. Good morning, Professor Barton.
Well, I say, it's Professor Greenwood of Princeton.
No. My name...
I was reading your book on Chaucer only last week, and I must say
My name is Keene, K-E-E-N.
Oh, yes, the detective chap. Well, is there anything we can do for you?
I'm rather worried about your stepdaughter.
About Joan. Well, so am I.
And I thought, just as a precaution...
Professor Barton,
Begging your pardon.
Yes, Mary.
A telephone call for you from Dr. Holmes at the university.
Yes. Will you excuse me, Mr. Keene?
Of course.
If you want to see Joan, meanwhile, she's in her study, that first door to the right.
Good. I do want to see her. This door to the right. Oh, Joan. 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 I don't like this.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Keene.
Didn't you hear me knock?
I was writing a letter.
A letter? Or something else?
Don't understand what you mean. Really, the way people stare at me these days, the things they talk about behind my back.
Joan, my dear.
Yes?
I want you to make me a promise.
What?
That you will give up this idea of committing suicide.
Suicide? Why, Mr. Keene, all I was doing was writing a letter to a friend.
May I look at that letter?
No. No, it's very personal.
Joan, I know how badly you feel about your mother's death.
Everybody's turned on me. Even Frank Lawrence, he hasn't come near me once.
I know. But let me say just this. I, for one, don't feel you had any responsibility for your mother's death.
I gave her that drug.
You were the unwitting instrument of some other person.
Well, of whom? Of whom?
I'll find out sooner or later. I was hoping to get a little help from Mrs. Gleason, but unfortunately...
Yes?
She died early today of typhoid fever.
Oh, dear Lord. I was so very fond of her.
Are you fond of Professor Barton, too?
Naturally, Mr. Keene. He's always been such a dear.
How long were he and your mother married, Joan?
2 years.
Would you happen to know where he taught before he came here to New York?
Yes. Marlowe State College out west. Why do you ask?
Simply a routine check, Joan. Was he ever married before?
Yes. His first wife died, too. But, Mr. Keene, if you've got any idea Professor Barton is a sinister old murderer, why, he's the gentlest thing alive.
Yes, that's what everyone says. That's what everyone says.
Why, yes, Mr. Keene. I remember Professor Barton very well. We both joined the English department here at Marlowe State College the same year.
What was your impression of him, Professor Murray?
Charming fellow. I liked him very much. Excellent teacher. But my contacts with him were all professional. His closest friend here was actually Dr. Montgomery.
Montgomery?
Yes. The well-known bacteriologist.
Oh, yes, I've heard of him. Is Dr. Montgomery still here at Marlowe?
Oh, yes. Heading a graduate section now.
Something else. Do you happen to remember Professor Barton's wife?
Alice Barton? Oh, yes. Poor thing. Always ailing.
What was her trouble?
Asthma, I believe.
Asthma. Is that what she died of?
No, Mr. Keene.
What then?
Pneumonia, as I remember. Virus pneumonia.
Oh.
Yes, it carried her away in 2 days.
In other words, she died a natural death.
Of course.
Now, there's one thing more. Where did Professor Barton teach before he came here? Would you remember that?
Now, let me see. Oh, yes. At Grant, the university. Made quite a reputation there for his research on the Cavalier poets during the reign of...
Oh, thank you, Professor. Grant University. I shall go there next.
Oh, yes, Mr. Keene. We had Professor Barton here at Grant University for all of 10 years. We were sorry to lose him. He was such a fine man.
Why did he leave, Professor Roberts?
Well, he had a better offer from Marlowe State College. Besides, he needed a change. He was so broken up at the time by the death of Helen.
Helen?
Yes, his wife.
His wife? I've known of a Mrs. Julia Barton and a Mrs. Alice Barton, but...
No, this was Helen.
And she died here? Of what?
Now, let me see. She was ill quite a long time. It was something quite unusual.
Can you remember specifically?
Oh, yes, cholera.
Cholera?
It isn't often that one runs across a case of that, Mr. Keene. I was so struck at the time.
And so, my dear Professor, am I.
Well, boss, I'm glad to see you back at the office. The work has certainly piled up while you were gone.
I'm sorry, Mike. I didn't think it was going to take so long.
Did you discover anything on your trip west?
Not as far as the eye could see.
And what does that mean, sir?
Just what it says, Mike.
Riddles, nothing but riddles.
Any word from Joan Gardner while I was gone?
Well, she phoned 3 times this morning. Nothing special, just asked for you, Mr. Keene.
Mike, I'm going to the Barton home at once.
Well, what for, sir?
In this case, there's been one natural death after another. I'm going to interfere for once with the course of nature. Good evening, Mary.
Good evening, sir.
Is Professor Barton at home?
No, sir. He went to the university.
On a Saturday evening?
He had an appointment there with Dr. Holmes, I believe.
Holmes. He's on the medical faculty, isn't he?
I wouldn't know, sir.
Well, I'd like to see Miss Joan, then.
Please come in. Miss Jones in her room. She and Professor Barton had some tea there before he went out.
Did they?
I'll go and tell her you're here.
I'll go right along with you if you don't mind.
This way. You seem awfully worried, Mr. Keene.
Yes, I am.
Oh, she's laying down for a nap.
Joan. Joan.
My, but she's sleeping deep.
Joan, wake up. Can't you hear me? Joan, open your eyes.
Oh, Mr. Keene, look at this. On the night table.
I see. It's a note. Dear Mr. Keene, I cannot bear all the suspicions, all the talk. I'm doing the only possible thing, taking my life.
Dead. She's dead.
Good evening, Professor Barton.
Oh, it's you, Keene. What are you doing here in my library?
Waiting for you. I have very bad news.
Oh, what do you mean?
Look at this note.
I cannot bear. Good heavens, how utterly horrible. How did she do it?
With the same drug that killed her mother.
But a girl of her age, so pretty and charming, everything to live for. Why? Why?
The note explains itself. Self-reproach for her mother's death.
Oh, this ill-starred house, one death and then a second so soon after. There's a curse on me.
More than 2 deaths. You're forgetting Mrs. Gleason.
Yes, poor creature.
And if we go back into ancient history...
I don't follow.
You seem to have been cursed twice before, my dear Professor.
You're referring to the fact that I was married twice before.
And that both ladies, in their turn, also died.
Well, you see, I'm a very unfortunate man, Mr. Keene.
A veritable angel of death.
Alice died of pneumonia. Perfectly natural death.
As far as the eye can see.
Helen died of cholera.
And Mrs. Gleason, the housekeeper, of typhoid. All natural deaths. Professor Barton, may I offer a theory?
Yes, of course.
In a modern city like New York, typhoid is not very usual. Natural, but not usual. How did Mrs. Gleason get typhoid?
By catching it, I suppose. I don't know.
Or could it be that somebody deliberately dropped a culture of typhoid germs into the pot of coffee she left for herself on the gas range?
Fantastic.
Your second wife, Alice Barton, died of pneumonia. But she had long suffered from asthma.
Yes, a very pernicious form.
One that required hypodermic injections daily. Injections that she trusted her husband to give.
You are insinuating, Mr. Keene, that I substituted the pneumonia germs.
And what of the first, Mrs. Barton? Couldn't she have caught cholera, also unusual, from a cup of tea into which cholera germs had been poured?
Mr. Keene, I'm a professor of English literature. What would I know about germ cultures? Where would I get them?
Professor Barton, I've been struck by a curious fact.
What is that?
Wherever you have taught, your closest friend has not been a man in your own field, literature, but in another, bacteriology. At Marlow College, it was Professor Montgomery. Here, it has been Dr. Holmes.
Well?
You were constantly visiting them in their laboratories, always dropping in for a chat.
That proves nothing.
But here's another fact. In every case where one of these women died a natural death, so-called, a culture of germs disappeared a few days before from the laboratory of the university where you were teaching.
How did you ever find that out?
Simple. Laboratory assistants are required to keep a constant inventory of all germ cultures. If any are missing, it must be recorded in the books.
Well, Keene, you make me sound like a Bluebeard.
Exactly what you are. You killed each of your 3 wives for money. Mrs. Gleason, the housekeeper, went because she began to suspect you. Joan, for the same reason.
But, my dear fellow, Joan left a suicide note.
Yes.
And that rather knocks your whole theory sky high, Mr. Keene.
That suicide note was written a week ago. I talked to Joan and made her change her mind. But she was careless enough to leave that note around for you to pick up.
Most interesting.
And then, just a few hours ago, you went in to have tea with her. Overpowered her, forced her to drink that drug. Am I right?
Now, you let me ask a question. What are you going to do about it?
There's a policeman outside, waiting to arrest you.
Keene, you put me in mind of a lovely little poem by Richard Lovelace. Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. Go ahead, arrest me, put me on trial. Your theories won't stand up in a court for a moment. I'll bring 100 character witnesses from every walk of life, and I'll go free because you have nothing but theories to offer. Nothing but theories.
Professor Barton, will you do me just one favor?
What is it?
Open the library door, just behind you.
What for?
Open it, please.
Very well, Mr. Keene. Joan.
You tried to murder me.
Joan, look here,
You
I...
forced that drug down my throat. If Mr. Keene hadn't come here in time, if he hadn't called a doctor, told him what the drug was. You're horrible. Horrible.
Well, Professor Barton, have you anything to say now before I turn you over to the police? Perhaps I can suggest something to you.
Can you?
There's an old saying that fate finally catches up with a scoundrel. And now, Detective Lonigan, we're ready for you.
And so Mr. Keene concludes the case of the absent-minded professor. The hour is late. Before a quiet house stand a boy and girl. Listen.
Thanks, Tom, for a very nice evening.
How about a good night kiss, Jenny?
Oh, I'm afraid not, Tom. It's late. I must run.
But this is what she was thinking.
Kiss you? No, sir. If you only knew the truth.
Friends, the truth is that in love, as in business and social life, unwelcome breath and dingy teeth are barriers to success. But when they're due to improper cleansing, Colonos can help. For Colonos is a double result toothpaste with a mouthwash effect built right in. A high-polishing, high-foaming toothpaste that freshens your breath while you're brushing your teeth. When you use Colonos, take advantage of its grand two-way benefit. After brushing your teeth with Colonos, swish its rich, bubbly foam through your mouth like a mouthwash. The way it helps clean your teeth, what it does for your breath, will show you why thousands of dentists have approved it. If you like powder better than paste, try Colonos Tooth Powder. It offers the same double result and has a delightful wintergreen flavor. So ask for Kolynos, toothpaste or tooth powder. Tomorrow, buy Colonos. You have been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old tracer turns to the case of the blood-stained piece of tin. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Colonos toothpaste and tooth powder.
Wax your floors the spread it and forget it way with Old English no rubbing wax. Watch it dry itself to a high, long-lasting luster. Old English saves you all rubbing and back-breaking polishing of linoleum or wood floors. Old English no rubbing wax, the spread it and forget it way, costs only 39 cents a pint.
Friends, this is Mr. Keene again. Tonight, I appeal to you to give generously to the Red Cross. Last year, the Red Cross saved thousands in 259 disasters in America and millions overseas through gifts of food, medicine, and clothing. It collected millions of pints of blood, aided sick and wounded servicemen and their families, and served in countless other ways. This year, our Red Cross needs $200 million. So please, Do your best, won't you?
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting.
I am the action. Only Hills offers double your money back if you don't get half-hour relief. Hills Cold Tablets.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colonos Toothpaste presents Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Next time you buy a dentifrice, get high-polishing, high-foaming Colonos toothpaste or tooth powder. Colonos is a double result dentifrice with a mouthwash effect built right in. Freshens your breath while you're brushing your teeth. Tomorrow, buy Colonos. Now for Mr. Keene and the strange case of Charlie Lorimer. Our scene opens on a quiet country road which runs parallel to a wood. Two youngsters are on their way home after a brisk hike, and the late afternoon sun is slowly setting in the west.
Boy, I'm getting tired of walking, Tom.
Me too, Buzzy. Now let's take the shortcut through the woods.
Okay. My old man says this strip of woods is a nice piece of property. Says the guy who owns it ought to clear all this brush away and build a house on it.
Well, I wouldn't want to live here.
Why not?
You know what they say.
You mean all that baloney about guys disappearing in here? Oh, that's a lot of hooey.
All I gotta say is, I wouldn't come here at night for $1 million.
Well, I ain't scared. Anytime you give me a dare to come through here at midnight...
Buzzy!
What's the matter?
Look, there's a man over there asleep in the brush.
Yeah.
You better not go near him. He might be some crazy tramp.
He ain't no tramp. Look at the way he's dressed.
What are you gonna do?
Maybe he's sick, Tom. Maybe... Tommy.
What?
He's dead.
He's up there, officer.
Lying under the tree.
Yeah, what tree?
That big birch.
Well, come on, let's have a look. Now, listen, you kids. I got more to do than fool around playing games.
Buzzy, he's gone.
Sure he's gone. You ran into some tramp who was taking a snooze, and you figured you'd make a detective story out of it.
But, officer, he was lying right there.
Yeah, and he looked like he was dead.
Never mind. You got 2 minutes to get out of here before I haul you into jail, the both of you.
Come on, Buzzy.
Beat it now. Crazy kids.
Please sit down, Miss Lorimer.
Thank you, Mr. Keene. Mr. Keene, this is Mrs. Bender.
How do you do?
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Keene. Emmy and my father were going to be married. Charlie disappeared the day before the wedding.
You're a widow, Mrs. Bender?
Yes, sir.
When did you last see Mr. Lorimer?
He came out to dinner to my house the night before last. I got a house near Trout River. That's about 50 miles from New York.
I see.
The night Charlie came out, he was feeling awful good. I cooked a wonderful dinner for him, the kind Charlie likes. I know when he likes my cooking because he always says the same thing to me.
Emmy, you're the best cook in this state.
Oh, well, did you like the peas and yams, Charlie?
I never tasted peas the way you cook 'em. Say, are they delicious?
Well, I preserved these myself this summer. I made up the idea myself of adding pepper and onions, something tasty.
Emmy, I'm a lucky man to get you for a wife. You know the value of $1.
Well, a man works hard for his money, and I feel I ain't got no right to spend it easy.
If my first wife had felt that way, I might have been a rich man by now. But I'm doing all right.
I know. Well, more preserves, Charlie?
Oh, no, thanks. I ate so much I can hardly move. I think I'll take a little walk, Emmy.
Oh, walk now?
Why not? Just through the woods and back.
Oh, it's so dark out there, Charlie.
Oh, well, I'm not afraid of the dark.
Well, you go ahead, but don't stay too long.
All right. Well,
Tomorrow's the big day, Emmy. You'll be Mrs. Charles Lorimer this time tomorrow night.
Oh, I know.
I'll be back inside half an hour. See you later, Emmy.
Well, just be careful, Charlie, please.
And you never saw him again, Mrs. Bender?
No, Mr. King.
Miss Lorimer, were the police notified about your father's disappearance?
Not yet, Mr. King. We thought we'd wait to see you first.
Well, I'll contact the state troopers in that vicinity. And then I'll get to work on the case myself.
Mr. King, do you think that something's happened to Father?
I wouldn't become too alarmed without sufficient reason. If Mr. Lorimer had no enemies...
Enemies?
Do you know of anyone who might have wanted to do him harm?
Why,
Mrs. Bender, it's absolutely essential for me to get the facts. Please don't keep anything from me.
I just thought of Seth.
Seth? Who is Seth?
A farmer. He lives 2 miles from me. He sold his farm a few weeks ago and moved away.
Well, did he know Charles Lorimer?
No, Mr. Keene, but he knew of him.
What do you mean?
Oh, I was supposed to marry Seth before I met Charlie.
And what happened, Mrs. Bender?
I broke off with him on account of his drinking.
Oh. Was he jealous of Mr. Lorimer?
Well, a few days after Seth sold his farm and moved away, he came back. It was late in the evening, and Seth was in a nasty mood. Who's there? Who is it?
It's me, Emmy.
Seth.
Thought I'd come by and wish the bride luck.
You get out of here, Seth, before I call the troopers.
Where's the groom, Emmy?
Nobody's here but me.
Where's the groom? I'd like to lay his skull open with my stick.
Seth, you're out of your mind.
How does he like your cooking, Emmy? Does he like it just as much as me?
Maybe you would have enjoyed a little more of my cooking if you hadn't
Never mind the lectures, Emmy. Save them for your husband. Well, maybe I'll meet up with the groom before the wedding.
He's got no time for the likes of you, Seth.
You don't tell me. Well, I got time for him. Lots of time.
Seth Kinnery, if you don't hustle out of here fast, I'm calling the state troopers.
I'm going, Emmy. I'm going. Remember me to the groom and give him my best wishes. Yep, my best wishes for an early burial. So long, Emmy. Happy wedding day.
Mrs. Bender, why didn't you tell me this before?
Because Seth ain't a bad man when he don't drink, Mr. Keene, and I figured his threats really didn't mean a thing.
Do you know where Seth has moved to?
No, sir.
Well, did you ever see him again after that night?
No, Mr. Keene, he never came back.
This case seems a little more complicated than it appeared at first.
Could Seth have had anything to do with Father's disappearance, Mr. Keene?
It sounds likely enough, Miss Lorimer, but let's not jump to conclusions. Give me a little time, a few days, to make a preliminary investigation. I'll try to get results. I only hope those results aren't tragic ones.
You want to see me, mister?
You're Officer Ryan?
That's right.
Well, I'm Mike Clancy. I work with Mr. Keene. And the two of us are making an investigation here in the neighborhood for a missing man by the name of Lorimer. Mr. Keene sent me out here to make a routine report for the state police.
I see. How long has the man been gone, Mr. Clancy?
3 days. He was last known to be walking through that strip of woods near the river.
That's funny.
What is, officer?
Oh, 2 kids told me something about seeing a body lying under a tree just about that time. I went out into the woods with them, but there wasn't a trace of anybody at all.
Well, do you think maybe they were playing a practical joke?
No, I figured they might have seen some tramp asleep in the woods.
Well, where can I get in touch with these kids, officer?
I'll give you their addresses. They both live in Trout River.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Meanwhile, you can give me this man Lorimer's description, and we can send out an alarm.
We certainly appreciate your cooperation, Officer Ryan.
We may be small-towners out here, Mr. Clancy, but we've heard of Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and we're glad to work with him anytime.
Well, I got in touch with the kids' folks, Mr. Keene. Both boys will meet us at the edge of the woods right after school.
Good, Mike.
I guess you're planning on returning to that spot in the woods where they saw this fella under a tree?
I'm planning on going over those woods, Mike, if necessary, inch by inch. Buzzy?
Yes, sir.
And I'm Tom, Mr. Keene.
Are you boys familiar with these woods?
We know 'em like the backs of our hands, Mr. Keene.
Well, we've been playing and fishing around here ever since we could walk.
And there'd be no question about you taking us back to the exact spot where you saw that man.
You leave it to us, Mr. Keene. Gee, it's an honor working with a famous detective like you. We'll take you there.
That's the idea.
Yeah, it isn't far from here. Just over that ridge.
All right, boys. Let's go.
It's just over there, Mr. Keene.
You got a gun, Mr. Clancy?
Well, why?
I'd feel a lot better if you had.
Oh, Tommy's always talking about ghosts. Don't pay no attention to him.
Ghosts?
They say funny things happen at night in these woods, Mr. Keene.
Well, son, ghosts, banshees, and zombies are right in my line of work.
Mr. Keene.
Yes, Buzzy?
Here's the spot.
That's funny. It looks different.
How do you mean, Tommy?
Yeah, the ground wasn't all cut up this way.
There seems to be a reason for that, too.
Looks to me, Mike, as if something's been buried under here, and recently.
Want me to run back for a shovel, Mr. Keene?
No, never mind, son. Sure, I can practically shovel this soil away with my hands. That's soft, boss.
And let's get to work on it, Mike.
Here's an old board, sir. You can use this.
Well, thanks, son.
Easy, Mike. Whatever is there is buried very near the surface.
I hit something already, Mr. Keene.
What is it, Mike?
Buzzy, look. It's a man.
He's dead, Mr. Keene.
Buzzy, was this the body you saw under the tree?
It doesn't look like the same one.
The man we saw had on a different coat. He was...
Mr. Keene, I know who he is.
Who, Buzzy?
He was still a farm around here.
Sure. That's Seth Kinnery.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the astounding case of Charlie Lorimer. And now back to Mr. Keene and the strange case of Charlie Lorimer. A few hours ago, Mr. Keene and his partner, Mike Clancy, discovered Seth Kinnery's body buried in the woods. Now, in the small hotel room which Mr. Keene and Mike are occupying while they remain in Trout River.
Well, this is the way I see it, Mr. Keene, sir. The night Charlie Lorimer went out for his walk, Seth Kinnery was gunning for him. But Charlie beat Seth to the draw.
Then what do you think happened, Mike?
Well, Charlie got scared and felt he might not be able to prove self-defense. So he buried Seth as fast as he could and then took it on the lam.
Well, that's a very good theory, Mike, if it went for certain other facts.
What other facts, sir?
First of all, what about the original body under the tree? The one the boys first saw?
Well, that may not have been a dead body at all, Mr. Keene. That fellow may have been just a sleeping tramp, just as the state trooper said.
But, Mike, how do you account for the fact that Seth Kinnery had been dead for 3 days when we found him?
Because that's when Charlie Lorimer killed him. Don't you remember, boss? It was exactly 3 days when... No, wait a minute.
Well?
If he had been killed in the woods by Lorimer, the state trooper would have discovered it when he first hit the spot.
That's right, Mike.
Which means that the only way Lorimer could have killed him would have been
to do it somewhere else. Hide the body for a day or two, then bring Seth back to where we found him.
That sounds like an awful lot of trouble, Mr. Keene.
Well, frankly, I don't believe a man who kills in self-defense could be as cagey as all that, Mike. No, the man who killed Seth was an experienced murderer who knew his business.
Which brings us to where we were before, Mr. Keene.
It seems to me, though, that Charles Lorimer holds the key to the mystery.
Ah, if we could only find him.
I'll take it, Mike. Hello?
Mr. Keene?
Yes.
This is Emmy Bender. Can you come over to my house right away?
Of course, Mrs. Bender. What's happened?
I'll explain when you get here. Please, come quickly.
I'll be over there in 15 minutes, Mrs. Bender. Wait here for me, Mike. The state troopers are going to phone in regard to the autopsy on Seth Kinnery. I want to make sure we get that call.
Right, sir.
I came as quickly as I could, Mrs. Bender.
Oh, Mr. Keene, I received this in the mail today. Just read it.
Dear Emmy, I just want to tell you that you're free to do as you like. Don't wait for me to return. I can't, and I never will. All my love, Charlie.
He's alive, Mr. Keene, but I'm so worried. I heard about poor Seth Kinnery, and Well, now I feel that my Charlie may be in terrible trouble.
Mrs. Bender, we can't be certain this is from Mr. Lorimer.
Why not?
The entire letter is typewritten. It isn't even signed by hand.
But Charlie's always used a typing machine.
You have?
Yes, sir.
Let me see the envelope this came in, Mrs. Bender.
The envelope?
Yes.
Well, I don't know what I did with it, Mr. Keene, but that was typewritten, too.
I want to see the postmark to find out where he was when he sent this. That is, if Mr. Lorimer did send it.
Well, maybe I left it in the kitchen. I was so excited when I got the letter, I didn't know half what I was doing.
Have you found the envelope, Mrs. Bender?
No, Mr. Keene, I was almost certain, though, that I left it in here.
Search the place thoroughly, please. Go through the cupboards.
Oh, it wouldn't be in the cupboard. That cupboard's broken anyway. I never use it.
When did you get this letter, Mrs. Bender?
Just a few minutes before I called you, Mr. Keene. I found it in my mailbox, and... Well, here it is, Mr. Keene. Here's the envelope and the sideboard.
There's no postmark on it at all.
Well, there isn't.
Which means it was probably placed in your mailbox by the man who wrote it.
Then Charlie's here and he's alive.
I wonder.
Oh, Mr. Keene, at least give me something to hope for.
Oh, Mrs. Bender, it wouldn't be fair of me to tell you something I didn't believe.
Then what do you really think, Mr. Keene?
I think Charles Lorimer is dead.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bender. I wish everything didn't point in that direction, but it does.
Charlie never hurt anybody in his life. He was such a good man.
I may still be wrong. I hope so. In any case, in order to prove the facts, we've got to find the evidence. I'm going to take this letter with me, if you don't mind.
Or would you return it later, Mr. Keene?
Of course.
It's all I have left to remember Charlie by.
I'll take good care of it for you, Mrs. Bender. Are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I'm all right, Mr. Keene.
Then goodbye, Mrs. Bender. You'll hear from me again very soon. Mike.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Have the police called?
Not yet, boss. What was up at Mrs. Bender's, sir?
Mike, I've got an idea. Hello?
Mr. Keene?
Yes?
This is Officer Ryan of the State Police.
Oh, yes, officer.
I'm calling from headquarters. They've just finished a post-mortem on Seth Kinnery's body.
Yeah?
That bullet in his head wasn't the cause of death. Kinnery was already dead when he was shot. He'd been poisoned.
What?
Yes, sir, poisoned, but it was accidental.
What do you mean by accidental?
The man died of food poisoning. The doc said he ate something that was spoiled and it killed him.
Food poisoning.
That's right. We can't account for the bullet wound, though. Can you, Mr. Keene?
Offhand, no. But I'll get in touch with you later if I have anything new of interest to you.
Right, Mr. Keene. So long.
Thanks for calling, officer.
Well, Mr. Keene, you mean to say that fella died because of something he ate?
Well, that's the coroner's opinion, Mike.
But what about the bullet in his head?
Mike, I'm going back to New York to talk to Charlie's daughter, Nancy Lorimer, once again. You stay on the job here, and I'll return sometime tonight.
Right, sir.
This case has taken a decidedly different turn. Yes, I may have a job for you to do when I get back, Mike. A dangerous job.
Do you have news of Father, Mr. Keene?
Not yet, Nancy. I came back to New York to ask you a few questions and to go through all your father's effects.
You're welcome to search his room, Mr. Keene.
Well, thank you. First, I want to ask you one or two things, and please try to remember every single detail. It may mean the difference between solving this case or having it remain a mystery forever.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is what I want to know, Nancy.
Any new developments, Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mike. I think I found the answer to Seth Kinnery's death and Charles Lorimer's disappearance.
You have, sir?
I want to put an ad in the papers, Mike, the local papers. Have you got your pencil?
Yes, sir.
I want the ad to run this way. Lonesome bachelor looking for companion. Between ages of 35 and 45.
35, 40.
Have you got that?
Yes, sir.
Now, here's the rest. Correspondent wishes to marry. Can offer $2,000 in cash.
$2,000.
In exchange for comfortable home. Is there a woman in the world who is lonely too?
Anything else, Mr. King?
Well, that's all, Mike.
You're not going into the marriage broker business by any chance, boss?
Only temporarily, Mike.
Well, who is the lonesome bachelor you're referring to, Mr. King?
You?
Me?
That's right.
Oh, no, I ain't so lonesome I want to hitch myself up to a woman I don't even know. I ain't even lonesome at all, Mr. King.
You will be, for the time being. You'll be a suitor, Mike, with $2,000 in cash in one pocket and a gun in the other.
Here's the letter, Mr. Keene. You're through and the bait and it worked.
The rest is up to you, Mike. Let's get started.
Yes?
Mrs. Bender?
That's right.
Well, I'm the fellow who advertised in the papers.
Oh, please, won't you come in?
Well, my name is Clancy, ma'am. Mike Clancy.
Well, and I'm Emmy Bender.
Aye, sure is a nice place you got here.
Well, it's a lonesome place without a man around.
Well, Emmy, I'm a man of few words. I got marriage in my mind. That's why I'm here.
Well, you remind me so much of my first husband. He was straightforward like you.
Well, we'll need some time to get acquainted, but just to prove to you, I ain't a fellow who brags about what he can't prove. Look at this.
My goodness.
There's $2,000 cash in this roll, and I brought it to show you that I was on the level, that I wouldn't take advantage of a nice widow like you by lying to her.
Now, that's what I call straight talk, Mike. And now I've got to show you that I'll make a good wife. And the way to a man's heart, I found, is through his stomach.
Well, now, if that's an invitation to stay to dinner, it's fine with me.
Oh, I'll give you a real home-cooked meal. Everything's my own cupboard. I can my own vegetables, you know, and they're delicious.
I'll bet.
Oh, you'll be surprised, Mike. And please.
Well, Emmy, I just can't wait.
Well, now, everything's ready, Mike.
Certainly looks like a wonderful dinner.
Oh, why didn't you get started? You must eat the peas before they get cold. And the roast. Oh, I put lots of good fresh pepper and onions with the peas. My own special recipe. Everybody raves about them. Go on, and taste them. Yeah. Say, what are you doing?
Collecting.
Collecting what?
The evidence. Emmy, this food is poisoned.
What?
Just stay where you are, Mrs. Bender.
Mr. King.
Sorry I started you. I came up by way of the cellar.
What is this, a frame-up?
You bet your boots, Emmy.
You killed Charles Lorimer by poisoning him, Mrs. Bender.
What?
With your special recipe of highly seasoned peas. He died as he walked through the lonely woods that night. The next morning, you brought his body here to your cellar, where Seth Kinnery was already buried.
That's a lie.
Later, you decided you could account for Charlie's disappearance by putting a bullet through Seth's head and leaving his body where it could be easily found.
And if it hadn't been for you...
Now, easy, Emmy. We don't want to get rough.
You had met your prospective suitors by advertising in the newspapers for a companion, the way Mike advertised yesterday afternoon. You led them on, robbed them, then got rid of them in your own quiet way with your delicious cooking.
Sure, you ought to have seen her eyes light up when she saw that roll of bills, Mr. King. Thought I was an easy touch, eh, Emmy?
That letter you wrote to yourself wasn't a very clever idea, even though you thought so at the time, Emmy. And the newspaper ads I found in the late Charlie Lorimer's coat, together with his daughter's story of how you met him, was enough evidence for me.
And them extra special peas sure worked fine in that dinner you fixed up for me, Emmy. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the kind of a dinner you dished out to your poor departed husband.
Well, what if I did? He was no better than any of the others.
Mrs. Bender.
Why shouldn't I get something out of him? Why shouldn't I get one with $1 million like them dames on Park Avenue do? Why not? Why not? I used any way I could think of to poison him. My husband, yes, but Charlie. I'm clever, I am. I'm smart. They were crazy about my special recipe for peas.
Mike, I suggest we escort Mrs. Bender into town. She has a date with another man.
Have I, Mr. King?
Yes. The chief of police.
Mr. Keene solves the strange case of Charlie Lorimer, or as he sometimes called it, the case of Emmy and her delicious dish of peas. Would you like to smile this very minute and have your teeth reveal their natural brightness? And at the same time, would you like to know how to help get away from the suspicion that unwelcome breath, when caused by improper cleansing, may be holding you back socially and in business? Well, brush your teeth with Colonos toothpaste morning and night, as you would with any other toothpaste, with this one exception. When you finish brushing with Colonos, swish its rich active foam thoroughly through your mouth. For Colonos is one toothpaste with a mouthwash effect built right in. Thus, it fosters a double result. First, Colonos helps your brush remove ugly surface stains from your teeth, and does it with utmost speed. At the same time, it freshens your breath while you're brushing your teeth. Try it, and see for yourself why Colonos toothpaste has been approved by dentists everywhere. If you'd rather have powder, then ask for Colonos tooth powder. It offers the same high-polishing, high-foaming qualities and has a wonderful wintergreen flavor. Get KolYnos, toothpaste or tooth powder. Tomorrow, buy Colonos. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday, when the kindly old Tracer turns to the ballet murder case.
Here's the fast, easy way to have beautifully shining floors. Just use no rubbing Aero Wax. While you watch, it polishes itself to a marvelous luster that eliminates frequent scrubbing. Aero Wax dries in minutes, but lasts for weeks. Get a full pint, costs only 25 cents. Get Aero Wax, Aerowax, tomorrow.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at the same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Colonos toothpaste and tooth powder, and many other dependable high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons.
For the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, thousands of people take Anacin for incredibly fast relief. For Anacin is like a doctor's prescription, a combination of several medically proven ingredients, not just one. The relief Anacin brings is astounding. Take only as directed. If pain persists or is unusually severe, see your doctor. Anacin, Anacin.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colonos Toothpaste presents Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. To freshen your breath and brighten your teeth by removing ordinary unsightly surface stains, get Colonos toothpaste or tooth powder. Colonos is a double result dentifrice with a mouthwash effect built right in. Actually freshens your breath while it brightens your teeth. Tomorrow, buy Colonos. Now for Mr. Keene and the case of the glamorous widow. It is late in the afternoon, and as Mr. Keene and his partner, Mike Clancy, prepare to leave their office for the day.
What time is it, Mike?
It's a little after 5, Mr. Keene.
Well, you may as well leave. I doubt if we'll have any more clients today.
That almost sounded like a stage cue, Mr. Keene.
Come in.
Oh, it's only the cleaning woman.
May I clean your office now, Mr. Keene?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you, sir.
She must be new. The woman who used to clean this office was much older. Oh, well, Mr. Keene, I guess I'll be on my way.
I'll see you in the morning, Mike.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night, Mike. Well, I may as well get my hat and...
Mr. Keene, sir.
Yes?
Are you leaving the office now?
Yes, I am.
I was hoping I could talk to you, sir.
About what?
It's very important. So important that, well, I took this job just to get a chance to tell you my story.
You did?
Yes, you see, sir, I felt that I wasn't important enough to make an appointment and waste your time, but I thought if I...
Here, give me that pail. Now, sit down and try to relax.
Sit down, sir?
Of course. Right here.
You're very kind, Mr. Keene.
If you went to all the trouble of taking a job just to get in to see me, your business must be very urgent.
Well, sir, the work I usually do is better than this. My name is Thompson, sir. Adelaide Thompson. Almost everybody calls me Addie.
What's the trouble, Addie?
3 weeks ago, my mistress, Mrs. Carlyle, was found dead, and...
Go on, Addie.
I was Mrs. Carlyle's personal maid, and she was so good to me. She always treated me right, Mr. Keene. Gave me nice presents and a decent salary.
And you say she was found dead?
Yes, from sleeping pills. The police think she took an overdose herself, but I know different. Mrs. Carlyle never even used sleeping pills, Mr. Keene. She was murdered.
How old a woman was she?
Just 30. And the most beautiful woman you ever saw. She used to be an artist's model. And she married a very rich man, and, well, when he died about 4 years ago, he left her $1 million.
I see.
She had looks and money, Mr. Keene, and plenty of suitors, too. First there was Craig Pendleton. Oh, he was a slick one. Handsome as could be.
What was his occupation?
Nobody knew. But he dressed like a man with money, and he always seemed to have enough to take Mrs. Carlyle to fancy places. She liked Mr. Pendleton. I guess all women liked him. He had a slick way of talking.
I mean it, Doris. You're the only woman I've ever loved.
Oh, now, really, Craig. Do you expect me to believe that?
It's true. Oh, when I hold you in my arms like this and we dance, I have the feeling that you'll disappear. Vanish like something in a dream.
Very pretty. Do you think my bank account will vanish with me?
Doris, how could you say a thing like that?
Well, a rich widow must be cautious.
You're beautiful, Doris. You're perfection.
Even if I don't believe what you say, I think you're sweet to say it. I would even admit, Craig, that I like to be in your arms. Yes, I like it very much.
Addie, was Mrs. Carlyle in love with Craig?
I couldn't say, Mr. Keene. There were so many others.
For instance?
Well, there was Buddy Hilliard. I guess he was my favorite. He was the youngest suitor, but he was awful cute, Mr. Keene.
And what did Buddy do for a living, Addie?
He sold insurance. He didn't make much money at it. In fact, I heard him say once that he was always in debt. He used to come over to Mrs. Carlyle's apartment a lot. I guess he was crazy about her.
Buddy,
Yes, Doris.
would you turn off that phonograph, please? I'm making a phone call.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can turn it back on now if you like, Buddy.
Oh, it isn't important. My gosh.
What?
You look terrific, Doris.
Do you like my gown?
Oh, that must have cost a fortune.
It's an original model. I paid $300 for it.
$300?
Mm-hmm.
Holy smoke, I don't make that much in a month.
Oh, you will, Buddy, when you get a little older.
Oh, there you go, talking about my age again. I'm 26.
Goodness.
And a failure.
Oh, now, Buddy.
I am, I tell you, Doris. I've no right to even talk to you. I can't afford it.
Buddy, are we going to debate about money all evening, or are we going to have fun?
Well, where do you want to go?
How about the Palladium room?
Holy smoke, that'd break me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned it.
All right, Doris, come on.
Where to?
The Palladium room.
Oh, absolutely not.
But you just said you wanted to.
I don't care much about dancing tonight. Do you know what we'll do?
What?
We'll go for a walk in the park and then see a movie.
Oh, well, isn't that kind of dull for you?
Not at all. Be a good boy now, buddy, and don't fret. We'll have a marvelous time together this evening.
Buddy was an awful nice kid. One thing is certain, Mr. Keene. He had nothing to do with Mrs. Carlyle's death.
Well, were there any other suitors, Eddie?
2 others, Mr. Keene. Warner Frederick and Joe Spence. Mr. Frederick is an art critic. He's awful smart, and Mrs. Carlyle had a lot of respect for his brains. He used to kid me a lot, but I didn't mind. He meant it all in good fun.
You say Mrs. Carlyle will return in a few minutes, Eddie?
Yes, Mr. Frederick. She asked for you to wait.
Oh, thank you. Well, Eddie, I understand you're becoming interested in art.
Well, I like a picture now and then.
Oh, there's an exhibition of Picasso in one of the galleries downtown. Would you like to go?
What's Picasso?
He's a great painter, Eddie.
Oh, fancy stuff, Mr. Frederick, huh? Like in the museum?
Yes.
That ain't the kind of pictures I meant.
Oh, you don't care much for that, eh?
No.
In other words, Eddie, you don't know much about art, but you know what you like.
That's right, Mr. Frederick.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's one form of art I'm sure we'd both agree on, Eddie. The art of admiring a woman who is truly beautiful.
Like Mrs. Carlyle?
Like Mrs. Carlyle. I think she's the most desirable woman in the world.
Joe Spence was just the opposite, Mr. Keene.
And what was he like, Eddie?
Just thinking about him scares me. I got a feeling he used to be a gangster. I'll never forget one day when he said to Mrs. Carlyle...
Now listen to me, Doris, and listen hard. I know all about that lineup of jerks who keeps following you around. I don't like it here. I'm liable to do something about it, you hear? So get rid of them. Get rid of them fast. Or I'll get rid of them. Even faster.
Joe Spence is a killer, Mr. Keene. You can see it in his eyes and hear it in his voice.
So Doris Carlyle had 4 suitors, and any of them or none of them are suspects.
3 weeks ago, I came in late after my day off. Usually I go right to my room and go to bed. But that night, I don't know, Mr. Keene, maybe I had a feeling of trouble. Mrs. Carlyle, it's Addie. I'm back. Guess she ain't home. What's that light doing on in her room? My goodness, how many times have I told that cook to check through the house and see if the lights are off? You'd think it... Mrs. Carlyle. Mrs. Carlyle! She's dead. It was horrible, Mr. Keene. Horrible.
Eddie, calm yourself, my dear.
One of those men killed her, Mr. Keene. I know it. If you find out who killed her, I'll work for you for nothing for the rest of my life.
I'll find out, Eddie. I promise. This is Joe Spence's apartment, Mike.
We better be careful, Mr. Keene. He may be a tough customer.
She was the only one of all 4 suitors who actually threatened Mrs. Carlyle that we know about. That's why I've come to see him first.
Well?
Are you Joe Spence?
Who wants to know?
My name is Keene. This is my partner, Mike Clancy.
Well?
What's up, Slim?
A couple of guys here looking for you.
Come in. I'm a private investigator, Mr. Spence.
A cop?
Now, take it easy, Slim. So you're a private investigator, Mr. Keene. So what?
I'm investigating the death of Doris Carlyle.
So am I.
Are you?
When I find the rat who done it, I'll blow him out from between his ears. What are you coming to me for, anyway?
I wanted to find out just what you knew about the case. Evidently, you too have a reason to suspect murder.
It sounds like he's trying to pin the rap on you, Joe.
Now, just keep this a two-man affair, son, between Mr. Keene and your boss. And if you're for making a foursome, why, you and I can talk it over.
It's all right, Mike. I don't think there'll be any difficulty.
Now, look, Keene, I told you I'm looking for the rat who killed Doris myself. Now, what else do you want to know?
I want to know if you killed her.
Me?
You.
No.
No is an easy word to say.
What else do you want?
Proof.
I'll give you proof.
Will you?
What reason would I have to bump her off? I was nuts about her.
You were jealous, too.
Sure, Mr. Keene, but only in the beginning. And if you figure that's a motive, include me out.
Do I? Why?
Because 2 days before she died, she and I got engaged to be married.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the case of the glamorous widow. Meanwhile, two handicaps to business and social success are surface-stained teeth and unwelcome breath. To help correct this dental double trouble when due to improper cleansing, try Colonos, a double result toothpaste that actually freshens your breath while it brightens your teeth. Brightens them beautifully by removing ordinary unsightly surface stains. High-polishing, high-foaming Colonos has a mouthwash effect built right in. When you use Colonos, swish its active foam thoroughly through your mouth to get the extra benefit of this added mouthwash effect. Get KolYNOS, Colonos toothpaste, or if you prefer, Colonos tooth powder. Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of the glamorous widow. After leaving Joe Spence's apartment, Mr. Keene and his partner Mike Clancy pay a visit to the second of beautiful and wealthy Doris Carlyle suitors, Warner Frederick, the art critic.
Sit down, Mr. Keene. Mr. Clancy.
Thanks.
Quite an apartment you have here, Mr. Frederick.
Oh, I wish I had more room on my walls for the paintings I like, and the ones I can afford.
It seems to me you got enough pictures here already.
Yes, you must know quite a bit about paintings, Mr. Frederick.
My father was an art dealer. I can recognize a masterpiece merely by glancing at it, if you'll forgive me for being immodest.
Well, we've come to you, Mr. Frederick, hoping you might be able to supply us with a few details concerning Doris Carlyle's death.
Oh, naturally, I'll do anything I can, Mr. Keene.
When did you see her last, Mr. Frederick?
3 hours before she died.
Did you tell that to the police?
Of course. I have nothing to hide. As a matter of fact, I didn't even know it might have been murder until the police called me. I understand Eddie gave them that idea.
When you left Mrs. Carlyle that night, did she say anything about having another appointment?
No, sir. She said she had a headache, wanted to rest.
What did you do?
Well, I went to an exhibition.
May I ask where?
At 749 East 57th Street, the Claren Galleries.
I see. Is there anything you told the police that you haven't told me?
Well, no, Mr. Keene.
Are you sure? I suggest you give me all the facts, Mr. Frederick.
Well, there was one thing I failed to mention. I was so broken up at the time.
What was that fact, Mr. Frederick?
I suppose it would have helped me. It would have placed me under less suspicion if Doris was actually murdered. You see, Mr. Keene, Doris and I were engaged to be married.
Well, can you beat it, Mr. Keene? What did Mrs. Carlyle figure on? Collecting boyfriends and husbands like a string of polar ponies?
Craig Pendleton is the next of our suitors, Mike. His apartment is on Park Avenue. Let's run up there now.
Well?
Is Mr. Pendleton at home?
He's gone out for a few minutes. Who wants to see him?
The name is Keene. This is Mr. Clancy. We're investigating the death of Doris Carlyle.
Come in.
Thank you.
I'm Gloria Hayden, a friend of Craig.
I see.
Craig just went out for the newspapers. He'll be right back.
Good.
My, oh, my.
What?
Well, I was just admiring that fur coat on the chair.
It's sable.
Well, what of it?
It's very pretty. Is it yours?
There's no law against owning a sable coat, is there?
None at all. Did you say your name was Miss Hayden?
Yes.
And how do you happen to be wearing a wedding ring?
None of your business.
No, take it easy, sister.
If the lady doesn't want to answer questions, Mike, I won't urge her. She can always answer to the police.
Well, I've got nothing to hide. I'm married to Craig. He gave me that coat as a wedding present.
You must be rather wealthy. May I ask how long you've been married to Craig Pendleton?
Just a week. I left my job in a Broadway show. He's taking me on a honeymoon soon.
Oh, that's very interesting. Where to?
South America. Rio de Janeiro. Craig says it's very romantic in Rio.
Yes. It's also quite far from here, Mrs. Pendleton.
What do you mean?
Mr. Keene.
Good evening.
Well, we seem to have guests.
Yes, Craig. This man's name is Keene, and this is his partner. They're asking questions.
Oh? What kind of questions?
Questions about you and your wife and Doris Carlyle. There's every reason to believe that Doris Carlyle was murdered.
Craig, I'm scared.
Take it easy, Gloria.
Tell me, Mr. Pendleton, what business are you in?
I make investments, Mr. Keene.
The kind of investments that enable you to buy your wife a sable coat?
My investments pay off very well.
Are you a gambler, Mr. Pendleton?
Why should I answer that?
Because I'd like to know how you got the money to pay for this apartment and that coat.
And if I don't tell you, Mr. Keene?
I'll have the police get my information for me.
Yes, I am a gambler. What of it?
Can you prove you won the money you seem to have?
How else could I get it?
By theft or blackmail?
Oh, that's not so, Craig.
Gloria, please. Let me handle this. Are you inferring, Mr. Keene, that I might have blackmailed Doris Carlyle?
Perhaps, Mr. Pendleton.
That would have been a waste of time.
Would it?
I could have gotten her money in another way. Gloria here knew that. I've told her.
And just how could you have gotten Mrs. Carlyle's money in another way, Mr. Pendleton?
By marrying her. She accepted my proposal the day before she died.
Well, that's three of them, Mr. Keene, and all of them claim they were engaged to marry Doris Carlyle just before she died. So two of them must be lying.
Perhaps all three are lying, Mike, to cover themselves.
And what do we do now, boss?
We're going up to see the last of Doris Carlyle's suitors, Buddy Hilliard. But first, I want to check on a few alibis that were given me tonight.
I'll show you to young Hilliard's room myself, Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy.
Thank you, Mrs. Finnegan.
I've been his landlady now for almost a year, and I never saw him act the way he's been acting since that girl of his died.
Mrs. Carlyle?
Yes, he was in love with her, all right. And since her death, he's hardly stirred from his room. He just sits around grieving, and there's nothing I can do to help him.
In a case like that, there usually isn't.
Just 3 days before the wedding. Oh, what a shame.
Wedding? What wedding?
Here we go again.
Why, Buddy Hilliard and Mrs. Carlyle were going to get married.
Is that what he told you, Mrs. Finnegan?
Well, he not only told me, Mr. Keene, but I went downtown with the two of them to get the license, and I was going to be a witness at the wedding.
Just a second, Mrs. Finnegan. You mean you actually had proof that Buddy and Mrs. Carlyle took out a license to marry?
I saw it myself.
Well, that means that the other three are lying, Mr. Keene.
Definitely, Mike. Evidently, Buddy was the man she really was engaged to.
Well, this is Buddy's room. I know he's in. I didn't see him go out today.
Well, if there's no answer.
Well, knock again, Mike.
That's funny.
You have a key to this room, Mrs. Finnegan?
Yes, a master key. Here it is. I can't imagine how he could have left that. Oh, Mr. Keene!
Yes, I'm afraid we're too late.
Boss, is he...
He's dead. He's been shot through the head. The police will be here in a few minutes, Mike, but we can't wait for them.
Why not, Mr. Keene?
Because we've got a date with the murderer. Come on, Mike. We're going to Doris Carlyle's apartment to reconstruct the crime. When we put our hands on the man who killed her, we'll have poor Buddy's killer in the bargain. Mrs. Carlyle's body was here, Eddie, on this chair.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Was there anything unusual about the room when you found her?
The room was just as it is now. Mrs. Carlyle's body was over there in that chair, next to them magazines.
Well, it's quite a pile of them.
Yes. Practically all of them are Hollywood movie magazines.
Well, you see, Mrs. Carlyle used to love to read about the movie stars.
Odd.
What is, Mr. Keene?
But a magazine like this one should be in with the others.
Mr. Keene, you said you wanted to see her bank statements. She always kept them in that drawer.
Oh, you go through those bank statements, Mike. You know what I'm looking for.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, I'm making a complete inspection of this apartment from top to bottom.
Mr. Keene, I got it, boss.
The check I hoped you'd find, Mike?
Yes, sir. And saints preserve us, if this is really the guilty man.
It is, Mike. I'm certain of that. Because I found a very amazing clue myself.
You have, sir?
Mike, I think we'll have the murderer pay us a visit here. Let me have that phone, please. Well, that's our man, Mike. Eddie, would you please answer it?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
And don't be afraid.
I'm not, sir. Not with you and Mr. Clancy around.
Well, this is it, boss.
Keep your gun handy, Mike.
Come inside, sir.
Here he comes. Good evening, Mr. Frederick.
Well, good evening, Mr. Keene. I was rather surprised by your call. It's rather late for a visit, isn't it?
Not too late, Mr. Frederick, to apprehend a murderer.
Sir?
You killed Doris Carlyle.
Are you joking, sir?
You caused her death by giving her sleeping pills in this apartment. You probably put them in a drink.
Did I? And why, may I ask?
Because you sold her a bogus painting. As an art critic, you advised her to spend $100,000 on a Rembrandt painting. That one over there on the wall. The painting, however, is not genuine. It's a clever imitation.
How do you know I sold it to her?
This check was made out to the Claren Galleries, the firm you were working with. Naturally, they were kind enough to back up your alibi when I called.
You're very clever, Mr. Keene.
And so are you, but you made a few mistakes. The night Mrs. Carlyle was murdered, she quarreled with you. By accident, she'd come across this art magazine, and she discovered that the so-called Rembrandt you sold her was actually in the Louvre in Paris. Rather than face prison and disgrace, you contrived to murder her.
That's quite right, Mr. Keene.
He admits it. The murderer. He admits it.
Eddie, there's no need for that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Keene.
Frederick, why did you also murder Buddy Hilliard? Was it because he won Doris Carlyle away from you? Or did he also find incriminating evidence of your first killing?
The young fool seemed to have found out what you found out. He paid for it.
The way you're going to pay, Frederick. Mike?
Come on, Frederick. Let's get going.
You'll find a police car waiting for you in front of the building.
Oh, thank you. That's very convenient, Mr. Keene.
Well, Eddie, it appears as if our search is over.
I'm so grateful to you, Mr. Keene. I just can't tell you how I feel.
You needn't try. I think I understand. Is this a picture of Mrs. Carlyle?
Yes, sir.
She was very beautiful.
The most beautiful woman I ever saw, Mr. Keene. And the kindest.
I'm sure she would have been grateful, Eddie, for your loyalty.
And so Mr. Keene solves another perplexing crime and brings the glamorous widow's murderer to justice. There are wallflowers in business, just as there are wallflowers in every social gathering. And frequently, they are the people with dull, dingy teeth or unwelcome breath. Now, to help correct this dental double trouble when due to improper cleansing, use Colonos toothpaste. It's a high-polishing, high-foaming toothpaste with a mouthwash effect built right in. A double result toothpaste that actually freshens your breath while it brightens your teeth. You see, the special high-polishing action of Colonos quickly removes ordinary unsightly surface stains from your teeth, and thus really brightens them. And the wonderful high foaming action of Colonos makes your breath fragrantly sweeter, actually freshens it. To get the full benefit of the extra mouthwash effect Colonos offers, use Colonos as you would any other toothpaste. But after you finish brushing, swish its active, bubbly foam thoroughly through your mouth like a mouthwash. Remember, for fresher breath, for brighter teeth, for a more sparkling smile, use Colonos toothpaste. It has been approved by dentists everywhere. If you prefer powder, try Colonos tooth powder. It offers the same double result and has a refreshing wintergreen flavor as well. Get KolYnos, Colonos, toothpaste or tooth powder. Tomorrow, buy Colonos. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old tracer turns to the case of the Golden Scorpion.
Have you discovered improved Old English no-rubbing wax? It's the high-quality wax at the surprisingly low cost of only 39 cents a pint. Made by a carefully controlled process, Old English provides millions of tiny wax particles to make brighter, satin-smooth floors. Self-polishing. Get Old English no-rubbing wax tomorrow.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at the same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Colonos toothpaste and tooth powder, and many other dependable high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, Part 2 of 3 parts, October 28, 1948.
I'd only seen them together on the street. But it's the same girl.
With testimony like that, Mr. Keene, I don't think Jane Colwell has a chance.
Those are the cases that appeal to me most, Lieutenant. The ones that seem to be what they aren't.
What they are? But I don't
We'll get in touch with you when you're needed again, Miss Wilson. Thanks for coming in.
Very well, Lieutenant Parsons. But you're wasting your time continuing this investigation. You've got Howard's murderer in your hands already, and I hope she goes to the electric chair for what she's done.
So Lois Wilson was in love with Lathrop.
Looks that way to me, Mr. Keene. Are you really serious about investigating this case?
Of course. Why do you ask, Lieutenant Martin?
Well, I just hate to see you wasting your time. You're too good an investigator.
You're pretty certain you've got the guilty party right now, aren't you, Lieutenant?
In my opinion, Jane Colwell hasn't got a chance in a million.
Well, that's the chance I'll take.
But why? What makes you think there's some hope for her?
I'm not sure, Lieutenant. But the worst thing that can happen to anyone is to be accused of a crime and convicted when they're innocent. As long as there's a shred of hope for the Colwell girl, I'll devote every minute of my time to unearthing it.
Well, I certainly wish you luck, Mr. Keene. And I hope you win out. You know, if we didn't have such terrific evidence, I couldn't believe it about the girl.
She's impressed you that much?
Well, she seems to be sweet and completely unspoiled. It's just hard to see her with a gun in her hand out for murder. But evidence is evidence, and my job is to base my case on facts, not sentiment.
I appreciate that, Lieutenant. Maybe I can supply you with a few additional facts myself. Excuse me.
Hello?
Lieutenant Martin?
Yes?
This is Mike Clancy speaking.
Oh, how are you, Mike?
I'm fine, Lieutenant. Is Mr. Keene there?
Yeah, just a minute. Thanks, Lieutenant. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Keene, I'm glad I was able to reach you. I've got something important to tell you.
What is it, Mike?
Well, you remember you asked Iris Cornwell to put her address and phone number on a slip of paper?
Well?
She took a piece of paper from her handbag and wrote on the back of it. Well, after you left the office, I happened to notice the other
you want to be certain your breath is sweeter and your teeth are brighter after brushing, listen. Colinos toothpaste contains a mouthwash action that instantly and unfailingly sweetens every case of unpleasing breath due to improper cleansing. Yes, Colinos mouthwash action actually helps remove food particles between teeth where your toothbrush may fail to reach. That's why Colinos sweetens breath so effectively. At the same time, Colinos brightens teeth beautifully by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. So for sweeter breath, brighter teeth, get Kollynos Colinos toothpaste or tooth powder tonight. Remember, Colinos mouthwash action instantly and unfailingly sweetens every case of unpleasing breath due to improper cleansing. Remember also that no toothpaste brightens teeth more beautifully than Colinos. Now back to Mr. Keene and the identical twins murder case. Mr. Keene, the eminent private investigator, is in the midst of a baffling investigation involving the murder of Howard Latham, a handsome young man about town who was shot to death while dining in a downtown restaurant. Mike Clancy, Mr. Keene's friend and partner, has just discovered a new and startling clue. And as Mr. Keene returns hurriedly to his office...
This is the sales slip I told you about over the telephone, Mr. Keene. I've already called the department store, and they told me the Red Beret has been bought a little over a week ago.
That Red Beret was the only clue I had. It complicates things, I guess, Mike.
Oh, sure, I thought it'd make it clearer.
You mean you feel makes your theory even stronger?
Well, I said before, Mr. Keene, and I say it again. The girl who came here for help, Iris Caldwell, was putting on an act. She's the one who murdered Howard Latham, not her twin sister that they put in jail.
Mike, I've got a hunch. We know where Iris Caldwell bought her Red Beret. Now I'm going to find out where her sister Jane bought hers. And with luck, it may lead us to where the killer bought the one she was wearing when she murdered Howard Latham.
Jane Colwell was in the fourth cell down the corridor, Mr. Keene.
Oh, thanks, Lieutenant Martin.
Incidentally, we've already got an indictment against her. She goes to trial in a couple of days.
And I'll have to work fast.
Have you got anything yet that might help the poor kid?
No, but I haven't given up.
Well, see you later, Mr. Keene.
Right, Lieutenant. Are you Jane Colwell?
Yes.
My name is Keene.
Keene, investigator.
Has your sister Iris told you about me?
She said you were going to help me. I didn't think there was a soul left in the world who believed in my innocence outside of Iris.
You're sure you never saw Howard Latham in your life?
Oh, positive, Mr. Keene. Oh, I knew something about him, of course, because Iris had met him. She told me he was a charming man, but that she could never be serious about him. And that's all I knew about Howard Latham. Until they arrested me for his murder.
The police discovered you owned a red beret, similar to the one the killer was wearing.
Yes, Mr. Keene, I have one.
Where did you buy it?
In a little shop on Madison Avenue in the 70s. It's called the Hat Mart. They specialize in inexpensive hats for women, like hundreds of other shops in the city.
Yes, that's the trouble, Jane. The city is full of hat shops for women. And I'll probably have to check every single one of them.
What? I know I'm causing you a great deal of trouble, Mr. Keene, but...
You're innocent. You're causing me no trouble at all, Jane. My business is looking for clues. I only want you to be patient and trust me. You see, I've got to check on virtually every woman who's bought a red beret in New York during the past 6 months. It won't be easy.
Oh, I realize that.
But remember this. You've got more than one person on your side. So keep your chin up and your fingers crossed. You take this list of hat shops, Mike, and I'll take this one. Check them all and get those names on paper.
Okay, Mr. Keene, sir.
I know you think Iris Cole is guilty, and the police believe it's her sister Jane who is the murderess. But neither of them has been convicted yet. Until that happens, we've got to do everything in our power to discover the truth.
Well, I'm on my way, boss.
And so am I. I'm looking for a woman who resembles this photograph, who bought a red beret in your shop sometime during the past few months. This is a criminal investigation. And there's $500 in it if you find her.
Sorry, I don't recognize the face. But I'll check my files and see what I can find.
She was young and pretty, and she might have bought the beret sometime this summer. Can you help us in any way?
We don't even sell red berets, Mr. Clancy.
Oh, Mr. Keene, I've been waiting for you. That's right. Oh, I've checked every store on the list, and it seems to me I've talked with every woman who ever bought a red beret in New York, but I got nowhere, boss.
Neither did I. Once I thought I'd found something, a girl who bought a red beret about 6 weeks ago, who might have fitted the description. When I checked, I found she'd gone to California long before the murder occurred.
Oh, it looks hopeless to me, boss.
It was the only clue we had to work on. Nothing develops, I'm afraid, that one of those Colwell girls is going to suffer. I'll take it, Mike. Hello?
Is this Mr. Keene?
Yes.
This is Mr. Crawford. My wife and I run the hat shop on 60th Street. You visited day before yesterday?
Oh, yes.
You offered $500 reward if we could lead you to a girl who bought a red beret, and we couldn't help you. But maybe I've got some information for you now.
What is it, Mr. Crawford?
An attractive young woman came in here this morning and asked to see a beret. She seemed to look something like that photograph you showed me.
Did you get her address?
No, Mr. Keene, but she's coming back. I told her we didn't have a beret in stock, but we could get one for her. She'll be in for it at 3 this afternoon.
Good. It's 1:30 now. I'll be down in half an hour to give you some instructions. Thanks for calling, Mr. Crawford.
Not at all, Mr. Keene.
Come on, Mike.
You mean they found the girl, Mr. Keene?
I'm not certain yet, but maybe the hunch I had is paying off at last. In any case, we'll know within 2 hours.
Yes. Now that I see the picture again, Mr. Keene, I'm almost sure. The girl who came in looked exactly like that.
Then it was Iris Colwell, Mr. Keene. It had to be either Iris or her sister Jane, and Jane is in jail right now for murder.
Oh, we'll see, Mike. Mr. Crawford, is there any place we can hide when this girl returns to the store? I want to see and hear her, but I don't want her to see us.
Oh, you can stand behind that curtain, Mr. Keene. It leads to the workroom. You won't be notified.
Now, one other thing. Tell her you haven't been able to get hold of the beret yet, but it's being shipped to you in the morning. Then say you'll deliver it to her home and get her address. That's important.
You don't want to put her under arrest right now, boss?
No, Mike. Once we have her address, we'll move fast. I want a chance to search her apartment first for conclusive proof.
I'll do exactly as you asked, Mr. Keene.
Now, there's one more point, Mr. Crawford. Ask her to specify the color of the beret and suggest red.
Red. I get it.
Then let her leave the store. From that point on, I'll take over myself.
It's 3:30, Mr. Keene.
I hope she didn't decide to let it go, Mike. This is the last chance we've got. Mike.
Someone's entering the shop.
Can you see her?
Mr. Keene, it's Iris Colwell.
Let's hear what she has to say.
Good afternoon.
Did you pick up that beret for me, Mr. Crawford?
Not yet, but the factory's sending me a shipment in the morning.
Oh, I'm disappointed. I thought you'd have it for me now.
But you'll only have to wait one day.
Well, I can't. I'm leaving town tonight.
Boss. Better talk, Mike.
I'll tell you what I can do. I'll make a special trip downtown to the factory myself and get your beret. What time were you going away?
I'm taking an 11 o'clock plane to Mexico City.
I'll be at your apartment by 7 tonight. What's the address, please?
Maybe I better let it go, Mr. Crawford.
But I put in a special order just for you.
Well, all right.
The address, please?
1119 Coley Avenue, apartment 1C.
And the name?
Bentley. Vivian Bentley.
She's using her name again, Mr. Keen.
I'm not so sure, Mike.
Then I'll expect you around 7.
You can count on it. By the way, what color beret do you prefer? Would you like something in red, perhaps?
I already have one in red. Bring me a blue one, Mr. Crawford.
Very good, Miss Bentley. And thank you.
Don't be late. I don't intend to wait.
She's gone, Mr. Keen.
Nice work, Mr. Crawford. I think you won the $500 reward. Mike, call Lieutenant Martin. Ask him to meet me immediately at 1119 Coley Avenue. Say we found a brand new clue to the Colwell case. And he may be in for the surprise of his life. Hello, Lieutenant Martin.
I came as soon as I got your message, Mr. Keen. What's up?
I think I found the girl who murdered Lathrop. Come on. She lives on the ground floor in this house.
That was Jane Colwell's twin sister, Iris?
Who told you that?
Mike Clancy, when he telephoned. He said the girl was using an alias.
Jane Colwell's sister Iris is in the hospital right now. She's been there for the past few days. She suffered a nervous breakdown worrying about Jane.
But then, Mr. Keen, who was the girl who came into the hat shop?
We'll find out very shortly. The apartment number is 1C. It's over here. Got your gun handy, Lieutenant Martin?
Sure.
Let's go.
Who is it?
Telegram.
Hello?
One side, Miss Police Department.
What do you want?
Looks as if she's just finished packing this suitcase, Lieutenant Martin. Let's have a look inside.
Don't touch that suitcase.
Let's have no nonsense, Miss Bentley. Stand aside now.
There's nothing in there.
Nothing? Take a look at this, Lieutenant Martin.
Mr. Keen, it's a .45 caliber revolver.
Yes. It was a bullet from a .45 that killed Lathrop. And here's the red beret we were looking for.
We have all the evidence we need, Mr. Keen. And I can see how those witnesses made a mistake. Why, this girl looks enough like Jane Colwell to be her twin sister.
She is Jane Colwell's sister. And Iris is too. Perhaps I should say half-sister.
How do you know that?
When children are born, Miss Bentley, there are birth records.
It's time now for Mr. Keen, Tracer of Lost Person. Ladies and gentlemen, Anison and Colinos present Mr. Keen, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Case of Murder and the Star of Death. Anison is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. That's why Anison gives such incredibly fast, effective relief from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pain. Many people have been introduced to Anison tablets by their own physicians or dentists. If you haven't tried Anison, then you may be surprised to see how incredibly fast it brings relief from neuralgic, neuritis, or headache pains. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Ask for Anison at any drugstore. Now for Mr. Keen and the case of murder and the Star of Death. Our scene opens in a large and fashionable home in a New York suburb. A dinner party has been in progress. But now the three guests have gathered in the library, where the host, Mark Adams, observes with some amusement that they're all looking forward to a surprise he's been hinting about. a surprise he is soon to reveal to his regret.
Yes,
indeed. Mark!
Yes, Loretta.
What is this remarkable surprise you have for us?
Yes, what's the big secret? You've got something up your sleeve, old man.
Oh, no doubt about it, I have, Paul. As a matter of fact, that's why I invited you all to dinner this evening.
Then please don't keep us in suspense.
I shan't, Edith, my dear, but first, a prelude to my little exhibit. Loretta, you're a connoisseur of precious stones. Tell me, what's your favorite stone?
Well, Mark, I suppose most women would prefer a diamond, but I'm partial to sapphires.
Big ones?
What are you getting at, Mark?
Paul, you're as well known a collector of precious stones as I am. What would you say was the greatest sapphire in existence?
The Star of Death, of course.
Star of Death? What a dreadful name.
Would you like to see it?
You mean you have the Star of Death here?
In this box, on this table.
What?
I sold over 3/4 of my own collection of jewels to buy this sapphire from the Hancock estate, but it was worth it. See for yourself. There.
Oh, look. Lovely.
Really, it's magnificent.
Oh, it's beautiful, Mark.
When I said I had a treat in store for you, I meant it. What happened to the lights?
I don't know. They just went
What
out.
could it have been? They
Put the lights on, somebody.
Oh, wait, I'll find the switch. Here it is. There, that's better. Someone must have accidentally brushed against the wall switch and turned the lights off.
Mark, the sapphire.
It's gone. The Star of Death is gone. Very well, I can go along with the joke. Will the one who took the stone please replace it in the box on the table? Look here, a practical joke is one thing, but that sapphire's worth a fortune.
Mark,
Just a moment, Edith. Someone in this room is evidently a fool. Or a thief. But I'll give him or her a chance to save face. I'm going to put the lights out once again, and when I turn them back on, I'll expect to see that sapphire replaced inside this box, with no questions asked. Otherwise, I'm calling the police. You'll have just 5 seconds while I turn out the lights. Here goes. Remember, 5 seconds. Out! Ah!
Mark!
Let me at that light switch.
Mark! He's on the floor.
Don't touch him, Edith. He's dead.
My father had been stabbed to death with a letter opener, Mr. Keene, taken from the desk. He was murdered for that sapphire, the Star of Death.
I read about the case this morning, Kay, in the newspapers. My partner, Mike Tansey, brought it to my attention.
Sure, it was one of the strangest cases in years. All 3 suspects were arrested, boss. But the police don't know which one murdered Mr. Adams and stole that sapphire.
Where were you at the time of the tragedy, Kay?
Away for the weekend at a friend's house. Oh, Dad had only taken my advice. I begged him not to buy that sapphire.
Why were you against his buying it, Kay?
You've heard about the stone, I'm sure, Mr. Keene. Its history is horrible. That's how it got its name, the Star of Death. 3 people died while it was in their possession, all violently. Father was the 4th victim.
Tell me something about your father's guests. Who was present that night?
There was Edith Sims. Father was very fond of her. I even think there was a possibility he might have married her. He'd been very lonely since Mother died 2 years ago.
And the other guests?
Paul Dudley is a jewel importer like Father was. They were close friends. And Mrs. Loretta Waynard is a well-known socialite, a widow. She's very rich, Mr. Keene, and she'd never have any reason to steal.
And that was all?
Yes, Mr. Keene. The servants had all left for the night. No one else was there but Father and his 3 kids.
The jewel, apparently, was never found on any of them.
No, Mr. Keene. All 3 persons swear they're innocent. And, well, it's hard for me to believe that any one of them could have done a thing like that.
How does it strike you, Mike?
Well, it's a puzzler, Mr. Keene. Sure, what happened to the sapphire? It couldn't have just disappeared.
No, Mike, and yet I'm sure all 3 suspects were thoroughly searched by the police.
Mr. Keene, couldn't it have been someone else? A thief who sneaked into the house?
It's possible, Kay, but I doubt it. By the way, who described the details of the murder to the police?
All 3 of Father's guests.
And their stories were identical?
In every detail. Will you help me, Mr. Keene? I have faith in the police, naturally, but this case is so mysterious. You're the most famous investigator in the country. And if you could work with the police...
I'll try my best, Kay. And I'll also try to recover the stolen sapphire for which your father was murdered.
Oh, thank you.
I suggest you go home now and wait for my call. I'll want to look the house over. But before I do that, I think I've got an idea.
What is it, boss?
It's rather unusual, but if Lieutenant Hale of the Homicide Squad is willing to cooperate with me, maybe Mark Adams' killer will pay far more for that sapphire than he ever bargained for.
But what you're suggesting, Mr. Keene, is dangerous.
I know that, Lieutenant Hale. One of your 3 prisoners is a killer, but I doubt if you'll ever find out which one is guilty unless you release all 3.
But what good will that do?
That sapphire, the Star of Death, hasn't been found yet, has it?
No, Mr. Keene.
Then it must be hidden somewhere.
Obviously.
Very well. Your police officers were with the 3 suspects from the time they left the Adams house, isn't that right?
In other words, the sapphire is still inside the house.
Exactly.
But we've searched the place thoroughly, Mr. Keene.
The murderer wouldn't have been foolish enough to stab Mark Adams to death if he or she didn't have an excellent hiding place for the sapphire.
Then how will we get the stone?
We'll let the killer find it for us and expose himself at the same time.
Sounds like a good idea if it works.
You can have the 3 suspects trailed by your plainclothesmen, but I prefer you wouldn't. Any slip-up would make the killer suspicious and spoil my plan.
All right. I'll go along with you, Mr. Keene, on one condition.
What's that, Lieutenant?
I'm going to station a man at all the airports and railway terminals. I don't want my pigeon to fly the coop.
I'm sure your pigeon will stay right here, Lieutenant, until he has his hands on that sapphire, the Star of Death. And when he reaches for it again, we'll have our hands on him.
This is the library, Mr. Keene. It's the room my father was murdered.
All right, Kay. We'll examine it thoroughly for any trace of the missing sapphire.
Well, I'll go over it with a fine-tooth comb, Mr. Keene.
Good, Mike. I suppose that heavy desk has been gone through, Kay?
At least 1,000 times. The police looked under the carpets and opened up the upholstery and the chairs. There isn't a spot in this room that hasn't been searched.
Isn't that the doorbell?
Yes. Excuse me, Mr. Keene.
Mike.
Yes, boss.
Never mind the search. After what Kay has just told me, I'm sure we'll have to wait for some kind of a break. And we may be getting one right now.
How, sir?
I've been expecting the murderer to make some excuse to return to this house for the stone. Let's see who's at the door.
Mr. Keene, this is Paul Dudley.
How do you do, Mr. Dudley?
Mr. Keene, this is a great pleasure, sir. I'm very glad to know you.
My partner, Mike Clancy.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you.
Mr. Keene, Lieutenant Hale at police headquarters told me you were responsible for my release. I thought you'd be here with Kay Adams, and I wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your confidence in me.
That's quite all right.
The murder was a shocking thing, and Mark Adams was my friend. But I trust the police now realize who the guilty woman is.
Oh, you believe they have the killer?
Naturally. That's the only reason they let me go, isn't it?
And who do you think she is, Mr. Dudley?
Why, Edith Sims, of course.
Oh, no. Edith Sims.
It's a horrible thing to say, I know, Kay, but I know more about Edith and your father than you do.
Just what do you know, Mr. Dudley?
I know Edith was poor, Mr. Keene, and she wanted to marry Mark. I also know he'd made up his mind not to marry again because of his daughter, Kay.
I see.
Sounds like more company, boss.
Yes, you stay here with Mr. Dudley, Mike. I'll go to the door with Kay.
This way, Mr. Keene. Is it true, Mr. Keene, that Edith Sims is being held by the police for Father's murder?
No, Kay. No one's being held at the moment.
Kay, darling.
Oh, Edith.
Are you all right? I know how you must feel, dear. When your father died, everything I lived for went out of the world.
This is Mr. Keene, Edith.
Mr. Keene?
He's investigating Father's death.
May I ask what brought you here, Miss Sims?
I came to comfort Kay, Mr. Keene. And I want to stay a few days, darling, here with you. We can console each other, perhaps just a little.
Of course, Edith.
That woman isn't here, is she?
What woman, Miss Sims?
Loretta Waynard.
Oh, no. No, she isn't.
Oh, thank goodness.
Why are you so relieved, Miss Sims?
Oh, did I sound relieved? I didn't mean...
Please, Edith, tell Mr. Keene everything you know. He's here to help me.
Well, I have no right to say this, Mr. Keene. But then I have no right to hold it back. I overheard Loretta Waynard quarrel with Mark Adams.
On the night he was murdered?
Yes. They were in the study just before dinner. Loretta told him she'd learned that he wanted to marry me, and she said he was out of his mind.
They must have been closer friends than I thought.
Loretta despised me, I know it, but I didn't care. It was what she said to Mark that hurt.
And what was that?
She said a man would be better off dead than married to a fortune hunter like me. Mark became angry, and she apologized, Mr. Keene.
Miss Sims, would you wait inside for me, please? Here's my partner, Mike Clancy. I want to have a word with him in private.
Come with me, Edith, dear.
Very well.
Oh, boss, we... Saints preserve us, another customer.
Yes, Mike, and I believe this one will be the last. The third and last guest at the dinner party where Mark Adams was murdered and a fabulous sapphire stolen. I'll open the door. You are Mrs. Loretta Waynard?
Yes. Is Kay Adams here? I came to pay my respects in her bereavement.
Please come in. My name is Keene, Mrs. Waynard.
Mr. Keene? The famous investigator? Well, this is a lucky coincidence. I'd heard you were investigating Mark Adams' murder, and I was coming to see you.
Why?
Because I know who murdered Mark. I realized it after I left police headquarters. I remembered a remark at dinner the night Mark was murdered. Paul Dudley said it, Mr. Keene, and I remember his exact words.
What were they, Mrs. Waynard?
He said he'd give anything for possession of that sapphire, the Star of Death, and that it was a jewel any man would murder for.
Did Paul Dudley know Mr. Adams had it in his possession at the time?
Well, I couldn't say, Mr. Keene, but I'm telling you the truth, and Edith Sims is my witness.
Very well. We'll give you a chance to prove it now. Miss Sims is inside, along with Mr. Dudley. Will you join them, Mrs. Waynard?
Certainly. I'm quite willing to make that statement to Paul's face.
Well, Mike?
Yeah, soon we've got a fine jigsaw puzzle on our hands, boss.
Each one accuses another, and their stories are all equally strong. The thing to do now is to find out who's lying, Mike, and put our hands on that fabulous sapphire. And when we do, the Star of Death can claim another victim when the killer gets the electric chair for murder.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the Star of Death. Meanwhile, here's a marvelous new scientific discovery that actually helps prevent cavities in your teeth. Yes, actually helps prevent cavities. It's Colinos Anti-Decay Tooth Powder with ammonium ion. Greatest dental discovery since the invention of the toothbrush. Discovered by a great Midwestern university, this scientific ingredient reduces the lactobacilli bacteria in the mouth to help prevent harmful tooth decay. New Colinos is the first world-famous dentifrice to offer ammonium ion and retain its pleasant minty flavor and popular price. Neither this new Colinos powder nor any other ammonium ion dentifrice is a cure-all, but your dentist will tell you that in most cases, new Colinos, correctly used, reduces tooth decay, reduces the number of cavities. Think what that means to you and your children. Fewer fillings, less pain, less trouble. Above all, healthier teeth. And healthier teeth mean a cleaner mouth, more pleasing breath. Wonderful new Colinos is dentist recommended, dentist approved. So do as your dentist tells you. For brighter teeth, sweeter breath. Yes, and for fewer cavities, get new Colinos Anti-Decay Tooth Powder. Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the Star of Death. The murder of Mark Adams, a prominent jewel merchant, brings Mr. Keene, the great investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, on the trail of one of the cleverest jewel thieves in the country. For Mark Adams was murdered for the Star of Death, a fabulous sapphire that Mr. Keene believes has been hidden inside the Adams home by the killer. Now, the three people who were with the victim at the time of his death are in the house, along with Kay Adams, the victim's daughter. And as Mr. Keene and Mike gather them together in the room where Adams was murdered.
We seem to have reached an impasse in the mystery of Mark Adams' death, ladies and gentlemen. All three of you are under suspicion of murder.
How can you
Just
say
a
that?
moment, please. Mr. Dudley.
Well, Mr. Keene?
You told me a few moments ago that, in your opinion, Edith Sims committed the crime.
Paul, how could you say such a thing of me?
You loved him, Edith, and he refused to marry you.
That isn't true.
Mr. Dudley is also among the accused.
You mean someone says that I'm the murderer?
Loretta Waynard.
Why, I'll not
Take it easy, Mr. Dudley. The boss wants me to keep this conversation on a friendly level, so to speak.
And lastly, Mrs. Waynard joins the lists of suspects.
What? Who could have blamed me for it, Mr. Keene?
I did, Mrs. Waynard.
Edith, you.
I overheard what you said to Mark. You told him he'd be better off dead than married to me. You loved him too, and you were furious because he loved me.
How dare you say that? How dare...
Mrs. Waynard.
She tripped over the rug, Mr. Keene.
She struck her head against the floor. Well, she's unconscious.
Would you carry her inside, Mr. Dudley? I'll call a doctor.
No. I'll be all right. I don't need a doctor.
She's coming around.
Better see that she rests for a few minutes anyway.
Here, let me help you, Mrs. Waynard. In spite of what you said about me, I'm not angry with you.
Help her in here, Paul.
All right, Kay.
There's a studio couch in this room.
Mike, I just noticed something.
What was it, boss?
Just before Mrs. Waynard tripped, I saw Paul Dudley bending over the desk looking at something.
Well, there's nothing on that desk but a blotter and a pen, Mr. Keene.
Wait. Don't examine it now. I think someone's coming.
Kay Adams said there was some water out here, and I thought Mrs. Waynard... Oh, here's the pitcher on the table.
How's she feeling, Mr. Dudley?
A little better. Oh, by the way, Mr. Keene, I'm remaining here in the Adams home for the night. I live upstate, and the next train is very late. Kay Adams has offered me a room.
I see.
Excuse me.
Well, that's two of them, boss. Miss Sims made an excuse to stay here, and so is Paul Dudley.
I'm also quite sure that Loretta Waynard will be too ill to go home this evening.
That makes three suspects, all trying to stay here in the house where that sapphire is hidden.
Come over to this desk again, Mike. I want to see what interested Mr. Dudley a moment ago.
Well, it's a very fancy desk, sir. Look at the leather covering.
It's kept in place by nail studs, and one of those studs seems to be loose. Yes, this is the one Paul Dudley was...
Mr. Keene, when you touch that nail head, a secret panel opened in the side of the desk. Look.
Yes. And look what it contains, Mike.
Saints preserve us. It's the sapphire, the Star of Death.
The most magnificent jewel I've ever seen. We'll take possession of it for the time being, Mike, and close this secret panel again. Don't say a word about this to any of them. As far as they're concerned, the sapphire is still missing.
Sure, and one of them's going to get a surprise, boss.
That's what I'm counting on. That secret panel in the desk is an ingenious contraption. It must have been specially made for someone.
Well, do you think Mark Adams had it made, Mr. Keene?
No. If he'd known about that secret panel, he'd have looked there the moment the jewel was missing.
Well, then who could have known?
The desk's original owner. Mr. Adams probably bought it from someone else.
Well, his daughter Kay'd know, sir.
Possibly, but I don't want to ask her in front of the others. I'll wait for an opportune time.
Are we staying here for the night?
Everyone else seems to be. We may as well join them.
Well, what's the next move, Mr. Keene?
We found the Star of Death, Mike, but we still have to find our killer. Frankly, I think I can almost do that now, but let's wait for overwhelming proof. And I wouldn't be surprised if we obtained that proof tonight.
Mr. Keene!
Shh, not so loud, Kay. I hope I didn't waken you.
No, I've been trying to read. Are the others asleep?
Apparently, all but Mike Clancy and myself. He's in the library waiting for me.
What is it you want, Mr. Keene?
I didn't get a chance to talk to you alone, otherwise I'd have asked you this before. Where did the furniture in this house come from? Did your father buy it himself?
No, it came with the house when we bought it.
How long ago was that?
2 years, Mr. Keene.
And who sold it to you?
Father never told me. I was in school in Switzerland at the time.
Where's the deed to the house? That would give the person's name.
Why, the deed must be in Father's safe.
And where's that?
In Father's study. Do you want the combination, Mr. Keene?
If you know it, Kay.
I do. Left 1, right 6, Left 4, right 9.
I just jot that down. All right, Kate.
What are you going to do, Mr. Keene?
I'm going to put my hands on your father's murderer.
Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mike. Put the lights on here in the study.
Did you get what you were after, boss?
I have it right here. The deed to the house with the seller's name on it. Everything seems to have worked out according to my suspicions, Mike, but there's one more thing we have to do.
What's that?
It's going to throw a scare into a few innocent people, but it's the only way to get final proof. You go upstairs, Mike. Knock on every bedroom door and spread an alarm that the house is on fire.
Boss, are you joking?
No, Mike, I'm serious. Don't behave as if anyone's life is in danger at the moment. Just say the fire's in the cellar and they have plenty of time to leave. Then tell them that the fire has burned the telephone wires and that I've left to get the fire department.
And where will you really be, Mr. Keene?
I'll be in the library waiting for the killer to recover that sapphire, the Star of Death.
Now, take it easy, folks. There's nothing to get alarmed about. Mr. Keene's calling out the fire department. All right, now. Come on, this way out.
I'll put the lights on, Mrs. Waynard, so you can see that secret panel a little better.
Mr. Keene!
I was expecting you to drop by for the sapphire.
Don't move, Mr. Keene.
I see you've got a gun.
You planned this. There isn't any fire. You tricked me, Keene.
I began to suspect you this afternoon, Mrs. Waynard, when you tripped and fell at the psychological moment. While you were shouting at Edith Sims, you saw that Paul Dudley was interested in the desk. He noticed that loose nail head by accident, the one which opened the secret panel, and you distracted his attention and mine by falling suddenly and pretending to be hurt.
So I did, Mr. Keene.
Secondly, I found this deed. You were the one who sold this house and all the furniture in it to Mark Adams. So naturally, you must be the one who knew about the secret panel in that desk. When you murdered Adams, you knew you would be searched for the sapphire you stole, so you hid it there.
I sold Mark Adams this house because I lost my money, Mr. Keene. And I'm the kind of a woman who needs lots of it to live.
He paid you quite a sum for this house, according to the deed.
$150,000. But I'm used to having millions, Mr. Keene.
You must be quite a gambler to get rid of it so fast.
Yes, I love to gamble on anything. A roulette wheel, a race horse, or the turn of a card. I also like to live the way a woman of breeding is accustomed to live. That's why I wanted that sapphire.
No woman of breeding I ever knew was a cold-blooded murderer, Mrs. Waynard.
The Star of Death isn't inside that secret panel, Mr. Keene.
I know it isn't.
Which means you have it.
Perhaps.
Turn it over to me. I'm not playing games now, Keene. You'll either turn that sapphire over to me or you'll get a bullet in your head.
How would you get rid of the sapphire? A stone that size?
Stop stalling for time. I want that sapphire now.
Do you?
I'll count to 3. If you don't place it on top of that desk, I'll kill you. 1, 2...
Drop the gun. Drop it fast before I...
Oh, you put a bullet in my wrist.
Lucky you didn't get one in your heart.
For a moment, Mike, I thought you wouldn't return in time.
I wouldn't have missed you if I'd had the chance.
I know that. Mike?
Yes, boss.
Put in a call to Lieutenant Hale at police headquarters.
Okay, Mr. Keene.
Tell him we've managed to repay his patience and cooperation by solving this case. Say we found the Star of Death and the woman who murdered for it, and he can have them both at his convenience.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the case of murder and the Star of Death. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pains strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Klee. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. We thank William Podmore, who appeared tonight as Mr. Keene for Bennett Kilpack, who's taking a short vacation on doctor's orders. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old tracer turns to the African blowgun murder case.
Ever suffer heartburn from acid indigestion? New Bicidol mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of that blown-up feeling anywhere, anytime. Bicidol mints give longer-lasting relief than baking soda, help prevent immediate return of the trouble, soothe irritated stomach lining, let you sleep when indigestion strikes at night. Carry new Bicidol mints for fast relief. And always have Bicidol powder in your home.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at this same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin and Colonos, and many other dependable high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anacin and Colonos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at this same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Case of Murder and the Blood-Stained Necklace. Believe anything you like about what this or that way to relieve pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia will do for you. But there's one important fact you can't get away from. That is, thousands of users of Anacin tablets have been introduced to this remarkable product through their own physicians or dentists. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. Next time you suffer from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pain, try Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. I'll repeat the name, Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Now for Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the blood-stained necklace. Our scene opens in a corridor of a metropolitan hotel. A man with a briefcase in his hand has been knocking impatiently at one of the room doors. As a bellboy approaches with a pitcher of ice water and some glasses...
Excuse me, sir.
Was that ice water ordered for this room, boy?
Oh, yes, sir, for Mrs. Bradley.
Well, I don't think she's in. I've been knocking for over 5 minutes.
Well, it's funny, mister. She gave me the order herself over the telephone, told me to bring the ice water right up.
My name's Austin. I have an appointment with Mrs. Bradley. Have you got a key to this room?
Yes, sir.
Well, open the door, then.
You don't think there's anything wrong, mister?
Now, don't ask questions. Just open the door, please, and let's have a look inside.
There's nobody here, Mr. Austin. Mrs. Bradley must have gone out right after I talked to her on the phone.
Put that tray down and get hold of the police, quickly.
Why? What's the matter, Mr. Austin?
Look, behind that screen.
Holy smoke. It's Mrs. Bradley.
Yes, with a bullet through her throat.
She's been murdered.
And now, later, we find a friend of the murdered woman, a Mrs. Thornton, at the office of the great investigator, Mr. Keene, asking for his help. And she's saying...
And that's how they found her, Mr. Keene, lying on the floor of her hotel room. My friend Grace Bradley had been murdered in cold blood.
I read the details in the newspapers this morning, Mrs. Thornton. My partner, Mike Clancy here, thought the case most unusual.
It's a puzzler, all right, boss. That string of pearls they found in the victim's hand, for instance. That hasn't been explained yet.
Yes, I was just going to ask Mrs. Thornton about that myself, Mike. Tell me, what theory did the police have for the string of pearls your friend Mrs. Bradley was clutching in her fingers?
They had no explanation for it, Mr. Keene. And they were even more puzzled when they heard Mr. Austin's story. John Austin is a well-known jewel expert and appraiser.
I remember reading about him in the newspaper account of the murder.
He had an appointment with Grace Bradley to make an appraisal of some jewelry. But he said the string of pearls Grace had in her hand when he found her body were only cultured pearls and worth no more than $100.
Mrs. Bradley would have hardly called him in for an appraisal of something that cheap.
That's what the police thought.
Well, maybe the pearls were switched and the killer took the real ones.
I'm sure the police must have thought of that immediately, Mike.
They did, Mr. Keene. But when I appeared to identify the body and they questioned me, they decided that perhaps it wasn't the right answer.
Why, Mrs. Thornton?
Because I told them that, to my knowledge, Grace Bradley never owned any valuable jewelry. It's true her husband was wealthy. He died only a week ago. But Grace was a simple woman who hated ostentation. She often said she had no use for jewelry, and she never wore any.
Well, Mrs. Thornton, you say Mrs. Bradley's husband died a week ago?
Yes, of a heart attack. The Bradleys lived in Louisville. He was a paper pulp manufacturer and very successful. After his death, Grace decided to come to New York to live. And she left right after the funeral. They had no children.
When did you find out she was in New York, Mrs. Thornton?
The morning before she was murdered. She phoned me and told me she'd been in town for several days and was living at a hotel.
Did you see her after she phoned you?
No, Mr. Keene. When I arrived at her hotel room that afternoon, I found the police there and discovered that she'd been murdered.
I see.
Mr. Keene, I knew Grace Bradley for many years in Louisville before I married and moved to New York. A finer and more generous woman never lived. When times were hard for me, before my marriage, Grace came to my aid. She did everything she could for me. And if I could pay her back in some way, even in death, I'll do everything I can.
I can see you were very attached to her, Mrs. Thornton.
I thought of her almost as though she were a younger sister. Mr. Keene, I could offer you money for your services, but I know your reputation. I know that no amount of money could make you accept a case unless you felt you were helping someone in need or working on the side of justice.
In this instance, I feel that Mike and I would be doing both, Mrs. Thornton.
Then you'll do what you can to help solve the case, Mr. Keene.
You can depend on it. Mike?
Yes, boss.
Get hold of the car and meet me downstairs in 5 minutes. I think our starting point should be at the office of Mr. Austin, the jewel appraiser, the man who discovered Grace Bradley's body.
I'll give you his address, Mr. Keene.
Good. I'll also need information regarding Mrs. Bradley's friends and acquaintances in Louisville in complete detail. Mike, we got our work cut out for us. And it won't be easy, judging by the circumstances. But we won't rest until we've brought Grace Bradley's murderer to trial.
Well, here's the office, Mr. Keene.
John Austin, jewel importer and appraiser. Well, let's go in, Mike.
The ruby is genuine, Mr. Albright, but the ring isn't as expensive as you judged.
No?
I'd say it was worth no more than $500.
Oh.
Oh, excuse me for a moment, please.
Yes, of course.
Yes, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
Are you Mr. Austin?
At your service.
My name is Keene. This is my partner, Mike Clancy.
Mr. Keene, the great investigator? I'm very glad to know you, sir. And you, Mr. Clancy.
Likewise, Mr. Austin.
Perhaps you can guess why we're here, Mr. Austin.
I presume it's in regard to the murder of Mrs. Bradley.
Yes, I thought perhaps you might be able to supply us with some information, since you were the one who found her body.
I only wish I could help you, Mr. Keene. But I've told the police everything I know. I was called on the telephone by Mrs. Bradley and asked to come up to a hotel suite to appraise some jewelry.
Did she specify what the jewelry was?
No, she didn't. As you undoubtedly know, a string of cultured pearls was found clutched in her hand. But it doesn't seem possible that she'd called me up to appraise them, Mr. Keene.
They weren't very valuable, I take it.
For cultured pearls, they were good, but they weren't worth more than $100.
Would you say it was possible that Mrs. Bradley thought her pearls were real pearls?
I wouldn't know, Mr. Keene.
Isn't it true that cultured pearls do look like real ones? That is, to people who don't make a profession of handling them?
Yes, that's true, Mr. Keene. But if Mrs. Bradley originally bought those pearls herself, she certainly would have known their value.
There's no question about that.
Excuse me, gentlemen, but I couldn't help overhearing your conversation. My name is Albright, Harlow Albright, and I knew the late Mrs. Bradley.
You did?
Oh, we weren't close friends, but I was stunned by the news of her death.
Have you been questioned by the police, Mr. Albright?
Yes, Mr. Keene, but I had very little to tell them. I only met Mrs. Bradley about a week ago, when she sold me this man's ring I just had appraised by Mr. Austin. Unfortunately, I was overcharged, but I'm certain Mrs. Bradley didn't do it deliberately.
Did she try to sell you anything else, Mr. Albright?
No, just the ring. She said it was her late husband's. Apparently, she needed some money very badly, or she would never have parted with it. The police have all those details, however. It was all perfectly above board, I assure you, and Mrs. Bradley's brother-in-law, Ralph Bradley, was a witness to the transaction.
Brother-in-law?
I never read anything about him being in the case, Mr. Keene.
Well, neither did I, Mike.
You mean he hasn't even spoken to the police yet?
Not as far as we know.
Well, that's very odd.
Do you know where this man can be located, Mr. Albright?
Oh, I believe he was living in the same hotel with his sister-in-law, Mrs. Bradley.
But that guest list has been checked 4 times by the boys downtown, boss. Sure, if they'd have found another Bradley, they'd have talked to him, sure.
There's no question about it, Mike.
It's a mystery to me why he didn't appear of his own free will after the murder, Mr. Keene. If I'd had any idea that he was deliberately keeping himself out of this, I certainly would have mentioned his name to the police.
Well, Mr. Albright, you say that as if you're quite certain Mrs. Bradley's brother-in-law had a hand in her murder.
Oh, perhaps you'll feel the same way when I tell you why, Mr. Keene. I don't know whether or not he was registered in the hotel under an assumed name, or whether the room was someone else's. But when I first met Grace Bradley's brother-in-law, Ralph, he was apparently occupying the hotel room next to the one in which she was murdered.
Here's the room Mrs. Bradley had, Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy. I was the bellboy who found her body, with Mr. Austin.
It's a corner suite, I see, with no adjoining room on the left.
And according to the register, the room here on the right was rented by a Miss Lola Smith.
She's a good looker, too, Mr. Clancy. I've seen her lots of times. Looks like a showgirl.
Here, young man, we won't need you any longer.
Thanks a lot. Gee, wait till the guys hear I met Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, in person.
All right, Mike. Now let's introduce ourselves to Miss Lola Smith, the girl who occupies the room to the right.
Who's there?
Miss Smith certainly got a deep voice, boss.
Well?
I'm looking for Miss Lola Smith.
Who wants her?
Tell her...
Let me talk to him, Ralph.
I told you to keep quiet and stay inside.
You're acting like a fool. I have nothing to hide.
Who are you two? What do you want here?
My name is Keene. This is Mike Clancy.
Keene? The investigator?
Lola, I knew you'd drag the cops into this sooner or later. Okay, do as you like. I'll have no part of it.
Just a second, mister. Not so fast.
Take your hand off me.
Are you Ralph Bradley by any chance?
No.
Ralph, for heaven's sake.
Shut up, Lola.
Now, just a moment.
Okay, you ask for it.
Saints preserve us. He's armed to the teeth. Look at the size of the gun he's toting around, Mr. Keene.
Big enough to blow your head off. You stand in my way.
Ralph, don't you see you're only making things worse for yourself?
If it weren't for you, Lola, I wouldn't be in this fix. But you can shift for yourself now. I'm playing this my own way.
If anyone tries to follow me, I'll shoot to kill.
Quick, Mike, the phone.
Give me the front desk. This is an emergency. Desk, there's a man on his way down carrying a gun. Get hold of the house detective and alert the policeman on the beat. Make sure he's stopped. I'll be right behind him, boss. He won't get far.
Now, be careful, Mike. He's dangerous.
Well, I guess Ralph Bradley's in trouble.
He's not the only one, Miss Smith, if that happens to be your name, which I doubt very much. You're in this, too. Apparently, we found the first link in the chain surrounding Grace Bradley's murder. And in a very short time, I hope to weld the chain completely around the killer's wrists.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the bloodstained necklace. Meanwhile, beware of unpleasing breath that breathes between teeth. Get Colonos toothpaste with amazing dental floss action for a clean mouth and a pleasing breath. Most unpleasing breath breathes between the teeth, in the deep recesses where food particles can collect and decay. These are the places that must be reached to have a really clean mouth, a pleasant breath. Your dentist knows this to be true. Now, Colonos toothpaste gives you dental floss action. That is, sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to penetrate hard-to-reach dental areas. Helps dislodge bits of food that can cause unpleasing breath and tooth decay. What's more, Colonos has high polishing action, brightens dingy teeth by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. Colonos is gentle, safe for even children's teeth and tender gums. Enjoy its cool, clean, minty flavor, most refreshing toothpaste ever. Test Colonos in your own way. Keeps your teeth bright, your breath right. Colonos toothpaste is dentist approved, dentist recommended. Get the Colonos with dental floss action today. Save 31 cents on the giant economy sides. Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the bloodstained necklace. Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, are investigating the strange circumstances surrounding the murder of Grace Bradley, an attractive widow whose wealthy husband had recently died. In the hotel where Mrs. Bradley's body was found, with a string of inexpensive cultured pearls clutched in her lifeless hand, Mr. Keene has been questioning Ralph Bradley, the murdered woman's brother-in-law, who has just attempted to make his escape from the hotel room occupied by a girl named Lola Smith. Now, a few minutes later...
Inside, Bradley, and behave yourself. And he never even got as far as the hotel lobby, Mr. Keene. I cornered him on the third floor as he was trying to open a fire escape window in the back.
I see you put a pair of handcuffs on him, Mike.
And he asked for him, boss, when he tried to get away.
I'm not a criminal. I haven't done anything. Why don't you leave me alone?
Bradley, your actions certainly place you in a suspicious light.
Why did you try to get away, Ralph? Don't you see?
Never mind the lectures, Lola. You're in this as deeply as I am, and don't forget it.
I suggest you both tell the entire truth.
Well, there's nothing to say, Mr. Keene. I met Ralph Bradley a week ago when he came to New York.
And what about his sister-in-law, Grace Bradley? Did you meet her, too?
Only casually.
She was murdered in the room next to this, Miss Smith. And you checked in this one the same day Mrs. Bradley occupied hers.
That was just a coincidence, that's all.
And is this a coincidence, too?
How dare you open my purse?
What have you found, Mike?
Well, you were right about her name, boss. According to these cards in her pocketbook, her name isn't Smith any more than mine is. It's Cook.
That's not the first time she changed it either.
I wouldn't talk too much if I were you, Ralph.
That's what I said to you, Lola. But since you've decided to leave me holding the bag, I'm going in for a little self-protection of my own.
And what have you got to say, Bradley?
I
advise you to be honest. If I detect any trickery in your story, I'll have my partner, Mike Clancy, escort you to headquarters at once.
All right. I followed my sister-in-law, Grace Bradley, to New York after my brother died.
Why?
Because I thought she cheated me out of my rightful share in his estate.
Had his will been read yet?
No. For all I know, she destroyed my brother's will and claimed his money and property as his closest survivor.
What did you expect to gain by following her here?
Information, maybe. I met Lola here and introduced her to Grace. I thought Lola might be able to get her to talk.
But there was nothing criminal in what I did.
We'll decide that later, Lola Smith. Bradley, were you present when your sister-in-law, Grace Bradley, sold a small ruby ring to a man named Harlow Albright?
Yes. I was there, Mr. Keene. The ring was my brother's.
And you still believed your sister-in-law came into a fortune when she had to sell something like that to get a little money?
It was a trick. She only did it to put me off the track.
She wanted to make me think my brother died broke.
I doubt if it was a trick. But we'll settle the question of your brother's estate in a very few minutes. Do you happen to know the name of his attorney?
Barton and Nesbitt in Louisville.
Mike, put through a phone call to that law firm and inquire about the will of Grace Bradley's husband.
Okay, boss.
In any case, Mr. Keene, you've got nothing on me. Ralph's story proves that.
On the contrary, it might make you an accessory to a murder, Lola.
What?
If Grace Bradley's husband did leave a large estate, her brother-in-law would probably inherit it after her death. And you were working with him in one way or another.
But that's ridiculous. You think I'd do anything as obvious as outright murder, Mr. Keene?
It's been done before, Bradley.
Let go of me. What are you up to, young man?
Nothing. Let go, I tell you.
Why, it's Harlow Albright.
Inside, young fellow. Mr. Keene may be interested in talking to you. Mr. Keene, I found this bellboy with his eye to the keyhole as I came up to the door.
I just wanted to see what was going on, that's all.
The little spy. I caught him doing that once before.
Don't you talk, girlie. You're in enough hot water yourself.
Well, slap your face.
Stay where you are, Lola.
He's just trying to get back at me. He's been flirting with me for a week, and I haven't even looked at him.
Mr. Keene, I see you put a pair of handcuffs on Ralph Bradley.
Tell him I had nothing to do with Grace's murder, Mr. Albright. You know I'm innocent.
On the contrary, Bradley. Grace told me once that she was afraid of you. It's something I forgot to mention to Mr. Keene. That's why I'm here.
Did she say why she feared her brother-in-law, Mr. Albright?
He followed her here from Louisville. As I understand it, they never got along.
Incidentally, just how did you come to know Grace Bradley?
Why, we met here in the hotel. I have a suite of rooms upstairs. I recognized her as a woman of breeding almost immediately. A woman who was used to the finer things of life.
I see. Well, when did you see her last, Mr. Albright?
3 days before she was murdered. That was when I bought her ring. According to her husband's will, he died almost penniless. I offered to lend her money, but she refused. Instead, she asked me to buy a few trinkets from her.
You're sure that was all the jewelry she had?
As far as I know, Mr. Keene. She'd gotten a few pieces of costume jewelry from her brother-in-law, Ralph Bradley, here. But they had little value. I suppose he's told you that he sells costume jewelry.
I know. He didn't tell me, Mr. Albright. Bradley, were there any cultured pearls in your stock of costume jewelry?
You're trying to trap me, all of you. But I'm through answering questions, understand? I'm through.
Boss.
Just a second, Mike. I'll be right with you. Mr. Albright, will you see these people remain where they are?
It'll be a pleasure, Mr. Keene.
Mike, keep your voice down. Did you phone the law firm in Louisville?
Yes, Mr. Keene. And the will of Grace Bradley's husband was read the day she was murdered, according to the lawyers. They wired her that her husband had died in debt. He even lost his money because of bad investments.
It's beginning to add up now, Mike. Come in here with me. Bradley, I'm placing you under arrest.
You can't hold me, Keene. The whole thing's a frame-up.
We'll let the police decide that.
What about me, Mr. Keene? Honest, I didn't do anything. Maybe I was snooping a little, but I'll lose my job as a bellhop.
Young man, I think you've learned a lesson on eavesdropping you won't forget too soon. You can leave and tell the house detective to get hold of a squad car for Bradley and his accomplice, Lola Smith.
Anything you say, Mr. Keene.
Then I'm under arrest, too?
I'm afraid you'll have to be detained, Miss Smith, along with Ralph Bradley. Oh, Mr. Albright, would you accompany us to police headquarters, please? Not as a suspect, of course, but merely to give the police additional information.
I'm glad to be of help in any way, Mr. Keene.
Then I suggest we get started.
Okay, Bradley. You and the lady walk out ahead of us. And don't try to make another run for it, unless you think you can travel faster than a bullet.
Mike, 1 second. I just want to make sure they're all out of earshot. I've got some instructions for you.
What is it, Mr. Keene?
The case isn't finished yet, but will be shortly. I think we'll all be due for a little surprise. Now, when the police have taken over, meet me downstairs in the lobby. We're going to find the final link in that murder chain. Have you tried that bureau yet, Mike?
Yes, Mr. Keene, I went all through it.
We've practically gone through the entire suite. There couldn't be any secret drawers, not in a hotel room. And certainly the killer wouldn't carry what we're looking for around with him. Well, let's go back to the living room.
Oh, we've gone through everything in the place, Mr. Keene. Looks as though this time we're stymied.
Mike.
He's coming back, boss. He's opening the door.
Yes, I was expecting him. Come in, Mr. Albright.
You should have told me you planned to visit my hotel suite, Mr. Keene. I would have supplied you with a key.
The desk clerk obliges us, Mr. Albright.
I've spoken to the police. They're holding Ralph Bradley and his lady friend on suspicion of murder.
They won't be held for long.
Oh, no?
You see, I believe that both innocent.
Well, then, why did you have them sent to police headquarters?
I wanted to search your suite undisturbed. And it was a convenient way to get you out of here.
Did you find what you were after?
Yes.
That's very interesting.
Mike, cut the covers off that sofa in the corner and go through the ticking.
The sofa, boss?
Yes, and thank you for your help, Mr. Albright.
What do you mean?
When I said I'd found your loot, you couldn't help glancing at your hiding place. I don't think we have to search any further. Search the inside of the sofa carefully, Mike.
Leave it to me, boss.
I must say you put up a very good front, Albright. Was this suite furnished by some of your past victims?
Mr. Keene, look at this.
Bring it over, Mike.
It's a string of pearls, boss. And look at the size of them.
And they're genuine, too. Worth a king's ransom. They belong to Mrs. Bradley, and Albright murdered her to get them.
Are you quite certain of that, Keene?
You first aroused my suspicions, Albright, at the jewel appraisers. I imagine you went there to find just how much Mr. Austin knew about these missing pearls.
This conversation's beginning to bore me.
But you made a mistake when you mentioned knowing Mrs. Bradley was penniless. She didn't learn the contents of her husband's will until the day she was murdered. And you couldn't have known about it unless you saw her at that time and not several days before, as you contended.
She knew she was a pauper even before the will was read. She sold me that ring to get some money, didn't she?
Yes. And you bought it as part of your plan. You learned she owned a string of fabulous pearls. You never had money enough to buy these pearls, so you decided to steal them. You asked to see them once more before Mr. Austin, the appraiser, came, then tried to switch them with a string of inexpensive cultured pearls. But Grace Bradley caught you, and you shot her. So you put the cultured pearls in her hand, hoping it would implicate her brother-in-law.
There's one thing you still haven't proven yet, Keene. How do you know these pearls were Grace Bradley's?
I may be able to prove that even faster than you think. There.
What are you doing?
Breaking the string that holds the pearls together. Mike, take a look at this.
Why, there's dried blood on parts of that string, boss.
Yes. Mrs. Bradley was wearing the pearls when she was shot in the throat. Harlow Albright wiped off the obvious bloodstains from the pearls, but he neglected the bit of string between each pearl. Is that proof enough, Albright?
I'll kill you.
No, you won't, mister. Not unless you want a taste of what your victim got.
Keene, listen to me. Those pearls are priceless. We can share them and both be rich. They were collected in the South Seas in a shark-infested lagoon.
Grace Bradley told you that?
It was all her husband left her. She never even knew he owned them until the day before he died. He told her he was dying broke, but he'd kept the pearls for just such a time. We can sell them for $1 million, and no one would be the wiser.
Where you're going, Albright, even $1 million wouldn't do you any good. Take him away, Mike. From here, Harlow Albright goes to trial for murder.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the case of murder and the bloodstained necklace. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pains strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30 and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Clee. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old tracer turns to the Yellow Talon murder case.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anison and Colinos present Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Yellow Talon Murder Case. Today, many thousands of people are thankful to their physicians or dentists for first having introduced them to that remarkable preparation called Anison, which brings such incredibly fast and effective relief from the pains of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. Anison is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. So ask for easy-to-take Anison tablets at your drug counter next time you suffer pains from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. For most effective relief, use only as directed. I'll repeat the name for you. Anison. A-N-A-C-I-N. Now for Mr. Keene and the Yellow Talon murder case. Our scene opens in the study of a country home on the Hudson River, some 50 miles from New York. An attractive, auburn-haired young woman has just entered the room. And as she shakily picks up the telephone and dials the number, it is obvious that she is under some frightful strain.
Why don't they answer? Why don't they answer?
Operator?
Oh, operator, I've been trying to get the police. It's a matter of life and death. Oh, for heaven's sake. Oh, hello? 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 Oh, the phone. The line's been cut. The phone's dead. No. No. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. No. Ah!
Can I help you, young fella?
Are you Mr. Keene?
Oh, I'm Mike Clancy, his partner. Mr. Keene's in his private office. Did you and this young lady have an appointment with him?
No, I just hoped I'd get a chance to see him right away. It's rather important.
Please, tell him Philip Carter's here. It's terribly urgent.
Oh, here's the boss now.
Mike, do you have the Roberts folder?
Are you Mr. Keene, sir?
Yes.
My name is Philip Carter, and this is my fiancée, Eloise Gray. Could you possibly give us a few minutes of your time, sir? I'd be very grateful.
Just what is it you want to see me about, Philip?
A murder, Mr. Keene.
It's Philip's sister, Helen. She was killed last night in Philip's home.
Saints preserve us, but we didn't read anything about it in the papers, young fella.
The family estate is 50 miles from here, on the Hudson. It will probably be reported in the newspapers later today.
Well, sit down, Philip. And you, Miss Gray. Mike, we can let the Roberts matter drop for a while. Doesn't seem to be as urgent as this.
Okay, Mr. Keene.
Now, suppose you give me the details, Philip.
My sister, Helen, was found in the study about midnight by our Uncle Jonathan. He's been living with us ever since the death of our parents years ago.
I'll never forget last night as long as I live, Mr. Keene. I saw Helen's body, too.
You were in the house at the time of the crime, Heloise?
I was asleep. Philip's uncle woke me up and sent me into town for the police. The phone wires had been cut.
How was Helen Carter killed?
That was the most horrible thing of all, Mr. Keene.
My sister had been strangled, and her throat was terribly lacerated. It was as if some gigantic bird with sharp talons or claws had attacked her.
A bird? Saints preserve us.
What made you think of a bird, Philip?
Because of this. It was found near my sister's body. The police permitted me to bring it here when I told them I was going to ask you to enter the case, Mr. Keene.
Well, let me see that, Philip. Mike, what do you make of this?
Well, it looks like a talon, Mr. Keene. A yellow claw.
Yes, the type of claw an eagle or a hawk might have. And yet this particular talon is too big for an ordinary hawk. If it actually came from a bird, the bird must have been gigantic.
Sure, and it makes your spine crawl just to look at it, boss. Hey, it's as sharp as a razor.
Yes. What other facts are there to the case, Philip?
Well, according to Uncle Jonathan, he was awakened around midnight by some kind of horrible scream. At first, he thought it was one of his pets, but later he changed his mind.
What kind of pets did your uncle keep?
Falcons. In medieval times, as you probably know, Mr. Keene, hunters would train falcons to help them bag their game.
Well, I've never even seen one of them things.
Well, a falcon is a hawk, Mike, and a very clever and ferocious bird. Hundreds of years ago, they were trained to go after small game. They can be quite wild and dangerous.
Uncle Jonathan Briggs is an eccentric, I guess. He's been a little peculiar ever since he lost his fortune years ago and came to live with us. We've been supporting him, but it hasn't been difficult. Dad left a very considerable estate when he died.
Your Uncle Jonathan and your fiancée, Miss Eloise, were the only people in the house at the time of your sister's murder?
Yes, Mr. Keene. My sister Helen had a personal maid, Amy Parrish, but she had taken the evening off and she didn't return until very late.
Philip, I think you also ought to tell Mr. Keene about Kim Bradhurst.
And who is Kim Bradhurst?
A neighbor. He was in love with my sister, and he used to make a pest of himself. I once had to throw him out of the house bodily because he annoyed her so.
Was he questioned by the police?
Yes, Mr. Keene, but he had an alibi. He was ill all day yesterday and in bed. He had a doctor visit him about 9 last night.
Mr. Keene, Philip's sister Helen was one of my best friends and a wonderful girl. I never thought she made an enemy in her life until now.
We were very close, Helen and I. And if I ever get my hands on the killer...
Philip, please, don't talk like that. You frighten me. Let Mr. Keene and the police handle the case. There's been enough horror already.
Your fiancée is right, Philip. No matter how you feel, the law must take its course.
I understand that, sir.
Will you come back to the house with us, Mr. Keene? Philip was afraid to leave me there alone after what happened. That's why I came with him to New York.
Eloise was spending a few days with Helen while I attended a horse show near here. I've shown a few entries every year, but I only wish I'd never even thought of it this time. Maybe if I'd been at home last night, I'd have been able to save my sister's life.
It was something you certainly couldn't foresee, Philip. Mike, suppose we drive out to the Carter estate, along with Philip and Eloise.
I'll get the car, Mr. Keene.
We're having my sister's funeral at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I guess we'll just have time to make it.
And suppose Mike and I go to your house, Philip. You and Miss Eloise can attend the funeral while we make a preliminary investigation.
Whatever you say, Mr. Keene.
This yellow talon is most strange, to say the least. Certainly it couldn't have been some monstrous bird.
It's dreadful. It makes me shudder just to look at it.
When I think of poor Helen,
I know, it's shocking. But I promise you, Philip, I'll see this case through to the end, no matter how great the risk.
That must be the Carter house, Mr. Keene, right in front of us.
Yes, and apparently that's where the road ends, Mike.
Oh, saints preserve us.
What's the trouble?
Did you see that, boss?
What?
Well, something flew by the car on the left just a second ago. Mr. Keene, look out. It's some kind of a hawk.
Yes, Mike, it's a falcon. One of Uncle Jonathan's, I imagine.
Why, it's flying back to the house.
Try to see where it lands, Mike.
There. There she goes. Up behind them gables on the roof.
And she's a beauty, isn't she?
Mr. Keene, who's that fella?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. By any chance, are you Philip Carter's uncle?
Why, yes, I'm Jonathan Briggs. Who may you be?
My name is Keene. This is my partner, Mike Clancy.
Keene, the eminent investigator. You've come to look into the death of my niece, Helen.
At your nephew Philip's request. I imagined you'd be at your niece's funeral, Mr. Briggs.
I don't like funerals, Mr. Keene. I never attend them.
Well, would you mind showing us to the house?
Not at all. But let me tell you that you're just wasting your time here.
Am I?
As well as risking your life. The house is no good. It's cursed with bad luck.
Well, we'll risk it, Mr. Briggs.
Suit yourself. But just remember that I warned you. This way, Mr. Keene. Amy! Amy, where are you? Fool maid's never around when you want her. Make yourself at home, Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Briggs.
It certainly is a big house. Must be 20 or 30 rooms in this place.
Yes, it's big. Big and cold.
You don't seem to like it very much, Mr. Briggs.
I don't.
And why do you stay?
Because I can't go anywhere else. Besides, Sir Richard and Lady Sharp would miss the woods.
And who are Sir Richard and Lady Sharp?
My birds, my falcons. You saw Sir Richard a moment ago when he flew past your car. He's as fast as lightning, that one is. I've spent 3 years training him how to kill.
Not a very cheerful hobby you've got, Mr. Briggs.
He attacks only field mice and small animals, Mr. Clancy.
Would that falcon be capable of attacking a human being?
I knew you'd come to that, Mr. Keene. They want to blame my niece Helen's death on one of my birds. Well, it's ridiculous. Why, those falcons are as harmless as 2 pigeons.
There's Preservus. What was that?
Sounded like Amy the maid.
Get him out of here. Keep him away.
Amy, control yourself. Why are you carrying on?
It's one of your falcons. He flew in through the window and almost blinded me.
Stop acting like a child. It's probably Sir Richard. I'll find him.
Calm yourself, Amy. You're not in any danger. My name is Keene.
Mr. Keene, the great investigator? Oh, I was hoping Mr. Carter would call you in, sir. The most terrible things have been going on in this house.
So I've heard.
It's those birds. Well, you'd think they were human the way Mr. Briggs talks to them. One of them killed Miss Helen, I know it. And I'll be next.
Now, take it easy, Amy. No one's going to do any killing while we're around.
Tell me something about Miss Helen Carter. Was she on good terms with her Uncle Jonathan?
As far as I know, sir. I guess he's a harmless one himself, though he acts like a loon sometimes. But it's those vicious birds, those falcons. I can't stand them.
I don't think Helen Carter was murdered by a bird, Amy.
No?
In fact, I'm sure of it.
But, Mr. Keene, I've heard of eagles and hawks attacking people sometimes and even killing them.
That's true. A bird the size of a hawk might possibly attack a man or a woman if it was provoked. But it certainly wouldn't bother to cut a telephone wire before doing it.
Well, I never thought of that, boss.
Sir Richard! Sir Richard, come back here! Come back! Don't shoot me!
Faith, and now what's going on in this place?
It was a shotgun blast, Mike. Sounds as if it came from outside the house. Come along with me.
Mr. Keene, look.
Who are you?
I was just going to ask you the same question.
Tim Bradhurst, my name. Where's Jonathan? I've got a little present for him.
You've killed him. You've killed Sir Richard.
I'll say I have. I was glad to blast his ugly head off. You'll find him out there in the woods, Jonathan. If that other bird of yours starts going after my chickens, she'll get the same dose.
You murderous!
Steady, Mr. Briggs.
Take him inside the house, Mike.
Come along.
He killed my falcon. I'll square accounts. I'll square accounts if it's the last thing that I do.
What did you say your name was, mister?
I didn't say, but it happens to be Keene.
Oh, famous investigator, huh? I suppose you've come to find out how Helen Carter died. Well, I loved her as much as anyone. If you find the killer, I'll be happy to help you take care of him.
I won't need any help on that score, Mr. Bradhurst. But I assure you I intend to find him or her, no matter how dangerous the task it may be. Helen Carter was murdered by a human being, not a bird. Although it appears her killer had talons. And I'm going to see that those talons are clipped for good.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the Yellow Talon murder case. Meanwhile, beware of unpleasing breath. It breeds between teeth. Get Colinos toothpaste with amazing dental floss action for a clean mouth and a pleasing breath. Most unpleasing breath breeds between the teeth, in the deep recesses where food particles can collect and decay. These are the places that must be reached to have a really clean mouth, a pleasant breath. Your dentist knows this to be true. Now, Colinos toothpaste gives you dental floss action. That is, sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to penetrate hard-to-reach dental areas. Helps dislodge bits of food that can cause unpleasing breath and tooth decay. What's more, Colinos has high polishing action. Brightens dingy teeth by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. Colinos is gentle, safe for even children's teeth and tender gums. Enjoy its cool, clean, minty flavor. Most refreshing toothpaste ever. Test Colinos in your own way. Keeps your teeth bright, your breath right. Colinos toothpaste is dentist approved, dentist recommended. Get the Colinos with dental floss action today. Save 31 cents on the giant economy size. Now, back to Mr. Keene and the Yellow Talon murder case. The strange and terrifying murder of pretty Helen Carter brings Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, to the Carter home 50 miles from New York, the scene of the crime. The victim appeared to have been attacked by some gigantic bird, and the only clue discovered so far is a large, broken yellow talon, as sharp as a knife. Now it's shortly after midnight, and in the room Mr. Keene and Mike have been given, Mike is suddenly awakened from his sleep by the sound of someone moving about. Quietly, Mike reaches under his pillow for his revolver, and then raises himself on one elbow and prepares for action.
Don't move. Whoever you are, mister, don't move or I'll shoot.
It's me, Mike. Everything's all right.
Mr. Keene, what are you doing, sir?
I heard someone moving about the house. Don't put the lights on, Mike. Just slip into your robe and slippers and follow me.
I'll be right with you, boss. Just 1 second.
Ready, Mike?
Yes, sir.
Then follow me. This way, down the hall.
This house seems to be as quiet as a tomb.
I'm sure there's a prowler about, though.
Boss, look. There's a light moving towards us at the end of the hall.
Someone with a candle in his hand. Stand back against the wall until he reaches us. He hasn't seen us yet.
Boss, it's...
Yes, Mike.
It's Philip Carter's uncle, Jonathan Briggs.
Looking for something, Mr. Briggs?
What are you doing, Mr. Keene? Spying on me?
I was just wondering what you were up to at this hour.
You and your partner here think I'm crazy, don't you? You think there's something wrong with my mind.
On the contrary, I believe you're a lot more aware of what's going on than you appear.
You're looking for a murderer, aren't you? You're looking for the man who killed my niece, Helen. Well, maybe you'll have 2 murderers on your hands.
What do you mean by that?
Kim Bradhurst killed my pet falcon. He killed one of my birds for no reason at all, because he wanted to see how miserable he could make me. Well, when I get my hands on Bradhurst, he'll wish he'd never been born. Mr. Briggs, maybe you ought to go back to your room. Don't touch me. I can take care of myself. I'm not as old and decrepit as my nephew seems to think. He may be supporting me, but...
Let go! Help! Help me, someone!
Mr. Keene.
It's coming from that room, Mike.
That's the maid's room, Amy's. The door's locked, boss.
Break it down, Mike.
Wait! I'll let you in.
What's going on here? It's Eloise, my nephew's fiancée.
What's the trouble, Eloise?
This maid, Amy, is a thief. She's got a room full of things that belong to Helen Carter. I heard her prowling around the house, and I followed her here to her room. I caught her with my purse. I left it downstairs on the table by mistake before I went to bed.
Is that true, Amy?
Well, I guess there's no point in saying no. You have the evidence.
What's the trouble, Mr. Keene? What's going on here?
I'm afraid your housemaid Amy is in a very difficult situation, Philip. She's evidently a thief.
Look, Philip. The closet door's open. There's a pair of shoes that belong to your sister Helen. She even stole her clothes.
Miss Eloise, what's happened to your hand?
Well, you've got a cut on the palm, young lady.
Amy scratched me when I tried to take my bag away from her. She fought like a wildcat.
Well, what'd you expect me to do? Smile at you when you grabbed me? Anyway, I didn't take much. It isn't as bad as all that.
I'm afraid it's a lot more serious than you imagine, Amy. You not only face a charge of larceny, but also one of murder in the first degree.
Murder? Oh, no. No, I didn't kill Helen Carter. I swear I didn't, Mr. Keene.
You can defend yourself in court, Amy. I'm asking Mr. Keene to see to it that you're placed under arrest.
Well, at least give me a chance to call someone.
An attorney?
No, not a lawyer. Mr. Bradhurst.
Kim Bradhurst, our neighbor. What's he got to do with this?
Well, never mind. He owes me a little something, at least protection. Let me call him. That's all I ask.
All right, Amy. Go ahead.
I'll keep her company, boss, just to see that she behaves herself.
Right, Mike.
So it was Amy Parrish who murdered my niece, eh?
Perhaps. But this case isn't quite finished, Mr. Briggs. We may be due for another surprise. In any event, we'll hear what Mr. Bradhurst has to say. That must be Kim Bradhurst now. Philip.
Yes, Mr. Keene?
I suggest you take your uncle to his room. There may be trouble between the two.
Very well, Mr. Keene. Come on, Uncle Jonathan.
All right. I'll go. Can't stand looking at him anyway.
Here's Kim Bradhurst, Mr. Keene.
Still carrying his shotgun, I notice.
Maybe I like to carry it around, Mr. Clancy.
Well, now, Amy, what is it you want to say to Mr. Bradhurst?
Mr. Keene's accusing me of murder, Mr. Bradhurst. They all say I killed Miss Helen.
That's ridiculous.
We found Amy the maid with stolen goods a little while ago. And she admitted taking most of it from the murdered girl, Helen Carter.
I don't know anything about stolen goods, Mr. Keene, but I'll stake my reputation on the fact that Amy didn't murder Helen.
What makes you so sure, Mr. Bradhurst?
Because she was Helen's confidant, as well as her personal maid. And she's a friend of mine. Amy's done me many a favor, making things easier for me when Helen was alive. I'll return those favors by backing her to the limit.
In what way did Amy help you, Mr. Bradhurst?
I can tell you that, Mr. Keene.
Well, Miss Eloise, do you know?
Amy used to inform Kim Bradhurst when Helen's brother Philip was out of the house, so he could try to see her on the sly. It used to frighten me. I knew that Philip disliked Kim, and I thought one day it would lead to trouble. Do you know why he carries that gun around with him all the time?
I don't mind admitting it. Your sweetheart Philip's a big man, Eloise, and stronger than I am. I made up my mind to take care of him the next time he put a hand on me.
Mike, ask Philip Carter to bring his Uncle Jonathan back to the room. And ask Jonathan to bring his pet falcon along.
Okay, boss.
No, I'm afraid of that bird. I don't want to see it.
Don't worry, Amy. I got rid of one of those falcons with this shotgun. I can do the same for the second.
I advise you to be careful, Mr. Bradhurst, and keep that gun lowered.
But why bring the falcon in, Mr. Keene?
You'll see in just a moment, Miss Eloise.
Please, just call me Eloise. I feel as though we've known each other for a long time, Mr. Keene.
That's odd. I feel the same way, Eloise.
Just step inside, Mr. Briggs. What do you want with me? My bird, Mr. Keene.
I just wanted to make a test, Mr. Briggs.
Look at that bird. It's horrible.
Do you also think the falcon is horrible, Eloise?
No. I think it's a beautiful bird, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Eloise always liked my falcons. She understands them.
Perhaps even more than you imagine, Mr. Briggs.
What?
Just what are you getting at, Mr. Keene?
I'm afraid I have some shocking news for you, Philip. In my opinion, your fiancée, Eloise Gray, is a murderess. She murdered your sister, Helen.
What's that you say?
Eloise? Mr. Keene, are you joking?
A few minutes ago, Eloise claimed that she followed Amy to her room and caught her with her purse.
Well, Amy admitted it, didn't she?
Yes, she admitted it, Eloise, and she did steal your purse. But you didn't follow her or see her take it. You were waiting for Amy in her room.
And may I ask how you know?
The door was locked. If you had followed the thief to her room, you certainly wouldn't have locked the door yourself. It would have put you in a dangerous position. No, it was Amy who locked her own door when she entered, thinking she was alone. And you were waiting there to kill her, the way you killed Helen Carter.
That's a lie, Mr. Keene.
No, it's not a lie, Eloise. And I have further proof. You said Amy scratched your hand when you struggled with her for the purse. I noticed that Amy bites her fingernails. They aren't long enough to scratch anyone.
Then, Mr. Keene, how did Eloise get that cut on her palm?
She inflicted it on herself by accident, Philip. She was wearing sharp talons, yellow talons, to use on Amy as she did on your sister.
Look at her, Mr. Keene.
Yes, I killed her. She hated me. She wanted to break up my engagement to Philip.
But that isn't true, Eloise. She loved you.
Loved me. Wasn't she trying to call the police?
Yes, and you cut the phone wire. In some way, Helen found out what you wear, Eloise, and she tried to protect herself.
Boss, look what she's putting on her hands.
The talons, the sharp claws. She wears them like gloves.
You hate me too, Keene. And you'll get what she got. Now!
Mr. Keene, look out! Saints preserve us, but I was almost too paralyzed to move. Did you see how she acted, boss? Why, she waved her arms like she was some kind of a hawk and went for your throat, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mike. Mr. Bradhurst, I'm sorry you used your gun. Mike would have been able to subdue her.
I couldn't help it, Mr. Keene. When I saw the insane look on her face, watched her reach for your neck with her talons, I tried to protect you instinctively.
Well, I suppose she's better off. She was undoubtedly insane.
Mr. Keene, I can't believe it. How could anyone change so?
I'm sorry, Philip. But in my opinion, your fiancée had a split personality. She changed from a human being to what you've just seen, a homicidal maniac. How long had you known her?
Only a few months.
And your sister, Helen, actually was very fond of her, Philip?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Well, Eloise had to have some excuse for murder in her poor, distorted mind, so she imagined Helen was trying to ruin her life. Amy would have been her second victim. It went for a stroke of luck. However, we can consider the case to be closed. We've solved the mystery of the Yellow Talon murder.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the Yellow Talon murder case. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pain strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Clee. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old Tracer turns to the case of murder with 1,000 witnesses.
Ever suffer heartburn from acid indigestion? New Bicidol mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of that blown-up feeling anywhere, anytime. Bicidol mints give longer-lasting relief than baking soda, help prevent immediate return of the trouble, soothe irritated stomach lining, let you sleep when indigestion strikes at night. Carry new Bicidol mints for fast relief. And always have Bicidol powder in your home.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at the same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmacal Company, makers of Anacin and Colinos, and many other dependable, high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. It's time now for Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anison and Kalinos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Case of Murder with 1,000 Witnesses. If you suffer from the pains of headache, we urge you to try the remarkable product this program features, Anison. Anison is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. That's why the relief it brings is often incredibly fast. Many of you I know first discovered Anison tablets through your own dentist or physician. But if you've not yet used Anison, we urge you to try it. You can get Anison at any drug counter. Use only as directed. And if pain persists or is unusually severe, see your doctor. Anison is spelled Anacin. Now for Mr. Keene and the case of murder with 1,000 witnesses. Our scene is set at a county fair which is opened in a community just outside New York. It is a bright, sunny afternoon, and as the visitors to the fair wander from exhibit to exhibit, they create a gay holiday mood. A well-dressed, handsome gentleman of 45 has paused near an exhibit of cakes and pastries. After a moment, he is approached by his wife, a lovely woman in her early 30s, whose worried, tense expression sets her apart from the cheerful faces around her.
William.
Anne, darling, so you decided to come to the county fair after all.
My headache's gone, William.
Good. You're just in time, too. The baking contest's about to begin.
Oh.
You know, I love these county fairs and the people who run them. They're wholesome, these folks. And by asking me to be an honorary judge, well, they flatter me more than I can tell you.
I know that, William. In spite of your success, you've always been modest and simple, just like our neighbors. That's one reason I fell in love with you and married you.
That's another thing I can't get over. How a lovely young actress like you ever gave up the stage just to marry me.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Brooks, but they're waiting for you to judge the baking exhibit over there.
Oh, thanks, Miss Wilkins. I imagine you've got your usual delectable entries on the table again this year?
Well, I baked a large cake, but maybe it isn't exactly right that the judge's housekeeper should be a contestant. Or the judge's wife, for that matter.
My wife? Anne, did you...
I've made a few small cakes, William. Just little decorative things.
Well, this is a surprise. I didn't know you were a cook, Anne. Up to now, I imagined that actresses couldn't even boil an egg.
And you still may be right.
This way, Mr. Brooks. We're waiting.
Here I come.
And now, folks, Mr. Brooks, our favorite country squire, will taste these cakes and tell us who's the best pastry cook in Bellows County. Mr. Brooks.
Well, let's see now. Here's a delectable-looking morsel, if I ever saw one. Well, this cake is guaranteed to expand a man's waistline. I'll score that at 80 points. And now... Oh, these little cakes look out of this world. Just a mouthful of...
Mr. Brooks, what's the trouble? Get a doctor, somebody, quickly.
Mr. Brooks! Mr. Brooks, what happened?
Don't touch him, Miss Wilkins. He's dead.
Dead? He was poisoned. The poison must have been in the cakes. And those cakes were baked by Mrs. Brooks, his wife.
Then what happened, Miss Wilkins?
When I shouted that the poisoned cakes had been baked by Mrs. Brooks, everyone, all those people turned to look for her, Mr. Keene. but she was gone.
Saints preserve us. Murder with 1,000 people looking on.
You say Mrs. Brooks disappeared?
Yes, Mr. Keene. And she hasn't turned up since.
Holy mackerel. That makes her look even more suspicious.
My partner, Mike Clancy, is right, Miss Wilkins. Mrs. Brooks has certainly made things more difficult for herself by leaving the scene of her husband's murder.
There's no question about the fact that Mrs. Brooks murdered her husband, Mr. Keene. The police have an alarm out for her right now.
Then why did you come to me, Miss Wilkins?
Because I know your reputation, sir. You're not only one of the most famous criminal investigators in the country, but you have just as big a name for finding people, particularly criminals in hiding. If anyone can ferret that woman out, you can, Mr. Keene.
You're very bitter about Ann Brooks, aren't you?
Why shouldn't I be? Her husband was one of the finest men I ever knew. She only married him for his money. She and her theatrical airs. Why, he was over 12 years older than she was. And besides, what did she know about running a country home and pleasing a man like Mr. Brooks?
Miss Wilkins, how long had you worked for Mr. Brooks as his housekeeper?
For 15 years. I've taken care of him as if he were my brother. And when he married that woman 6 months ago, I still remained in spite of everything.
How do you mean, in spite of everything?
Well, Ann Brooks and I never got along, Mr. Keene. But that's beside the point. I'm asking you, pleading with you to accept this case, sir. A man's been murdered, a good man, and I know that you'll want to see that justice is done.
I most certainly do, Miss Wilkins, and I intend to see that justice is done.
Thank you, Mr. Keene.
Now, I have the address of Brooks's home. You'll hear from me very shortly.
Well, just one thing more before I go, Mr. Keene. In regard to her brother...
Ann Brooks's brother?
Yes. He's been living with them ever since the marriage.
I see.
And frankly, I think that man is worthless. He's been sponging on Mr. Brooks' generosity. Of course, I don't believe he had anything to do with the murder. But there is a chance that he may know where his sister is hiding.
Well, in that case, I'll have a talk with him. You can expect my partner and me at the Brooks' home this afternoon.
Very well, Mr. Keene. And thank you again for your help. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, Mr. Clancy.
Goodbye, Miss Wilkins.
So long.
Well, what's on your mind, Mike?
Sir?
I noticed how you stared at Miss Wilkins as she talked. What were you thinking about?
You want me to come right out with it, boss?
Well, you usually do.
In my opinion, the killer just walked out of this office.
And how did you reach that conclusion?
Why, sure, and jealousy was written all over her face. She kept house for the man, Mr. Brooks, for years. And then he marries a younger, prettier woman, an actress. And when the baking contest comes up at the county fair, the housekeeper slips some poison into the wife's cakes, so the wife would get the blame for his murder.
Well, Mike, that's not a bad theory.
Yeah, and look how anxious she is to nab the wife. Why, she can't even wait until the police grab her. And she's got to come to you and ask for help.
I'm glad she did. This is a strange case and an interesting one. We'll drive out to the Brooks' home this afternoon, Mike. Mr. Brooks' murder is certainly worth looking into.
Say, this is a nice-looking house, boss.
Yes, Mike, it is. Mr. Brooks must have been a man of taste as well as wealth.
That roadster parked in front of the door has a New York license plate.
There was evidently a visitor in the house. Let's go inside.
Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy, please come in.
Thank you. Is Ann Brooks's brother here, Miss Wilkins?
No, and I don't know where he's gone. He wasn't here when I came back. But Mr. Hilton's here, sir.
Mr. Hilton?
Lawrence Hilton. He's in the living room. And he's a man you might be interested in talking to, if I may say so.
Is he? Why?
Well, he's young and he's good looking. And he knew Mrs. Brooks before she married. I'll bet he's an actor, sir. And frankly, I don't care much for actors.
What is he doing here?
Well, he said he just stopped off to say hello to Mrs. Brooks and her husband. I told him about Mr. Brooks' murder, and he couldn't get over it. But he may be putting on an act. He might even know where she is. And he came here to check up for her.
Miss Wilkins. Mr. Keene's the investigator.
What?
I'll speak to Mr. Hilton alone, if I may, Miss Wilkins.
Oh, well, step right in there, Mr. Keene. I told him you were coming here, and he said he wanted to wait for you.
Now, as soon as Mrs. Brooks' brother arrives, please tell him I'd like to speak to him.
Yes, sir. I will.
The more she talks, the surer I am that she had something to do with the murder, boss.
We'll see soon enough, Mike. Now, let's have a chat with Lawrence Hilton.
Mr. Keene?
Yes.
I'm Lawrence Hilton. Miss Wilkins, the housekeeper, told me you were expected.
Oh, yes. This is my partner, Mike Clancy.
Oh, how do you do?
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Hilton.
Needless to say, I'm still stunned by the news. I can't believe that Ann Brooks had anything to do with the murder of her husband, even though she did disappear right afterward.
She's under strong suspicion, however.
Yes, I can see that, Mr. Keene.
I understand you're a good friend of hers, Mr. Hilton?
Yes, I toured with her for months in a Broadway production. She was the leading lady. I must admit, for a while, I almost thought I was in love with Anne. But I was wrong. And I was very happy about our marriage.
You don't happen to know where she is right now, do you, Mr. Hilton?
Why, no. I thought she'd be here. Oh, great Scott, Mr. Keene, you don't believe I'm the one who's hiding her, I hope.
Why, not at all. I just thought you might be able to give me some kind of a clue.
No, I'm afraid I can't.
Mr. Keene,
Yes, Miss Wilkins.
here is her brother, John Ainsley.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Ainsley?
How do you do?
I don't believe I know you, sir. My name is
Mr.
Hilton.
Keene, you're wasting your time here. I don't know where my sister Ann is. And what's more, she's innocent. She didn't murder her husband.
That remains to be seen, Mr. Ainsley. However, I hope you're telling the truth about not knowing where your sister is. If you aren't, you're only placing her in further jeopardy.
What do you mean?
Every hour she's in hiding makes her look more guilty. Now, if she gives herself up willingly, she'll at least show faith in her own innocence. But if she's caught while hiding, I wouldn't give much for her chances of escaping a verdict of first-degree murder.
Mr. Keene, you're just trying to scare me into telling you what...
In other words, you know where your sister is. Mr. Ainsley, I took this case to help your sister if she's innocent, not to convict her. But I see I'm getting no cooperation from you. Perhaps I'd better drop the whole thing and let Ann Brooks face the situation alone.
Mr. Keene, you really mean you want to help her?
If she's innocent, yes.
She won't be the first innocent person Mr. Keene's helped to freedom, mister. And don't forget it.
Yes, I know his reputation.
I'd put my trust in Mr. Keene if I were you, Ainsley. And I assure you, I'm just as anxious to see Anne in the clear as you are.
Mr. Keene, call the Hotel Newton. The number is Central 4, 1174. Ask for Miss Brown in room 103.
She's hiding there under an assumed name?
Yes, Mr. Keene. Anne may never forgive me for giving her away, but I'm putting my trust in you.
Hotel Newton.
Miss Brown, please. Room 103.
One moment, please. Yes?
Is this Ann Brooks?
Who are you?
My name is Keene. I'm investigating the murder of your husband.
I never heard of Ann Brooks. There's no one here by that name.
I'm only trying to help you, Mrs. Brooks. If you'll just trust
Keep
me.
away from me. I warn you, keep away. You're not going to take me. If you try to do it, I won't be responsible for what happens.
Hello? Hello?
My sister hung up on you, Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mr. Ainsley, with a threat. She may try to get away again. Or she may remain there at the hotel and do something foolish when we arrive. But in any case, we're going after her. Come along, Mike. We're heading for the Hotel Newton and a long talk with Mrs. Ann Brooks.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the case of murder with 1,000 witnesses. Meanwhile, beware of unpleasing breath that breeds between teeth. Get Collino's toothpaste with amazing dental floss action for a clean mouth and a pleasing breath. Most unpleasing breath breeds between the teeth, in the deep recesses where food particles can collect and decay. These are the places that must be reached to have a really clean mouth, a pleasant breath. Your dentist knows this to be true. Now Collino's toothpaste gives you dental floss action. That is, sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to penetrate hard-to-reach dental areas. Helps dislodge bits of food that can cause unpleasing breath and tooth decay. What's more, Collino's has high polishing action. Brightens dingy teeth by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. Collino's is gentle, safe for even children's teeth and tender gums. Enjoy its cool, clean, minty flavor most refreshing toothpaste ever. Test Colonos in your own way. Keeps your teeth bright, your breath right. Colonos toothpaste is dentist approved, dentist recommended. Get the Colonos with dental floss action today. Save 31 cents on the giant economy size. Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of murder with 1,000 witnesses. Mr. Keene, the great investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, are investigating the murder of William Brooks, a wealthy country squire who was poisoned to death while judging a baking contest at a county fair near his home. Mr. Keene has just discovered that beautiful Anne Brooks, the victim's wife, who is suspected of murder, is hiding in a nearby hotel under an assumed name. And as he and Mike reach the room she's occupying...
Well, this is it, Mr. Keene. Room 103.
We better handle this carefully, Mike. Anne Brooks knows she's under strong suspicion of murder. She may prove to be difficult to reason with. Knock on the door.
Well, there's no answer.
The hotel clerk said he didn't see her leave. Use the key he gave us.
Boss, look. She's sitting in a chair over there, just staring out of the window.
Yes. I think she's been weeping, Mike. Mrs. Brooks.
Yes.
I'm Mr. Keene. This is my partner, Mike Clancy.
You come to turn me over to the police?
We've come to talk to you. I'm glad you didn't try to get away after we phoned.
There's no point in running away. I'm tired and beaten. They believe I killed William, my husband. There doesn't seem to be any way to prove my innocence.
Perhaps everyone doesn't hold to that theory, Mrs. Brooks.
What do you mean?
It doesn't seem logical to me, for instance, that you murdered your husband.
You mean you really want to help me?
I wouldn't be here if I didn't. I would have notified the police at once.
I love my husband, Mr. Keene. I didn't kill him. I didn't.
Do you feel you can answer my questions calmly now and tell me everything I want to know?
Yes. Yes, of course, Mr. Keene.
Now, the poison that killed your husband was in the cakes you baked. Tell me, when did you prepare them?
The night before we went to the county fair.
Why did you enter the baking contest at the fair? I understand you were an actress before you were married, and your domestic experience is limited.
I decided to enter the baking contest because of Miss Wilkins.
Your husband's housekeeper?
Yes, Miss Keene. She worked for the Brooks family for many years. She resented my marriage to William. Perhaps she hoped he'd have married her someday. At any rate, I had to prove something to Miss Wilkins and to William, my husband.
What was it you wanted to prove, Mrs. Brooks?
That I wasn't useless in the house. That I could cook and clean and do anything I had to do to make him comfortable.
So you learned how to bake and tried to win a contest at the county fair to impress your husband?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Who was in your home the night you prepared those cakes, Mrs. Brooks?
William, Miss Wilkins, and my brother John Ainsley. I remember I quarreled with Miss Wilkins that night. I was in the kitchen, and the cakes were in the stove. She came in while I was mixing the icing.
You say Miss Wilkins, the housekeeper, quarreled with you?
Yes, Mr. Keene. She accused me of messing up the kitchen. She said I'd left a box of rat poison on the pantry floor and that it was dangerous.
Rat poison?
Well, I remember looking for something in the pantry, and maybe I took the box of poison out by accident.
Well, never mind the quarrel at the moment, Mrs. Brooks. Just tell me, what happened to that box of rat poison?
Miss Wilkins said she replaced it where it belonged.
Now, while you were mixing the icing for the cakes, did you leave the kitchen for any length of time?
Why, yes, I did, for 5 minutes. I wanted to talk to my husband.
About what?
I thought Miss Wilkins was going too far. I decided to have it out with my husband about her. But I changed my mind when I found him in the study. He was upset.
Yes, Mrs. Brooks. Why was your husband upset?
He asked me a very odd question. He wanted to know if I'd ever been involved in a scandal before he married me.
Oh? What did you tell him?
I was amazed. I denied it, of course. He seemed to take my word for it, Mr. Keene, because he looked relieved.
Then you returned to the kitchen and the cake icing, eh?
Yes.
Now tell me, Mrs. Brooks, What ingredients did you use for the icing?
A prepared chocolate mixture and sugar mostly.
Sugar from a bowl?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
And did you leave the bowl in plain view when you were out of the kitchen?
It was on a table next to the stove.
Mike.
Yes, boss.
I think I have an important clue to the murder of Mr. Brooks. I'm going to take you back to your home, Mrs. Brooks, and give you a chance to clear yourself. Your brother is there with Lawrence Hilton.
Lawrence?
Is he a good friend of yours?
Why, yes. He's an actor, and we toured in the same theatrical company. I haven't seen him in quite a while.
I asked them both to wait at your home. Oh, just one thing more, Mrs. Brooks. Can we get inside the house and into the kitchen without being seen by anyone in the living room?
Why, yes, there's a service entrance, Mr. Keene.
Good. I think we'd better get started. Incidentally, can you brew a good pot of coffee, Mrs. Brooks?
Yes, Mr. Keene. But what's coffee got to do with all this?
It may enable you to go free and point an accusing finger at your husband's murderer.
Here we are, Mr. Keene. Mr. Clancy. This is the kitchen.
Be very quiet, Mrs. Brooks. Where is that sugar bowl you used the night before your husband's murder?
Usually kept in this cabinet. Yes, here it is, Mr. Keene.
It's empty, boss.
Well, that doesn't matter, Mike. We'll fill it up again with sugar.
Very well, Mr. Keene.
Now, you start to brew that pot of coffee, Mrs. Brooks, and serve it when it's ready, exactly as I instructed you to.
All right.
Meanwhile, Mike and I will join John Ainsley, Miss Wilkins, and Mr. Hilton in the living room.
Well, I still don't see what you're getting at, boss.
You may find out, Mike, that a murderer can be caught with a bowl of sugar. Good evening.
Oh, it's Mr. Keene and his partner, Mr. Clancy.
We didn't hear you come in the front door, Mr. Keene.
We came in through the service entrance, Miss Wilkins.
Did you see my sister?
Yes, I did, Mr. Ainsley.
How is she? Anne hasn't done anything foolish, I hope.
On the contrary, Mr. Hilton. Mrs. Brooks is in the kitchen right now, preparing some coffee for us.
Coffee? At a time like this, Mr. Keene?
As good a time as any, Miss Wilkins.
And that means Anne's been cleared of suspicion. She's free.
Not quite. She must turn herself over to the police tonight.
But what?
Anne.
Good evening.
Here, let me help you with that tray, Mrs. Brooks.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Clancy.
I think everyone can use a cup of coffee. It's going to be a strenuous night, I'm afraid. Would you serve, Mrs. Brooks?
Of course, Mr. Keene.
This is crazy. We're sitting here drinking coffee as if nothing...
Sugar, Mr. Ainsley?
Oh, I don't care. Either way.
Give your brother 2 teaspoons of sugar, Mrs. Brooks.
How about you, Miss Wilkins?
Yes, I'll have some coffee.
Sugar?
Please.
And now, Mr. Hilton?
I don't care for coffee, thank you.
You don't, Lawrence? Why, I remember how fond of it you used to be when we were on the road together with the play.
Was I? All right, I'll have some, but no sugar.
I already put sugar in it just a moment ago. I also remember how you liked your coffee. Very sweet.
I'll have a cup, Mike. And take one for yourself.
It certainly smells good.
Oh, you're not drinking your coffee, Mr. Hilton.
I don't feel very well, Mr. Keene. I believe I'll leave.
Not until you had that coffee.
What?
You heard what the boss said. You either drink up, Mr. Hilton, or I'll take you over my knee and feed it to you.
That's not a bad idea, Mike.
No! Let go of me! No!
That's all I wanted to know. Put the handcuffs on him, Mike.
Get out of my way!
Never lead with your right, mister. No! Will you have a little more of the same, or will you behave yourself?
I think you'll be quiet now, Mike.
Well, these bracelets will make sure of that, boss.
I don't understand. What's it all about, Mr. Keene?
Lawrence Hilton murdered your brother-in-law, Mr. Ainsley, and tried to place the blame on your sister Anne.
But how could he have done it?
I think I can reconstruct the story now, Miss Wilkins. Hilton was hiding outside the kitchen window when you and Anne Brooks quarreled about that rat poison. When you both left the kitchen, he placed some of the deadly poison in the sugar bowl. And when Mrs. Brooks returned, she innocently mixed it in with the cake icing. That's why Hilton refused to drink the coffee just now. He thought the poison was still in the sugar bowl. And that's how I hoped to trap him.
But why, Mr. Keene? Why should he want to murder Mr. Brooks?
Well, from what Mrs. Brooks has told me, perhaps I can guess that, too. William Brooks asked his wife if she had ever been in a scandal before she married him. Obviously, someone had told him she had and tried to blackmail him. Am I right, Hilton?
You may as well talk, mister. You don't have a chance to get away with it anymore.
All right. Brooks said he was going to turn me over to the police for blackmail. He threw me out of the house. I killed him to protect myself.
In other words, after you saw William Brooks, you hid outside on the grounds, trying to find a way to strike back at him. And then when you overheard his wife's conversation in the kitchen, you thought you had your perfect opportunity.
I wanted to marry her once. She refused. Who did she think she was, a goddess?
You didn't love me, Lawrence. You only wanted to marry me because I was the star of the show and a good friend of the producers. And you thought I could further your career.
So you saw through Hilton even then, Mrs. Brooks.
Yes, Mr. Keene. But I never dreamed he'd resort to murder.
When he heard of your advantageous marriage, he thought he'd cash in on it. So he tried to blackmail your husband by creating a sordid lie about your past. And he hoped he'd be able to strike back at you for turning him down. Hilton, you thought your plan for murder was clever. But it really wasn't at all. And I think you'll agree with that when you're convicted of murder.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the case of murder with 1,000 witnesses. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pains strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Clee. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old Tracer turns to the case of the man who invented death.
Ever suffer heartburn from acid indigestion? New Bicidol mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of that blown-up feeling. Anywhere, anytime. Bicidol mints give longer-lasting relief than baking soda, help prevent immediate return of the trouble, soothe irritated stomach lining, let you sleep when indigestion strikes at night. Carry new Bicidol mints for fast relief. And always have Bicidol powder in your home.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at the same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin and Colinos, and many other dependable high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcast. It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anacin and Colinos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Case of the Man Who Invented Death. If you want incredibly fast relief from the pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients that give effective relief. If you've not been introduced to Anacin by your own physician or dentist, let me urge you to try it yourself. You can get Anacin tablets at any drug counter. For most effective relief, use only as directed. I'll repeat the name for you. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Now for Mr. Keene and the case of the man who invented death. Our scene opens in a rather shabby rooming house in metropolitan New York. A well-dressed, middle-aged man is just descending the stairs to the second floor as a heavy-set woman in an apron calls up to him irritably.
Who's there? Who's climbing up them steps?
Tis I, Mrs. Marley, George Rockwell.
But if you come to see that crazy Amos Piper, he's not in.
But he must be.
I tell you, he's not in. What's more, I got half a mind to lock him out. He hasn't paid his rent in over 3 weeks. And I'm not running a charity home. I'm just a poor landlady who's trying to get along.
All right, Mrs. Marley. I understand. I'll pay Amos rent for him.
Well, that's more like it.
But I'm sure he must be in. I had a very important appointment with him at this hour. I know he wouldn't break it without letting me know. Did you see him go out, Mrs. Marley?
No. It's just that I haven't heard him tinkering around with his fool inventions all morning. Anyway, what with the electricity going bad, I've had more trouble this morning.
The electricity has gone off?
I called for the serviceman, but he hasn't come.
Mrs. Marley,
yet.
do you smell smoke?
Well, sure I do. It is smoke.
It's coming from under Amos Piper's door. Quick, open it up with your key.
All right, I will. Oh, but the place is on fire. There's smoke.
It's just a burned electric wire. Mrs. Marley, look.
Oh, it's Amos Piper. He's lying on the floor.
Don't touch him. Call the police. Amos has been electrocuted. He's dead.
Are you sure that Amos Piper's death wasn't an accident, Mr. Rockwell?
Positive, Mr. Keene.
But if Mr. Piper was fooling around with high-voltage electricity, as you say he was, seems to me he was just letting himself in for trouble.
And I agree with my partner, Mike Clancy. Tell me, Mr. Rockwell, why are you so sure it was murder?
Because someone had tampered with Amos' electric equipment, Mr. Keene. The police agreed with me when I pointed it out. Certain wires had been deliberately changed, and an electric booster had been added, raising the amperage and the voltage. That's why the lights in the rooming house blew out. Amos had used that equipment many times before. It would have happened much sooner if the invention had been dangerous as it was when we found the body.
Just what was he trying to invent, Mr. Rockwell?
A machine for turning base metals like lead and brass into gold.
Saints preserve us. What do you think he was, a magician?
Well, many years ago, Mike, certain men who were called alchemists believed it was possible to turn cheap metal into precious gold.
Yes, that's true, Mr. Keene. But in modern times, we recognize how impossible that is.
Amos Piper must have been an eccentric.
I suppose he was, but he was also a dreamer. One of the kindest men I've ever known. And I'm going to miss him.
How long had you known each other, Mr. Rockwell?
At least 20 years. When we were younger, we both dreamed of being important scientists and startling the world with our inventions. But I was more realistic than Amos. I knew after a while that dreams alone won't make one successful. So I entered business and forgot about inventions.
I see.
I now own a manufacturing plant, but Amos kept right on trying to invent things.
Well, did he ever hit the jackpot, Mr. Rockwell?
No, Mr. Clancy. His big ambition was the gold machine. Once or twice he turned out a few trifling inventions which he sold. He managed to eke out a small livelihood on his royalties from those. But more often than not, I had to come to his rescue financially. Although most of the time he never knew.
I can see that you felt very close to Amos Piper, Mr. Rockwell. Tell me, did he have any enemies that you knew of?
No, Mr. Keene. He was a man who never harmed a living soul. Some fiend devised a way to get rid of him for some reason. And I want to do everything in my power to see that the murderer doesn't go unpunished.
I understand.
That's why I came to you, Mr. Keene. You have a reputation for being one of the greatest investigators in the country. Not only that, but you have a genuine sympathy for the underdog, for people who are wronged. Well, Amos was wronged. No matter how eccentric his ideas were, He was a good man.
And no one has the right to take anyone's life, Mr. Rockwell.
Then you'll enter this case and investigate it along with the police?
I'll do everything I can.
Thank you, Mr. Keene. I knew I could count on you, sir.
Now tell me one thing more before Mike and I have a look at the scene of the crime. You say the day you found Amos Piper's body, you had an important appointment to see him?
Yes. He phoned me the night before and begged me to come over on the following morning.
Did he tell you why?
No, Mr. Keene. He just appeared very excited and said he was on the verge of some great discovery. Up to now, neither the police nor I have been able to find out just what that discovery was.
Well, perhaps this mysterious discovery might provide us with an important clue to Amos Piper's murder. At any rate, we'll keep it in mind, Mark, as we try to put our hands on one of the cleverest killers we've ever come up against.
There's no doubt of his cleverness, Mr. Keene. When you think of the way he set up that contraption to electrocute poor Amos.
If we can bring him to justice, Mr. Rockwell, we'll show him a more reliable electric machine invented by the state. The electric chair for murderers.
Yes?
Are you Mrs. Marley, the landlady?
I am.
My name is Keene. This is my partner, Mike Clancy.
Mr. Keene, the famous investigator? Well, please come in, sir.
Oh, thank you.
What can I do for you, Mr. Keene?
I'd like to look at the room where Amos Piper lived before he was murdered.
Oh, why, of course. Come this way, please. It's on the second floor front. Seems everybody wants to look at that room. First the police, and Mr. Decker, and now you.
And who is Mr. Decker?
Oh, he's quite a gentleman. He comes here lots of times to see Amos Piper. He's in some kind of business, office equipment, I think. He's in the room right now. There's the room, Mr. Keene, right in front of you.
Well, thank you.
I just want you to know that I was a friend of Mr. Piper's, a good friend, and the murder was a terrible shock to me. If I can help you in any way...
I'll be certain to let you know, Mrs. Marley.
Oh, very well, Mr. Keene.
She was certainly anxious to prove what a pal of Amos Piper she was, if you ask me, boss.
Yes, I noticed that too, Mike. Well, let's go in. Oh, excuse me.
That's quite all right. I was just leaving.
Are you Mr. Decker?
Norris Decker, yes. And you are?
Mr. Keene. This is Mr. Clancy, my partner.
Oh, yes, of course, the great investigator. I presume you're here to look into the death of Amos Piper?
Yes. Is there anything you can tell us about it, Mr. Decker?
You can find out all I know, or the police for that matter, by examining that apparatus in the corner. That's what killed Amos.
I'll have a look at it, boss.
Do that, Mike.
It was an unfortunate affair, to say the least. When I first heard about it, I was sure it was an accident. But after talking to the police, I realized now it was premeditated murder.
What made you think it was an accident at first, Mr. Decker?
Because of Amos Piper's idiotic scheme to turn lead into gold. For a while, he almost had me believing it, too.
You're a close friend of his?
No, I was interested in his work in a business way. I'm an investor, Mr. Keene. I use my money to back inventions that are worthwhile, particularly ideas in new business equipment.
And is that what you were seeing Amos Piper about, Mr. Decker?
Yes. He told me of an invention he had for a new type of carbon paper, thin enough and strong enough to make over 50 copies at once.
I see.
Well, it seemed like a saleable idea, and I thought we could both make a bit of money out of it. But then he was killed, and the invention has disappeared. And that's why I came here today. I wanted to see if I could find the sample.
That's some contraption, boss. It's set up like some kind of an electric oven.
That was another of Piper's ideas for turning base metals into gold. He was an extraordinary man, but a bit on the eccentric side. And his private life seemed to be even more peculiar.
How do you mean, Mr. Decker?
Well, once I walked in here, Mr. Keene, and found him in an argument with a lovely young girl, at least 30 years younger than he. She wore a mink coat and was fashionably dressed. As I came in, I noticed her motor car and chauffeur in front of the door.
Who was the girl?
I don't know. She left when I walked in, and the landlady told me later that the girl had come once before and had had a terrible row with Piper.
I see. Did she know why?
No, and neither of us knew how a man as simple and as poor as Piper could have any relationship with a woman who was obviously very wealthy and
Well, young enough to be his daughter.
She couldn't have been his daughter. I'm told that Piper never married.
Well, whoever she was,
Someone inside in the room now, miss.
The police?
Well, there's Mr. Keene, the famous investigator.
I'll come back some other time, Mrs. Marlowe.
Mr. Keene, that sounds like the voice of the girl I was just telling you about.
Don't say anything about my being here, please.
Boss, look at the car parked in front of the door. It looks like one of them fancy foreign makes.
Mike, come along. I don't want that car to get out of our sight. We'll follow it and find out a bit more about this mysterious girl and her connection with Amos Piper.
She just went into that house, boss. Aye, it's certainly an elegant one.
Let's drop in for a chat, Mike.
Well?
I'm looking for a young woman who just entered here. My name is Keene.
What young woman? Sure, and the pretty one with the fur coat. A chauffeur just left her at the door and then drove away.
You must have the wrong house.
I'm sure we haven't.
And I say you have.
Well, this young fella must think we're a couple of kids, boss. Maybe he'd like us to...
He may have been mistaken, Mike.
What, Mr. Keene?
We were halfway up the block when she disappeared. She could have gone around the corner.
But Mr. Keene, with my own two eyes...
I'm sorry to have troubled you, Mr.
Webb. The name is on the door.
Oh, yes, yes, of course.
Good day.
Mr. Keene, you don't really think we made a mistake, do you?
Of course not, Mike. If Mr. Webb was lying so obviously, I preferred to find out in our own way what he was up to. What time is it now?
It's a little after 6.
It'll be dark soon, and we can enter the house through the rear. Perhaps we can get a little more information from Mr. Webb and the young woman we followed when they least expect it. Information that might lead us to Amos Piper's killer.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the case of the man who invented death. Meanwhile, beware of unpleasing breath that breathes between the teeth. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Those cracks and crevices where food particles can decay must be reached to have a really clean mouth, a welcome breath. Your dentist knows this to be true. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Colonos gives amazing dental floss action. That is, sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to penetrate hard-to-reach dental areas. Helps dislodge bits of food that can cause unpleasing breath and tooth decay. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Colonos has high polishing action, too. Brightens dingy teeth by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. Colonos is gentle, safe even for children's teeth and tender gums. Enjoy its cool, clean, minty flavor. Colonos is dentist recommended. Cleans your teeth bright, keeps your breath right. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Get Colonos with dental floss action today. Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of the man who invented death. Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner Mike Clancy are investigating the strange murder of Amos Piper, an eccentric inventor who was electrocuted when one of his inventions was cleverly tampered with by the murderer. Now Mr. Keene has followed a strange young woman to a well-to-do house in the suburbs. A woman who Mr. Keene believes may have a strong bearing on the case. At the door, however, Mr. Keene and Mike were blocked by a rather belligerent young man. Now, a short time later, the two investigators decide to enter the house through a rear entrance.
There's a light in the room right in front of us, Mike. Let's see who's inside.
Right, boss.
I'm leaving the house, Elliot.
Wait, Mike.
And I say you're staying here. You want to be picked up by Mr. Keene?
I have nothing to hide. And maybe I can help him solve Uncle Amos' murder.
Now, you listen to me, Lorna. I've got a reputation to think about. You want to ruin me in business?
Doesn't my Uncle Amos mean anything at all to you?
No. Besides, he's dead now, and there's nothing anyone can do about it.
That's where we disagree, Mr. Webb.
Elliot, who are these men?
How did you get in here, Keene?
My partner and I decided to enter without an invitation, Mr. Webb. Inasmuch as you were so anxious to keep us out.
Why, I'll throw the two of you.
Elliot, it won't do any good, and you know it.
Not only won't it do any good, but I'm not so sure he can manage it.
I overheard you say that Amos Piper was your uncle.
Yes, Mr. Keene. I'm Lorna Webb, and Elliot here is my husband.
May I ask why you made those secret visits to your uncle before he was murdered?
I'll answer that for you, Keene. She was trying to keep me from finding out.
Is that right, Mrs. Webb?
Yes.
But after your uncle was murdered, didn't you realize how serious the situation was? Didn't you think of contacting the police and identifying yourself even then?
No, Mr. Keene.
Why not?
I don't know.
Go on, Lorna. Tell him. Tell him you think I'm a murderer. Turn your own husband into the police for a crime he never committed.
Elliot, why do you talk that way to me? We used to be so happy.
That was before I found out you were seeing Amos again, in spite of what you promised.
What was your objection to Amos Piper, Mr. Webb?
He was nothing but a lazy sponger, Mr. Keene. He knew Lorna married a man with money, and he was just biding his time to take advantage of it.
That's not true, Elliot. I begged Uncle Amos to come and live with us, but he refused. I know I handled this the wrong way. And I know you were jealous of Uncle Amos.
Jealous?
I don't quite understand the situation, Mrs. Webb. Perhaps you can explain.
Mr. Keene, I'd been fond of Uncle Amos ever since I was a child. I worshipped him then. But Elliot, my husband, didn't want me to worship anyone, even a poor old man. He wanted all my affection for himself. I'm afraid now I've made a mess of things, and I'm going to regret it.
Mr. Webb, does that explain your attitude?
Mr. Keene, I admit I didn't like Amos Piper, but I wasn't jealous enough to kill him. That's ridiculous, and there's no basis for believing it.
Is that what you believe, Mrs. Webb?
No, Mr. Keene. Of course I didn't believe my own husband killed my uncle. If I did, I wouldn't be here now.
We followed you here from the rooming house where your uncle lived, Mrs. Webb. Why did you return there today?
To get Uncle Amos things, to look for his invention. He has a sister, my Aunt Martha, who is old and very poor. Whatever Amos had should go to her as his closest survivor.
Exactly what invention were you looking for? The carbon paper or the machine he hoped would turn metal into gold?
No, I was looking for the dye.
The dye? Does that have anything to do with the new type of carbon paper he invented?
I don't think so. I remember Uncle Amos telling me something about that carbon paper. He said the idea had been stolen from him.
Did he know who stole it, Mrs. Webb?
No, but he really didn't care. He didn't think it amounted to much. But the dye seemed to be worth something. Even Elliot thought so.
I don't know anything about it, Lorna.
When I described it to you, you said it might make a fortune.
Well, maybe it was another one of your uncle's crackpot ideas, like the gold machine.
Just what do you know about the dye, Mr. Webb?
Well, Mr. Keene, according to Amos, it was a brighter, faster, and cheaper dye than any other now on the market. And he could make it in all colors. But he might have been dreaming again.
I wonder if Mrs. Marley, the rooming housekeeper, would know anything about that dye. Or the carbon paper, for that matter. Mrs. Webb, would you get your coat?
What for?
I want your wife to accompany me back to Mrs. Marley's rooming house, Mr. Webb.
You've got nothing on Lorna. I won't let you involve her in that murder.
Then you do care what happens to me after all, Elliot.
Do you think I ever really stopped caring?
Oh, then we have nothing to be afraid of. You come too. Let's do everything we can to help Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy.
Is it okay if I go along, Mr. Keene?
Of course, Mr. Webb. As a matter of fact, I want everyone involved in this case to be present when we discover the solution to Amos Piper's murder.
Mrs. Marley, the rooming housekeeper, doesn't seem to be in, Mr. Keene.
The door may be open, Mike. Try it.
It is, Mr. Keene.
Good. Come inside, Mr. and Mrs. Webb.
All right, Mr. Keene. Come along, Lorna.
The house is pitch dark, sir. There's no one here. Saints preserve us, what's that?
What is it, Mike?
I stumbled into something here on the floor. Wait till I get my flashlight out.
Mr. Keene!
It's the body of a man.
Boss, it's Mr. Rockwell.
Yes. And his neck's been broken.
Oh, no!
Steady, Lorna.
Keep your flashlight on his body, Mike. I just noticed something on his wrists.
It looks like some kind of paint.
It's a dye. A green dye.
Oh, you let me alone!
What was that?
Sounded like Mrs. Marley.
She's upstairs, boss.
Yes, she's probably in the room where Amos Piper was murdered. Mr. Webb, you and your wife stay down here and don't touch the body. Come on upstairs, Mike.
Take your hands off me! Let me know you hear!
Certainly. After I turn you over to the police.
It's Mrs. Marley and Mr. Decker, boss.
Oh, Mr. Keene. Oh, you've come at precisely the right time.
Well, what's going on here?
If you're looking for Amos Piper's murderer, there she is.
That's a lie! I didn't kill him!
Are you also going to deny you stole one of his inventions and sold it in your own name before it was patented?
How do you know about this, Mr. Decker?
Because I caught her one day coming out of the patent office, Mr. Keene, and I investigated. She stole Amos Piper's invention, then killed him so he wouldn't turn her in.
Do you deny that, Mrs. Marley?
Mr. Keene, I'll admit I stole it and sold it to someone, but I only made a couple of $1,000 on it, and I certainly didn't kill the old man for that.
What about George Rockwell?
What?
The dead man downstairs.
Dead man?
You mean another man's been murdered, Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mr. Decker. Didn't either you or Mrs. Marley see the body down there in the front hall?
Oh, I didn't, Mr. Keene.
Who entered this room first?
She did. I found her here when I came up. I was still searching for that new invention of Amos Piper's. I found her here fooling around with that devilish contraption in the corner that killed Amos.
Well, what have you to say for yourself, Mrs. Marley?
I didn't mean any harm, Mr. Keene. I just wondered if there was anything in what Amos Piper believed, that he could turn metal into gold. I thought maybe I'd find something, and this was the first chance I got to look by myself. Up to now, this room's been filled with policemen and investigators. But I never touched that machine. Why, I'd be afraid to.
We've caught you red-handed, and you know it. Take her away, Mr. Keene. I'll be happy to testify against her.
I imagine you would be, to save your own skin, Decker.
What?
Decker, did you say you caught Mrs. Marley red-handed? Well, I've caught you green-handed.
You mean here on my hand? Why, this is just paint.
Really? And when did you get it on your fingers?
Well, 2 or 3 days ago.
Odd that it took so long to dry. You left some of it on George Rockwell's wrists.
What?
Only a man with strength could have killed Rockwell. He was a pretty big man himself. But someone with a knowledge of, well, let's say, judo or jiu-jitsu could have accomplished it.
You must know a little something about judo yourself, Keene.
Enough to tell when it was used to break someone's neck. Search him, Mike.
Don't make a move, I warn you.
Oh, he's even got himself a gun, boss.
Now, you're pretty clever, Keene. I've got to hand it to you. I imagine you even know where this green dye came from.
Amos Piper's invention.
Right. And tonight I found a sample of it at last, along with a formula. The old fool never even realized he had something that would bring a fortune on the world market.
But you did, Decker.
I most certainly did. I also knew I had to take care of Rockwell. You see, he was a little too close to Amos Piper. And sooner or later he might have surmised why Piper was killed. And then he'd have thought of me.
I'm afraid you won't get away with it, Decker. You posed as an old man's friend and benefactor to defraud him of his valuable invention, then killed him to cover your fraud. You're not going to get away with either the theft or the murder.
And who's going to stop me?
Maybe I will, mister.
Come on and try it if you want a bullet through your head.
Don't move, Mike. He means what he says.
I'll say I do. And what's more, I'm...
Ah! He tripped on the machine!
Help me! Help!
Mr. Keene!
Cut your electricity off outside. Quickly, Mrs. Marley.
I will, Mr. Keene.
Boss, he's getting a terrific electrical shock.
Don't touch him until the current's been cut, Mike. He'll pass the shocks on to you.
Saints preserve us. He's dead, Mr. Keene.
Yes. He shorted some wires in that machine when he fell over it.
You mean he died the same way his victim died, boss?
In Amos Piper's case, the electrocution was deliberately planned. Decker's was caused by a short circuit as he tripped over the machine. In any event, Mike, the result was a form of poetic justice. Amos Piper may have thought he was inventing a machine that turned things into gold, but it appears as though he actually invented death.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the case of the man who invented death. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pains strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. The community chest asks you only once a year to contribute or to pledge your share in their wonderful red feather services, which benefit your community the year round. The list of services supported by the community chest is almost endless. Whether day nurseries, guidance clinics, scouts visiting nurses' help, YMCA, or neighborhood centers, the value of all their services to you and to your community is very great. Everybody benefits, so everybody give. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Cleve. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old Tracer turns to the Silver Dagger murder case.
When muscles are stiff and sore from unusual exercise or strain, many people now use heat liniment, the liniment that's strong yet does not burn the skin. Wonderful relief from muscular soreness comes as comforting heat quickly starts to penetrate. Just brush it on the sore place with the applicator. For a liniment that starts at once to ease muscular pain and keeps on working for hours, ask your druggist for heat liniment. H-E-E-T. Heat.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at the same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin and Colinos and many other dependable high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anacin and Colinos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at this same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Silver Dagger Murder Case. When you think of a headache, think of Anacin. When you have a headache, get Anacin. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. It gives incredibly fast, effective relief from the pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. Millions have turned to Anacin tablets for this reason. If you're one of those who have not already been given Anacin by your own physician or dentist, let me urge you to try it. Results will surprise you. For most effective relief, use only as directed. I'll repeat the name, Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. All drug counters have it. Now for Mr. Keene and the Silver Dagger murder case. Our scene opens in a 3-story, privately owned white stone house in metropolitan New York. On the first floor, in a handsomely furnished study, decorated with curios from many parts of the world, a beautiful woman sits at her desk, deeply engrossed in writing a letter, unaware that death is lurking just outside her door.
And this is to tell you that we must not see each other again. Apparently, you misjudged my motives and made a grave mistake. I am not in love with you, and I never was. Good luck, and the best of everything. Edna. Who's there? Who? What are you doing here in my apartment? I thought I made it plain that you were not to see me again. How dare you touch my things? Leave that dagger on the wall. Did you hear what I said? What are you doing with that dagger? No! No, don't! You...
Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Keene.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mike.
Well, there's a strange-looking feller in the outer office. He wants to see you.
A strange-looking man?
He's got a French accent, but he's wearing an outfit like a moving picture extra. Says his name is Lafarge, and it's a matter of life and death.
I'll see him at once, Mike.
Right, sir. And wait till you get a look at his makeup, boss. Sure, all he needs is a camel, and he'd be set for a trip across the desert.
You wanted to see me?
You are Monsieur Keene?
Yes.
My name is Lafarge, Monsieur Jean Lafarge. I am grateful that you consent to see me, Monsieur Keene. The situation cannot wait.
Please sit down, Mr. Lafarge. You've met my partner, Mike Clancy.
Yes, of course.
Can I ask you one question, mister, before you tell the boss what's on your mind?
But naturally, Monsieur Clancy.
Where did you get that outfit?
I am a North African, monsieur. My home is in French Morocco. Part of this costume is Arabian.
You don't mind my saying so, Mr. Lafarge. You don't look Arabian to me.
I am French, Monsieur Keene. My parents left France and moved to North Africa, to Casablanca, when I was a child.
What was it you wanted to see me about, Mr. Lafarge?
Murder, monsieur.
Saints preserve us. What's going on?
Last night, a woman named Edna Coring was killed in her home here in New York.
Edna Coring? Seems to me I've heard that name before.
She was a very wealthy and beautiful woman, Monsieur Keene. Much in the news.
I didn't read about a murder in the papers this morning.
It was kept from the papers, Monsieur Clancy. The police believe they will have a better chance to catch the killer if there is no publicity at the moment.
Then how did you learn about it, Mr. Lafarge?
I had an appointment with Edna, Miss Coring, last night. When I reached the house, the police were there investigating her murder. The man who found her body, a servant, told me what happened.
And you spoke to the police?
No, monsieur, I did not. I left immediately without going upstairs.
I see.
But please, let me explain everything first.
Very well, Mr. Lafarge.
I first met Miss Coring in North Africa 3 years ago. She was on a tour, and she came to my place of business. I am an exporter of African curios, Monsieur Keene, and she was fond of collecting odd souvenirs on her travels.
What sort of odd souvenirs?
Oh, masks, silverware, and knives. It was a solid silver knife that I sold her, a dagger. It was used by her murderer.
And is that why you were so reluctant to speak to the police? Because you had sold her the murder weapon?
That and my relationship with Edna Coring. We were very good friends, and nothing more. But the police may think... Mr. Keene, it is not for myself alone that I beg for your assistance. Edna Coring was a wonderful woman. It is only fitting that I should ask you, one of the greatest investigators in the country, to see that her murderer is caught.
It seems to me, Mr. Lafarge, that your story isn't complete.
Monsieur?
Are you holding anything back from me?
You are a very discerning man, Monsieur Keene. Yes, there is something else. I only hesitate because I don't want to involve a young man who may be innocent.
Who is this young man?
His name is Alan Cody. He is a young, ambitious playwright who is still unknown. I have every reason to believe that Edna Coring was in love with him. She told me about young Cody.
You also have reason to believe Alan Cody may have murdered her?
She told me several days before her death that she was breaking off with him. She said that she intended to send him a letter, but I could see it was making her nervous. She wasn't quite sure how he would react.
Why was Edna Coring breaking off with this young man?
She said there was too much of a difference in their ages, at least 14 years. Perhaps there was another reason, I do not know. However, if I may suggest it, young Cody would be the man to question first about her murder.
Yes, obviously.
Here is my card, Monsieur Keene. I will write young Cody's address on the back for you.
Very well.
You have no idea how grateful I am for your help. This horrible thing has become a nightmare. But now I feel safe.
You're safe, Mr. Lafarge, as long as you remain on the list of innocent people.
I beg your pardon?
If I accept this case, I intend to make a thorough investigation of everyone connected with it, Mr. Lafarge, including you.
I understand that, Monsieur Keene.
Very well. Mike Clancy and I will have a talk with Alan Cody. Perhaps he'll prove to be a starting point in our search for Edna Coring's murderer.
Yes?
We're looking for Alan Cody. Does he live here?
Why do you want to see him?
I'll explain when I meet Mr. Cody.
Who is it, Juliet? Someone to see Alan. Someone else? May I ask who you gentlemen are? My name is Juliet Forsyth, and this is Mrs. Cody, Alan's mother.
My name is Keene. My partner, Mike Clancy, and
Keene. I knew it. Something awful has happened to Alan, Mrs. Cody. Mr. Keene's a private investigator.
Calm yourself, Juliet. I trust my boy implicitly.
I knew those other men who came here this morning were policemen, even though they weren't in uniform. And now, Mr. Keene...
Mrs. Cody, has someone questioned you about your son, Alan?
Yes, Mr. Keene. They were looking for him. They didn't tell me why, but they acted like plainclothes police.
They probably were. You see, your son is involved in a murder case.
No!
Juliet, please leave me alone with these gentlemen. I'll phone you at your flat later on.
Very well, Mrs. Cody. I'll expect to hear from you.
Miss Forsyth and your son are friends, Mrs. Cody?
Yes, Mr. Keene. Juliet and Alan have been friends since childhood. She's a wonderful girl, and my son is a good boy, no matter what they think he may be involved in.
Where is he now, ma'am?
I don't know, Mr. Clancy. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you until you've explained what Alan has to do with all this.
A woman named Edna Coring was stabbed to death in her apartment last night.
Edna Coring?
You knew her, Mrs. Cody?
Yes, and so did Alan.
That's why we want to question him.
But if you think my son had anything to do with it, Mr. Keene...
I understand your son was in love with a murdered woman.
That's not true.
Then what was his relationship with her?
Well, it was purely business. He's just finished writing a play, and Edna Coring was interested in helping him get it produced. She had money and...
I know that. However, my information links your son with Mr. Coring in more than a business way.
Then your information is wrong, Mr. Keene.
Mrs. Cody, please don't think I've come here believing your son had a part in Miss Coring's death. All I'm looking for are facts, and I thought he might be able to help me.
I haven't seen Alan in 3 days, Mr. Keene.
Does he live here with you?
Most of the time, but he also has a small studio where he often works when he wants privacy.
Where is that studio, Mrs. Cody?
I don't know.
You mean you won't tell me?
Mr. Keene, Alan is my boy. He's all I had left in the world after his father died. I'd sooner die myself than do anything to hurt him.
I respect your feelings as a mother, Mr. Cody. I don't blame you. But if I could only convince you that we're here to help him if he's innocent, perhaps you'll cooperate.
I don't want to be rude, but I've said all I'm going to say.
Very well, Mrs. Cody. Let's go, Mike.
Mr. Keene.
Yes?
I swear to you my son is innocent.
For your sake, Mrs. Cody, I hope I can prove it. But my mission is to find Edna Coring's killer. And when I do, I don't intend to spare him the penalty that all murderers must pay for their crimes.
Well, this is Edna Coring's house, Mr. Keene.
She evidently owned this entire white stone building. Well, perhaps there's someone inside.
And no one seems to be in, boss.
I beg your pardon. Are you looking for someone?
Oh, do you happen to know if anyone is home in Miss Coring's residence?
Are you friends of hers?
My name is Keene. My partner and I are private investigators.
Oh, yes. I'm Anson Howe, Edna's husband.
Her husband?
I didn't know she was married.
Edna and I were secretly married 1 week ago in Chicago. I've just come from police headquarters, Mr. Keene. I was told that you two were investigating Edna's murder. Please come inside. I have a key to the house. I only found out about Edna this morning when I arrived from Chicago. I'm not able to control my emotions completely as yet, so please forgive me.
I understand, Mr. Howe. But perhaps you can tell me...
Boss, what was that?
Something hit the floor in that room. There must be a prowler in the house.
Keep your gun handy, Mike, and let's investigate.
Right, boss. I'll open the door. Fast. Stand where you are, young fella. Don't make a move.
Who are you?
I just came to see Edna Coring.
Is your name Alan Cody?
Yes.
I thought so. How did you get in here?
The door was open.
It happened to be locked when we came in.
Sure, and he climbed through that open window, boss.
Well, all right. But I haven't taken anything. Except my own property.
You mean that manuscript under your arm?
If you'll let me pass, please.
Just a moment, Alan. Let me see that manuscript.
It's mine. I gave it to Edna to read, and I've taken it back.
The boss asked for the script, young fella, so just be polite and hand it over.
Give that back to me.
Now, take it easy. Here it is, Mr. Keene.
Alan, your play has an interesting title.
Has it?
The Dagger.
It's a mystery melodrama.
So I gathered. Sit down, Alan.
What are you going to do, Mr. Keene?
I'm going to read your play from cover to cover. It might prove to be as interesting as its title. The Dagger. Edna Coring, you remember, was stabbed to death with a silver dagger.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the Silver Dagger murder case. Meanwhile, beware of unpleasing breath that breathes between the teeth. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Those cracks and crevices where food particles can decay must be reached to have a really clean mouth, a welcome breath. Your dentist knows this to be true. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Colonos gives amazing dental floss action. That is, sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to penetrate hard-to-reach dental areas. Helps dislodge bits of food that can cause unpleasing breath and tooth decay. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Colonos has high polishing action, too. Brightens dingy teeth by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. Colonos is gentle, safe even for children's teeth and tender gums. Enjoy its cool, clean, minty flavor. Colonos is dentist recommended. Cleans your teeth bright, keeps your breath right. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Get Colonos with dental floss action today. Now back to Mr. Keene and the Silver Dagger murder case. The murder of beautiful, wealthy Edna Coring brings Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner Mike Clancy to the scene of the crime, Miss Coring's New York residence. There, Mr. Keene discovers that the victim had been secretly married to a man named Anson Howe, and had apparently also had a close relationship with Alan Cody, a young playwright. Mr. Keene has surprised young Cody in the study, attempting to get hold of a copy of his latest play, which the murdered woman had had in her possession. Now, as Mr. Keene reads the manuscript of the play, which is titled The Dagger...
When did you finish this play, Alan?
4 weeks ago, Mr. Keene.
Have you read it, Mr. Howe?
Yes. My wife showed it to me. Edna said she was interested in producing it to help this young man, Alan Cody. I'd never met him, but I know who he is.
You mean you were married to Edna Coring?
Yes.
Mr. Howe and Edna were secretly married last week, Alan. By the way, Mr. Howe, why did you and your wife keep your marriage a secret?
We only kept it a secret so there wouldn't be too much newspaper publicity, Mr. Keene.
And I thought she loved me.
Edna told me all about you. She said she befriended you because she thought you were talented, but that you became infatuated with her.
Apparently that's the theme of the display of Alan. A young man falls in love with an older woman, then stabs her to death.
Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mike?
Will you just look at the walls of this room?
I noticed them before, Mike. Edna Coring had some odd souvenirs.
My wife collected these masks and weapons as a hobby, Mr. Keene. The silver dagger that was used to kill her was taken from the empty space on that wall over there.
Mr. Howe, do you know a man named Lafarge?
Jean Lafarge, the French Moroccan? Yes, he was also in love with my wife before I married her. But he was a sensible man, Mr. Keene. Alan Cody here was different.
What do you mean?
I mean that I think you had something to do with my wife's murder.
You have anything to offer as proof, Mr. Howe?
You've just read his play, haven't you, Mr. Keene?
Yes, but that's not proof of murder. It might have been a coincidence.
The money he filched from my wife was no coincidence.
Why, you lying. Just stay put, young fella.
What money are you referring to, Mr. Howe?
Edna gave Alan Cody $15,000. You'll find 3 canceled checks in her bank statements for $5,000 each, endorsed by Alan Cody.
I don't know a thing about that money.
Mike, look through that desk and see if you can find those bank statements.
I'll find them for you. They're right here in this drawer. You'll find them in this bundle of checks, Mr. Keene. For all I know, Cody tried to squeeze more money out of Edna. She refused, so he killed her. And if it's the last thing I do, I'll make certain he pays for it.
Alan, Mr. Howe is telling the truth. Here are those checks, totaling $15,000 and endorsed by you.
But that isn't my handwriting, Mr. Keene. It's a forgery.
Write your name on this sheet of paper, quickly.
Write my name?
Yes, here's a pen.
There you are, Mr. Keene.
Look at this, Mike.
Well, sure, and his handwriting isn't the same as on those checks, boss, but maybe he's disguising his signature on purpose.
Well, isn't anyone on my side? Do you all think I'm guilty?
Even your mother knew how you felt about Edna. She came here once and quarreled with Edna, threatened her if Edna didn't break off with you.
Leave my mother out of this.
I'm sorry, Alan, we can't. In view of what Mr. Howe just said about threats, please phone your mother now.
Look, Mr. Keene, arrest me if you want to, but leave her alone. I've caused her enough unhappiness already.
Alan, will you phone your mother, or must I?
All right. I'll do it.
Hello?
Juliet?
Yes? Is this Alan?
Yes. Let me speak to Mother, please.
She's ill, Alan. She's in bed. The doctor just left.
What's the matter with her?
The strain was too much for her. Worrying about you. You'd better come home right away.
I'll be right over. Mr. Keene, my mother's been taken ill. I've got to see her. Please give me a break. I won't try to run away. You'll find me there with my mother when you want me. On my word of honor.
Your word of honor isn't enough in this case, Cody.
Keep out of this, Howe.
I think we can trust him, Mr. Howe. Go on, Alan. But don't leave your mother's flat until you hear from me.
Thank you, Mr. Keene.
How could you let him go, Mr. Keene? Suppose he...
Alan Cody didn't murder your wife, Mr. Howe. At least he never endorsed these checks that were made out to him. Tell me, did your wife make these out herself? Is this her handwriting?
Yes, of course. She told me she'd sent money to Alan to help him produce his play.
And did she tell you that she sent these checks to him directly?
Why, no, I just took that for granted.
When we're dealing with murder, Mr. Howe, we take nothing for granted. Suppose we all follow young Cody to his mother's house. I have an idea that the solution to your wife's murder is there.
Mr. Keene, please come in.
Thank you. Juliet, you know my partner, Mike Clancy, and this is Mr. Howe, Miss Juliet Forsythe.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How is Mrs. Cody?
A little better.
May we see her?
Of course. She's in the bedroom with Alan. Please come with me.
Mike, let me have that statement I made out before we left Edna Coring's study.
Here it is, boss.
I still don't understand why you typed that thing out, Mr. Keene. You have complete authority to investigate the case. You don't need a statement to that effect from anyone.
I prefer it this way, Mr. Howe, for my own reasons.
Please come in, Mr. Keene.
Mr. Keene.
How do you feel, Mrs. Cody?
A little better, thank you.
The doctor said Mother would be all right, providing she wasn't subject to any more strain. It's her heart.
Mrs. Cody, I'm convinced now that your son is innocent of Edna Coring's murder, and I'm going to prove it.
Oh, Mr. Keene, do you really mean that?
The boss never meant anything more in his life, ma'am.
Incidentally, this is Mr. Howe. He's married to Edna Coring.
Married? Then I was right about her after all. She was shameless.
Take it easy, Mother.
I'm all right, son. I just want you to know that when I interfered in your behalf, I knew what I was doing.
Then you saw Edna Coring, Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Keene, I knew she was only amusing herself with Alan. I saw her and warned her never to speak to him again, or I wouldn't be responsible.
Mother, be careful of what you say.
I'm not afraid. I have nothing to hide.
Perhaps not. But you made one mistake, Mrs. Cody. Edna Coring was only trying to be fair to Alan. She never led him on. Is that right, Alan?
Yes, but if you think my mother's quarrel with Edna had anything to do with her murder...
Alan, right now, all I want is complete authority to investigate this case thoroughly.
But you already have that, Mr. Keene.
I need it in writing, Mrs. Cody. I've prepared a statement to that effect, and Mr. Howe has already signed it. I want the rest of you to add your names. Mike, your pen, please.
Okay, boss. Here you are.
Miss Cody, sign here, please.
There you are.
Alan?
There.
Well, I guess that's all we... Oh, wait. Suppose you sign it too, Juliet. After all, you're involved in this too, as Alan's best friend.
I'd be glad to sign, Mr. Keene. There you are, sir.
Well, thank you, Juliet. Now I don't want to cause Mrs. Cody any more distress, so I'll leave you for the time being.
May I stay here with Mother, Mr. Keene?
Yes, Alan, it's quite all right. Oh, Mr. Howe, may I speak to you in the living room before I leave, please?
Very well.
And you too, Juliet?
Excuse me, Mrs. Cody. I'll be right back.
What is it, Mr. Keene?
Mr. Howe, I wanted to tell you that I found your wife's murderer.
What?
But I prefer to finish this case out here so as not to excite Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Keene, you mean you know who killed Edna Coring?
Yes.
Who?
You did, Juliet.
What?
Don't try to deny it. A moment ago, when you signed this statement I pretended to need, I saw that your signature matched the endorsements on these checks of Edna Coring's. You write with your left hand, Juliet, which gives your handwriting a peculiar slant.
But, Mr. Keene, how did this girl get hold of those checks for my wife?
Your wife believed Juliet Forsythe could be trusted as Alan's best friend. She wanted to help him produce his play, but thought perhaps he wouldn't accept her money after she broke off with him, and that Juliet could persuade him. But Juliet promptly forged Alan's signature and cashed the checks herself.
No, that's a lie.
Now listen, young lady, you raise a rumpus and scare that old lady inside, and I'll carry you out on my back.
Edna Coring took Alan away from me. All my life I hoped he'd marry me, but he never knew. And Edna Coring stole him away.
Are you trying to say that you killed Edna Coring because of your love for Alan?
Don't you see, Mr. Keene? I wanted to protect him from her. I admit I was terribly jealous, but I thought of him as well.
In other words, Juliet, you're looking for sympathy. Well, I'm going to disappoint you. There is no excuse for murder and no sympathy for it, even less in your case.
How can you say that? Look at me. Am I pretty? Am I rich and beautiful like Edna was? No. All I had was Alan, and she...
You claim you loved Alan, yet you stole money that was rightfully his. Love such as yours is false, Juliet. You stabbed Edna Coring to death to cover your theft and forgery.
No!
Maybe jealousy had a part in it, too. Maybe your mind did become twisted over the years. But the fact remains that you murdered primarily for profit. That's how you'll be tried. Take her away, Mike. I'll put in a call to Lieutenant Hale at police headquarters and tell him that the Silver Dagger murder case is finally solved.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the Silver Dagger murder case. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven, active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pains strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Cleave. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old Tracer turns to the Martin Street murder case.
Ever suffer heartburn from acid indigestion? New Bicidol mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of that blown-up feeling anywhere, anytime. Bicidol mints give longer-lasting relief than baking soda, help prevent immediate return of the trouble, soothe irritated stomach lining, let you sleep when indigestion strikes at night. Carry new Bicidol mints for fast relief. And always have Bicidol powder in your home.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at this same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin and Colinos, and many other dependable, high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anacin and Colinos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Case of the Ruthless Murderers. People appreciate Anacin most when they want quick relief from sudden pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. At times like that, you don't want to wait. You want fast relief. So get Anacin and keep it handy. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Many people have been first given Anacin tablets by their own physician or dentist. So, for your own sake, let me urge you to try Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. You can get Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N, at any drug counter. Now for Mr. Keene and the case of the Ruthless Murderers. Our scene opens in the office which Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, shares with his friend and partner, Mike Clancy. At the moment, Mr. Keene is in his private office, while Mike is at the outer office file case, unaware that trouble is about to make a sudden and unexpected appearance.
Let's see now. Well, this would go in file C. Yes, mister. Can I? Stay where you are. Don't make a move or I'll shoot.
You're still pretty fast on the draw, Clancy.
Fast enough to be one step ahead of you, Rod Marble. Turn around.
I'm not carrying a gun. You think I want to spend another 5-year stretch in the pen?
What's the trouble, Mike?
Take a look at who just come into the office, boss.
Rod Marvel, isn't it?
That's right, Mr. Keene. I'm the man you helped send to jail for bank robbery 5 years ago. I got out this morning.
Boss, do you remember the last thing this fella said at the trial when the judge asked him if he had anything to say?
Yes, Mike. I remember very well.
I said I'd kill you in cold blood, Mr. Keene, when I got out. But you can tell your partner here to put his gun away. I didn't come here to your office to start anything.
Well, he's not carrying a gun, Mr. Keene, but I wouldn't trust him anyway.
It's all right, Mike. Let's hear what Rod Marble has to say.
Mr. Keene, I'm sorry I made that threat against your life.
Huh, apologizing, is he? Now I'm sure he's got something up his sleeve.
5 years in prison gives a man plenty of time to think and change his mind. I forgot my ideas about getting revenge and hitting back at you long ago.
All right, Marble. If you didn't come here to get revenge, why did you come?
I wanted to ask you one question, Mr. Keene.
What question?
Someone gave you the evidence that helped send me up. Someone squealed, one of my old gang. Who was it?
I'm sorry. That's something I can't tell you.
Look, Mr. Keene, give me his name and you'll never hear from me again. What's more, I'll give you every dollar I own if you'll tell me.
Do you want to go back to prison, Marble? This time it might be the electric chair.
I don't care. If I could just get my hands on the rat who squealed on me and sent me to the
You
pen,
won't get that information from me, Marble.
Okay. But I'm going to find out who he is if it's the last thing I do.
Well, there's a man who's looking for trouble, Mr. Keene. And if I ever saw a fellow who was out for blood, he's it.
If it's trouble he wants, Mike, I'm afraid he'll get it. And it may be more than Rod Marble bargained for.
The car's parked on the corner, Mr. Keene. This way, sir.
It's a special edition of the afternoon papers, Mike.
I wonder what the extra is. I'll get a copy from that newsboy, boss.
Extra businessman murder. Extra paper, mister.
Yeah, here you are, boy.
Read all about it. Extra businessman murder.
Look at the headline, Mr. Keene. Prominent businessman found murdered. His name is Neil Justin.
Neil Justin? Let me see that paper, Mike.
Sure, and he's some kind of a big manufacturer, isn't he, Mr. Keene?
Yes. Was found with 3 bullets in his body in a phone booth downtown. There were no witnesses to the crime, the paper says. And it took place at about 4 this afternoon.
That was just an hour ago.
Rod Marble was in our office at 3. He could have had time to leave, track down Justin, and murder him.
Yeah, but, Mr. Keene, what would Marble have to do with a man like Neil Justin?
Mike, Mr. Justin was the man who gave me the information 5 years ago that helped send Marble to jail.
Saints preserve us. Then Marble must have murdered him. He must have come to our office to establish an alibi by saying that he was with us at the time of the murder.
It's entirely possible. Mike, perhaps you'd better drop me off at police headquarters. I think I'll have a talk with Lieutenant Hale.
Okay, Mr. Keene. Well, looks as if someone made a mistake.
A mistake, Mike?
Yeah, there's a woman sitting in our car, boss.
So I noticed.
Excuse me, ma'am. Don't you have the wrong car?
Are you Mr. Keene, sir?
No, I'm Mike Clancy, his partner. Mr. Keene's right here.
Oh, one of the elevator boys in your office building pointed your car out to me, Mr. Keene. My name is Rena Soffer. I just had to see you.
Why didn't you come up to my office?
I didn't have an appointment, and I thought someone in your office might not let me see you. Mr. Keene, you've got to help me. They've arrested my husband, Tom, and he's innocent.
Arrested him for what, Mrs. Soffer?
The murder of Neil Justin. I know how you've helped people, sir. Everybody's heard how kind you are and how fair. And Tom's innocent. He didn't kill Neil Justin.
If your husband is innocent, I'm sure the police will give him every chance to prove it, Mrs. Soffer.
But you don't understand. Tom has a record. A criminal record.
Now I remember his name, Mr. Keene. Tom Soffer's been under suspicion at police headquarters. They think he's a gang killer.
No, that's not true, Mr. Clancy. My husband's weak, I know. I've tried to keep him away from his bad companions, but he's not a murderer.
He'll get a chance to prove that, Mrs. Soffer.
Mr. Keene, please just go down to the jail and talk to Tom. That's all I ask. And if he doesn't convince you that he's innocent, I won't bother you again.
Very well, Mrs. Soffer. There's a phone booth in that cigar store, Mike. We'll call Lieutenant Hale and ask if we can see Tom Soffer.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Keene. I'll never forget your kindness as long as I live. I'll go back now and tell Tom you're coming.
All right. But I warn you, if your husband is guilty, I may have to help convict him.
I'll take that chance, sir. Goodbye, Mr. Keene.
Goodbye. Let's make that phone call to police headquarters, Mike.
Right, boss. Well, here's an empty phone booth, Mr. Keene. I'll make the call, sir.
You know, Mike, this case isn't as obvious as it appears. It may prove a lot more difficult to solve than we imagine.
Hello? Police headquarters? Lieutenant Hale, homicide squad, please. Lieutenant, Mike Clancy. I'm calling for Mr. Keene. We hear you've just picked up a man named Tom Soffer for the Justin murder. Huh? What's that, Lieutenant? Just a second. Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mike?
Tom Soffer broke away from his arresting officer. He's loose.
Well, let me talk to the Lieutenant, Mike. Lieutenant Hale, it's Mr. Keene. I suppose you sent out a general alarm for Tom Soffer. Well, I suggest you send out another alarm for Rod Marble. That's right. Marble was just released from the state penitentiary. Yes, I'll explain when I reach your office in 15 minutes. Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Sure, now it's beginning to look as if this fellow Soffer may be just as guilty as Marble, Mr. Keene.
Well, they both didn't kill Neil Justin, Mike. And there's always a chance that someone new may enter this case. In any event, I'm going to the lieutenant's office and then home. Get in touch with me there if you learn anything new of importance.
I beg your pardon, but are you Mr. Keene, sir?
Yes.
I've been waiting for you here in front of your apartment for the past 2 hours. I'm Arthur Justin, Neil Justin's son.
Come in, Arthur. Please sit down.
Thank you. Mr. Keene, you've read about my father's murder. I've come here to ask you to help solve the case.
I'll be glad to help you, Arthur. I happen to be working on the case already.
You are?
Yes, a criminal named Rod Marble is involved in it. Have you ever heard his name mentioned?
No, sir. But if you think he murdered Dad, you're wrong.
What makes you so sure, Arthur?
Because I think I know who the killer is, although I need some evidence. That's why I want your help, sir.
Who is the suspect you have in mind?
A man named Luke Homer. My father was very worried for weeks before his death. He said someone was shadowing him. Dad was in fear of his life.
Oh? What did this man Homer have against your father?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Keene. And I never knew why Dad didn't go to the police either. But I did something about it.
What did you do?
I trailed Homer. I spotted him outside the house a few days before Dad's murder, and I followed him from then on. I found out his name and occupation. He's a mechanic. I can point him out to you, Mr. Keene, and you can do the rest.
Where is he?
He gets home from work about 9 every night, and this is his address. If you meet me on this corner at 5 of 9 this evening, sir, you'll be able to put a pair of handcuffs on my father's murderer.
Well, we can certainly question this man, Luke Homer. Very well, Arthur, I'll meet you. Perhaps I ought to come alone, however, without my partner or the police. If Homer sees his house is being watched, he may not show up.
All right, Mr. Keene.
Then I'll see you on that street corner tonight at 9, and we'll proceed from there. Arthur, is that you? It's Mr. Keene, over here. Is that you up?
Mr. Keene! Mr. Keene, where are you?
Over here, Arthur.
I heard 2 shots. Are you hurt, sir? Let me help you.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the case of the Ruthless Murderers. Meanwhile, Beware of unpleasing breath that breathes between the teeth. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Those cracks and crevices where food particles can decay must be reached to have a really clean mouth, a welcome breath. Your dentist knows this to be true. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Colonos gives amazing dental floss action. That is, sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to penetrate hard-to-reach dental areas. Helps dislodge bits of food that can cause unpleasing breath and tooth decay. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Colonos has high polishing action, too. Brightens dingy teeth by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. Colonos is gentle, safe even for children's teeth and tender gums. Enjoy its cool, clean, minty flavor. Colonos is dentist recommended. Cleans your teeth bright, keeps your breath right. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Get Colonos with dental floss action today. Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of the Ruthless Murderers. Mr. Keene, the great investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, have been investigating the murder of Neil Justin, a well-known businessman. Although Mr. Keene already has two suspects, Rod Marble and Tom Soffer, both men with criminal records, Neil Justin's son, Arthur, has come to Mr. Keene accusing still a third, a man named Luke Homer. Arthur Justin has told Mr. Keene where Homer lives and made an appointment with the famous investigator to meet nearby at 9 in the evening. Now, as Mr. Keene keeps his appointment and waits for Arthur Justin, he's suddenly ambushed.
Mr. Keene! Mr. Keene, where are you?
Over here, Arthur.
I heard 2 shots. Are you hurt, sir? Oh, let me help you.
It was only a miracle that saved me. Some instinct made me drop to the pavement just before he fired.
Did you see who he was?
No, I'm afraid I could never identify him.
Please forgive me. It was my fault. If I hadn't been a few minutes late for our appointment, I would...
It doesn't matter, Arthur. It's quite possible if you had been here, you'd have been killed yourself.
Mr. Keene, the man who tried to kill you was the murderer of my father. It was Luke Homer. It must have been.
Well, there's no point waiting around here any longer. He'll never come back. I'm going to return to my office, Arthur.
At this hour of night, Mr. Keene?
I have a complete file of every known criminal in the country. And perhaps I'll find Luke Homer's name in it. We've sent out a general alarm for 2 other suspects involved in your father's murder, Rod Marble and Tom Soffer. Now we'll add this man, Luke Homer, to the list.
Well, there's nothing in the file here about a man named Luke Homer, Mr. Keene.
Just about gone through the list. What time is it, Mike?
It's almost midnight, sir.
You know, I just had an idea. It seems to me...
It's Rod Marble, boss.
Don't move, Mike. He's armed.
I've got 6 bullets in this gun, Keene, for you and your partner.
I know he was lying, boss. That story about having a change of heart was phony.
I wasn't lying. I meant every word I said. Keene's the one who changed my mind.
And how did I do that, Marble?
By telling the police to send out an alarm for me for Justin's murder. You're trying to frame me, Keene, and I'm going to put you away just as I promised I would 5 years ago.
Watch out, boss.
Are you...
And he's out cold, sir. And I'll relieve him of that gun.
That's nice work, Mike. If you hadn't timed that blow so well, we'd both have a few bullets in our heads.
Well, I'll bring him around and lug him down to police headquarters. The boys will be glad to see this bucko, Mr. Keene.
Undoubtedly. But I'm not so sure he's the man they want for Neil Justin's murder.
After all this, and after what you told me about being ambushed?
That's just it. Mike, I think I have an important clue to follow up. A clue that may prove to be an amazing revelation. Take Rod Marble to headquarters, then get a good night's sleep. We'll both need all our energy when we return to this affair tomorrow morning. Yes, you can reach me here in my office, Lieutenant Hale. I'm still working with Neil Justin's son, Arthur, on the Luke Homer angle. But so far, Homer seems to have completely disappeared. However, I have an idea of my own that I've been working on for the past 2 days. Yes, of course, Lieutenant. I'll keep in touch with you. Goodbye.
Mr. Keene.
Oh, hello, Arthur.
Has there been anything new, sir? Any clues to my father's murder?
No, nothing yet.
Oh, I want you to meet my wife, Alicia, sir.
How do you do, Mrs. Justin?
I'm very glad to know you. I've heard so much about Mr. Keene, the famous investigator. And I'd like to help you in any way I can, sir. Arthur's father meant almost as much to me as he did to my husband.
I think I understand, Mrs. Justin.
Alicia's worried, Mr. Keene. She thinks they'll try to get at me in some way.
Oh, no, that's not why.
What were you about to say, Mrs. Justin?
Oh, Mr. Keene, I want to speak to you alone.
Alicia? What's the trouble? Are you hiding something from me?
Oh, Arthur, I beg you to trust me and do as I say. I can't keep this to myself any longer. I want to see Mr. Keene in private.
You know I've always trusted you, Alicia. I'll do as you ask. I'll be waiting in the car downstairs.
Well, Mrs. Justin, what is it you want to tell me?
Mr. Keene, I just couldn't bring myself to say this in front of Arthur. It'd tear down all his ideals. But I believe I know who murdered his father.
Do you?
Neil Justin was involved with a woman named Sarah Blows. He'd known her ever since his wife died, and before as well.
I see.
I believe he tried to break off with Sarah, and she took revenge. She's a violent type, Mr. Keene, I know, because I've met her.
Do you know where the Sarah Blows can be located?
Yes. What do you intend to do, Mr. Keene?
See her, of course, immediately. If what you say is true, I'll break this case wide open, Mrs. Justin, inside of an hour.
Yes?
Are you Sarah Blows?
That's right.
My name is Keene.
Mr. Keene, the famous investigator?
I'd like to talk to you about a man named Neil Justin, who was murdered a few days ago.
Neil, please come in, Mr. Keene. Step into the living room and we can talk. A couple of friends of mine are anxious to join the conversation.
What?
Don't move, Keene, or we'll blow your head off.
What is this? A trap?
So this is a guy who's supposed to be the biggest investigator of them all. Take a look at him, Pete.
I'm looking, Tracy.
He don't look smart enough to trail a giraffe.
Stop being a comedian, Tracy. Get rid of him and get it over with.
Okay, take it easy, sir. Pete.
Yeah?
We better tie him up in the garage. It's way in the back. If we stay here, somebody on the street might hear us.
Get moving, Keene.
Somebody might hear you do what?
Put a bullet behind your ear, Keene.
Well, the great Mr. Keene is tied up good and tight, Tracy. Want me to plug him now?
Take it easy, Pete. I'm enjoying this. It ain't often we get a fish as big as Keene to fry.
I suppose you two know what the penalty for murder is. The electric chair.
Listen to him talk, Tracy.
You're the one who's getting the death sentence, Keene. Only we're doing the job with a gun.
I warn you. You won't get away with this.
He's talking too much to suit me, Tracy. Let's get started.
Let him talk. His mouth ain't gonna be much good for talking in a couple of minutes. Pull that box out. Put Keene in it.
No. Wait.
You know what this box is for, Keene? You and a load of quicklime. We're gonna freeze you in solid, then drop you in the river.
No, please, have mercy. I'm an old man, but I don't want to die.
Listen to him crawl.
Just like they all crawl when that number's up.
I'm not asking you to spare my life, but at least give me my choice.
What's he talking about? What choice, Keene?
I always feared this day. The day when I'd be cornered and helpless. Because of that fear, I carried a tiny bottle around with me, filled with deadly poison.
So what?
I've carried it to make it easy. When I knew there was no other way out to spare myself torture. At least let me take the poison.
Holy smoke, he wants to make it easier for us.
It'll make it easier for both of us. I'll have no pain. You can get away with this crime.
I don't get it.
All you have to do is leave my body here with the empty bottle of poison in my hand. The police will obviously think I was a suicide. It's a lot safer, Tracy, than having my body discovered full of bullet holes. Because the police would never rest until they'd caught you.
What do you think, Tracy?
I'm not sure, Pete.
Yeah, what do we got to lose? If the old guy's nuts enough to want to do the job on himself, let him.
Okay, we'll give Keen a break.
Thank you. The poison is in a small bottle in my vest pocket.
Look, I'm not taking them ropes off you, Keen. You can just open your mouth and we'll pour the stuff in.
Anything you say. Just open the bottle and let me drink the poison.
Here's a bottle, Tracy.
Open it.
Tear gas! The bottle's filled with it!
I can't see. I'm blind, Tracy.
The door! Where's the door?
Come out with your hands up and no funny business. Mike! Mr. Keene, boss. Are you all right, sir? Here, I'll help carry you out. Just hang on. I got your message just in time, sir.
Oh, that's good work, Mike.
And there's a squad of plainclothesmen outside, sir. We got the others, too. Here's the door, boss. Easy now.
I'm all right.
Let me cut them ropes, Mr. Keene.
Thank you, Mike. That invention of mine, the condensed bottle of tear gas, saved my life. I had to put on quite an act to get them to open it. But when they did, the results were perfect.
Sure, and that was one of the slickest inventions I've ever seen, boss. Tear gas condensed in a tiny bottle.
Everything okay in there, Clancy?
Everything's under control, Casey. Send in the other two. They're putting Sarah Blows and them two murderers into the patrol wagon, boss. But here are two more I know you're looking forward to seeing. I put the handcuffs on them 15 minutes ago and brought them here.
Well, Arthur and Alicia, what have you got to say for yourselves?
All I've got to say, Keene, is that if I didn't have these handcuffs on,
take your medicine like a man, Arthur. Keene was too smart for you.
I've had my eye on you a lot longer than you think, Arthur.
Did you?
There was no such man as Luke Homer. You made up the name, just to lure me into an ambush.
And the boss saw right through that Sarah Blows story, mister, and tipped off the police. Then he told me to nab you and keep you under arrest until he located the rest of your outfit.
You and your wife were responsible for the murder of your father, Arthur. And it was a horrible crime.
And maybe I can tell you why they killed him, Mr. Keene.
It's Rod Marble.
Yes. The man who was a member of your ring of criminals 5 years ago, before he was sent to prison.
I didn't know it before, Mr. Keene, but you saved my life when you had me picked up on suspicion. Arthur Justin here was planning to put me out of the way along with you.
You squealer! Keep your trap shut, Marble.
Why shouldn't I squeal? Didn't your father squeal on me to save his own skin, so I had to take a 5-year rap?
That's right, Marble. And at the time Neil Justin's ruse worked. We believed he was a respectable businessman instead of a gang leader.
I'm willing to talk too, Mr. Keene, if I get a break.
You'll get justice, Alicia. No more, no less.
Keep quiet, Alicia, do you hear?
I won't keep quiet. Mr. Keene, do you know why he killed his father? He wanted to take over the racket. His father wanted him out of it, but Arthur got big ideas.
And who gave me those big ideas? You did, Alicia.
What else have you two got to say?
Mr. Keene, Arthur's father had warned him that Marble might talk and convict the gang. So Arthur decided the only way was to get rid of you and Marble after he shot his father.
Well, that just about cleans things up, boss. I think I'll be taking these two lovebirds outside to the police.
Mr. Keene, you certainly put one over on Tracy and Pete with that tear gas invention of yours. Tracy said he thought you were going to take poison and kill yourself.
No man ever has the right to take his own life, Marble. That's for God or the law.
And as long as you're feeling so grateful to the boss, Marble, maybe there's one request I think he'd like to make. Mr. Keene would appreciate it if you said nothing about that trick bottle of tear gas.
Yes, Mike, it might help me in the future. When I get into a spot like that again, if the invention would remain a secret.
Mr. Keene, you can depend on me to keep it under my hat.
All right. Mike will accompany Arthur and Alicia Justin and the others to police headquarters, where we can write the finish to the murder of Neil Justin. A finish that will end in the death house for all concerned.
And so Mr. Keene finds a solution to the case of the Ruthless Murderers. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pains strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Clee. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene.